Transcending into the realm of fantasy as the foremost good-for-nothing, I am compelled to wed a similarly inept waste of a wife right from the onset. Chen Xuan. I have yet to settle my mortgage, and now I am engaging in such exhilarating affairs. Ding. Detecting the host's soul fusion. The multi-child blessing system is officially activated. By marrying and bearing children, the host shall receive generous rewards. The higher the cultivation, talent, and fortune of the wife and concubines, the more bountiful the rewards for the host. Chen Xuan, his pupils trembling. This is not my area of expertise. I've been single since birth. System, Beginner's Gift Pack, Supreme Cleansing Pill X1. Assist in your metamorphosis. Completing the grand marriage with the supreme rated wife Lin Wanner. Reward calculation in progress, triggering double critical hit. Reward 1. Cultivation Enlightenment. The host ascends 3 levels, reaching the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. Reward 2. Heavenly Tier Technique, Pure Yang Infinite Art. Reward 3. Xian Tier Martial Skill, Thunder Fist. Ding. Detecting that the wife has successfully conceived, the offspring possesses extraordinary potential. A birth gift pack has been reserved. Chen Xuan gazed at his stunningly beautiful wife, soundly asleep, utterly flabbergasted. This cannot be. While others cultivate through slaying monsters, I cultivate entirely relying on my wife. Chapter 1. Must I marry and bear children right from the start? My head throbbed, as if it might split open. Chen Xuan laboriously opened his eyes, greeted by dark, ornate wooden beams. An indescribable odor lingered in the air, reminiscent of inferior herbs mingled with a musty scent of wood, decidedly unpleasant. Where on earth is this place? His last recollection was of toiling away at the company for 7 consecutive days, finally enduring until Friday, lamenting over next month's mortgage while staring at the computer screen, before everything faded to black and he lost consciousness. Did I die from overwork? Surely not. My mortgage remains unpaid. At 26, I have yet to even hold a woman's hand properly, and now I am lost. A chilling wave of panic and resentment surged within him. He attempted to sit up, but his body felt as if it had been drained of all strength, limp and unresponsive. At that moment, a memory that was entirely foreign to him, like a raging flood, violently surged into his mind. Countless images, emotions, humiliations, and desires ruthlessly tore at his consciousness. Good for nothing. You have brought disgrace upon the entire Chen family. How can he still have the audacity to live? Various biting remarks and disdainful expressions exploded in his mind. Chen Xuan let out a muffled groan. The excruciating pain rendered his vision dark, nearly causing him to lose consciousness once more. After a considerable duration, he finally regained his breath. Cold sweat had thoroughly drenched his close-fitting garments. He gasped for air, the bewilderment in his eyes swiftly replaced by terror, leaving behind an overwhelming silence. He had traversed through time and space. This place is known as Xian Tian de Lu, a fantastical realm where mountains can be moved and seas filled, ruled by the strong. He, too, is called Chen Xuan, a direct descendant of the Chen family, one of the 3 prominent clans in Xinyang City. It sounded rather promising. Yet the reality is that the Chen family is in decline, suffocated by the other 2 clans. Moreover, the original owner of this body was a formidable burden, a natural talent with blocked meridians, utterly incapable of cultivation. A fighter among the useless, a permanent member of the family's disgrace list. Just a few days prior, the original owner had once again failed to channel energy into his body, resulting in damage to his heart meridian. In despair, he perished, thus benefiting Chen Xuan. All right, a classic start for a transmigration of the useless. I'm quite familiar with this. Chen Xuan lay on the bed, his expression devoid of emotion as he comforted himself. Next, should there be a wise old man in a ring, or perhaps a 3-year agreement, followed by my loud proclamation of do not underestimate the youth's poverty. As he lamented, he instinctively groped his hands, finding them bare. He also felt around his neck, discovering nothing there either. Great, not even a dream package. While others have a hellish beginning, I've directly failed my reincarnation. Just as he was engulfed in despair, contemplating whether to die once more in hopes of returning, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection of host soul has fully merged. The Duozi Dwafu system is now officially activated. Chen Xuan was taken aback. A system? Has my cheat arrived? One moment he was in the depths of hell, and the next he had struck a fortune. The stark contrast caused his heart to race uncontrollably. As a seasoned reader of web literature, he understood all too well what this entailed. This was his sole opportunity to defy fate. System? What functions do you possess? Hurry, enlighten me. Chen Xuan roared excitedly in his mind. This system aims to assist the host in expanding their lineage and strengthening their family. The host can obtain generous rewards through marriage and procreation. The more offspring one has, the greater the rewards received by the host. The higher the cultivation, talent, and fortune of the wife or concubines, the greater the potential of the offspring, and consequently, the more substantial the rewards for the host. The novice gift pack has been dispatched. Please check it. Esteemed host. A torrent of information bombarded Chen Xuan, leaving his mind in a haze of confusion. More children, more blessings. System? Marriage and procreation? The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. While others have systems that involve monster hunting for level-ups or simply signing in for strength, why has the narrative taken such an unusual turn in my case? Is this a call for me to embark on a path of sowing seeds? As a fine young man of the 21st century who has never even been in a relationship, am I really being thrust into this? This is not my field of expertise. Despite the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he understood that possessing a golden finger was far superior to living a life of futility. In a world where lives are as fragile as paper, survival and strength are paramount. Open the novice gift pack. Chen Xuan took a deep breath and silently chanted in his heart. Ding! The novice gift pack has been successfully activated. Congratulations, host. You have received one supreme cleansing pill. Cleansing pill, capable of purging the marrow and refining one's essence. It completely clears the host's meridian blockages and expands and strengthens the meridians, significantly enhancing cultivation aptitude. As the words fell, a gentle jade vial materialized in the palm of his hand. Inside the vial lay a pill the size of a longan, quietly resting and emanating a calming fragrance, with a faint luminescence swirling gently around it. Chen Xuan's breath hitched, and his heart nearly leapt from his throat. A supreme, cleansing pill. According to the original owner's memories, even the most ordinary cleansing pill could bankrupt a family like the Chen clan, let alone this extraordinary supreme pill, which was likely a rarity throughout the entire Yan dynasty. With it, he could finally shed the title of waste. System, you are like a father to me, Chen Xuan exclaimed, his eyes welling with tears of excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked the vial and swallowed the cleansing pill whole. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry, unleashing a gentle yet overwhelming surge of warmth that blasted through his limbs and bones. In the next moment, Chen Xuan felt as though he had been cast into a cauldron of alchemy, every inch of his meridians and every bone within him being torn apart and crushed by a ferocious force, only to be reassembled anew. Thick, black, and exuding a foul odor, viscous impurities continuously oozed from his pores, swiftly coating his entire body. The excruciating pain nearly sent him into unconsciousness, yet he gritted his teeth resolutely, biting his tongue until it bled, filling his mouth with a metallic taste of blood. He understood that this was rebirth. It was a transformation that the original owner could never attain, even in death. Time became elusive, and eventually, the searing sensation gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and ease. His body felt remarkably light, as if brimming with boundless energy. His senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. The rustling of leaves outside the courtyard and the hushed conversations of distant servants were crystal clear to him. Most importantly, he could see. The myriad vibrant points of light in the heavens and earth were the essence of qi. They appeared so friendly and so lively. He attempted to recall the foundational methods of cultivation from his memory, carefully drawing a wisp of qi into his body. That wisp of qi flowed effortlessly through his broad and resilient meridians, completing a circuit before joyfully sinking into his dantian, transforming into a strand of pure qi. Qi refinement level 1. It was accomplished. He could truly cultivate now. Moreover, These meridians were exponentially more unobstructed compared to those of ordinary martial practitioners in his memory. Chen Xuan leaped from the bed, exhilarated by the faint yet tangible power within him, excitedly shaking his fist. The lifelong obsession of the original owner would today be fulfilled by him. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a tattered brocade robe. His face was haggard, hair flecked with gray, his sunken eyes reflecting an inescapable weariness and sorrow. This visitor was none other than the patriarch of the Chen family, and Chen Xian's father in this life, Chen Tianxiong. Xian, are you awake? Upon seeing his son, standing unaided, Chen Tianxiong paused, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face, though it was swiftly overshadowed by a deeper cloud of concern. He hurried forward, grasping Chen Xian's arm and examining him closely, ultimately releasing a long sigh. It is good that you have awakened. Prepare yourself. Prepare for what? Chen Xian instinctively inquired, observing the bloodshot eyes of his father. Chen Tianxiong regarded him with a complex gaze, filled with reluctance and guilt, but predominantly reflecting a sense of powerless resolve. His voice was hoarse, each word deliberately articulated. The Li family and the Zhang family are pressing us relentlessly. Our Chen family's market and mines can no longer endure. The Lin family has agreed to extend their assistance, but the condition is a marriage alliance between our two families. He paused momentarily, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Today marks the joyous occasion of your union with a young lady of the Lin family. What on earth? Chen Xian was instantly petrified. A joyous occasion? Am I getting married? Chapter 2. A cataclysmic beginning, my inexpensive wife. Marriage? With whom? Chen Xian's mind buzzed like a swarm of hornets, leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment. Having just undergone a transformative experience with the Shisui Dan, he had yet to savor the exhilarating thrill of cultivating. And now he was to be thrust into a situation so starkly defined. Was this progress bar being pulled too swiftly? Chen Tianxiong observed his son's stunned expression, a flicker of compassion crossing his gaze, yet his tone was unyielding as he enunciated each word with deliberate gravity. Lin Jia, Lin Waner, Lin Vania. The moment the name reached his ears, a torrent of memories surged forth. The Lin family, one of the three prominent clans in Qingyang City, was currently flourishing, overshadowing the Chen family. Miss Lin Waner was somewhat of a local celebrity, known primarily for her shared fate with the original owner of this body. Both were ordinary people incapable of sensing spiritual energy. The eldest daughter of a cultivation family, yet devoid of any cultivation talent, she had become a significant curiosity in Qingyang City, a burden that the Lin family wished to conceal. In an instant, Chen Xian comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was not a union of families. It was a cold, calculated transaction, a waste matched with another waste. A precise pairing where neither party could afford to feel disdain. The Chen family desperately needed the Lin family's support to alleviate the suffocating pressure from the Li and Zhang families, while the Lin family seized this opportunity to rid themselves of the burdensome title of their unremarkable eldest daughter. The two families had swiftly conspired, binding the fates of two young individuals in a hasty agreement. Goodness, what a catastrophic beginning, Chen Xian mentally lamented, while others traversed realms of extraordinary prowess or were besieged by beautiful admirers. He was branded as a failure and now gifted an equally ineffectual wife. A buy one get one free scenario? He gazed at his father, whose face bore the weight of a decade's weariness overnight, and with a glimmer of hope, he implored, "Father, is there truly no room for negotiation?" Chen Tianxiong slowly shook his head, the weariness in his voice palpable. "There is none. The invitations were dispatched 3 days ago, and we have already accepted the Lin family's betrothal gifts. Those resources are crucial for the family's immediate needs. Shinner, today you must marry." His tone was resolute, yet tinged with an almost pleading undertone. Chen Xian fell silent. He was acutely aware that with his newly initiated qi refining stage, he held no weight within the family hierarchy. Resistance? Aside from exacerbating his father's predicament and incurring another beating, it would yield no results. Moreover, the Chen family was currently teetering on the brink. Having taken possession of this body, he could not simply remain an idle observer. Very well, if marriage is inevitable, then so be it. Chen Xian sighed, feigning resignation, Yet within the confines of his mind, a different plan began to take shape. System, are you there? I urgently seek assistance. Host, what is your command? The system's voice remained as cold as ever. Quickly, investigate the true circumstances surrounding Lin Wanner. Analyzing target information. Name, Lin Wanner. Age, 17. Cultivation, none. Upon reading this, Chen Xuan's heart sank. It confirmed the rumors. However, the subsequent line of data caused his pupils to constrict in astonishment. Talent, special physique, deeply sealed. Fortune, azure, fortunate spouse. Overall evaluation, exceptional. A barrage of data resonated in his mind like thunderclaps, shattering his previous thoughts. Exceptional. Chen Xuan froze. Even his breath momentarily halted. A woman deemed a laughingstock by the entire city, regarded as a failure, was assessed as exceptional by the system. The 3 question marks under talent and the annotation of special physique, deeply sealed, ignited a fervor within him. Was this not a concealed divine sword, or an imperial jade hidden within unyielding rock? And that azure fortune, tailored precisely for him as a system of prosperity, was simply divine. Ha ha ha! What a fortune I have stumbled upon. Everyone believes I have married a burden, a tragic pairing. Yet little do they know the heavens have delivered unto me a hidden SSR treasure. All remnants of reluctance and indignation evaporated, replaced by boundless joy and fervor. Now, viewing this marriage proposal, it appeared more favorable than ever. This was not a cataclysmic beginning. It was a fortuitous one, as if the heavens were feeding him with a silver spoon. System, he excitedly queried in his mind. What rewards might I receive if I were to have children with her? Based on the target's overall evaluation, any offspring between the host and Lin Wanner will be guaranteed to possess superior talent. The host will receive substantial cultivation insights, advanced techniques, rare treasures, and more. If a critical trigger occurs, rewards may double, potentially including divine techniques or ancient bloodlines. Chen Xuan inhaled sharply, his heart pounding like a war drum. This time, he was truly on the path to soaring heights. He forcefully suppressed the tidal wave of excitement within, took a deep breath, and nodded gravely at Chen Xuan, adopting an air of solemnity tinged with a sense of familial sacrifice. Very well, father, I understand. I shall marry. Seeing his son so readily embrace his duty, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, his prepared lecture and comforting words caught in his throat. He gazed at Chen Xuan, his eyes moistening, and patted his son's shoulder with a heavy heart. Good boy, you have grown up and become understanding. I know I have put you in a difficult position, but rest assured, in the future, the family will never neglect you. Chen Xuan's heart swelled with joy. Father, please do not worry. What you have bestowed upon me is the greatest treasure of the Chen family. I fear that once you all realize this, you will be filled with regret. Outwardly composed, he began to strategize for the wedding night. Ahem, no, rather, for the noble cause of the family's resurgence. Soon, a servant presented a resplendent red wedding garment. With assistance, Chen Xuan donned the attire. In the bronze mirror, a young man with striking features and a resolute brow gazed back. After the transformation from a Shisui Dan, his previously frail physique had become notably more robust, his skin radiating a subtle sheen, undeniably handsome. Well, at least my appearance is pleasing enough to ensure my exceptional wife doesn't flee at the sight of me. Chen Xuan admired his reflection with a touch of vanity. Once dressed, he stepped outside. The courtyard was adorned with crimson silk, yet under the somber sky, it appeared glaringly out of place, devoid of joy. The entire Chen residence was shrouded in a stifling atmosphere, with servants donning forced smiles, their eyes filled with pity, compassion, and even a hint of barely concealed disdain upon encountering Chen Xuan. Have you heard? The young master is to marry that waste of the Lin family. How pitiful. A match made in heaven for failures. Their future offspring will likely be. Shoo, keep your voice down, lest we be overheard. The murmurs, though hushed, were distinctly audible to the keen ears of Chen Xuan. He felt no ripple of emotion, rather, a sardonic smile tugged at his lips. Just wait, you mere mortals. When I soar to greatness, your jaws will drop in disbelief. Straightening his newly adorned robes amidst the complex gazes of those around him, he marched towards the family hall with his head held high, exuding confidence. The silhouette exuded neither the despair of an enforced marriage nor the resignation that typically accompanies such a fate. Instead, it radiated an unprecedented resolve and anticipation. Today marks the inaugural day of Chen Xuan's existence in this world, as well as the true commencement of his journey towards redemption. Chapter 3. The Family's Laughingstock. A grand wedding. In the main hall of the Chen family, a vibrant red double happiness character hung prominently, while crimson silk cascaded from the beams above. What should have been a celebration instead cast a somber pall over the entire hall. The guests were sparse, primarily comprising minor families tethered to the Chen clan. Their faces adorned with forced smiles, exchanging glances filled with pity and distance, rendering the air nearly stagnant. Members of the Li and Zhang families were also present, not to offer congratulations, but purely to witness the spectacle. Patriarch Chen, congratulations, congratulations, cackled an elderly man with a hawk-like nose and goat-like beard. The second elder of the Li family, Li Changming. His triangular eyes roamed hungrily over Chen Tianxiong's face, his malice laid bare. Upon hearing of your nephew, Chen Xuan's wedding, I made a special trip to bear witness. Chen Xuan and the young lady from the Lin family are indeed a match made in heaven. He lingered on the words match made in heaven, pronouncing them slowly and heavily. It was apparent to all that he was ridiculing the union of a waist with another waist, a perfect pairing. Chen Tianxiong's face turned a shade of iron gray. His fists clenched tightly beneath his voluminous sleeves, the knuckles cracking softly. Yet he could only endure, forcing a few words through gritted teeth. Elderly, you are too kind. Please take a seat. Father, you are far too gracious. Behind Li Changming, a young man clad in splendid attire, named Li Hao, burst into laughter. Our family head has proclaimed that this union between the Chen and Lin families is a rare event in Qingyang City. A cultivation waste capable of detonating a Dan furnace with his mere presence, and a natural medicine jar who gasped for breath after walking 2 steps. What do you call this? A union of strengths. The offspring they produce will surely be the king of wastes. These venomous remarks laid bare the original shortcomings, even dragging the unborn child into the mockery. Indeed, I foresee the title of the greatest waste in Qingyang City being passed down from father to son. Keep your voice down. Let the Chen family maintain some dignity. After all, this is a joyous occasion. What is there to fear? Does the Chen family still possess any face? The scathing comments pierced like needles into the hearts of every Chen family member. Several elders trembled with rage, while the younger generation's eyes burned red. Had they not been firmly restrained by their elders, they would have charged forward. The entire main hall had transformed into a public spectacle of punishment for the Chen family. When Chen Xuan stepped into the hall, this was the scene before him. His gaze was as cold as ice, and he immediately fixed upon the most boisterous Li Hao. All right, you little brat, I have taken note of you. Chen Xuan internally sentenced him to death. Once the ceremony concluded, I shall use you, this barking dog, to test the mettle of my first level of qi refinement. He exhibited none of the humiliation and rage anticipated by the crowd. Instead, his demeanor was unsettlingly tranquil. Approaching Chen Tianxiong, he bowed respectfully to the elders seated at the main table, his movements measured and deliberate. Xuan. Chen Tianxiong regarded his son with a mix of astonishment and sorrow at his composure. The auspicious hour has arrived. The newlyweds shall pay their respects. The officiant's voice rang out, finally drowning out the disheartening murmurs. In a peculiar silence, the bride made her entrance, adorned in a phoenix crown and a flowing red gown. Her head covered by a bridal veil, she was gently assisted by the matchmaker as she glided through the side door. All eyes converged upon her. Though her face remained hidden, her graceful figure and poised movements unmistakably indicated that she was a beauty. Many guests felt a pang of envy. Why should Chen Xuan, this so-called waste, be granted such a woman, even if she too could not cultivate? Chen Xuan turned his gaze toward his bride. The thought of the system's evaluation of her as exquisite and a prosperous partner extinguished any lingering discomfort he felt about this arranged marriage, replaced by a fervent anticipation. First, we bow to heaven and earth. The pair stood side by side, bowing slowly toward the vast sky outside. Second, we bow to our ancestors. They turned and paid homage to Chen Tianxiong and the other elders. Chen Tianxiong, observing the newlyweds, contemplated the family's future and finally managed a bittersweet smile. Now, we exchange vows. Chen Xuan and Lin Wanner faced each other. Through the veil, he sensed her breath, which was hurried yet restrained. What expression adorned her face? Resignation? Humiliation? Or perhaps numbness? Regardless of her feelings, from this day forward, you are mine. I shall ensure you understand that marrying me is the wisest decision you will ever make. Chen Xuan mused, and together they bowed deeply. The ceremony is complete. To the bridal chamber, the officiant's voice soared. Sparse applause erupted around them. But most gazes remained fixated on the unfolding drama. What does it matter if they have completed the ceremony? It cannot alter the fate of the Chen family's decline. Li Changming snorted disdainfully, raising his teacup and draining it in one gulp. Mark my words, within 3 years, the Chen family will cease to exist in Qingyang City. Chen Xuan heard every word clearly. He did not turn back, but extended his hand to support Lin Wanner's arm. Her skin was cool to the touch, and he could feel her body tense and tremble slightly. It seemed she too was anxious. Chen Xuan felt a surge of determination and steadied his grip on her arm. As they prepared to depart, Li Hao's vexatious voice pierced the air once more. Hey, Chen the Great Waist, be gentle during your bridal chamber. Your bride is frail. Don't break her, haha. His crude and venomous words silenced the hall instantly. The Chen family's youth could no longer contain their fury, springing to their feet. Yet Chen Xuan halted in his tracks. Without looking back, he calmly uttered 2 words, noisy. His voice, though soft, resonated throughout the hall. He then disregarded the myriad expressions behind him, supporting his bride and following the matchmaker toward the new chamber in the back courtyard. His bearing was steady and resolute, devoid of any trace of despair associated with an enforced marriage, leaving behind a hall full of guests and a stunned Li Hao with a frozen grin. Chapter 4. The Bridal Chamber, System Activation. In the bridal chamber, the dragon and phoenix candles burned quietly, their wax drips pooling on the table. The matchmaker and attendants had tactfully withdrawn, leaving only Chen Xuan and Lin Wanner, who sat demurely at the edge of the bed. Silence enveloped them, so profound one could hear the crackle of the candle flame and their slightly hurried breaths. Chen Xuan felt a twinge of unease. In his previous life, he had never experienced romance, let alone a bridal chamber. His theoretical knowledge was gleaned solely from the teachings stored on his hard drive. Now, he had leaped directly to the final act, the transition too vast, bordering on overwhelming. For the grand revival of my family and the path of my redemption. Chen Xuan took a deep breath, fortifying his resolve, and picked up the bridal veil from the table, stepping toward the bed. It was time to lift the veil. He cleared his throat, attempting to imbue his voice with steadiness. The figure by the bed trembled imperceptibly, remaining silent, merely nodding slightly. Chen Xuan gently lifted the edge of the red veil, slowly revealing the exquisite visage beneath. With willow-like brows, a delicate nose, and cherry-red lips, her skin glowed like jade in the candlelight. A pair of clear eyes, at this moment, carried a hint of anxiety, a touch of resignation, and a deeply buried stubbornness. Swiftly glanced at him before immediately lowering again. Chen Xuan's breath hitched for a moment. Goodness, the system does not deceive me. This is not merely exquisite. It is divine. A storm of emotions surged within him, making him feel as though he had not merely married a wife, but had brought home a treasure trove. Lin Wanner felt uncomfortable under his fiery gaze. Her long eyelashes trembled incessantly. Finally mustering her courage, she spoke in a cool tone laced with a touch of softness. Have you seen enough? Ahem, my apologies. Chen Xuan regained his composure, his cheeks flushing unexpectedly as he grinned and uttered a candid truth. It is mainly because you are too beautiful. I couldn't help myself. This straightforward and honest remark left Lin Wanner momentarily stunned. She had envisioned countless scenarios. Perhaps the inferiority of the rumored good-for-nothing or the lewdness of someone resigned to their fate, yet she never anticipated such a pure compliment. A blush spread rapidly from her snow-white neck to her ears, adding a hint of captivating charm to her previously cool demeanor. The tense atmosphere in the room gradually eased. Chen Xuan seized the moment, picked up 2 cups of ceremonial wine from the table, and handed one to her. After drinking this, we shall be family. Lin Wanner silently accepted it. Their arms intertwined as they drank in unison. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, igniting the last flicker of hesitation within Chen Xuan's heart. Sitting at the edge of the bed, the mattress sank slightly, causing Lin Wanner to stiffen momentarily. Chen Xuan gazed at her with an unprecedented seriousness. Lin Wanner, I know this marriage is beyond our control. However, the die is cast. From this day forth, we are husband and wife. He paused, enunciating each word. Rest assured, as long as I, Chen Xuan, am alive, I will ensure you never suffer the slightest injustice. This promise was the most solemn commitment he could offer as a man. Lin Wanner abruptly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She had thought her life would plunge into an abyss of darkness from this night onward. Marrying this infamous good-for-nothing was merely a transition from one cage to another. Yet, the man before her bore a gaze that was clear and forthright, devoid of the despair and degradation she had heard about. He proclaimed he would not allow her to suffer injustice. Those words felt like a warm current, gently prying open a corner of her long-frozen heart. I understand now. Her voice softened significantly, the deliberately crafted coolness gradually transforming into vulnerability. Observing her endearing demeanor, the last traces of Chen Xuan's reservations dissipated. He was an entirely ordinary man, especially since he carried the sacred mission of restoring his family. Chen Xuan internally praised himself, then slowly and tentatively grasped Lin Wanner's hand. It was cold to the touch, delicate as if lacking bones. She shivered and instinctively tried to withdraw, but he held on gently yet firmly. The candlelight flickered, casting an ambiguous glow. Chen Xuan leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "It is late. Let us rest." Lin Wanner's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, tightly shutting her eyes as her trembling eyelashes betrayed her inner turmoil. Ultimately, she nodded almost imperceptibly, the red candle extinguished, leaving the room enveloped in enchanting intimacy. Time passed, and just as Chen Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction, before the sage's moment could even arrive, the frigid mechanical voice echoed in his mind like a heavenly melody. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully sown seeds. The multi-blessing system reward mechanism is officially activated. Congratulations, host, on completing the first step of branching out. Reward settlement in progress. Please wait. Here it comes. Chen Xuan jolted, every ounce of fatigue vanishing as excitement surged through him. He turned to look at the beauty beside him, now peacefully asleep. Her lovely face still bore a lingering blush. Her brow relaxed, and her lips seemed to hold a faint, tranquil smile. Chen Xuan's heart inexplicably softened. Fear not, from this moment on, I will protect you. He gently tucked the blanket around her, then immersed himself in his thoughts, fixating on the words regarding reward settlement, his heart racing. The novice gift package had granted him a premium cleansing elixir. What extraordinary reward awaited him for this first successful core task? Let's begin. My journey of reversal officially commences at this very moment. Chapter 5. Heavenly Rewards. A sudden leap of 3 levels. The night deepened. Chen Xuan felt no drowsiness, his eyes gleaming astonishingly in the darkness, fully absorbed in his thoughts. That chilling reward settlement echoed like an invisible string, tautly straining his nerves. Do not mess this up, dear system. As he silently repeated this in his mind for the 7th time, the mechanical voice finally spoke again. Ding! Reward settlement completed. Detected that the host's wife, Lin Wanner, possesses the Xian's sacred body, sealed with immense potential and abundant fortune. Quality of this sowing assessed. Perfect. The perfect sowing reward from the novice task is doubled due to critical hit. Reward distribution in progress. A series of notifications struck Chen Xuan's mind like heavy hammers, causing a buzzing sensation in his head. The Xian's sacred body? That sounds incredibly impressive. And a double critical hit. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, nearly making him leap from the bed in excitement. Reward 1. Cultivation Pinnacle. Host cultivation level will directly elevate to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. The moment the words fell, an indescribable surge of energy erupted within his dantian. This energy was so pure that it required no refining, violently washing through his limbs and bones, transforming into his own true Qi. The dantian, just recently opened, instantly swelled from a trickling stream into a roaring river. The first layer of Qi refinement was perfected. That thin barrier shattered before it could hold even for a second. The second layer of Qi refinement. The true Qi cyclone within his dantian expanded madly, solidifying, and the sensation of power surged higher and higher. The second layer of Qi refinement was perfected. Boom! Chen Xuan felt a muffled sound within. As if some shackles had been utterly broken, a sense of unprecedented strength coursing through him. the third layer of qi refinement. He made it. Transitioning from the first layer to the third layer of qi refinement took merely a few breaths. Incredible. Chen Xuan reveled in the torrent of true qi within him, feeling exhilarated to the point of tingling scalp. This sensation was 1,000 times more exhilarating than working tirelessly for 7 days to earn a bonus in his previous life. All the arduous cultivation and pill-popping paled in comparison to the system. Marrying and having children is the true path of humanity. However, the system's voice did not cease. Reward 2. Dispensing the technique Pure Yang Wujigong. Pure Yang Wujigong, a low-grade heavenly technique embodying utmost rigidity in Yang. Cultivating alongside the Xian Yin's sacred body can yield remarkable results and may assist in unraveling the body's seal. In an instant, an ancient tome glowing with golden light imprinted itself deep within Chen Xuan's soul. Every ancient character and every route of cultivation became so clear as if he had practiced for 100 years. A low-grade heavenly technique? Chen Xuan's breath caught sharply. According to the original Master S recollection, the most supreme clan technique among the 3 major families in Qingyang City is merely of the yellow tier. Yet now the system has bestowed upon him a heavenly tier technique. Should this information be leaked, it would not only stir chaos within the small Qingyang City, but could very well incite a bloody storm throughout the entire Dian dynasty. Calm down. He must remain composed. Chen Xuan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to regain his composure. He understood the adage that a man is innocent, yet possessing treasures can lead to his downfall. What ignited his fervor even more was the fact that this technique could complement Lin Wan's unique constitution. He turned his gaze towards his wife, who was peacefully asleep beside him, his eyes radiating an intense fervor. This is no mere wife. This is, in fact, a divine companion bound to him. Reward 3. Granting martial skill Thunder Fist. Thunder Fist, a middle-grade martial technique of the Xian tier, striking like thunder, fierce, and overwhelming. Another middle-grade martial technique of the Xian tier. Chen Xuan felt as if he were about to be overwhelmed by sheer happiness. What he lacked most at present was an offensive means, and Thunder Fist arrived just in time. The image of Li Hao's arrogant face from that afternoon flashed in his mind. Reward 4. Congratulations, host. Your wife, Lin Wan, has successfully conceived. Detected that the progeny possesses immense potential, officially entering the gestation period. Upon the birth of the child, the host will receive an even more generous birth gift package. What? Chen Xuan was astounded. She is already pregnant? This efficiency is astonishing. A single encounter, and it's done? He glanced down at himself. An unprecedented pride swelling within him. Truly, I am remarkable. The thought that in 10 months he would not only become a father, but also receive a massive gift package made him unable to suppress a boisterous laugh. He forcefully subdued the impulse to leap out of bed and practice a set of thunder fists, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. The surge of power had made him feel somewhat lightheaded, yet he quickly steadied his mind. The third level of qi refining was considered decent among the younger generation in Qingyang City, but he was far from being invincible. The elders of the Chun family and the experts from the Li and Zhang families were far stronger than he. Stealthy development is the true path. From this day forth, I, Chen Xuan, shall no longer be a waste. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, his eyes sparkling with an unprecedented light. The humiliation he faced earlier and the laughter of others lingered vividly in his mind, particularly the obnoxious face of Li Hao. A cold smirk crept onto Chen Xuan's lips. Just wait. Soon I will demonstrate the might of my thunder fist upon you. Chapter 6. A surge in strength. A shift in mindset. As dawn broke, Chen Xuan opened his eyes, not roused by noise, but awakened by the overwhelming power surging within him. In his dantian, there was no longer the meager breath he once possessed, but rather a solid mass of true energy, swirling like a miniature cyclone. Each rotation filling his limbs with explosive strength. This sensation was intoxicating. It was akin to a beggar who had gone 3 days without food, suddenly devouring an entire roasted cow, every pore in his body yearning to release this power. He glanced sideways. Lin Wan was still in deep slumber, her breathing steady, her serene profile bathed in the soft morning light, appearing as if adorned with a gentle glow. Perhaps due to the nourishment from last night, The long-accumulated tension on her brow had dissipated significantly. Chen Xuan felt a surge of affection. She was not merely his extraordinary companion, but the mother of his child. Protecting her was both his duty and instinct. He rose quietly, donned his clothing, and stealthily made his way to the courtyard. The morning air held a slight chill, and Chen Xuan took a deep breath, focusing his thoughts as he began to circulate the pure yang wuzhigong he had acquired the previous night. In an instant, an extraordinary transformation occurred. If previously, practicing the Chen family's foundational technique allowed him to absorb spiritual energy at the pace of sipping water through a straw, now it felt as if he had plunged his head directly into a waterfall. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed irresistibly drawn to him, transforming into visible streams of white energy that surged violently into his body. After just 1 week, this refined spiritual energy was transformed into his true energy, further amplifying the cyclone in his dantian, enhancing his third level of qi refining. This cultivation speed far exceeded anything he had experienced before. Chen Xuan was overwhelmed. Was this the sheer dominance of a heavenly tier technique? Would this leave others with no chance of survival? He suppressed his excitement and began to practice the other reward. Thunder Fist. Closing his eyes, the general principles and techniques flowed through his mind. He assumed the stance and slowly delivered punch. Initially, it felt somewhat awkward, but as the pure and vigorous true energy flowed along the technique's path, his strikes became increasingly swift and forceful, the wind from his punches howling, producing a faint sound of breaking air. With a sharp exclamation, Chen Xuan focused his gaze, channeling true energy into his right fist, and struck fiercely at a half-person-high rock in the courtyard. A flicker of imperceptible electricity danced at the tip of his punch. Crack! A sharp, bone-chilling sound echoed. The solid stone rock cracked instantly, spiderweb-like fissures radiating from the point of contact. Chen Xuan retracted his fist, staring in disbelief at his handiwork. He glanced down at his unscathed fist and then at the nearly shattered rock. Did I do this? He was merely at the third level of qi refining. Not to mention the third level. Even practitioners at the 5th or 6th levels of qi refining would find it impossible to inflict such damage without employing martial techniques. The supreme true energy of pure yang wuzhigong, combined with the overwhelming martial skill Thunder Fist, had allowed his offensive power to far surpass his current realm. Exhilaration surged through him, an indescribable sense of vigor erupting from his chest. A powerless waste? That was a thing of the past. From today onwards, he, Chen Xuan, would firmly establish his footing in this world where strength reigns supreme. Indeed, power is a man's greatest confidence. At that moment, Chen Xuan's mindset underwent a profound transformation. Previously, he had aimed to develop cautiously and maintain a low profile for survival. However, now, armed with a heavenly tier technique and a middle-grade martial skill, with his wife carrying a future extraordinary child, to continue acting like a timid turtle would be a gross waste. A more audacious thought began to take root within him. The system advocates that many children bring great blessings. This is not merely one blessing. It is guiding me. It seems necessary to meet more potential partners like Wan. He stroked his chin, his gaze becoming deep and contemplative. Of course, there was no rush. The immediate priority was to solidify his cultivation and seek an opportunity to practice his fists on that fellow, namely Hao from yesterday. Just then, with a creak, the door opened. Lin Wanner emerged, clad in a simple yet elegant long dress. Perhaps due to a good rest, her complexion appeared much rosier than the day before. Her cool demeanor softened by a hint of warmth typical of a devoted wife. Her gaze immediately fell upon the cracked rock. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment before shifting towards Chen Xuan. Did you do this? In her memory, Chen Xuan could barely lift a bag of rice. How could he possibly? Chen Xuan scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. I was just stretching this morning and may have overexerted myself. It seems our stone isn't very sturdy. Lin Wan gazed deeply at Chen Xuan, choosing not to inquire further. The nominal husband exuded an air of inscrutable secrets that she could not comprehend. I will go prepare breakfast, she murmured, lowering her head. No, 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 Chen Xuan exclaimed, dashing forward to intercept her, his demeanor akin to that of a hen fiercely protecting her chicks. You are now a key protected individual. You must not move. Rest. You must rest. Leave the laborious tasks to the servants. I jest not. My wife carries a precious gift within her. What if you were to bump or bruise yourself and compromise the quality of the reward? Lin Wanner was taken aback by his sudden anxiety, her delicate face flushing crimson. Having grown up in the Lin family, she had always felt like an extraneous presence, never having been treated with such meticulous care. A strange warmth blossomed in her heart, which was unfamiliar yet not unwelcome. Observing Chen Xuan's tense countenance, she could not help but chuckle softly. This laughter felt like the thawing of ice and the revival of all living things, momentarily leaving Chen Xuan in a daze. Very well, I shall heed your words, she replied softly, a hint of sweetness in her voice that she herself did not notice. In that moment, the atmosphere between them became exceptionally harmonious. As Chen Xuan admired Lin Wanner's radiant smile, a quiet resolve formed within him. From this day forth, he would not only strive to grow stronger, but also endeavor to see his beloved wife smile so beautifully every day. However, this warmth did not linger for long. Outside the courtyard, a sudden commotion of hurried footsteps broke the tranquility, followed by an anxious voice from a servant. Young master, it is Dyer. The Li family has been blocking our front gates since dawn, demanding your presence for an explanation. Chapter 7. Who dares to mock me? One punch to overcome. Chen Xuan and Lin Wanner were conversing in the courtyard, the ambience just right when a sarcastic voice intruded, akin to a stone dropped in a latrine, both foul and jarring. Oh, I thought I recognized the voice. It is none other than my cousin Chen Xuan. I heard you wed yesterday, what? You dare to leave your bed today? Has your bride not drained you dry? Before he could finish, a tall, brutish youth swaggered in, flanked by several sycophants. This intruder was Chen Xuan's cousin, Chen Hao, a practitioner of the 4th level of Qi refinement. Relying on his talent, he was somewhat notable among the younger generation of the family, often bullying the original Chen Xuan, whom he deemed a worthless cultivator. Upon seeing him, Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes. Instead of feeling anger, a peculiar thought arose within him. Just as he wished for an opportunity to practice his skills, Chen Hao and his lackeys entered the courtyard, their eyes glinting with avarice and jealousy as they brazenly appraised Lin Wanner. TSK, TSK, TSK. So this is the sickly flower of the Lin family? Quite pleasing to the eye. What a pity, a fine blossom wed to a worthless Chen Xuan. How good. I say, such beauty deserves a hero like you. Chen Hao, basking in the flattery, puffed out his chest, his gaze toward Chen Xuan growing increasingly contemptuous. Chen Xuan, you truly are fortunate to have married such a lovely wife. But really, you two are a perfect match. One a useless cultivator, the other a living medicinal jar. His words were particularly hurtful, causing Lin Wanner to pale instantly, her body trembling slightly as she instinctively shrank behind Chen Xuan. Stepping forward, Chen Xuan positioned himself fully in front of her, his expression darkening. The former Chen Xuan may have feared you, but I do not, he declared coldly. This is my courtyard, and you're not welcome. Take your dogs and leave. Chen Hao was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into exaggerated laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke. What did you say? You want home to leave? You worthless fool. Have you taken leave of your senses to speak to me in such a manner? His lackeys joined in, mocking Chen Xuan. Have you lost your mind? How do you speak to Hao Ge like that? A waste of space like you, married to a wife, and you forget your surname? Chen Hao halted his laughter, advancing step by step, a sinister grin on his face. Chen Xuan, it seems no one disciplined you yesterday. Your skin is itching for a beating. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on respect. With that, he lunged forward, his massive hand outstretched to seize Chen Xuan's collar. Believing that dealing with a defenseless Chen Xuan required no more than a single hand. However, he was swift, but Chen Xuan was swifter. Just as Chen Hao's hand was about to grasp his collar, Chen Xuan moved. Without any unnecessary flourish, he simply raised his right fist and struck directly at Chen Hao's exposed chest. Thunderous fist. A surge of pure yang energy surged forth, accompanied by a faint sound of air being split. Chen Hao's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from Chen Xuan's fist that sent chills down his spine. How could this be? How could a waste possess such a fluctuation of true energy? He attempted to evade, but the distance was too close. It was too late. Chen Xuan's fist struck him squarely in the chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Chen Hao felt a savage force surge through him, as if he had been struck head-on by a battering ram. displacing his internal organs. His hefty frame was sent flying, landing 3 meters away with a thud, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. The courtyard fell into a profound silence. The laughter of his sycophantic followers hung frozen on their faces, their eyes wide in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Lin Wanner covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She gazed at the tall figure before her, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity, yet also an undeniable sense of security. Chen Hao lay on the ground, struggling to rise, but the excruciating pain in his chest and the realization that several ribs had surely fractured left him breathless. He stared in horror at Chen Xuan, his voice trembling with fear. "Why you? How could you be in the chi refinement stage?" He distinctly felt that the punch just delivered could only have been unleashed by a practitioner of the chi refinement stage. Chen Xuan slowly retracted his fist, not sparing him a glance, simply stating, "I said take your dogs and leave." His voice was not loud, yet in the stillness of the courtyard, it resonated like a thunderclap in the ears of everyone present. The sycophants, trembling in fear, no longer dared to speak, scrambling to assist the barely conscious Chen Hao as they hastily retreated from the daunting courtyard. Only when their figures vanished completely did tranquility return. Chen Xuan turned to find Lin Wanner regarding him with a gaze filled with complexity. He smiled gently, approaching her and softly inquiring, "Did I frighten you?" Lin Wanner shook her head, then nodded again. She looked at Chen Xuan, her voice barely above a whisper. "You can cultivate?" "Yes," Chen Xuan affirmed, nodding. He had recently experienced a fortunate breakthrough. He chose not to elaborate. Sometimes, a hint of mystery is preferable. Lin Wanner refrained from pressing further, merely gazing at him, her eyes slightly reddening. In that fleeting moment when Chen Xuan had shielded her, she felt an unprecedented warmth and security. This man, scorned by all, had stood like a mountain before her, shielding her from all storms. "Thank you," she said sincerely. "Fool, you are my wife. Who else would I protect if not you?" Chen Xuan reached out and gently brushed her nose, his gesture intimate and natural. Lin Wanner's face flushed crimson, her heart racing like a startled deer. However, Chen Xuan's gaze gradually turned cold as he watched Chen Hao flee. Today's punch was merely a prelude. Chen Hao, a mere appetizer, was not the real challenge. He vividly recalled the contemptuous expression of Li Hao from the Li family at yesterday's wedding. He would seek retribution against everyone who had ever humiliated or mocked him. One by one. Chapter 8. A Family in Shock. The Ancestors' Joy. The news of Chen Xuan incapacitating Chen Hao spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the Chen family estate within half an hour. "Have you heard? The young master has beaten Chen Hao." "Which Chen Hao? The one at the 4th level of chi refinement? Who else could it be?" Just one punch. His chest collapsed, and he was carried away, spitting blood. My goodness, Chen Xuan, supposed to be a useless waste? Where did he find the courage and ability? Indeed, it's uncanny. This promises to be quite the spectacle. All members of the Chen family, from the servants to the disciples in secluded training, were abuzz with astonishment and confusion. At this moment, within the family-esque conference hall, the atmosphere was so tense it could be wrung out. The patriarch Chen Tianxiong sat in the main seat, his expression grave, unconsciously tapping his fingers against the armrest. Below him, several elders displayed various expressions, fidgeting restlessly. "Patriarch, this matter is far from trivial." One elder finally could no longer contain himself, breaking the oppressive silence. "It is not merely a trivial matter. It is a disgrace to our lineage, an affront to our kin." The third elder slammed his palm on the table, his face flushed with anger. He had a close friendship with Chen Hao's father. At this moment, he was seething. That way Chen Xuan had no right to act with such cruelty. He must be severely punished according to family rules. The third elder's words were misguided. Another elder, known for his fairness, spoke slowly. "I have sent someone to inquire. It was Chen Hao who led a group to provoke Xiener in his courtyard, using despicable language and humiliating Xiener's wife to his face. Xiener could no longer tolerate it and retaliated. That does not justify inflicting serious injury. We are all family. How could he do such a thing?" The third elder huffed, his face contorted with anger. Listening to the argument, Chen Tianxiong was already engulfed in tumultuous thoughts. Others might be unaware, but as a father, he was acutely aware. Just yesterday, Xiener was a mere mortal who could not even draw qi into his body. Yet overnight, he could injure Chen Hao, a 4th-level Qi refiner with a single punch? What secret lies behind this? Has he awakened some bloodline, or has he encountered an extraordinary opportunity? Regardless of the nature of this phenomenon, it could represent a glimmer of hope for him and the entire beleaguered Chen family. With this thought, his heart surged, and he slammed his hand on the table. Enough of the bickering. The hall fell silent instantly. Chen Xuan took a deep breath, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Summon Chen Xuan. Soon, Chen Xuan arrived. As he stepped into the hall, he felt a multitude of sharp gazes fixated upon him, scrutinizing, questioning, and astonished. He remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed as he approached the center of the hall, bowing respectfully to Chen Xuan and the elders. Greetings, father. And esteemed elders. Chen Xuan stared intently at his son. The Chen Xuan before him possessed an unwavering gaze and a proud posture. The previous meekness and inferiority completely vanished, replaced by a steadiness and confidence that even he found astonishing. Shinner. Chen Xuan suppressed the tumult within, slowly inquired, "Did you engage in a confrontation with Chen Hao?" "Yes," Chen Xuan admitted without hesitation. "Why did you use such force?" "He insulted my wife." Chen Xuan lifted his head, locking eyes with the 3rd elder. His voice was not loud, yet every word was clear. "As a husband, if I cannot protect my own woman, I am no better than a beast." At these words, many present shifted their expressions. Well said. A son of the Chen family should possess such spirit. Just then, an elderly voice, resonant as a bell, echoed from the back of the hall. Following this, an old man with white hair and beard, clad in coarse linen, emerged, leaning on a dark wooden cane. Upon seeing him, Chen Xuan and all the elders, including the previously arrogant 3rd elder, changed their expressions dramatically, hastily rising to bow in respect. "Greetings, ancestor." The newcomer was none other than the Chen family's anchor, the venerable Chen Xuan, who had reached the foundation establishment stage. The ancestor had secluded himself for years, indifferent to worldly affairs, yet today he had been stirred. Chen Xuan seemed oblivious to their presence. His seemingly murky old eyes were fixed on Chen Xuan with the intensity of a hawk. He stepped forward, his gnarled hand darting out like lightning, grasping Chen Xuan's wrist. Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of genuine energy flooding into his body, forcefully coursing through his meridians. A chill ran down his spine, yet he resisted the urge to resist, allowing the inspection. After a moment, Chen Xuan released him. His expression, initially one of shock, transformed into disbelief, followed by an uncontrollable eruption of joy. 3 levels of Qi refinement. A solid and robust foundation, with pure and vigorous true energy. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," he exclaimed thrice, his excitement causing his body to tremble, his cane tapping rhythmically against the floor. "Ha ha ha! Heaven has not forsaken the Chen family." The ancestor suddenly laughed maniacally, leaving everyone in a state of bafflement. Chen Xuan and several elders exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. Wasn't it just the 3rd level of Qi refinement? The family had seen such before. What warranted such an outburst from the ancestor? Yet Chen Xuan paid them no mind, seizing Chen Xuan's shoulders, his old eyes sparkling with intensity. "Good child, tell me how you accomplished this." Chen Xuan recognized the moment of truth had arrived. He had long prepared his explanation and respectfully replied, "Ancestor, I do not know why. After last night's wedding, I felt a surge of emotion, and upon awakening, I discovered my previously blocked meridians had opened, allowing me to draw in spiritual energy. Perhaps it was due to the Lin family girl bringing me good fortune through the wedding." Good fortune? This explanation was enigmatic yet compelling. However, all present were cultivators, deeply believing in the concept of luck. A person previously deemed a waste suddenly transforming after marriage could indeed be rationalized as a stroke of good fortune. A glimmer of understanding crossed Chen Xuan's eyes, and he erupted in laughter once more, filled with delight. What a stroke of good fortune! What a remarkable girl from the Lin family! "Xuan, you have contributed immensely to our clan." He abruptly turned, casting a cold glance at the 3rd elder. As for Chen Hao, his skills were inferior, and he had the audacity to provoke. He deserved to be beaten. This matter ends here. Should anyone bring it up again, do not blame me for being ungrateful. The 3rd elder trembled, his face paling to the color of paper. Not daring to utter a word, with a decisive tone, Chen Xuan redirected his gaze to Chen Xuan, filled with unprecedented admiration and anticipation. From this day forth, Chen Xuan shall be the foremost core disciple of the Chen family. All resources in the family's treasury shall be directed towards him without limit. Without limit. Chen Tianxiong trembled with excitement, gazing at his son as though he were a priceless treasure. Chen Xian's heart stirred. He understood he had made the right gamble. He understood more clearly that what the patriarch valued was not merely his cultivation at the third level of qi refinement, but rather the quality of his true qi, transformed by the Chuanyang Wuji Gong. This, indeed, was his greatest asset for future survival. Infinite resources for cultivation. A subtle smile played at the corner of Chen Xian's mouth, unnoticed by others. This was merely the beginning. The humiliations he endured from the Li family and the Zhang family would be repaid tenfold with his own fists. Chapter 9. My dear, you seem to have a secret. Upon exiting the conference hall, Chen Xian's status within the family experienced a complete turnaround. As he walked, the gazes of the clansmen and servants he encountered had shifted entirely. No longer were they filled with pity, disdain, or contempt. Instead, they radiated awe, curiosity, and even a hint of obsequiousness. Xuandi, wait up! A voice called from behind. Chen Xian turned to see his cousin Chen Li, who had mocked him just yesterday. Now, Chen Li approached at a brisk pace, a fawning smile plastered across his face, holding a jade vial. Xuandi, these are few qi gathering pills I saved up. Although their quality is average, they will surely assist you in consolidating your cultivation. Please do not disdain them. Chen Xian glanced at the jade vial and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Such a shabby item was worth less than a hair from the system's rewards. He declined with indifference, saying, no need. He turned away, leaving Chen Li in a state of disarray. He had no interest in engaging with these opportunistic sycophants. He understood that their reverence was not for him, but for the promise of resources from the ancestor. Returning to his modest courtyard, he immediately spotted Lin Wanner standing at the entrance, pacing anxiously, her delicate hands nervously entwined. Upon seeing him return unharmed, a light flickered in her cool eyes, and she hurried toward him. They didn't give you a hard time, did they? Her voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Chen Xian felt warmth spread in his heart as he gently tucked a stray lock of hair, blown by the wind, behind her ear, and smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, not only did they not trouble me, but I also came into great fortune. He took her hand and led her inside, casually recounting the events that transpired in the conference hall, concluding with a jest. Now, I am the prime protected asset of the Chen family, more precious than the ancestor's teapot. Lin Wanner was taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, her lips slightly parted. Is it merely because of the luck enhancement? She still found it somewhat inconceivable. Perhaps. Chen Xian shrugged. In any case, our future days will be much better. He gazed at his wife's charming face, which oscillated between joy and chiding, and recalled the system panel's hint regarding the Xian's sacred body sealed. He decided to probe further. My dear, Chen Xian sat beside her, feigning casualness as he inquired, I have always been curious. Why is it that you cannot cultivate? As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Wanner's body stiffened, and the color drained from her face. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting a shadow in the light. I'm naturally frail, with delicate meridians, unable to withstand spiritual energy. She provided a textbook answer. This was clearly a pretext. Chen Xian chose not to expose her, instead holding her cool hand and carefully transmitting a sliver of pure yang, true qi. Do not move. Let me take a look. No. Lin Wanner's body trembled violently, instinctively trying to pull away. She harbored a monumental secret within her. It was not frailty, but a terrifying power sealed away. The consequences of external true qi touching it would be unimaginable. Yet, Chen Xian's movements were too swift and gentle. That strand of pure yang true qi had already slipped through her wrist and into her meridians. Lin Wanner's heart sank to the depths. This was it. However, the anticipated agonizing pain from a clash of forces did not materialize. The yang true qi, upon entering her body, did not rampage, but instead flowed like a warm sunbeam into a long frozen cavern, bringing a long-lost sense of comfort to her icy meridians. Even more astonishing was that the suppressed, dormant yin energy within her, akin to a slumbering volcano, resonated with the pure yang true qi. as if a parched riverbed had met a sudden downpour. How could this be? Lin Wanner suddenly raised her head, regarding Chen Xuan with eyes wide in disbelief. At that moment, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow. The instant his true qi entered her body, he sensed an extremely chilling yet extraordinarily pure latent power. This force was bound by layers of shackles, and even so, the wisps of cold energy leaking out were incomparable to ordinary energy. The Xiannin's sacred body was indeed real, he realized. He withdrew his true qi, observing Lin Wanner's astonished expression and feigned confusion. My dear, your body is not frail. It conceals something, a powerful force that is locked away. That single statement drained the color from Lin Wanner's face. He had discovered her secret. This secret was known only to a few core elders of the Lin family. And how could he, a mere neophyte in cultivation, uncover it? Seeing her panic, like a frightened fawn, Chen Xuan knew the time was right. He did not press further. Instead, he gently embraced her, softly patting her back. Do not be afraid. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable strength. I do not care what secrets you hold. Just remember, you are my wife, Chen Xuan's. If the sky were to fall, I would bear it for you. Speak if you wish. If not, I will stand by you. I will wait for you. Chen Xuan's words flowed like a warm current, instantly shattering the strongest defenses within Lin Wanner's heart. Having lived her life amidst secrets and lies, cautiously, as if walking on thin ice, she had never encountered someone who, upon glimpsing her secret, looked upon her with anything but greed and covetousness. Instead, he offered pure protection and respect. The tension she had held for over a decade snapped in that moment. Tears she could no longer contain fell silently, quickly soaking Chen Xuan's garments. She said nothing but reached out, using all her strength to embrace him tightly. This embrace spoke volumes more than 1,000 words. Chen Xuan understood that from this moment onward, this seemingly cold exterior, yet internally fragile girl had truly opened her heart to him. At that precise moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that host's wife, Lin Wanner, has completely lowered her defenses, hearts united. The seal on the Xiannin's sacred body has shown signs of loosening. Reward granted. Dual cultivation efficiency increased by 100. New function unlocked. Shared fortune. Chapter 10. The birth of the Qilin child. Rewards galore. Time flew by, and September quickly passed. In these 9 months, the Chen family had undergone a dramatic transformation. Once designated as the family's core by the ancestor, an endless stream of cultivation resources flowed into Chen Xuan's modest courtyard. Pills, spirit stones, and the highest authority token from a martial arts pavilion were all at his disposal. He did not disappoint them. The formidable nature of the heavenly rank technique, Chuanyang Wuji Gong, combined with near-infinite resources, propelled his cultivation to astonishing heights. In just 9 short months, he advanced from the 3rd level of qi refinement to the 9th level, achieving great perfection. He was but 1 step away from establishing his foundation. The speed of cultivation is nothing short of terrifying. Every time the venerable ancestor Chen Xuan emerges from seclusion and sees him, he beams with joy, repeatedly proclaiming that the ancestral grave of the Chen family has finally released a soaring plume of azure smoke. The relationship between Chen Xuan and Lin Wanner has long transcended its initial state. Although Lin Wanner has never explicitly revealed her secrets, the trust and reliance between them have permeated their very bones. Under Chen Xuan's guidance, the two often engage in dual cultivation, allowing the yang true qi to merge with the Xiannin energy within her, not only enhancing Chen Xuan's cultivation, but also loosening the seals within Lin Wanner, improving her complexion day by day as the frosty aura around her fades, revealing a captivating charm. On one particular day, Chen Xuan is practicing the Ben Lei fist in the courtyard. The technique has already reached a remarkable level. With a single punch, the air resonates with a muted, thunderous sound. Any ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement would find their bones shattered by such a blow. At that moment, a sudden, startled yet joyous cry from the midwife in the delivery room pierces the air. A baby has been born. A healthy, plump boy. Congratulations, young master. Chen Xuan's body stiffens, his stance faltering as his mind goes blank. He dashes to the delivery room door, his heart racing uncontrollably, forgetting to breathe. How is Wanner? His voice trembles slightly. Both mother and child are safe. The lady is just a bit exhausted. She needs to rest. The midwife, glowing with delight, emerges cradling a baby wrapped in crimson cloth, her smile radiant. The weight on Chen Xuan's heart plummets. He extends his trembling hands, carefully accepting the tiny life from the midwife. The infant's eyes are closed, his face rosy, tiny fists clenched tightly, breathing steadily and robustly. Is this my son? An indescribable warmth floods Chen Xuan's chest, mingling tenderness with a mountain-like sense of responsibility, causing his eyes to mist over. He gazes at this little being in his arms, the most profound connection to the world. However, at that very moment, an extraordinary event unfolds. A dazzling golden radiance erupts from the infant's body, soaring skyward without warning, piercing through the roof and into the clouds. Instantly, the skies above Qingyang City are painted in a vast expanse of gold. Above the heavens, the ethereal silhouettes of dragons and phoenixes swirl, accompanied by celestial melodies and fragrant scents wafting throughout the city. A divine omen has descended. This is the birth of a Qilin child. In the Chen family's rear mountains, a terrifying aura ascends. The venerable ancestor Chen Xuan bursts through the stone door of his seclusion, his hair and beard wild as he rushes out, trembling with excitement. Tears streaming down his face as he gazes at the celestial phenomenon. Countless cultivators in the city are left dumbfounded by this earth-shattering spectacle, raising their heads in awe, speculating which family has given birth to such a prodigious talent. Meanwhile, at the center of this tempest, Chen Xuan's mind is inundated with the system's notifications. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful birth of the first offspring. Detected that the offspring is born from the host and the Xian in holy body, with a bloodline power that defies the heavens. Talent detection in progress. Detection complete. The offspring's talent is divine grade innate Tao body. Innate Tao body. An unparalleled supreme body, innately attuned to the Tao, cultivating without bottlenecks, comprehending all laws effortlessly. It has been detected that the host's first offspring possesses a divine grade talent, far exceeding the system's expectations, triggering a 100-fold critical reward, distributing 100-fold critical reward. Boom! Chen Xuan feels his soul tremble as if 1,000 thunderclaps have detonated in his mind. Innate Tao body. 100-fold critical. He barely has time to absorb this shock as a dazzling list of rewards floods his vision. Reward 1. Cultivation breakthrough. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has advanced to the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Reward 2. The host's son receives the accompanying divine weapon, the Tao refining furnace, capable of refining all things, returning to the source. Reward 3. The host receives a top-tier heavenly level scripture, the myriad Tao refining sutra. Reward 4. The host receives the supreme divine ability, heavenly phenomenon, and earthly manifestation. Reward 5. The host's wife Lin Wanner has her Xian in holy body seal completely lifted, awakening to the golden core stage. Reward 6. A golden dragon of family fortune for the Chen family, protecting the Chen clan, ensuring prosperity for 10,000 years. Chapter 11. Golden core wife. Foundation establishment husband. These rewards are overwhelming. His soul quakes with an unprecedented exhilaration, a sensation exploding from every corner of Chen Xuan's being. It is not merely the joy of power surging. It is the instinctual thrill of a transformative leap in the essence of life. The transition from qi refinement to foundation establishment is but a step, yet it is a chasm of difference. He introspects, finding his Dantian's qi sea has vanished, replaced by a majestic 3-tiered glazed Tao platform. The once ethereal true qi has transformed into liquid true essence, heavy and pure, flowing like molten gold and mercury across the Tao platform, resonating with the roar of rivers. With each circulation of true essence within him, his body, meridians, and even his soul undergo a baptism. Chen Xuan gradually raises his hand, spreading his fingers wide, then suddenly clenching them tightly. A soft pop echoes as the air in his palm is violently compressed, creating a brief vacuum. He experiences an unusual clarity. The world before him has never appeared so vivid. Yet this is not the end. He turns his gaze toward the bed. Lin Wanner has just awakened, still bearing traces of fatigue from childbirth, instinctively attempting to sit up. In the next instant, she freezes in place. A vast, icy power, as if awakened from the depths of an ancient cosmic sea, stirs within her. No longer a beast bound by chains. She is now a divine being ready to ascend the throne of the world. My body. Lin Wanner's beautiful eyes widen. She can distinctly feel the spiritual energy of the entire courtyard, even the entirety of Qingyang City, bowing before her, uncontrollably surging into her being. With a mere gesture, she could summon the might of heaven and earth. This is the golden core stage. Do not be afraid. Chen Xuan's gentle voice resonates as he sits beside her, grasping her icy jade-like hand, transferring a stream of pure yang, true essence to her. This is our child, a gift to us. The distinctly different yet intimately familiar pure yang aura instantly soothes Lin Wanner's inner turmoil. She glances at Chen Xuan, then down at herself, her eyes unexpectedly moistening. Am I no longer worthless? Her voice trembles, tinged with a sob. Years of grievances, mockery, and resentment flood forth in this moment, bursting like a dam. This heavy burden has been the source of all her nightmares. You have never been worthless. Chen Xuan reaches out, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. You are my wife, the mother of my son. You were, you are, and you always will be. There are no grandiose words, only the simplest of truths. Lin Wanner can no longer contain her emotions, collapsing into Chen Xuan's embrace, weeping openly, releasing the gloom that has weighed on her for over a decade. Chen Xuan remains silent, holding her close, gently patting her back. He understands that from this moment on, a true winter plum blossom will bloom in his arms, solely for him. At that moment, a fierce wind howls outside the courtyard. Two figures materialize as if tearing through the air, appearing in the courtyard. They are the venerable ancestor Chen Xuan and the clan leader, Chen Tianxiu. Drawn by the astonishing phenomenon. My Qilin child. Where is my Qilin child? Chen Xuanshan's hair and beard dance wildly, his once steady gaze now ablaze with excitement, resembling a child eager for candy. Chen Tianxiu trailed behind, feeling somewhat dazed. He gazed at the roof, pierced by golden light, then at the lingering aura of auspiciousness in the courtyard, feeling as if he were floating, as if lost in a dream. The midwife, cradling the child, approached with trepidation. Chen Xuanshan darted forward, breath held, extending his withered yet remarkably steady hands to carefully receive the infant. Upon noticing the faint golden patterns on the child's brow, this foundational cultivator who had lived for over a century was overwhelmed with tears of joy, streaming from his fierce eyes. The innate Tao body is truly the innate Tao body. Heaven has eyes. My Chen family is destined to give birth to a true dragon. He held the child aloft, laughing maniacally, his laughter resonating so powerfully that the tiles of the Chen family estate vibrated. Chen Tianxiong stood beside him, utterly astonished. The innate Tao body? Wasn't he that a supreme divine body mentioned only in ancient texts? My grandson is a celestial being? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Chen Xuanshan shouted thrice, abruptly turning to praise his beloved grandson. But as his gaze fell upon Chen Xuan and Lin Wanner, who had just emerged from the room, his ecstatic expression froze instantly. It was replaced by an overwhelming horror, as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, fixed on Chen Xuan, his lips quivering for a long moment without uttering a single word. 9 months ago, this lad was merely immortal without any sense of energy. Now he exudes the aura of a third-tier foundational cultivator. The voice of the ancestor had transformed, surpassing even his own cultivation level. What on earth? Riding a flying sword could not have been this swift. Yet, when his consciousness instinctively fell upon Lin Wanner, the old ancestor felt his heart skip a beat. The unfathomable, soul-shaking, terrifying aura, golden core, bang. With a muffled thud, Chen Tianxiong could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes rolling back, neck stiffening, and he fell straight back. Father! Chen Xuan reacted quickly, catching him and pinching his acupoint. The entire courtyard plunged into silence. Chen Xuanshan, cradling the innate Tao body, gazed upon his grandson, now a third-tier foundational cultivator, and his granddaughter-in-law, whose aura was as deep as the abyss of the Golden Core period, feeling as if his mind had turned to mush. After a while, he regained his voice and hoarsely inquired, Xuaner, what on earth is happening? Chen Xuan had already prepared an explanation. He glanced at the child in his arms, wearing an expression of innocence and confusion. To the esteemed ancestor, The grandson is also unclear. The moment the child was born, heavenly radiance descended, and Wanner and I became as we are now. Perhaps it is the child's profound blessings that have granted us this. This explanation was utterly absurd. Yet, the innate Tao body, which manifested such a heavenly phenomenon, was the most outrageous yet most reasonable evidence. Chen Xuan trembled with excitement, holding the child close. A fortunate star. A tremendous stroke of fortune. He turned to Lin Wanner, his eyes filled with boundless gratitude and reverence. What the Lin family's sickly offspring. This was clearly the celestial maiden descending from the heavens, here to save the Chen family. Does the child have a name? The ancestor took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Chen Xuan looked at Lin Wanner, who nodded gently, and then spoke, after much thought, "Let us name him Chen Fan." Chen Fan? Chen Xuan was taken aback. Born of the mundane, yet destined for greatness. Chen Xuan explained, hoping he would not forget his humble beginnings and tread steadily, forging his own path to transcendence. Excellent. A splendid name, Chen Fan. Chen Xuan nodded in approval. Then his expression turned serious as he declared in an unprecedented grave tone, "Convey my orders. From this day forth, seal off the entire clan. Chen Fan is the highest secret of the Chen family. Whoever dares to leak even a word shall be executed without mercy." He cast his gaze toward the Li and Zhang families within the city, a glint of icy killing intent flashing in his murky old eyes. The former Chen family had to endure, but now, with a golden core and a foundational cultivator stronger than himself, alongside a child destined to shake the world, the skies over Qingyang City were due for a change. Chapter 12. The Li family's night raid. The might of the golden core. The night hung thick like dark ink, silent and lifeless. The auspicious phenomenon that had graced the day did not bring joy to Qingyang City. Rather, it felt like a smoldering iron brand searing into everyone's hearts, plunging the entire city into an eerie agitation. Under the cover of night, dark currents surged wildly. Everyone understood that the once-forgotten Chen family had experienced an astonishing turn of events. Li family, conference hall. The room was brightly lit, yet the atmosphere was more oppressive than the night outside. The family head, Li Zhan, wore a face as cold as water, tapping his finger rhythmically on the table. The monotonous sound like a death knell. "Have you uncovered the truth?" Below, elderly Changming of the Li family bent his body, speaking in a barely audible tone. "Family head, the Chen family has sealed all news. It is impenetrable. However, we can confirm that the source of the phenomenon is that waste, Chen Xian's courtyard." Chen Xian? Li Zhan furrowed his brows tightly. The one who married the sickly offspring of the Lin family? Indeed, Li Changming's eyes glinted with resentment. Furthermore, our informants report that Chen Hao, who was injured by Chen Xian some time ago, has shattered ribs and is still bedridden. That Chen Xian must have stumbled upon some incredible fortune. His strength has likely reached the intermediate stage of qi refinement. Before he finished speaking, an elder with a hawk-like nose spoke ominously. "Family head, everything about this is suspicious. A waste and a sickly offspring. These two have only been together for less than a year, yet they have stirred such a commotion. I dare say, Lin Wanner must possess a tremendous secret. It is likely a heaven-defying constitution that can only be fully activated through the union of yin and yang, or perhaps a long-hidden treasure." At this statement, the breath of everyone in the hall became noticeably heavier. A secret capable of invoking heavenly auspiciousness. If it could be seized, how could the Li family not unify Qingyang City, perhaps even secure a place within the great Yin dynasty? Greed surged wildly in everyone's hearts like rampant weeds. Bang! Li Zhan slammed his palm on the table, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "We cannot delay any longer. The Chen family is already on the brink. With such an unpredictable turn of events, if we allow them to catch their breath, it will spell endless trouble." He rose abruptly, his voice cold as ice, reverberating in the spacious hall. "Convey my orders. Summon all foundational elders and mobilize the clan's finest. Tonight, we shall raise the Chen family to the ground." He surveyed the crowd, each word deliberate, his tone carrying an unmistakable resolve. The sole objective was to capture Lin Wanner alive and seize that child. Chen family. Chen Xian's courtyard. Inside the room, Lin Wanner had completed her meditation, gazing affectionately at the peacefully sleeping Chen Fan in the cradle. After ascending to the golden core, she was reborn, her skin radiant as jade, and an ethereal aura emanated from her brow, stirring a warmth in Chen Xuan's heart. "My dear, how do you feel now?" Chen Xuan gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder. Better than ever, Lin Wanner leaned against his warm embrace, feeling the boundless power within her, a sweet smile gracing her face. "Only now do I understand what it feels like to be strong." Chen Xuan smiled, about to say something when his expression suddenly darkened. His formidable divine sense, surpassing that of his peers, distinctly captured dozens of unabashed killing intents, akin to hyenas lurking in the dark, infiltrating the Chun family estate from all directions. Within the scene, 3 formidable auras distinctly emanated, unmistakably indicating the presence of those at the foundational stage. Death is imminent. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Xuan's eyes. Almost simultaneously, Lin Wanner sensed it as well. Her gentle eyes, akin to tranquil waters, suddenly transformed into an icy glare. The perceptiveness of those at the gold core stage is exceptional. Their target was directly aimed at this small courtyard. "They're here for Fanner." A bone-chilling coldness seeped through Lin Wanner's voice. "The dragon has its reverse scale. To touch it is to invite death. Chun Fan is her reverse scale now. Stay inside and protect Fanner." Chen Xuan gently kissed her forehead, his voice calm, yet imbued with the pressure of an impending storm. "I shall go to kill." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his figure flickered and vanished like a wisp of smoke, silently appearing in the courtyard. Outside, the sounds of hurried footsteps and the muffled thuds of weapons striking flesh echoed ominously. The Chen family's guards were utterly inadequate against the elite forces of the Li family. "Hurry! The target is that courtyard." Li Changming took the lead, a sinister grin plastered on his face as he instantly spotted the solitary figure standing in the courtyard. "Chen Xuan, you worthless fool! Dare you to step forward? Do you wish to be the first to die?" He bellowed, his foundational level aura erupting violently, as he charged toward Chen Xuan with a palm aimed directly at his crown. Behind him, 2 other foundational elders flanked from either side, their true essence surging forth, swiftly sealing off all of Chen Xuan's escape routes. 3 foundational practitioners joined forces to ambush a junior who had only just begun cultivating according to their intelligence. This was not merely a lion hunting a rabbit, but 3 ferocious tigers encircling an ant. However, in the face of this lethal predicament, Chen Xuan's countenance bore no trace of panic. He merely lifted his head slowly, gazing at the descending palm, and even felt a hint of amusement. "Just you?" At the moment the words fell, an overwhelming force, 100-fold more terrifying than that of Li Changming and his companions, erupted from within him, surging skyward. This was no longer mere true energy, but a refined essence as dense as mercury. The 3rd level of foundational cultivation. Under the enhancement of the Wan Daohong Lu Jing, the pressure he exuded now rivaled that of the mid-foundational stage. "What?" The sinister grins on Li Changming and the others' faces froze instantly, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "This is Chen Xuan. How is this pressure possible?" Yet, Chen Xuan showed no interest in granting them any time for contemplation. Thunderous fist, he stepped forward, causing the cobblestones beneath him to crack with every stride, advancing rather than retreating, transforming into a golden streak of lightning, surging straight toward Li Changming. A fist was hurled forth. The air resonated with a genuine, thunderous roar. Golden arcs of electricity danced wildly atop the fist, illuminating the dark night as brightly as day. No, Li Changming barely had time to emit a despairing scream, his hastily conjured protective true essence crumbling before the unparalleled might of the punch, as fragile as a layer of paper, torn asunder in an instant. Boom! The golden, thunderous force penetrated his chest without resistance. The once mighty elder of the Li family was obliterated in midair, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. One punch, and a foundational practitioner was slain. The remaining 2 foundational elders were struck with fear, their hearts quaking with terror, their minds a blank slate, the only thought being to flee. Yet, as they turned, an irresistible chill descended upon them. The temperature of the entire courtyard plummeted to freezing levels, frost crystallizing in the air. Lin Wanner had appeared atop the roof without anyone noticing. Clad in white, as pure as snow, her long hair billowed without wind. Her expression indifferent, resembling a celestial being commanding frost and snow. She merely cast a cold glance at the two fleeing elders and with a delicate gesture of her jade finger uttered a single command. Icebound. Crack. Crack. The moisture in the air instantly crystallized, and before the two foundational elders could even scream, they were transformed into two exquisite ice sculptures, forever frozen in their expressions of terror. The might of the gold core, with a mere word, commanded the laws of nature. Chen Xuan retracted his fist and exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Wanner atop the roof. He glanced at the two lifelike masterpieces in the courtyard, then turned his gaze toward the Leaf family estate and remarked, "My dear, it would be quite rude of us not to return the favor for this unexpected gift delivered in the dead of night, wouldn't it?" Chapter 13. The Night Attack on the Leaf Family. The might of the gold core. The night was thick, akin to impenetrable ink. Chen Xuan and Lin Wanner stood shoulder to shoulder in the courtyard, surrounded by the blood of the Leaf family's assassins, still fresh and unmoved. The evening breeze carried a hint of blood, yet the chilling aura radiating from the two of them froze it in place. "My dear," Chen Xuan began, his voice calm and devoid of any tremors. "You shall lay a net here, ensuring that not a single rat escapes." He paused, directing his gaze toward the Leaf family estate, his dark eyes devoid of anger, only in abyssal silence. "I shall collect the debts owed." Lin Wanner's head nodded slightly, and without a word, she released an aura belonging to the gold core stage, silently overwhelming. She raised her delicate hand, her slender fingers glowing brilliantly against the night. Her red lips parted to utter two words. "Snow descends." In an instant, the wind ceased and the clouds halted. An endless wave of coldness converged above the Leaf family estate, forming a vast, crystalline frost dome that enveloped the entire estate snugly. The dome shimmered with radiant colors, yet it bore a chilling essence capable of freezing one's very soul. From this moment, it became a realm unto itself, isolated from the world. Within the Leaf family estate, in the meeting hall, the family head, Li Zhan, paced anxiously, the weight of unease growing heavier upon his heart. He suddenly halted, terrified to discover that outside the window, the night was no longer visible, replaced by an eerie azure glow. A layer of crystalline frost was rapidly creeping up the window frames, walls, and eaves, while the hot tea in his cup solidified into a mass of ice. A fear that originated from the depths of his soul gripped his heart tightly. At that moment, a figure appeared unannounced in the center of the meeting hall, as if he had been standing there all along. Chen Xuan. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not even sparing a glance at the gathered crowd. Yet his consciousness swept through the entire Leaf family estate like mercury, penetrating walls and courtyards alike. "Chen Xuan, it's you." Li Zhan's terror morphed into rage, his voice rising in a scream. Several elders beside him unleashed their auras simultaneously, all adept at the late qi refining stage, their true essence surging, swords drawn. Chen Xuan paid no heed to the murderous intent surrounding him, a playful smirk gracing his lips. 300-year-old blood spirit mushrooms, a box of Xian iron crystals hidden in the storeroom, and 5 jars of monkey wine buried in the cellar. Your family's resources are indeed abundant. He withdrew his consciousness, finally allowing his gaze to settle on Li Zhan's face, now flushed to a deep shade of purple. "I have accepted them for you." "You." Li Zhan trembled with rage, yet dared not advance, only able to roar impotently, "Chen Xuan, do you not fear the city lord's retribution for daring to act against my Leaf family? My Leaf family has powerful backing." Before he could finish, Chen Xuan's figure suddenly loomed closer in his vision. The distance between them was less than a foot. "Noise." Chen Xuan casually uttered 2 words, pointing a finger. This gesture was unremarkable, even somewhat languid, as if it were a playful interaction between lovers. The protective true essence Li Zhan hastily conjured was as fragile as thin ice in March before that finger. A faint sound, almost imperceptible. The protective barrier of Jinqi was effortlessly breached. Li Zhan's eyes widened in shock as he slowly lowered his gaze to the inconspicuous blood hole in his chest. He opened his mouth to utter something, yet no words emerged. Life ebbed away rapidly, accompanied by the gushing blood. His face, etched with horror and confusion, ultimately froze in place. The thud of his lifeless body hitting the ground became the final straw that broke the camel's back. "Run!" cried the remaining elders of the Leaf family, their hearts torn asunder, scattering in all directions like frightened birds and beasts. Chen Xuan moved. It was not a pursuit, but rather a leisurely act of cleansing. His form transformed into a series of afterimages, gracefully weaving through the hall. As he caught up to one individual, a seemingly mundane chop of his hand was delivered. As he passed another, a casual flick of his fingers was all it took. One elder, gripped by terror, summoned a dazzling protective mirror, a life-saving artifact acquired through all his wealth. Without even a glance, Chen Xuan flicked his fingers. With a sharp crack, the protective mirror shattered into countless motes of light, while the elder's forehead bore a new blood hole as he toppled over. Throughout the entire ordeal, Chen Xuan did not even resort to using the Thunder Fist. It was nothing more than pure genuine suppression, an unreasonable and overwhelming dominance. 10 breaths later, Chen Xuan stood amidst a hall strewn with corpses, the pungent stench of blood causing nausea. His expression remained serene, as if he had merely brushed off the dust from his attire. He turned to a particularly deep shadow in the corner and suddenly smiled. "Dear friend from the Zhang family, did this performance meet your expectations?" From the shadow, a powerful aura fluctuated, evidently shaken. "Go back and inform your master." Chen Xian's tone remained flat, yet laced with an undeniable command. "Before dawn, I expect to see half of the Li family's property deeds at the entrance of the Chen family." As if recalling something, he added, "Oh, by the way, inform him that the Chen family is too small to accommodate the deeds of two prominent families. Should he err in his delivery, I shall personally pay a visit to assist him in sorting things out." In the shadows, the Zhang family spy was terrified to the point of losing his wits, scrambling out of the darkness and vanishing into the night in a most disheveled manner. Chen Xuan withdrew his gaze. The skies over Qingyang City were due for change. Chapter 14. The Fall of the Leaf Family as Dawn Broke. The frost-laden dome that had enveloped the Leaf family estate throughout the night melted silently with the first rays of morning light, transforming into a myriad of glistening points that danced away with the wind, as if it had never existed. To the east of Qingyang City, a tofu vendor pushed his cart, habitually passing by the Li residence. In the next moment, the wheel of his cart tilted, sending a whole slab of white tofu crashing to the ground, shattered into pieces. Yet, the vendor remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on the wide-open doors of the Li estate, his mouth agape, emitting guttural sounds from his throat. The once imposing crimson doors stood ajar, revealing an empty interior. A nauseating stench of blood, mingled with the morning mist, invaded the nostrils of every passerby. A few bold youths, emboldened by one another, approached cautiously. Just a glance, and one of them let out a horrific shriek, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground, a foul liquid quickly saturating his pants. He had seen the blood, from the entrance to the depths of the courtyard. Every inch of the bluestone slabs was soaked in dark red blood, forming winding streams that were shocking to behold. Desolation reigned. The once mighty Li family of Qingyang City had transformed overnight into a bloody slaughterhouse, an empty abode. Heaven's wrath. This is divine retribution. A scream of terror erupted from the crowd, and the news spread like wildfire. The entire Qingyang City was engulfed in immense shock and panic at dawn. The Li family was no more. In the midst of the city's turmoil, an even more astonishing event unfolded. At the western Zhang family estate, head of the family Zhang, Tai had not slept a wink, his eyes sunken and bloodshot. He donned the most elaborate ceremonial robe of the clan with his own hands, the silky fabric clinging to him as if encased in ice. As the day brightened, he, along with all the core members of his family, carried 10 meticulously arranged boxes filled with rare treasures to the entrance of the Chen family estate. Under the scrutiny of countless uncertain gazes, Zhang Tai took a deep breath, adjusted his robe, and, with trembling knees, knelt down. Behind him, the dark mass of Zhang family core members followed suit, burying their heads to the ground. Zhang Tai of the Zhang family, on behalf of the entire clan, pays homage to the new master of the Chen family. Zhang Tai pressed his forehead firmly against the cold earth, his body shaking violently from sheer terror. His proclamation echoed clearly in the ears of everyone present. New master. Qingyang City had changed masters overnight. The doors of the Chen family slowly opened. Chen Tianxiong and the venerable ancestor Chen Xianshan emerged side by side. As they beheld the multitude of Zhang family members prostrated before them, and the heavy boxes piled high, Chen Tianxiong felt the world spin around him. Once upon a time, the Chen family had nearly suffocated under the combined oppression of the Li and Zhang families. Who would have thought that in just one night, the world had turned upside down? He instinctively glanced at the elder beside him, only to find Chen Xuan's expression as inscrutable as water, though his murky old eyes churned with incomprehensible waves. Finally, the venerable ancestor nodded solemnly. This gesture of sincerity would be accepted by the Chen family. Yet, the architect of all this, Chen Xuan, remained unseen. At this moment, he strolled leisurely through the treasure trove of the Li family, which had been violently breached. Spiritual stones, elixirs, martial arts manuals, and rare materials piled high like mountains. He casually picked up a 500-year-old Huolingji, inhaled its fragrance, and tossed it into his storage ring. Grumbling to himself about its inferior age, it's a bit lacking but better than nothing. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully annihilating a rival force, safeguarding the family's safety, and triggering a special reward. Reward 1. Family Luck Enhancement. The Chen family's luck dragon devours the remnants of the Li family's luck, growing in stature. Chen Xuan could see the golden luck dragon hovering above his family, a sight only visible to him, greedily consuming strands of dissipating black-red aura, its body visibly becoming more solid and majestic. Reward 2. The host receives the advanced chapter of the divine art Wandao, Honglu Jing, the Eye of the Furnace. Eye of the Furnace, capable of seeing through illusions, discerning others' fortunes, talents, and hidden ailments or opportunities. Chen Xuan's heart stirred. This was a divine skill tailor-made for his ambitions of progeny. He immediately activated the technique, summoning the Eye of the Furnace. In an instant, the world around him was completely deconstructed before his eyes. A faint golden halo enveloped his vision, and everything around him was imbued with a layer of intricate runes. His gaze pierced through walls and landed upon Lin Wanner, who was in a room tending to their child. A line of golden text vividly materialized in his mind. Nama, Lin Wanner. Physique, Xian in holy body, awakened. Fortune, purple chi covers the canopy, deeply bound to the host, resembling the phoenix seeking the womb. Hidden information, harbors a soul-chasing mark from the Yuming Hall within her body. Extremely dangerous. Yuming Hall? Soul-chasing mark? Chen Xuan's heart suddenly gave a fierce lurch, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The fleeting sense of triumph from vanquishing the Li family dissipated in an instant. A chilling intent to kill surged uncontrollably from the depths of his being. He had initially thought that Lin Wanner's secret was simply the Xian In's sacred body. But now it appeared that the reality was far more intricate than he had ever imagined. Regardless of which hall it might be, anyone who dared to touch his wife would face utter annihilation. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Xuan's eyes. He suppressed the tumult within, redirecting his gaze towards the cradle beside him. In the cradle, his son Chen Fan was smacking his little lips, soundly asleep. Name, Chen Fan. Constitution, innate Dao body. Fortune, radiant as gold, akin to the sun, unviewable directly. Hidden information, fragments of the great Dao accompany his being. His future achievements are boundless. The mere mention of the great Dao fragments accompanying him left Chen Xuan momentarily breathless. The innate Dao body was already a rarity throughout the ages. And now, with the addition of the great Dao fragments, he stared blankly at the little one in the cradle. After a while, he suddenly chuckled softly. What a remarkable child you are. Your fate is more formidable than my own golden finger. Yet within that laughter lay an unprecedented gravity. He slowly rose to his feet and walked to the doorway of the treasure vault. The morning sunlight bathed him, yet could not dispel the shadow lurking in his heart. His wife harbored a lethal threat, and his son possessed an unparalleled talent. Each of these factors foretold a turbulent future. Tranquility was an impossibility for them. He lifted his gaze to the sky above Qingyang City. This place was far too small, akin to an exquisitely crafted cage that could neither contain a true dragon nor shield against the tempest from beyond. Retrieving his gaze, he looked towards the courtyard, where his wife and child resided, everything he cherished. To protect all of this, he would demand a path, not just in a mere Qingyang City, but even across the expanse of this realm. Chapter 15. The Secrets of My Wife, The Shadows of the Underworld. In the dimly lit room, only a solitary lamp flickered, casting dancing shadows. Upon returning to the inner courtyard after dealing with the Li family's treasure vault, Chen Xuan was met with this scene. Lin Wanner sat at the edge of the bed, motionless as she gazed at Chen Fan in the cradle. The contours of her profile, illuminated in the soft, yellow light, exuded an ethereal gentleness. Chen Xuan recounted the events that had transpired in the city. The Li family had been erased from existence overnight. The head of the Zhang family, along with all his kin, had knelt before the Chen family, offering half of the Li family's assets. Qingyang City now belonged to the Chen family. He spoke with a calm demeanor, yet Lin Wanner's lowered lashes trembled more violently with each revelation. Chen Xuan sat beside her, placing his hand over hers. Her skin was icy to the touch, devoid of the warmth expected from a golden core expert, akin to a stone frozen for days in the depths of winter. He enveloped her small hand entirely within his warm palm. The Li family was gone, and the Zhang family had bowed in submission. Chen Xuan fixed his gaze into her eyes, articulating each word deliberately. No one in Qingyang City could threaten us any longer. He paused, sensing her subtle shivers, his tone deepening. Then what is it that you still fear? These words pierced through the facade she had desperately maintained. Lin Wanner's body trembled involuntarily. She slowly raised her head, her clear gaze reflecting Chen Xuan's probing expression. She understood that she could no longer conceal the truth. Before this man, her every secret lay bare. A thick fog of tears instantaneously clouded her vision. Her throat constricted as if a great weight pressed upon it, and it took her a moment to utter a few words. Husband, the Xianin's sacred body is not a blessing. She bit her lip firmly, revealing the truth she had buried for over a decade. It is a curse. This declaration seemed to sap the strength from her entire being. Chen Xuan remained silent, merely tightening his grip on her hand, using his warmth to thaw her bone-chilling coldness. Lin Wanner's tears finally fell, striking against the back of Chen Xuan's hand. Legend has it that every century, the Xianin's sacred body emerges upon the continent. There exists a malevolent organization known as the Yuming Hall, which will stop at nothing to hunt down every Xianin's sacred body. Her voice quivered, laced with a fear ingrained in her very bones. They regard the Xianin's sacred body as the perfect vessel, using it to cultivate a nefarious and wicked art. An ancestor of our Lin family was a Xianin's sacred body. She was relentlessly pursued by the Yuming Hall's experts, left with nowhere to turn. And as a result, our entire clan nearly faced extinction. From that moment onward, the Lin family established a blood-soaked ancestral decree. Should any descendant be found with this constitution, they must be immediately sealed with secret methods, disguised as incapable of cultivation, afflicted with illness. Only then can they survive in this world. At this point, she could no longer continue. The humiliation, mockery, and suffering of the past decade had finally found their cruel source. It was not the unfairness of fate, but rather a performance they had to enact to survive. Chen Xuan's heart contracted sharply. He finally comprehended what the soul-chasing mark he had seen with the eye of the furnace truly was. The soul-chasing mark within me was planted by the Yuming Hall. Lin Wanner seemed to perceive his thoughts, her voice imbued with an overwhelming despair. It lurks within my bloodline. Once my Xianin's sacred body awakens completely and is no longer suppressed, the mark will activate immediately. The moment I attain the golden core, I can feel it stirring. No matter where I flee, the experts of the Yuming Hall will follow the mark's scent to find me. She gazed at Chen Xuan with tear-filled eyes, her expression rife with anguish and self-reproach. I once thought that my existence would quietly fade away amidst pain and humiliation, thus providing the best protection for my family and everyone else. But now her gaze fell upon her son in the cradle, then returned to Chen Xuan's face. I fear I will implicate you and fan her. These words struck Chen Xuan's heart like a dagger. He said nothing, simply extending his arms to embrace her trembling form tightly, possessively, drawing her into his embrace. He held her so close that it felt as though he sought to meld her into his very essence. Lin Wanner's face nestled into his chest, where she could distinctly hear his steady and powerful heartbeat. Foolish girl. Chen Xuan's chin rested atop her head, his warm breath brushing against her ear. What do you mean by implicating? His voice was calm, yet beneath that calm lay a brewing tempest. From the day you married me, your being, your life, and everything about you belongs to Chen Xuan. A fierce and unparalleled killing intent flashed momentarily from him, as if he could pierce the heavens. What is a mere Yuming Hall? They would do well to stay away. Chen Xuan's voice turned laced with a chilling mockery. If they dare approach, I just happen to need some materials to craft a chamber pot for Fanner. They seem quite suitable. From this moment on, you need not hide or fear any longer. Your husband will shield you beneath a vast sky. These words, crude yet undeniably forceful, resonated heavily within Lin Wanner's heart. She could no longer restrain her emotions and wept aloud in his embrace. It was not a matter of grievance nor fear. It was a release, a sense of tranquility. After drifting for over a decade like a solitary boat, she had finally found a harbor to dock. The ice mountain named Fate that had weighed upon her heart for years melted completely at that moment, warmed by his embrace and steadfast vows. As they held each other tightly, a joyful voice resonated in Chen Xuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations. The host and wife Lin Wanner have established a special bond of life and death. With the unity of husband and wife, their strength is unparalleled. Your destinies are now intricately intertwined, ready to face the storms of the future together. To celebrate this historic moment, the system rewards the host with 3 Puwang Fu. Puwang Fu, celestial-grade talismans that, when used, can temporarily obscure the heavenly secrets, distort causality, and perfectly conceal the aura of the soul-chasing mark. Each talisman is valid for 1 year. A surge of ecstatic delight overwhelmed Chen Xuan. A timely blessing. It was akin to a heavenly downpour. 3 talismans meant 3 years. For one endowed with a system, 3 years could usher in transformative change. He lifted his gaze towards a window. The Yumingdian? He felt a sense of anticipation. I hope more of you come. Otherwise, I fear it may not be enough for the slaughter. Chapter 16. Qingyang City has completely become Chen's. A month later, Qingyang City had wholly adopted the Chen surname. The once tripartite balance of power had now reduced to the Chen family, standing alone at the pinnacle. After a brief period of panic, the order within the city was rebuilt under an even more absolute authority. No one dared to speak ill of the Chen family, nor did anyone dare to pry into the secrets of that grand residence. On this day, the sky over Qingyang City darkened without warning. It was not clouds obscuring the sun, but a colossal shadow slowly descending from above the clouds. A magnificent flying vessel, unparalleled in size, broke through the cloud cover. Crafted from an unknown spirit wood, its elegant lines exuded grandeur. Etched on the bow was a lifelike depiction of a 3-legged cauldron, emanating a faint medicinal fragrance and overwhelming pressure. At that moment, both mortals and cultivators in Qingyang City halted their activities, gazing skyward. The sense of oppression from a higher realm caused countless low-level cultivators to feel their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. What on earth is that? A celestial vessel from the county city. The cauldron motif belongs to the Danshin Pavilion of Tianfeng County. What business do they have in our small place? Whispers echoed throughout the city, filled with reverence and unease. The flying vessel did not linger in the city center, but soared directly toward the Chen family estate in the east, ultimately hovering above the residence. A mighty aura descended from the vessel, targeting the Chen family courtyard with unmistakable intent. This aura was robust and domineering, indicative of a 5th-tier foundation establishment cultivator. Within the Chen family estate, Chen Tianxiong, who was training the younger generation in the martial arts arena, staggered under this pressure, feeling a heaviness in his chest. Nearly collapsing on the spot, his face was filled with astonishment. Just then, a similar aura belonging to a foundation establishment cultivator rose from the direction of the ancestral hall on the Chen family's rear mountain. Although somewhat weaker, it was remarkably resilient, standing firm against the overwhelming pressure from above. The figure of the ancestor, Chen Xuan, appeared at the entrance of the residence. Clad in a blue robe, his expression grave as he gazed up at the colossal object in the sky. What esteemed guest has arrived at my humble Chen family? His voice was neither servile nor overbearing, resonating through the surroundings. From the flying vessel, a white figure gracefully descended. It was a woman, clad in snow-white garments, untainted by dust. Her beauty was extraordinary, yet she exuded an icy aloofness that kept others at bay. Following her were several powerful bodyguards, the leader being the 5th-tier foundation establishment cultivator who had just released the oppressive aura. The woman's name was Yao Ling. She floated down lightly before Chen Xuan, her gaze sweeping over him without a hint of disdain, only sheer indifference. A mere 3rd-tier foundation establishment cultivator dares to claim to be a master? Chen Xuan's face twitched, a surge of anger rising within him, yet he forcibly suppressed it. He could not fathom the depth of her cultivation, sensing it to be unfathomable. Yao Ling did not spare him another glance, as if he were merely a stone by the roadside. I am Yao Ling of the Donqing Pavilion from Tianfeng County. I have been dispatched to investigate the celestial phenomenon that occurred here a month ago concerning the birth of the Qilin child. Have your leaders come forth to respond. Her tone was flat, yet carried an authoritative weight, as if everything pertaining to the Chen family ought to bow before her. Chen Tianxiong rushed over upon hearing the news, his legs trembling at the sight of this spectacle. The Donqing Pavilion was a behemoth that no one in all of Tianfeng County dared to provoke. The celestial maiden has arrived. Our lack of proper reception is regrettable. Please forgive us. Chen Tianxiong lowered his posture, his face adorned with a humble smile. I am Chen Xuan, the head of the Chen family. A calm male voice interrupted Chen Tianxiong. Chen Xuan emerged slowly from the inner courtyard with Lin Wan'er by his side. Clad in a simple green robe, he walked with an unhurried demeanor, his expression devoid of any unnecessary fluctuations. Yao Ling's gaze finally shifted from the air to Chen Xuan. She furrowed her brow slightly. A young man of similar age to herself. He is the head of the family? Has the Chen family of Qingyang City fallen to such a state? Yet, as her gaze swept past Chen Xuan and landed on the woman beside him, even her lofty pride faltered slightly. The woman possessed a beauty and grace unparalleled in her life, and what startled her further was that she could not discern the other's cultivation level at all. It was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. Lin Wan'er stood quietly beside Chen Xuan, yet she emanated an aura that even Yao Ling found unsettling. How could such a figure exist in this small Qingyang city? Chen Xuan was also sizing up this unexpected guest. With a thought, he quietly activated his furnace eye. In the next moment, Yao Ling appeared in a different light within his vision. Name, Yao Ling. Physique, damling body damaged. Fortune, red with black, unstable fortune. Hidden information, afflicted by the eye soul poison. Every full moon night, it attacks her heart with chill, causing unbearable pain. Her cultivation has stagnated as a result, urgently requiring a yang essence to dispel the poison. Otherwise, within 3 years, her damling body will be completely wasted and her foundation destroyed. Lines of golden text clearly appeared in Chen Xuan's mind. So that is how it is. Chen Xuan understood. On the surface, she was an exalted fairy from the Dam Pavilion, a master of the 7th tier of foundation establishment. Yet in reality, she was a pitiful soul on the brink of death, poisoned by a rare toxin. The coldness that repelled others was likely not merely a matter of character, but a reflection of her dire state under the influence of the poison. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Another exceptional individual has presented herself at my doorstep. May I inquire about the esteemed purpose of your visit? Chen Xuan reiterated his question, his demeanor calm, as if he were addressing not a dignitary from the county city, but an ordinary visitor. Yao Ling snapped back to attention from her scrutiny of Lin Wan'er, redirecting her focus to Chen Xuan. She was displeased by his composed demeanor. In her view, the head of a family in a remote border town should be as fearful and apprehensive as Chen Tianxiong upon encountering her. I have already stated my purpose. Yao Ling's tone grew colder. I have come regarding the celestial phenomenon from a month ago. I have heard that your Chen family has given birth to a Qilin child, and I wish to see him. Her demands were direct and domineering, leaving no room for refusal. Before Chen Xuan could speak, the expressions of Chen Tianxiong and Chen Xianshan had already darkened. Chen Fan was the lifeblood of the Chen family, the hope for its future, certainly not someone whom outsiders could meet at will. Yet, Chen Xuan merely smiled faintly. The child was still in swaddling clothes, frail and too young to receive guests. His refusal was polite, yet resolute. Yao Ling's patience seemed to have been exhausted. She believed that the Chen family was merely using excuses to evade her, which made her feel that her authority was being challenged. At Donqing Pavilion, we have never been fond of beating around the bush, she coldly declared. Today I must see this child, if you refuse to cooperate. Before she could finish her sentence, the head of her 5-layered foundation establishment bodyguards stepped forward, his fierce aura locking onto the members of the Chen family, his gaze menacing. Do not blame us for being rude. The atmosphere became instantly charged with tension. Chen Xuan maintained his smile, though his eyes glinted with amusement. He turned to Lin Wan'er beside him and softly chuckled. My dear, it seems they are intent on forcing their way into our home. Chapter 17. Your body is ruined. Yao Ling's patience had finally reached its limit. She coldly interrupted Chen Tianxiong's pleasantries. the surrounding air seemingly thickening with a layer of frost. There is no need for tea. At Danshin Pavilion, we do not indulge in circumlocution. Her words left no room for negotiation. They were a pure declaration, an edict from the upper echelons to the lower. Today I must see this child. If he refused to cooperate, before she could complete her thought, the head of her 5-layered foundation establishment bodyguards stepped forward, his overwhelming presence crashing down, causing the courtyard's bluestone slabs to groan under the pressure. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. To thoroughly shatter the last vestige of hope held by this remote clan, Yao Ling flipped her wrist. A plant materialized in her palm. It was a withered and shriveled spirit herb, entirely blackened, exuding an aura of death, devoid of any vitality, as if it had been scorched by flames for 7 days and nights, leaving behind only a fragile husk. "This is the Kixin-Ko," she proclaimed, lifting the lifeless herb, her gaze sweeping over the Chen family members, bearing an almost cruel judgment. "However, it is already dead. If anyone from the Chen family can bring it back to life, I shall immediately turn and leave, no longer pursuing the matter of the Qilin child. If not," she left her threat unspoken. Yet it weighed heavier than any words. "Do not blame me for personally intervening." Chen Tianxiong and Chen Xuan's faces flushed crimson. This was no mere sparring. It was an act of trampling the Chen family's dignity before the eyes of their entire clan, then ruthlessly grinding it into the ground. To revive a completely dead spirit herb? That was beyond the realm of mortal possibility. An elderly alchemist with gray hair, at Chen Tianxiong's urging, stepped forward with trepidation. He cautiously examined the charred Kixin-Ko. After a mere glance, his countenance turned ashen. He sniffed the air, and the overwhelming stench of death and charred remains chilled his heart, extinguishing any last flicker of hope. Finally, he extended a gnarled finger to touch the fragile leaves. With a crack, before he could make contact, a piece of blackened fragment fell away, disintegrating into powder in midair. The old alchemist shook his head repeatedly, staggering back a few steps, bowing to Chen Tianxiong and Chen Xuan, his face a mask of despair and helplessness. "Master, this herb's spirit has long since vanished, its meridians severed, its roots destroyed. Even a deity cannot save it. It is beyond salvation." His conclusion sent the hearts of the Chen family plummeting to despair. A smirk of unmasked derision finally curled upon Yao Ling's lips. This was precisely the outcome she sought. She intended to make these frogs at the bottom of the well understand the insurmountable chasm of despair separating them from Danshin Pavilion. Just as she was about to speak and declare the Chen family's defeat, an unexpected male voice interrupted. "It seems the alchemical techniques of the fairy have veered off course." It was Chen Xuan. He stood there, composed, as if commenting on a trivial matter. At his words, the entire assembly fell silent. The members of the Chen family stared at Chen Xuan in shock, not understanding why he would choose this moment to add fuel to the fire. Yao Ling's bodyguards wore expressions as if they were witnessing a ghost. Who dared question the alchemical prowess of the young master of Danshin Pavilion? No one in the entire Tianfeng County possessed such audacity. Yao Ling's mocking smile froze on her face, replaced by an icy glare. "What did you say?" Chen Xuan paid no heed to her suddenly frigid demeanor, continuing with his discourse. "Controlling fire with wood is inherently a dominant method, emphasizing a balance of creation and destruction. Fire can foster growth, yet can also consume. You choose to act contrary to this principle, using the cold fire of Yin to stimulate the medicinal properties. This method, while seemingly exquisite, has fundamentally harmed the essence of the herb, obliterating its vitality in the clash of yin and yang." Each of his words struck like an invisible hammer against Yao Ling's heart. Chen Xian's gaze finally settled on the charred Kixin-Ko, his tone unruffled. "This Kixin-Ko was indeed ruined by your unique cold frost alchemical fire, wasn't it?" Boom! Yao Ling's mind went blank. The color drained from her face, rendering her as pale as a sheet. This was her greatest secret. It was the root of her alchemical stagnation, the reason for her inability to progress, and the source of her suffering under the chilling poison coursing through her body. Only her master, the head of Danshin Pavilion, could possibly know this. How could this nameless individual from a remote town be aware of it? "You are talking nonsense." It was the first time she lost her composure in front of others, retorting sharply, yet the tremor in her voice betrayed the turmoil within. Chen Xuan smiled, choosing not to engage in a debate. Action, after all, speaks louder than words. He walked slowly towards the Kixing KO, and under the bewildered gazes of everyone, he extended his right hand and flicked his fingers. A droplet of liquid flew from his fingertip. It was small but shimmered with a faint golden hue, within which countless delicate runes seemed to swirl, refined to perfection. It was not the crimson of blood, but a pure essence, imbued with unparalleled vitality. By refining his own blood through the Wandao, Honglu Jing, and merging it with the innate vitality of the Tao body, that droplet of golden liquid traced a graceful arc, landing softly at the very center of the charred leaves of the Kixing KO. With a soft sound, almost imperceptible, it resembled the first note of life awakening. A miracle unfolded. Before the wide-open eyes of all, the golden droplet rapidly permeated the charred leaves. At a visible speed, a faint green hue, almost undetectable, began to blossom defiantly from the point of contact. Subsequently, this green rapidly expanded, spreading forth. The blackened dead layers shed away, revealing vibrant green, new growth bursting forth. The previously wilted branches began to unfurl and stand tall. A tender shoot emerged from the scorched earth. A new leaf swayed in the air. In but a few breaths of time, the Kixing KO, once deemed beyond the salvation of even the divine, not only revived but flourished with an emerald vibrancy surpassing any prior state, brimming with an exuberant vitality. A refreshing fragrance of medicinal herbs instantaneously enveloped the entire courtyard, rendering it eerily silent. One could hear a pin drop. All present were rendered speechless, astounded by the miraculous scene unfolding before them. The elder alchemist of the Chen family. His murky eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape, as if a fist could fit within, trembled violently with excitement, muttering, "It's alive, truly alive." Yao Ling gazed at the resplendent Kixing KO, then slowly turned her head to regard the composed young man. For the first time, her haughty visage betrayed signs of astonishment. The innate sense of superiority, the confidence belonging to the genius of Danshin Pavilion, was utterly shattered by this extraordinary spectacle. The path of alchemy she held dear now seemed laughable in the presence of this man. "May I speak now?" Chen Xuan withdrew his hand, observing the dazed Yao Ling, and spoke with a calm demeanor. "Your alchemical path has gone astray. Your body is on the verge of collapse." Chapter 18. The dagger revealed, seizing the Tao body. The resurrected Kixing KO stood silently in the center of the courtyard, glistening with a lush, verdant hue. It struck like a silent slap, stinging the faces of all members of Danshin Pavilion. The astonishment on Yao Ling's face lasted merely 3 breaths before being replaced by consuming greed. She fixated on Chen Xuan, her mind racing with calculations. The Ice Soul's peculiar poison, the damage to her damning physique. Her path was at a dead end. Her master helpless, relying solely on medicinal pills to prolong her life. Yet what was before her? An alchemical prodigy capable of reviving the dead. A congenital Tao body that could summon divine phenomena. This father and son duo was a remedy tailor-made by the heavens for her. It was her only chance to defy fate. Forget the investigation of phenomena. Forget the future of Danshin Pavilion. She sought her own life, her own path. In an instant, Yao Ling altered her strategy, her prior arrogance and determination quietly receding, replaced by a condescending demeanor of bestowal. "Young Master Chen, your alchemical talent is unparalleled in my experience." Yao Ling deliberately slowed her voice, attempting to sound gentle. "Remaining in the desolate Qingyang city would only tarnish your brilliance, wasting your remarkable talents." She paused, proffering what she believed to be an irresistible olive branch. "I am willing to accept you as my direct disciple, bringing you back to Danshin Pavilion, devoting the full resources of the pavilion to cultivate your potential. Your future achievements will far surpass your imagination. As for you," she elevated her chin slightly, "I can assure you an invitation to become a guest elder of Danshin Pavilion, a position of great esteem, enjoying boundless resources. This is your family's opportunity for ascendance." Her words momentarily halted the breaths of Chen Tianxiong and Chen Xianshan beside her. A guest elder of Danshin Pavilion. This was a status sought after by countless cultivators throughout the entire Tianfeng prefecture. Chen Tianxiong, trembling with excitement, was on the verge of accepting on Chen Xian's behalf. However, Chen Xian's response was disarmingly curt. "My son will be taught by me." He scarcely regarded Yao Ling with a second glance. There is no need for the fairy to concern herself. Twice rejected, and with such resoluteness, Yao Ling's patience evaporated entirely. The feigned gentleness on her face shattered, revealing a twisted snarl. Refusing a gift only invites punishment. How dare a family of failures negotiate with me? You overestimate your worth. This child is vital to my path. Today I must take him. No sooner had she spoken than an overwhelming aura burst forth from her being, far surpassing that of her previous guards. Foundation establishment, 7th layer. The entire Chen family estate trembled under this pressure, tiles rattling ominously. Her fingers curled into claws, and a gigantic hand of crimson alchemical fire coalesced, tearing through the air with searing heat, aiming directly for the inner courtyard's birthing chamber. She intended to seize him before all present. Bold! The patriarch, Chen Xuan, bellowed, his true essence surging to its zenith as he stepped forward to intervene. Yet, Yao Ling's guard, a formidable 5th-layer foundation establishment cultivator, had long awaited this moment. With a sinister grin, he stepped forward, unleashing a punch toward Chen Xuan, effectively halting the patriarch's advance. As the fiery hand drew near, Chen Xuan's eyes glinted with cold resolve. He no longer concealed his might. A similarly potent aura of foundation establishment surged from him, unreservedly soaring into the sky. Foundation establishment. 3rd layer. He stomped his right foot onto the ground, causing the stone slab to crack beneath him. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning. Arriving before the fiery hand, Thunder's fist. With a low shout, Thunder roared. His fist, enveloped in arcs of electricity, struck the palm of the fiery claw with overwhelming force. Boom! A ressounding explosion échouée. The imposing fiery hand was forcefully shattered, disintegrating into a shower of embers. The tumultuous shockwave surged outward. Yao Ling herself staggered back a step, stunned by this display of might. Foundation establishment, 3rd layer? You concealed your cultivation. She was both astonished and enraged. Yet, a cruel smile soon adorned her face. A mere 3rd layer dares to flaunt their skills before me? Who granted you such audacity? Today, let me show you what true genius looks like. Yao Ling snapped, her hand forming a seal. Humming, a crimson alchemical furnace emerged from her being, expanding rapidly in the wind. The ancient, weighty furnace was inscribed with countless fiery runes, and upon its emergence, the temperature around it surged dramatically, warping the very air. Suppress. Yao Ling pointed with her jade-like finger. The alchemical furnace transformed into a mountain-sized behemoth, descending with the terrifying might to scorch the earth, aimed directly at Chen Xuan. The space itself twisted under this immense pressure. Chen Xuan raised his gaze. Facing this world-destroying blow, his true essence operating at its peak, prepared to fight with all he had. Just then, a distinct aura descended upon him from behind. It was neither searing nor tyrannical, but instead an extreme chill, a coldness that could freeze all things, halting time itself under its absolute pressure. The moment this oppressive aura appeared, the fiery furnace, poised to obliterate all, faltered, its flames visibly shrinking. Lin Wanner stepped forward, silently positioning herself before Chen Xuan. Clad in a pristine white dress, unsullied, she merely lifted her hand in response to the descending furnace capable of raising the Chen family to the ground. She extended a delicate finger toward the descending furnace, gently tapping it. One word escaped her lips. Ning. In that instant, the entire world fell silent. The formidable and boundless power of the Dan furnace, along with the blazing alchemical flames, was suddenly enveloped by a layer of crystalline blue ice in midair. Under the astounded gaze of all present, it transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture. Then, with a resounding crash, the ice sculpture plummeted to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Yao Ling stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Her mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg, her body trembling violently with sheer terror. She fixated on the extraordinary woman standing before Chen Xuan, fragmented syllables escaping her throat. Jin Jin Danqi. Chapter 19. The Might of Jin Dan. The celestial maiden subdued. The oppressive force was not that of mountains, but of the heavens themselves. It was formless and intangible, yet omnipresent, freezing every inch of space. All of Yao Ling's guards, brought along by her, found themselves utterly powerless in the face of this force, their legs rendered weak as if their bones had been extracted. Thud! Thud! A series of muted kneeling sounds echoed, perfectly synchronized, as if rehearsed countless times. The leading guard, fifth-layer foundation establishment expert, crashed his knees onto the bluestone pavement, producing the loudest sound. Bowing his head, his body trembled uncontrollably, stripped of the courage to look up. A Jean Dangerin. In this remote place he had deemed easy to manipulate, there truly lurked a Jean Dangerin. This thought crushed all his pride and reliance into the most abject dust. Yao Ling did not kneel. Yet, she was more pitiable than any kneeling figure. It felt as if all the blood in her body had been drained, replaced by the biting cold of the ice. Her face, usually adorned with a cold and proud beauty, was now ashen, devoid of any color. She finally understood. From the moment she descended upon the Chun family in her flying vessel, high and mighty, she had been utterly mistaken. Mistaken to an absurd degree. What rural bumpkins? What a small border clan. This family was not mere small fry lurking in shallow waters, but rather true dragons, having concealed all their claws and fangs, reigning here. Lin Wanner did not glance at the kneeling guards. She stepped forward, approaching the dazed Yao Ling. Her steps were slow and gentle. Yet with each footfall, the bluestone beneath her feet rapidly crystallized with visible blue frost. Crack, crack. The subtle sound of fractures resonated within the hearts of all present. Do you wish to take my child? Her voice was frigid, devoid of any human emotion, penetrating the frozen air and reaching Yao Ling's ears. This query plunged Yao Ling into an icy abyss. The shadow of death had never loomed so vividly over her heart. For the first time, she felt despair. Before a true Jean Dangerin, her proud background of Dan Xingu, her seventh-layer foundation establishment cultivation, and her identity as a talented alchemist had all become a complete joke. Lin Wanner raised her hand, the delicate fingertips gathering a wisp of ice-blue chill, the surrounding air emitting a strained cry, as if it might shatter at any moment. My dear, enough. At that moment, a gentle male voice cut through the tension. Chen Xuan gently grasped his wife's wrist. The impending, terrifying chill miraculously softened with this gesture, gradually dissipating. Chen Xuan approached the dazed Yao Ling. He neither mocked nor flaunted his victory, merely sighing softly. Yao Xinzi, I have long stated that we harbor no malice towards you. Yet, you have been relentlessly aggressive. This statement made Yao Ling tremble violently, a blend of shame and fear nearly causing her to faint. Chen Xian's tone shifted abruptly. However, the ice poison within you is rather troublesome. He scrutinized her, as if assessing a flawed treasure. If not resolved within 3 years, your rare Danling body will be utterly wasted, your foundation destroyed. By then, not even a deity could save you. This proclamation struck Yao Ling's mind like a thunderclap from the heavens. She jolted her head up, her previously dimmed, beautiful eyes fixated intently on Chen Xuan. Her lips quivered, barely able to form coherent sentences. How do you know? This was her greatest secret, her most profound fear during midnight reveries. It was an affliction that even the head of Dan Xingu, her master, could only manage to suppress with costly elixirs. How could this man know so much? Chen Xuan did not respond. He merely smiled faintly, forming a sword with his fingers, a stream of gold-infused true essence, starkly contrasting with Lin Wanner's coldness. Swirling around his fingertips, this essence, refined to near substance, radiated a comforting warmth. Under Yao Ling's bewildered gaze, Chen Xuan flicked his fingers. Whoosh! The golden true essence transformed into a streak of light, precisely piercing a meridian node just below Yao Ling's abdomen. Yao Ling's entire body quaked. The anticipated attack did not arrive. Instead, a warm current surged. A warmth she had never experienced before, both soothing and forceful, flowed from that meridian node, instantly coursing through her limbs and bones. The chilling agony that had tormented her for years, which rendered her nearly lifeless during every full moon, as if it sought to freeze her very marrow, was miraculously dispelled by a fraction of that warmth. Though it was merely a minute relief, this long-awaited sensation, this feeling of her body no longer belonging to ice, revealed to her the first glimmer of dawn in the endless darkness. It was hope, the hope of survival. She gazed at Chen Xuan. The pride, the disdain, the condescension had vanished without a trace. In its place was an unmistakable astonishment, a fervent reverence, as if witnessing a miracle. Ultimately, All these emotions coalesced into an intense yearning to grasp the last lifeline. Thud. This paragon of Dan Xian Ge, the Ice Mountain fairy admired by countless cultivators in Tianfeng Jun, knelt down before Chen Xuan and his family. Please, Senior, save me. Chapter 20. The Celestial Maiden Offers Treasure. Pleased to remain. No longer was there a trace of the Dangu fairy's icy pride. Yao Ling's forehead struck the cold bluestone with a dull thud. In this deathly, silent courtyard, the sound echoed infinitely, striking at the hearts of Chen Tianxiong and Chen Xianshan like a heavy hammer. She was acutely aware of what Chen Xian's gesture signified. It meant he possessed the ability to cure the strange poison within her. It was an affliction that even her master, the head of Dan Xian Ge, could do nothing about, a sheer cliff obstructing her path to greatness. Chen Xian remained still, not immediately offering assistance. He simply stood quietly, gazing down at the woman prostrated at his feet. The calmness he exuded contrasted sharply with Yao Ling's predicament, creating a silent oppression. After a long pause, he feigned difficulty and spoke. To save you? His voice was soft, yet it caused Yao Ling's body to tremble violently. Yao Xinzi, did I hear that correctly? Chen Xian's tone was as flat as if he were discussing a matter unrelated to himself. Who was it that dared to force their way into my home and seize my child, and who sought to reduce my humble Chen family to ruins? Each rhetorical question pierced Yao Ling's very marrow like a needle. Her body shook uncontrollably, shame and fear overwhelming her to the point she wished for instant demise. I am but a foolish girl, failing to recognize the mountain of greatness. I have overstepped my bounds, offending the esteemed young master and madam. In a fit of urgency, Yao Ling raised her head abruptly, her exquisite visage marred by tear stains and panic, leaving no trace of the celestial being she once resembled. Without hesitation, she fumbled to remove the warm, lustrous storage ring from her left thumb. Her trembling fingers nearly caused the ring to fall to the ground. This contains all my savings and treasures. I offer it to you. She raised both hands high, as well as several Millennium Spirit herbs bestowed by my master. I implore you, esteemed young master, to overlook my transgressions and, considering the difficulty of my cultivation, grant me my life. In her desperate bid for survival, she cast aside all dignity. Chen Xian's gaze fell upon the ring, yet he did not immediately accept it. Beside him, Chen Tianxiong and Chen Xianshan watched in horror, their breaths caught in their throats. That ring contained the entirety of the Danshin Pavilion's young master's wealth, worth enough to purchase 10 Qingyang cities. What was Chen Xian hesitating for? Yao Ling's heart sank. She believed he still harbored resentment towards her, and a deeper despair surged within her. If you would save me, I, Yao Ling, vow an oath to heaven never to be an enemy of the Chen family. She laid her last card on the table. Only then did Chen Xian slowly extend his hand and retrieve the ring from her trembling fingertips. The ring felt cool to the touch, imbued with pure spiritual energy. A casual sweep of his consciousness revealed an expansive inner space, brimming with rare spiritual herbs, pills, and ores, all piled high and radiating a celestial glow. The Millennium Spirit herbs were securely stored in special jade boxes, their fragrance almost overwhelming. It was indeed a significant investment. Chen Xian silently appraised it, a faint smile finally gracing his lips as he nodded slightly. Seeing this, Yao Ling's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally eased a fraction. Chen Xian toyed with the ring, contemplating for a moment. I can save you. He finally spoke. Joy erupted in Yao Ling's eyes. But your poison is troublesome. Chen Xian's tone shifted, causing her heart to leap once again. The ice soul poison has already infiltrated your marrow, entwining itself with your damning body. To eradicate, it will require considerable time. His words were calm and measured, akin to a physician diagnosing an ailment. At the very least, you will need daily treatments with my pure yang true essence to cleanse your meridians and purify your marrow. This process must continue uninterrupted for a year, lest the poison remain embedded, leaving your Danling body tainted. I am willing. Yao Ling responded without hesitation, her voice ringing with urgency. Fearful that Chen Xian might change his mind, I will accept any terms. Not just a year, but even 10 or 100 I would endure. As long as she could survive, as long as she could escape that torturous existence. Chen Xian seemed to have anticipated her response. In that case, he prolonged his tone. revealing his true objective: you must remain in Qingyang City for the duration of a year. Yao Ling was taken aback. Remain in Qingyang City? She had been pondering how to fabricate a reason to stay for treatment. Yet here he was, making the request himself. This was no mere condition. It was a divine blessing. After a brief moment of shock came an overwhelming joy. She immediately bowed deeply to Chen Xuan once more, this time with even more sincerity than before. Thank you, esteemed young master. Thank you for your kindness. She raised her head, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. I, Yao Ling, wish to serve the Chen family as a guest elder of the Danshin Pavilion. She paused, seemingly feeling that a year was too short to express her sincerity. No, as long as the young master does not find it burdensome, I am willing to serve the Chen family for life, ready to heed your command. Upon her declaration, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. Chen Tianxiong and the elder Chen Xianshan gaped, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the utmost absurdity and shock. The young master of the Danshin Pavilion, a genius alchemist at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, a future titan of the alchemical world, was pleading to become a lifelong servant of the Chen family? Elder Chen Xianshan instinctively touched his beard, pulling out several strands with such force that it caused him to grimace in pain, yet he was oblivious to it. Was this world not too surreal? Afen Lin Vonner, casting a glance at her husband's profile, felt a hint of a smile emerge in her typically serene eyes. Her man seemed to possess an uncanny ability to conjure miracles beyond the grasp of ordinary understanding. Chen Xuan paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him. He gazed at Yao Ling, who appeared utterly devoted, fearing he might reject her, his heart remaining unperturbed. The fish had willingly leapt into the pot. As he concentrated, the eye of the furnace once again activated. The once dense strands of black fortune that hung above Yao Ling had now dissipated significantly. The previously crimson, tinged with black essence of fortune had entirely shed its darkness, the red becoming exceedingly pure, with a faint golden glow beginning to emanate from its core. The calamity had been averted, and fortune was shifting towards the positive. The catalyst for this transformation was none other than himself. At that moment, a familiar, warmly humanized notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully tamed a destined woman, Yao Ling, and her fortune has preliminarily bound to the host. The more children, more blessings system is undergoing adaptive evolution. System functions are about to be updated. The host is encouraged to continue striving for greater rewards. Chen Xuan felt a stir within. The system had new features. Taming a destined woman could trigger rewards and updates. He had initially thought this system merely provided rewards for procreation. Now it seemed that the path of blessings through offspring was far broader than he had imagined. Chapter 21. The Celestial offers treasures, requesting to stay. Yao Ling ultimately settled within the Chen family. To the outside world, the young master of the Danshin Pavilion claimed a fortuitous connection with Chen Xuan, finding many insights into alchemy that coincided, thus choosing to remain for further discourse. This rationale was entirely reasonable, and none in Qingyang City dared to dispute it. Consequently, the Chen family estate was graced by a vision clad in white, as pure as snow. Each morning, Chen Xuan would be in the tranquil chamber, healing Yao Ling. The so-called healing involved employing the supreme yang true essence cultivated from his Wandao, Hong Lu Jing, to cleanse her meridians, eroded by the ice soul poison. This process required their palms to touch, allowing true essence to circulate, demanding immense concentration. Initially, Yao Ling approached with a hint of wariness and restraint. As time progressed, she could distinctly perceive that the chilling force residing within her being was gradually being dispelled and purified by a warm and domineering current. The comforting sensation of her body regaining control and the loosening of her cultivation bottleneck was one she had not experienced in many years. Her gazes towards Chen Xuan increased in frequency. This man, whose cultivation was evidently inferior to hers, consistently imparted an unfathomable feeling. His insights into her alchemical misunderstandings were often piercingly accurate, striking at the very essence, leaving her with a sense of enlightenment. He was resolute and fierce in combat, but displayed profound gentleness towards his family. The sincere doting he exhibited while holding their son, Chen Fan, stirred gentle ripples within her heart. She began to find comfort in offering him a cup of hot tea after her healing sessions. She grew accustomed to watching him instruct the family's younger generation in their cultivation within the courtyard. She started to embrace the existence of such a person in her life. The initial awe and gratitude she felt had, unbeknownst to her, intertwined with more complex emotions she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. Lin Wanner observed all of this keenly. One late night, as Chen Xuan slumbered soundly, Lin Wanner draped a coat over Chen Xuan and spoke softly. "Husband." Chen Xuan turned around, taking her slightly cool hand in his. "This sister Yao is not truly bad at heart," Lin Wanner stated calmly. "She has merely developed that temperament from her upbringing in a high position. Now, having fallen into misfortune, she is somewhat pitiable." Chen Xuan remained silent, simply listening intently. "I can see that she harbors different feelings for you, my husband." Lin Wanner lifted her gaze, her eyes, like autumn waters, devoid of jealousy, only clarity and earnestness. "If you truly have the heart, I do not mind." These words caused Chen Xuan to pause momentarily. He searched his wife's face for any hint of reluctance. Yet there was none, only sincerity. "My husband is destined for greatness and is no mere creature of the pond. This small Qingyang city cannot contain you. The entire continent will be your stage in the future." Lin Wanner rested her head gently against his chest. "The women by your side will undoubtedly not be limited to just me. This is your fate, as well as the fate of the Chen family. Rather than harboring resentment in the future, it would be better for me to guard you from the beginning. The capacity of the first wife determines the prosperity of the family. I understand this principle." Chen Xuan embraced her tightly, a warm current flowing through his heart. What merit did he possess to marry such a wise and principled wife? Fool! He could only utter these two words. "To have you is the greatest fortune of my life, Chen Xuan." Lin Wanner smiled contentedly in his embrace. That night, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged, and the long silent system notification tone in his mind finally resonated again, filled with a jubilant sense of accomplishment. Ding! System version 20 update complete. Thank you for your patience. This update will bring you a brand new family development experience. Chen Xuan's spirit surged. New feature 1. Concubine Registry. The host may legally incorporate eligible women into the concubine roster. Upon successful incorporation, the host, the primary wife, concubines, and offspring will automatically form a family fortune network. All members within the network can share a portion of cultivation speed enhancements and receive protection from the family's overall fortune. The more family members, the higher the qualifications, the stronger the network effect. New feature 2. Family Tasks. The system will periodically release main, side, and hidden tasks based on the current development status of the family. Completing these tasks will yield substantial rewards and accelerate the family's rise. Chen Xuan's breathing became somewhat rapid. The Concubine Registry. The Family Fortune Network. This essentially systematized and formalized the core gameplay of having many children and blessings, endowing it with even more powerful functions. No longer would he be alone in his struggles. He would lead the entire family to grow exponentially stronger. He eagerly opened the new Concubine Registry with his thoughts. The Golden Registry slowly unfolded, currently displaying only one available slot, clearly revealing a graceful silhouette. It was indeed Yao Ling. Name: Yao Ling. Identity: Deputy Master of the Danxin Pavilion in Tianfeng County. Qualification: Superior Grade, Danling Body. Concubine Evaluation: 92 points. This evaluation comprehensively considers her identity, qualifications, fortune, and the depth of her bond with the host. Successful concubine reward. Host cultivation will ascend without bottlenecks to the 4th level of foundation establishment. Reward: Earth Grade Superior Alchemy Skill Danwang by Jia. Unlocks exclusive nurturing bonuses for this concubine. Chen Xuan's heartbeat quickened. Just successfully incorporating a concubine would allow him to break through a small realm. It is known that progressing from the 3rd to the 4th level of foundation establishment typically requires several years of arduous training. Not to mention the Earth Grade Superior Alchemy skill. Such a level of technique could incite a storm of bloodshed throughout Tianfeng County. His gaze continued downward, landing on the last line, the shimmering exclusive nurturing bonus. Exclusive nurturing bonus, Yao Ling upon giving birth. There is a significant probability that the offspring will awaken the Dansheng body, divine grade talent. At that time, the host will receive astonishing rewards related to alchemy and permanently enhance their affinity with the alchemical path. The Dansheng body, divine grade talent. Chen Xuan felt a surge of heat coursing through his veins. His first son, Chen Fan, had a congenital Dao body, already a divine grade. If he were to have another offspring with a Dansheng body, the rewards were beyond his imagination. Each of these rewards could drive countless cultivators into madness. And now, they were all laid before him, within reach. Chen Xuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, suppressing the fervor within. It seemed time to have a thorough discussion about life and aspirations with the oblivious Yao Fairy. Chapter 22, Recruiting the Fairy. That night, the moonlight was like water, casting a silvery hue over the stone path in the Chen family's backyard. Chen Xuan set 2 small dishes and a warm pot of osmanthus wine on the stone table. He did not call anyone, sitting alone as if admiring the moon, or perhaps waiting for someone. Soon, Yao Ling, clad in white, approached under the moonlight. After days of recuperation, the icy poison within her was significantly suppressed, and the sickly pallor had long since faded. Bathed in moonlight, her cheeks bore a healthy flush, shedding the aloofness that had kept others at bay, now possessing a charm reminiscent of solitary revelry beneath the moon. Young Master Chen, Yao Ling, sat opposite him, her movements slightly awkward. Chen Xuan poured her a cup of wine, the crisp aroma mingling with the floral scent of the night air wafting between them. The local products of Qingyang City could not compare to the celestial brews of the Danxin Pavilion, but they possessed their own unique flavor. Yao Ling raised her wine cup, her fingertips cool against the glass. She took a small sip, the warm liquid sliding down her throat, spreading warmth throughout her limbs. She remained silent, merely lowering her gaze to observe the moon's reflection swirling in her cup. The atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Chen Xuan took his time, drinking leisurely, his gaze fixed on the bright moon in the sky, as if he were genuinely savoring the view. After 3 rounds of wine, Yao Ling's already rosy cheeks were now further tinged with an enchanting flush. Her breath became slightly erratic, and her eyes, which often held exploration and complexity, now appeared somewhat hazy. At last, she set down her wine cup, the bottom gently tapping against the stone table. A soft sound shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Chen Gongzi. Yao Ling, seemingly expending all my strength, abruptly lifted my head, my misty eyes locking onto Chen Xuan's profound gaze. I am willing to be your concubine. The 4 words, light yet swift, rang out with crystal clarity. I sought no title, only the desire to remain by your side. Serving you tea and grinding ink, this life is sufficient. Upon concluding, I immediately lowered my head, too timid to gaze upon Chen Xuan's face. My hands tightly entwined upon my lap. I staked all the pride of being the young master of Danxin Pavilion, along with my future, on that single declaration. Chen Xuan set down his wine cup. This was the very phrase he had awaited. He did not respond but rose, leisurely striding to my side. Instantly, my body tensed. I could distinctly sense the warmth emanating from the man before me, mingled with the fragrance of wine and his unique essence. A warm hand enveloped my icy hand. I trembled violently. I thought you would never speak those words. Chen Xuan's voice carried a hint of playful mockery. I abruptly raised my head, meeting his smiling face, his deep-set eyes devoid of surprise, only reflecting the warmth and acceptance I had longed to see. I thought you. What? Chen Xuan leaned closer, his lips nearly brushing against my ear, his warm breath causing my ears to flush. If I were indifferent to you, why would I tend to your wounds daily and invite you to drink with me every night? This statement flowed over me like a warm current, instantly dissolving all my anxieties and trepidations. My body completely relaxed, my cheeks flushed crimson. Chen Xuan gently lifted my chin, gazing at my face. So near it appeared to glisten. Our eyes met, the intensity palpable. He slowly lowered his head and kissed me. Under the moonlight, our silhouettes embraced tightly. At that very moment, a euphoric system notification resounded explosively in Chen Xuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully taking Yao Ling as your concubine. The first page of the concubine record has officially illuminated. Rewards are being distributed. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of pure energy materialized within Chen Xuan's dantian. This energy was gentle yet overwhelmingly powerful, akin to a dormant volcano suddenly erupting. Boom! The third bottleneck of foundation establishment that had plagued him for so long crumbled beneath this energy's onslaught, fragile as a sheet of window paper. easily pierced. His true essence surged wildly, purifying and compressing. The originally gaseous true essence visibly transformed into a more refined liquid state. Foundation establishment, 4th level. The transition was seamless. But this was not the end. Immediately thereafter, a vast torrent of information, as boundless as a sea of stars, surged into the depths of his soul. Countless insight, technique, and experiences regarding alchemy were imprinted indelibly upon his spirit. Danwang Bai Jia. At this moment, he had entirely mastered the high-grade, alchemical skills of the Earth tier. It felt as though he had instantaneously transformed from an outsider to a master alchemist steeped in the ways of elixirs for a millennium. The exhilaration of rising power and the fulfillment of knowledge filling his soul nearly intoxicated him. However, just then, another system notification sounded without warning, leaving him utterly petrified. Ding! Detection indicates that the host's legitimate wife, Lin Wan'er, is influenced by the nascent family fortune network. Sensing a connection, their bloodlines have intertwined, and she has successfully conceived a second child. What on earth? Wan'er is pregnant again. Chen Xuan's mind buzzed. Momentarily unable to process the situation while holding the warm, delicate beauty in his arms. The system notification continued. Detection of this pregnancy's quality assessment. Exquisite. Child's innate talent detection in progress, based on the current family fortune network strength and the mother's Xian Saint body condition. It is anticipated that the child's talent will not be less than divine grade. A new birth gift pack is being prepared. Please await, host. Embracing the newly declared and stunning concubine, and hearing the extraordinary news of his wife expecting a second child with divine potential, he was overwhelmed with joy. Double happiness? No. This was akin to an avalanche of joy. An immense wave of bliss engulfed Chen Xuan, leaving him breathless. Could his life be any more perfect? Yet, just as he was on the verge of ecstasy, Yao Ling, in his embrace, suddenly stiffened without warning. She forcefully pushed Chen Xuan away, the rosy hue of happiness on her face instantly vanishing, replaced by a deathly pallor. What is wrong? Chen Xuan immediately sensed her distress. Yao Ling remained silent, frantically retrieving a palm-sized jade talisman from her storage ring. The talisman was now covered in a web of intricate cracks, faint light seeping from within. Crack! Before their eyes, the talisman emitted a clear, mournful cry, shattering completely into a pile of dull powder. Yao Ling's body began to tremble violently, her joy replaced by terror and despair. No! She let out a heart-wrenching scream, her voice filled with agony. My father is in trouble. Something grave has happened at Danshin Pavilion. Chapter 23. The shocking change of the Alchemy Pavilion, a 1,000-mile message in the previous moment. Warm lips now felt cold with panic. The warmth of the woman in Chen Xuan's arms was vanishing at an alarming rate, her body becoming stiff and frigid. He looked down. Yao Ling's face, once adorned with a charming blush, was now as pale as a sheet. She trembled not from shyness, but from a profound fear emanating from her very soul. What is wrong? Chen Xuan supported her wavering form, channeling pure, true essence to stabilize her spirit. Yao Ling did not respond. She stared intently at the pile of white powder on the ground, remnants of the life-sensing talisman left by her father, Yao Wanshan. The talisman is shattered. A life is in peril. No, it can't be. Yao Ling's teeth chattered as the sound echoed, her entire being seeming to unravel. My father is in trouble. She grasped Chen Xuan's sleeve tightly, her nails digging in deeply as if clinging to the last thread of hope. Something has happened at Danshin Pavilion. It's my own uncle Yao Wanhai. He has colluded with the Black Wind Gang of Tianfeng County. He aims to usurp power. A torrent of frantic words spilled from her lips, each laden with tears and despair. I cannot reach my loyal confidants in the pavilion. The elders loyal to my father have surely fallen victim to his treachery. He has even issued a kill order against me. He intends to capture me and coerce my father. As she spoke, she could no longer maintain her composure, her legs buckling as she threatened to collapse. Chen Xuan would not allow her to fall. He extended his strong arms, drawing her close once more, while his other hand firmly clasped her icy, trembling hand. That steady and powerful force surged through their contact, continuously transmitting reassurance. Do not be afraid. Chen Xuan's voice exuded a tranquil, yet irresistibly stabilizing force. The sky will not fall. Under the soothing weight of these words, Yao Ling's disoriented thoughts miraculously found a moment of respite. She raised her tear-streaked face, gazing blankly at the man before her. Though it was the imminent catastrophe of her family, this man remained composed, as if merely discussing a trivial matter. His serenity and confidence instantly became the sole pillar in her world, which was on the verge of being torn apart by the storm. At that moment, a system notification tone, imbued with a hint of solemnity and anticipation, resonated in Chen Xuan's mind. Ding! Triggered family mission, the chaos of Dan Ge. A golden scroll unfurled within Chen Xuan's consciousness. Mission description: the maternal lineage of concubine Yao Ling, Dan Ge, is facing a crisis. Should Dan Ge fall into enemy hands, it will adversely affect the family's fortune. Please assist Yao Ling in quelling the rebellion and reclaiming Dan Ge. Mission reward: significant enhancement of family fortune. Host will obtain the Earth-level formation, 4 symbols locking heaven formation, and concubine Yao Ling's loyalty will be firmly secured. With a chance to gain clues regarding the awakening of her hidden physique, Dan Ling Shangti. The Earth-level formation represented another crucial foundation for the family's rise. Chen Xuan's emotions remained undisturbed. All of this was within his expectations. Just then, soft footsteps approached the courtyard. Lin Wanner, clad in a simple dress, strolled in. She first glanced at Yao Ling, who was weeping in Chen Xuan's embrace, then turned her concerned gaze toward her husband. She did not inquire about what had transpired, nor did she display any displeasure at their intimate posture. "Is my husband in trouble?" Chen Xuan nodded and briefly recounted the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Wanner declared, "Sister Yao's affairs are our Chen family's affairs." She walked over to comfort Yao Ling gently. "The future of Dan Ge concerns the family. Any decision made by my husband will receive my full support." This reassurance and support from the matriarch filled Yao Ling's already tumultuous heart with an indescribable warmth and gratitude. Chen Xuan soothingly patted Yao Ling's back, encouraging her to stand upright. He began to pace within the courtyard, his mind racing. The distance from Qingyang City to Tianfeng County is considerable. Even if we set off immediately, we will likely arrive too late. His analysis was calm, yet brutal, shattering Yao Ling's last hope of rushing back. Moreover, since Yao Wanhai dared to take action, he must have been planning for years. With many powerful individuals within the sect, not to mention the presence of the Black Wind stronghold. To charge in with just a few of us would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Yao Ling's flickering hope was extinguished by this cold reality. What should we do? Are we to just watch as my father? Chen Xuan halted his steps and turned around. His profound black eyes sparkled with wisdom. A direct assault is the least favorable strategy. To deal with such schemers, one must employ methods they least expect. He looked at Yao Ling and posed a crucial question. "Tell me, does your father's alchemy possess any unique seals or special techniques that no outsider, including your uncle, could possibly replicate?" This question jolted Yao Ling, who was engulfed in sorrow. Her mind raced, seemingly grasping something. A flicker of light reignited in the depths of her dim eyes. She nodded emphatically, responding eagerly, "Yes. My father created a unique secret technique for refining elixirs called the 9 turns to heart restoration. The elixirs produced by this technique exhibit a 9-layered spiral enhancement of medicinal efficacy upon entering the body, significantly benefiting the absorption of their powers. This is his closely guarded secret. No one, besides me, knows the intricacies. Yao Wanhai absolutely cannot replicate it." Upon hearing this, a confident smile finally graced Chen Xuan's face, radiating a sense of mastery over the situation. "Excellent," he articulated with resolute clarity. "Yao Wanhai's usurpation is merely a ruse. Claiming your father is gravely injured and utilizing threats and inducements to temporarily steady the hearts of the people. We shall strike at the very foundation of his pride, the alchemical arts that underpin Dan Ge, utterly dismantling him." Yao Ling was momentarily stunned by this bold proclamation. To defeat Yao Wanhai in the realm of alchemy? Yao Wanhai was, apart from her father, the universally acknowledged foremost alchemist of Dan Ge. Before she could contemplate further, Chen Xuan unveiled his astounding plan. "I shall personally undertake the task of refining an extraordinary divine elixir that surpasses all those in Dan Ge. Furthermore, I will incorporate the 9 turns to heart restoration technique into it. Through this elixir, I will demonstrate to all wavering factions within Dan, Xi, and Go that I can achieve what your father can. And what he cannot, I will also accomplish. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Both Yao Ling and Lin Wanner were rendered speechless. They were profoundly shaken by Chen Xuan's audacious and reckless idea. A man who had never been privy to the core teachings of Dan, Xi, and Go intended to concoct a divine elixir that exceeded the master's level. Employing the master's closely guarded secret? How could this be possible? However, gazing at this man before her, witnessing the unwavering determination that seemed capable of transforming impossibilities into realities, all of Yao Ling's doubts, fears, and anxieties morphed into a surging tide of admiration and hope within her. She envisioned a miraculous event about to unfold, a grand confrontation, separated by 1,000 miles, where elixirs would serve as weapons and the human heart as the battlefield. Chapter 24. The Shocking Transformation of Dan Ge. Messages across 1,000 miles, I intend to refine the Zi Yun Long Wang Dan. Chen Xian's voice was soft, yet resonated in Yao Ling's ears like a thunderous explosion. She froze, her mind blank, as the tumult of emotion she had just begun to calm surged back like a tidal wave. What? Yao Ling's voice rose sharply, nearly breaking as her usual demeanor as the ethereal alchemist of Dan Ge evaporated. Zi Yun Long Wang Dan. That is the treasure of Dan Xi Ge. A true fourth-grade elixir. Only the past masters, who have perfected the 9 turns to heart restoration technique, are qualified to attempt its refinement. Her emotions spiraled out of control. This was not mere skepticism, but a primal defense of the alchemical laws by a true alchemist. She nearly shouted, "You have never even seen the formula. How could you possibly refine it?" Furthermore, the primary ingredients, the Long Shui Shengguo and Zi Yun Long Wang Shen, are rare treasures of heaven and earth, nearly impossible to find. I do not even possess them in my storage ring. Chen Xuan offered no explanation. In the face of overwhelming power, all words seemed futile. He simply slowly raised his right hand. Without a cauldron, without earth fire, before Yao Ling's astonished gaze, a brilliant golden flame ignited from the palm of his hand. This flame was neither wild nor chaotic, but rather solidified, resembling a small orb of golden glass, exuding an aura of pure, unyielding vitality. Pure yang true essence as the fire, with my hand as the furnace. In the next moment, Chen Xuan made a subtle gesture with his left hand. The storage ring on Yao Ling's finger flickered with a faint light, and dozens of vibrant spiritual herbs uncontrollably soared into the air, quietly hovering. Just as Yao Ling was about to utter something, her words became lodged in her throat, for she witnessed Chen Xuan commencing his endeavor. His movements were not hurried. In fact, they could be described as somewhat languid, each action imbued with an ineffable rhythm, appearing utterly natural and harmonious. A century-old Huiyan grass floated into the golden flames. There was no violent combustion, nor any acrid scent of charring. The herb merely unfurled gently within the fire, and then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it dissolved into a drop of pure emerald-green medicinal liquid, all impurities vaporized in an instant, leaving not a trace. Yao Ling's heart trembled at this display of purification mastery. She mused that she could achieve it too, yet she could never match such effortless elegance, such perfection, as if that herb were destined for this very outcome. Following this, the second and third herbs, each distinct, were granted the same fate in his hands. Their properties, some gentle, others explosive, some cold as the abyss, others blazing with heat, were all tamed under the embrace of that golden flame, perfectly eliciting their medicinal qualities before merging together. Yao Ling was entranced. Her mind raced with countless records from alchemical texts, only to be ruthlessly shattered by the scene before her. This defied logic. This contradicted the path of alchemy. Yet, everything unfolding was achingly real. Once all auxiliary herbs were purified and merged, Chen Xian's movements came to a halt. Yao Ling's heart surged to her throat. The pivotal moment had arrived. Without the main herb, how would he proceed? Chen Xian closed his eyes slightly. The vast knowledge from Dan Wang, by Jie, transforming into countless streams of light deep within his soul. Moments later, he opened his eyes once again. With another flick of his hand, over 100 lower-tier spiritual herbs flew out from Yao Ling's storage ring. These herbs were a cacophony of types and properties, many of which even clashed with one another, capable of inducing deadly toxicity if combined. What was he about to do? In this moment, Yao Ling's understanding of alchemy faced unprecedented challenges. However, the next scene utterly overturned her comprehension. Chen Xuan's hands danced like butterflies weaving through flowers. As he meticulously introduced the myriad lower-tier herbs into the golden flames in a profoundly arcane sequence, the conflicting properties, under his miraculous control, achieved a subtle balance, while the harmonious ones were catalyzed to their utmost potential. He was employing dozens of lower-tier herbs for property complementarity, for energy catalysis, forcefully simulating the effects of the primary herbs, the Longxue Shenghua and Ziyun Longwang Shun, transforming decay into the miraculous. This was a true manifestation of turning the mundane into the extraordinary. This was not merely alchemy, Yao Ling murmured, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. This was creation itself. As all the medicinal liquids perfectly fused, the embryonic form of a pill began to coalesce in the palm of Chen Xuan's hands. An indescribably rich medicinal aroma burst forth, emanating from the Chen family courtyard and rapidly expanding. Where the fragrance wafted, the once withered flora within the estate visibly rejuvenated, sprouting tender green shoots. An old servant, dozing off, felt a surge of vitality upon catching a hint of the aroma, his long-standing leg pain alleviated. Just as the pill was on the verge of taking shape, the skies above Qingyang City underwent a tempestuous transformation. The originally clear night sky was unexpectedly shrouded by thick clouds. Silver lightning danced furiously within the clouds. A terrifying aura of destruction and rebirth enveloped the entire city. Dunlei, Yao Ling screamed in shock, her face a mixture of horror and fervor. According to legend, only the emergence of a pill of perfect quality would attract the Danlei. At this moment, Lin Wanner, who had been standing quietly to the side, took a step forward. The overwhelming pressure of a golden core cultivator surged into the heavens. With a graceful wave of her hand, a crystalline ice barrier instantly took shape, enveloping the entire courtyard. The silver lightning crashed down, striking the barrier, yet only produced a dull thud, transforming into a flurry of icy crystal fragments that drifted silently to the ground. Within the courtyard, Chen Xuan let out a low shout. His hands, cradling the pill, suddenly came together. A resounding dragon's roar, high and clear, seemed to resonate from the heavens, echoing deep within the souls of all present. When Chen Xuan opened his palm once more, a divine pill, entirely purple and adorned with profound golden dragon patterns, hovered serenely. Surrounding the divine pill, exactly 9 spirals of pill energy encircled it. On the smooth surface of the pill, 2 ancient characters imbued with the essence of profound principles naturally formed. Chen Xuan. Perfect. Yao Ling stared dazedly at the pill, then glanced at Chen Xuan's calm visage. She could no longer hold herself up. Her knees buckled, and she found herself uncontrollably kneeling before Chen Xuan, her mouth uttering only unconscious murmurs. The essence of alchemy was nothing less than this. Chen Xuan casually presented the divine pill, one that could incite madness throughout the entirety of Tianfeng County, before Yao Ling. He spoke, issuing the final command of his plan. Utilize your most reliable channels to deliver it to Tianfeng County. Attach this message. Within 3 days, if Yao Wanhai does not bind himself at the Donxin Pavilion Square, the pavilion master will replace him with another. After sending away the dazed Yao Ling, resembling a marionette, Chen Xuan lifted his gaze to the now tranquil night sky. Although Lin Wanner had concealed much of the phenomenon of Danlei, the unique fluctuations of law were like a campfire in the night. Undoubtedly, having drawn the attention of certain entities, he sensed several powerful yet subtle consciousnesses sweeping across the distant horizon, pausing briefly above Qingyang City before retreating quietly. My husband. The commotion has grown rather large. Lin Wanner approached him, a hint of seriousness etched upon her brow. There is no helping it, Chen Xuan replied with a smile. Retracting his gaze, some fish will inevitably come to the scent of blood. The peaceful days of this tranquil novice village, Qingyang City, were surely coming to an end. Chapter 25. The Alchemical Pavilion's Turmoil. Messages across 1,000 miles following the Danlei. The sky above Qingyang City seemed to have been cleansed. The air, once thin with spiritual energy, had inexplicably thickened several-fold, and a deep breath now carried a hint of sweetness. The old locust tree in the east of the city sprouted fresh buds. And the blacksmith in the west felt his back no longer ached and his legs no longer pained. Such miracles were attributed to divine manifestations by mortals, but for cultivators, this was an immense opportunity. In an instant, the surrounding scattered cultivators flocked to Qingyang City like sharks sensing blood. The once tranquil small city was suddenly a chaotic blend of people. Get away. This area has the densest spiritual energy. I claimed it first. Nonsense. I was here 3 days ago, which your eyes saw me leave. On the streets. It had become commonplace for cultivators to draw blades against one another over a slightly richer cultivation spot. Amidst this undercurrent of tension, a grand convoy made its entrance into Qingyang City. Scores of magnificent spiritual steeds drew opulent carriages, crafted from golden silk and nama wood, with array patterns shimmering under the sunlight. On the banner of the caravan, the elegantly swirling characters Si Hai heralded its extraordinary origins. Tianfeng Jun, Si Ai Shangong. This ostentatious merchant group instantly became the focus of the entire city. At the forefront was a woman clad in a moon-white gown, her face veiled in a thin gauze, revealing only a pair of cold and proud eyes. She introduced herself as Murong Guanshi. However, the subsequent actions of this merchant group left everyone astonished. They neither sold goods nor opened shops. Instead, they extravagantly purchased a grand residence directly opposite the Chen family estate. That evening, subtle fluctuations of an intricate formation emanated from the estate, weaving an invisible net that silently enveloped the entire Chen family. In the Chen family study, Chen Xuan set down the tome in his hands, his gaze seemingly penetrating the wall, landing on the estate across the way. A flicker of molten gold shone briefly in his deep-set eyes. A probing formation? A faint smile of amusement touched his lips. The opposing party's methods were indeed sophisticated. An ordinary foundation establishment cultivator would have detected no anomalies. Yet, under the scrutiny of his furnace eye, the so-called probing formation appeared as rudimentary as a child's scribbling. He could even distinctly see the core of the formation, with a veiled Murong Guanshi sat cross-legged, personally overseeing the array. The proud daughter of the Murong family, one of the 3 great families of Tianfeng Jun, and a second-tier formation master, Murong Shui. This guy's held no significance before him. Chen Xian's thoughts delved deeper. The power of his furnace, penetrating Murong Shui's physical form, gazing directly at her source of spiritual energy. He observed the tangled threads of bizarre black gas, akin to parasitic worms, coiling within her meridians. This black gas firmly shackled her dantian, severing all possibilities of her advancing to the later stages of foundation establishment. Each time the moonlight fell, the black gas would stir restlessly, gnawing at her soul and flesh. A bloodline curse, how intriguing. Chen Xian's fingers rhythmically tapped the table. A spy delivered to his doorstep, and one afflicted with a grave illness in urgent need of rescue. A prodigy in formations. This game seemed to be more intriguing than he had imagined. He chose not to dismantle the formation. Instead, he feigned ignorance, continuing his daily life as usual. However, whispers began circulating among the Chen family servants, some true and some false. Have you heard? The matriarch is expecting again, and the master is troubled, saying her health is frail, seeking nourishing remedies. Not only that, the other day, the bizarre phenomenon in the sky was orchestrated by the master. It is said he acquired an extraordinary treasure and has been secluded in contemplation ever since. These tidings reached the estate across the way without omission. Murong Shui increasingly felt the strangeness of it all. The information relayed back from the 8 directions listening formation she presided over nearly drove her to madness. That Chen Xuan, merely a foundation establishment practitioner of the 4th stage, spent his days either reading or strolling with his wife and child, living as mundanely as a country gentry. Yet, how could such a rustic noble attract a Danlei? This stark contrast heightened her sense of impending crisis, as if a monstrous beast lay in wait, observing her. Night. In the bedroom, Lin Wanner leaned against Chen Xian's embrace, her delicate brows knitted. Husband, those people across the way have been spying for 3 days now, and their intentions are unclear, her hand subconsciously resting on her slightly rounded abdomen. Chen Xian clasped her hand, infusing it with a gentle flow of true essence. Do not worry. They're not tigers, but rather sheep delivered to our door. He softly reassured his wife. I intend not only to have them resolve the crisis of Dan Xan Gu for me, but also to ensure they willingly leave this fortuitous opportunity in our hands. Feeling the warmth and confidence radiating from her husband's palm, Lin Wanner's unease gradually subsided, and she ceased to inquire further. The next day, Chen Xuan decided to take the initiative. He intended to lead this self-proclaimed hunter, the Murong family's prodigy, step by step into his web. He summoned the steward and handed over a list. Go to the largest huichuntang in the city and procure these herbs, leaving nothing out. Half an hour later, an identical procurement list was presented before Murong Shui. The list contained numerous herbs, including Bingling Hua, Xinshuang Chao, and Han Sui Jing, all possessing extreme cold attributes. Yet at the bottom of the list, there appeared the Qiyonghua, Lai Yin Tung, and several other herbs of fierce yang properties. As a second-tier formation master, Murong Shui also dabbled in pharmacology. She stared at this absurd prescription, sunk into deep contemplation. Water and fire are irreconcilable. Yin and yang clash. This was not a prescription, but rather a recipe for an explosive disaster. A burly middle-aged guard behind her whispered, "Miss, could it be that this person is a fool? Is he courting death with such herbs?" Murong Shui slowly shook her head, a glimmer of unprecedented sharpness flashing in her cold eyes. "No, he is not a fool. He knows we are watching." A surge of curiosity and investigative desire eclipsed her usual composure as a task executor. She developed an intense interest in the seemingly ordinary head of the Chen family. This was not merely a prescription. It was a challenge, a direct provocation from man she could not fathom. Aimed at her, the genius of formations. For the first time in Qingyang City, a smile curved at the corner of Murong Shui's lips. "Prepare a generous gift," she commanded her guards, her voice crisp and resolute. "Tomorrow, I shall personally pay a visit." Chapter 26. A visit. Concealed schemes. The next day, at the hour of Chen, the door of the Chen family estate was knocked upon with 3 measured taps. The steward opened the door and, upon seeing the scene outside, nearly lost his composure despite his usual poise. A woman veiled in white gauze stood quietly, her figure graceful, exuding a chill akin to the summit of a snow-capped mountain. Behind her were 4 guards, their presence as solid as iron, and beyond them, 2 rows of maidservants carrying redwood gift boxes. The spectacle exuded an air of undeniable nobility. From the Sihai Shanggong of Tianfeng Jun, Murong Shui, here to visit Master Chen Xuan. Her voice rang clear and melodious, like a mountain spring. The news quickly reached the inner courtyard. In the study, Chen Xuan set down the ancient tome in his hands, a smile gracing his face. "She is more impatient than I anticipated," he mused. "Have her wait in the main hall." Chen Xuan instructed. "Also, prepare the pot of Binghuo Liang tea I brewed yesterday." The steward complied, but couldn't he help but wonder. Binghuo Liang tea? Did the master not throw all those herbs, which could explode when combined, into a jar with cold water yesterday? Wouldn't drinking that be fatal? In the main hall of the Chen family estate, Murong Shui sat upright in the guest seat, her demeanor poised and dignified. She did not touch the tea or snacks on the table. Her cold gaze discreetly surveyed every detail of the residence. Too ordinary. There were no lavish decorations, no intricate protective formations. Even the flow of spiritual energy was mundane, merely slightly denser than the outside world. Was this truly the lair that attracted the Dan Lei phenomenon? Her perception, as a second-tier formation master, swept through the estate repeatedly, yielding the same conclusion. Utterly unremarkable. Yet, the more ordinary it appeared, the stronger her unease grew. At that moment, footsteps approached at a leisurely pace. Chen Xuan, clad in simple azure robes, strode into the hall. His face bore a gentle smile, and his gaze was as tranquil as water, as if he were merely welcoming an ordinary neighbor. Their eyes met, and Murong Shui's heart abruptly contracted. The man before her was strikingly handsome, exuding a warm aura, yet his deep-set eyes seemed capable of drawing in one's very soul. When his gaze fell upon her, Murong Shui felt an overwhelming sensation of being utterly exposed, as if all her disguises and secrets were laid bare before those eyes. The esteemed Murong family had graced him with their presence, and Chen Xuan smiled as he clasped his hands and took his seat at the head of the table. "Young Master Chen, you are too courteous," Murong Shui replied, her voice returning to its icy composure. "I have long heard of Qingyang Cheng's remarkable talents and auspicious occurrences recently. Thus, I have come to pay my respects. hoping to forge a benevolent connection with you. Her words were meticulously crafted, presenting her visit as a mere business formality. The maid promptly presented a pot of the so-called ice and fire duality tea. The brew manifested an eerie, chaotic hue, with one half emanating a chilling mist while the other subtly released warmth. The two opposing energies were forcibly contained within the same cup, remaining distinct and unchallenged. The towering guard behind Murong Xue's back narrowed his pupils, his true essence surging forth as he prepared to intervene. This was no tea. It was undoubtedly poison. Yet, Murong Xue raised her hand to stop him. She fixated on the cup of tea before her, her instincts as an array master alerting her to the terrifying balance contained within it. Chen Xuan lifted his teacup, taking a gentle sip and releasing a satisfied sigh. This tea is called ice and fire duality, a unique skill of mine. He set down the cup, gazing at Murong Xue with a smile. All things exist in mutual creation and destruction. What seems incompatible is merely lacking the right guidance. Sometimes, the root of a problem is also the source of vitality. Take, for example, certain innate afflictions passed down through generations, akin to a festering wound. Chen Xian's tone grew increasingly leisurely as he lightly tapped the table with his fingers. To outsiders, it appeared as a terminal illness, a curse. However, should one manage to discover that balance, employing poison against poison, cold against cold, perhaps it could lead to a rebirth, establishing a new realm. He shifted his focus, his gaze seemingly casually brushing over Murong Xue's trembling fingertips, shocked by his revelations. Just like certain arrays that are inherently flawed, they're constrained in their operation. Forcing repairs only leads to greater chaos, rather than mending their flaws. It is more effective to embrace those imperfections, strategically utilizing them as part of the array's power. Each of Chen Xian's words struck Murong Xue's heart like an invisible hammer, draining the color from her face. Innate afflictions, passed down through generations. Arrays inherently flawed. Who was this man? How could he know the greatest secret of the Murong family? The so-called bloodline curse originated from the Murong family's ancestors, who, while setting up their protective array, had forcefully reversed the yin and yang, resulting in an irreparable flaw that ultimately manifested as a curse, imprinted in the bloodlines of each core family member through the ages. This matter was the utmost secret of the Murong family. Young Master Chen, you jest. Murong Xue's voice trembled for the first time, betraying her composure. I am merely a businesswoman, utterly ignorant of what you speak regarding arrays and afflictions. Is that so? Chen Xian's smile deepened. He slowly rose and approached her. In the face of her suddenly tense posture and the vigilant gaze of her guard, he extended a finger towards the cup of ice and fire duality tea before her. His fingertip did not touch the tea, but hovered a mere inch away. With a hum, the chaotic tea within the cup underwent an astonishing transformation. The previously distinct cold and hot energies began to rotate and intertwine along an incomprehensible trajectory, ultimately merging into pure, attribute-less spiritual energy, rising from the cup like wisps of fragrant smoke. Behold, Chen Xian retracted his finger, observing the shock and chaos reflected in Murong Xue's eyes. What you deem a deadlock, what you consider a terminal illness, has never existed in my realm. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice to a tone that only they could hear, imbued with a subtle enchantment. Now, tell me, did you truly come here solely to forge a benevolent connection? The term cost struck Murong Xue's heart like a searing brand. Her gaze was firmly affixed to the cup of tea, her mind coming to a standstill in that moment. The chaotic brew, under the influence of Chen Xian's fingertip, underwent a transformation that shattered her lifelong perception. The once distinct cold and hot energies ceased their opposition, instead finding some supreme principle, beginning to spiral and merge in an arcane manner. The destructive forces dissipated in their collision, replaced by pure, untainted spiritual energy rising from the cup, filling the room with fragrance. This is not alchemy, it surpasses alchemy. This is not merely an array, yet it embodies a profound balance beyond any array. This is creation, from nothing to something, transforming two opposing forms of destruction into pure vitality. Her pride as a second-tier array master, her mastery over the balance of power, felt insignificant in comparison to this spectacle, like a child's scribblings. Impossible, this cannot be. Murong Xue murmured in disbelief, her pride as an array genius shattered in an instant. She attempted to apply her extensive array theories to decipher the unfolding scene, but found her knowledge painfully inadequate. There is nothing impossible. Chen Xuan's voice resonated, devoid of emotion. Your understanding of the path of arrays has fundamentally deviated. He paused, his tone flat, yet each word resonated with weight. You only know how to delineate array patterns and set the focal point, yet fail to comprehend that the essence of an array is to manipulate the laws of the universe through leverage. You exhaust yourself honing the lever, but never think to fathom the vast ocean of laws on the other end. His words struck Murong Shui like a thunderclap in her consciousness. She abruptly raised her head, her once cold eyes now stripped of pride and confidence, replaced with the confusion and yearning of a student facing a mentor. Who are you? She stammered, her question echoing for the second time that day. Yet this time, it was no longer a test, but a genuine inquiry born from profound respect and curiosity. Chen Xuan offered no response. He merely returned to his seat, lifting his teacup, observing her with a calmness that was maddening. The sensation of being fully seen and utterly overwhelmed left Murong Shui breathless. She took a deep breath, forcing back the tumult within her heart, striving to regain a semblance of control. Young Master Chen, what did your previous words mean? We are merely acquaintances. Why do you feel the need to share these insights with me? Merely acquaintances? Chen Xuan chuckled, though his mirth sent shivers down Murong Shui's spine. Miss Murong, accompanied by the elite of the Four Seas Merchant Association, you have set up the 8 directions listening array across from my home, spying day and night. This hardly resembles a chance encounter. Murong Shui's body suddenly stiffened, and the color drained from her face in an instant. The 8 directions wind listening array. He actually recited the name of the formation she had meticulously crafted, an exclusive array refined from the ancestral teachings of the Murong family. Apart from herself and a handful of core elders in her clan, no outsider could possibly know of it. At that moment, the last shred of hope within her vanished completely. She had believed herself to be the hunter lurking in the shadows, unaware that she was merely a foolish moth that had already fallen into the spider's web, still reveling in her own delusions. A profound sense of terror and humiliation engulfed her instantly. The burly guard behind her paled as well, his hand gripping the hilt of his knife. His inner essence surging wildly, yet daring not to reveal even a hint of it. The atmosphere in the grand hall plummeted to an icy stillness. However, Chen Xuan seemed oblivious to their small movements. He regarded the pallid Murong Shui with an almost pitying gaze and spoke again. This time, his words became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The bloodline curse of the Murong family is quite intriguing. On every full moon night, the energy in your dantian feels like countless ants gnawing at your heart, and your soul plummets into the abyss of ice, does it not? His voice was soft, yet each word pierced her heart. With every sentence he spoke, Murong Shui's complexion turned a shade whiter. You forcibly practiced the formation, attempting to suppress the curse with its power, only to achieve the opposite effect, binding your curse to your formation skills inextricably, and now it's too late to turn back. Your arrival in Xinjiang City, under the guise of investigating the Danley anomaly, was, in truth, an endeavor to seek a solution for yourself and your Murong family. A plea for survival. Upon finishing his last statement, Murong Shui's body trembled violently. Had it not been for her guard's quick reflexes to support her, she would have collapsed to the ground. Looking at Chen Xuan, her cold, clear eyes were filled with boundless shock and despair. This man is no mere mortal. He is a devil, a being capable of perceiving her past, unraveling her future, and manipulating her fate as if it were a mere plaything. You are investigating me. She managed to squeeze out through gritted teeth the only explanation she could fathom. Investigating you? Chen Xuan scoffed lightly and shook his head. Miss Murong, you overestimate yourself. In my eyes, you and your Murong family lack the weight to warrant such attention. His words, delivered with nonchalance, bore an absolute dominance that crushed all beneath it. He rose to his feet, casting one last glance at the disheartened woman before turning to leave for the inner hall. A languid voice drifted from behind him, reaching Murong Shui's ears. I shall grant you 3 days. Contemplate whether you wish to be a self-satisfied enemy or a dog begging for mercy. After 3 days, should you find clarity, return to seek me out. If you remain in confusion, both you and the Four Seas merchants behind you shall forever remain in Xinjiang City, serving as guardians for my Chen family. With that, Chen Xian's figure vanished into the rear hall, leaving Murong Shui standing alone, as if struck by lightning. A chilling, bone-deep cold surged from her soles, penetrating to the crown of her head. She comprehended that this man was not jesting. He possessed the power to follow through. Chapter 28. The Art of Negotiation. 3 days. For Murong Shui, residing across from the Chen family, these 72 hours felt like being scorched over an open flame. She locked herself within her chamber, abstaining from food and drink. The 8 directions wind-listening array had long been dismantled, and she even dared not use her spiritual sense to probe the eerily tranquil residence. The man's words echoed relentlessly in her mind. Enemy or dog? She, the illustrious scion of the Murong family and a second-tier formation master, had never endured such humiliation. Bloodlust, fury, and resentment boiled within her like water in a cauldron. Yet the moment she recalled that man as effortless resolution of the ice and fire tea, and his piercing gaze when he unveiled the family's greatest secret, all her emotions were extinguished by a deeper, more profound fear and helplessness. He has a way. This thought clung to her heart like a rapidly growing vine. Dignity? Pride? In the face of her family's centuries-old legacy and her cursed life, what value do such things hold? On the 3rd day at dusk, as the last rays of the sun were about to sink below the horizon, Murong Shui's door creaked open. She had changed out of her moon-white gown, donning instead a plain, unadorned garment. The white veil covering her face had been removed, revealing a slightly pale, yet breathtakingly beautiful visage. She stepped out of her residence, crossed the street, and stood before the gates of the Chen family estate. This time, she did not summon anyone to announce her presence. In the astonished gaze of the gatekeeper, she quietly knelt, lowering her knees that had never bent for anyone before. She knelt straight down. News of her actions quickly reached the inner courtyard. Chen Xuan was strolling with Lin Wanner, and Yao Ling Lin Wanner's abdomen was noticeably rounded, her face radiating maternal warmth, while Yao Ling trailed behind like a devoted follower, her eyes shining with unabashed admiration for Chen Xuan. Husband, it seems that Miss Murong has come to her senses. Lin Wanner spoke gently, already accustomed to Chen Xuan's methods. Chen Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Nodding slightly, everything was under his control. Let her remain outside, he said flatly. She may enter only when night has fully fallen. The pride of a genius is both too rigid and fragile. Unless thoroughly shattered, how can it be bent to one's will? Night deepened at last. When Murong Shui felt her legs had gone numb and her consciousness began to waver, the gates of the Chen family slowly opened. The housekeeper's voice conveyed no emotion, saying, "The master has asked you to enter." Murong Shui struggled to rise. Her legs trembled, nearly causing her to fall. Gritting her teeth, she advanced step by step into the residence that would determine her fate. It was still that study. Chen Xuan sat behind the desk, engrossed in an ancient tome, the light casting sharp shadows across his features. Murong Shui took 3 steps closer to the desk and halted. Then, once more, she slowly knelt down. This time, her forehead pressed firmly against the cold floor. The sinner Murong Shui has offended the noble Sun Hu Wei and deserves death 1,000 times over. Her voice was hoarse, trembling with a hint of resignation, pleading for the noble Sun to show a path of survival for the Murong family and the sinner. Chen Xuan finally set aside the scroll. He did not bid her rise, but scrutinized her from above, his tone as calm as still water. The path I can provide you. However, my principle is that of equitable exchange. He stood and walked slowly to Murong Shui, leaning down to whisper in her ear, in a tone only they could hear. I want you and the 4 Seas merchants behind you to serve me from now on. I want you to become the sharpest knife and the keenest eyes in Tianfeng County for me. Can you do that? Murong Shui's body trembled violently. She abruptly raised her head, her stunning face etched with conflict. To serve him? Was that not akin to betraying her family? Chen Xuan seemed to read her thoughts, letting out a scoff. Betrayal? Miss Murong, are you overthinking this? A family whose very existence hangs by a thread possesses no right to speak of loyalty. I am here to save you. I offer you the chance to transform from a doomed wretch into the true savior of the Murong clan. Chen Xuan's voice carried an enchanting power, piercing the depths of her most vulnerable soul. Will you allow your family to languish in despair's mire? Or will you seize this solitary straw and lead them to rebirth? The choice is yours. He straightened, returning to his desk, his expression reverting to indifference. Of course, you may refuse. However, I assure you that when the sun rises tomorrow, not a trace of the Sihai Merchants Association will remain within or beyond Qingyang City. You and your subordinates will become mere forgotten bones in the mass grave outside the city. The threat was stark and unadorned. Murong Xue knelt on the ground, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind. She understood that this man could make his words reality. On one side lay the ethereal notion of loyalty and inevitable demise. On the other, the humiliation of submission and the only glimmer of hope. This dilemma was not difficult. After a long silence, Murong Xue bowed her head once more, this time with greater fervor than ever before, her forehead striking the ground with a muffled thud. Murong Xue was willing to lay down her life for the young master. As these words struggled from her lips, she felt a proud part of herself utterly drained. Yet simultaneously, a profound sense of relief washed over her, as though a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. At that very moment, the system's notification echoed in Chen Xuan's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully subdued the second destined daughter, Murong Xue. Her fortune now bound to the host. Fortune Multiplication System Function Update. Unlocking the Fortune Refinery. Fortune Refinery allows the consumption of fortune points to refine all things, enhancing their quality. It can also refine the fortune of adversaries for personal gain or to elevate the qualifications of the host and his wives and offspring. Congratulations to the host for receiving a novice gift pack, 1,000 fortune points. A subtle smile crept onto Chen Xuan's lips, unnoticed by anyone. The second piece was now in his grasp. He gazed at the stunning woman kneeling before him, contemplating the newly unlocked fortune refinery. The Tianfeng County seemed to grow increasingly intriguing. Chapter 29. The Turmoil of Dan Pavilion, the Astonishing Divine Pill. While Chen Xuan quietly subdued this vital piece in Qingyang City, a storm was brewing 1,000 miles away in Tianfeng County, at the headquarters of Danxin Pavilion. A divine pill, entirely purple and entwined with 9 dragon-shaped medicinal vapors, was presented to all core elders of Danxin Pavilion by Yao Ling's trusted aid through the most secretive channels. In the grand hall of Danxin Pavilion, silence reigned, with even the sound of breathing feeling excessively heavy. Dozens of alchemy masters capable of shaking the very ground in Tianfeng County were gathered like novice apprentices. Surrounding the pill that hovered in midair, their expressions dazed, eyes filled with awe. The essence of the Ziyun Dragon King pill was unmistakable. Not merely the Ziyun Dragon King pill. Look at the dragon-like vapor, the perfect 9 turns heart restoration. This is the unique secret technique of our esteemed pavilion master. An elder, with a beard nearly dragging on the ground, trembled as he reached out to touch it, only to withdraw his hand midway, as if fearing that a single breath would dispel this miracle. Something is amiss. Another elder exclaimed, his voice cracking. If you observe closely, this medicinal vapor is even more condensed and lively than what the pavilion master himself has refined. This is the perfect 9 turns heart restoration. Moreover, the patterns on the surface of the pill are naturally formed, genuine Tao patterns. Such phenomena in alchemy I have only seen recorded in the most ancient texts. This is a perfect quality 4th grade divine pill. Heaven help us. During the pavilion master's absence, the art of alchemy has advanced to such heights. The hall erupted with discussion, a fervent worship reflected on every face. In their eyes, only their missing pavilion master Yao Wanshan could possibly create such a divine object. However, when one person finally discerned the ancient characters inscribed on the pill's surface, imbued with profound Tao essence, all commotion ceased abruptly. The grand hall fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The 2 characters, bold and commanding. Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan? Who is Chen Xuan? Why does his name appear here? All the elders were left bewildered, their minds buzzing. The understanding of alchemy they had built over a lifetime shattered in an instant by those 2 unfamiliar characters. On the main seat, the acting pavilion master Yao Wanhai, whose face bore a striking resemblance to Yao Wanshan, was now darkened with palpable anger. He stared intently at the pill, his eyes filled with not only resentment and jealousy, but also a hint of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. Others may not comprehend, but he did. This pill signified the emergence of a terrifying figure in alchemy, one who had far surpassed him and even his brother Yao Wanshan. Moreover, this monster was clearly aligned with that little vixen Yao Ling. Nonsense! Yao Wanhai slammed the table, rising abruptly, his voice filled with authority as he roared. This must be a trick by that wicked Yao Ling, who has somehow found a charlatan from the Jianghu to forge this fake pill using sorcery. My brother is currently in seclusion, striving for a higher realm in alchemy. How could he create something so dubious? He attempted to leverage his status to reverse the situation. Yet the divine pill remained suspended, its rich fragrance intoxicating and its overwhelming medicinal power stirring the surrounding spiritual energy, while the miraculous Tao patterns silently mocked his ignorance and bravado. Acting Pavilion Master, do you think we're blind? An elder, who had maintained a close friendship with Yao Wanshan, stepped forward with a cold snort. This Ziyun Dragon King pill, in terms of both quality and the essence of 9 turns heart restoration contained within, has reached the realm of transformation. This is indeed a divine object. If you claim it to be false, why not produce a genuine one for our enlightenment? I would like to ask the acting Pavilion Master. The gaze of Elder Wang sliced through Yao Wanhai's expression. Before the Pavilion Master entered seclusion, he stated he would emerge within a month at most. It has now been nearly 2 months. Why is there still no sign of him? Alive, we see no man. Dead, we see no corpse. Under your authority as acting Pavilion Master, you have ruthlessly purged disciples loyal to the Pavilion Master and replaced them with your own trusted aides. What are your true intentions? Each of these words pierced deeply, striking at Yao Wanhai's vulnerabilities. The atmosphere in the grand hall became tense. The air thick with hostility as supporters of Yao Wanhai faced off against those loyal to the old Pavilion Master. At that moment, a disciple stumbled in panic-stricken, reporting, "Acting Pavilion Master, esteemed elders, it is dire news. Outside, there is a letter attached to the divine pill that has been delivered." Yao Wanhai's heart sank, an ominous premonition enveloping him. He barked, "Bring it forth." The trembling disciple presented the letter, and Yao Wanhai snatched it from his hands, unfolding it to reveal a single line, written with an imposing stroke that seemed to pierce through the paper, exuding a chilling intent. Within 3 days, if Yao Wanhai does not bind himself at the Danshin Pavilion Square, the Pavilion Master shall replace him. The signature remained, still bearing those 2 names that instilled terror within him, Chen Xuan and Kuang Tu. Yao Wanhai trembled with rage, his true essence quaking as he reduced the letter to mere dust. He abruptly turned, casting a chilling gaze upon the elders in the grand hall, his eyes betraying a murderous intent. He knew there was no time to waste. This divine pill and this letter had utterly stripped away his facade, pushing him to the precipice. "Come forth," he bellowed in a fit of hysteria. Dozens of black-clad warriors, exuding a sinister aura, materialized from the rear of the hall, surrounding the entire assembly. At the forefront stood a one-eyed brute with a scarred visage, emanating an overwhelming aura of the 6th level of Foundation establishment, far surpassing any elder of Danshin Pavilion. "Hei Feng Zhai's chieftain, Hei Sha, Yao Wanhai, how dare you collude with the bandits of Hei Feng Zhai? What are your intentions? Do you wish to slaughter Danshin Pavilion?" The elders loyal to the former headmaster were both shocked and enraged. A twisted, frenzied grin finally appeared on Yao Wanhai's face. "What am I doing? From this day forth, I, Yao Wanhai, shall be the sole master of Danshin Pavilion. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who defy me shall perish." With a sweeping gesture, his voice turned icy and devoid of humanity. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." In an instant, the hall of Danshin Pavilion was stained crimson, a bloody purge that had long been plotted, now unfolding in the most gruesome manner. Yet, amidst the chaos, the very pill that had ignited this storm, the Zun Longwang Dan, was quietly whisked away by an inconspicuous shadow, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 30. The test of loyalty, the bloodshed and turmoil in Tianfeng County swiftly reached Qingyang City through the omnipresent intelligence network of the Sihai Merchants Association. When Murong Shui presented the encrypted letter to Chen Xuan, her typically serene and exquisite face was devoid of color. Each word on the letter seemed inscribed with blood. Yao Wanhai had conspired with Hei Feng Zhai, slaughtering the assembly hall and imprisoning all who opposed him. In a single night, Danshin Pavilion had been turned upside down. How could he dare? Murong Shui's voice tightened, a tremor escaping her. She could hardly fathom how one could act so ruthlessly against their own sect, against the elders who had watched them grow. Chen Xuan, having read the letter, remained calm and composed. He meticulously folded the thin sheet and brought it to the candlelight. The flame licked the edges of the paper, curling it before consuming it entirely, leaving behind only a wisp of blue smoke that dissipated into nothingness. "A corner dog will jump over the wall," he remarked casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. This nonchalant demeanor stood in stark contrast to Murong Shue's alarm. "Young master, Yao Wanhai has gone mad. Once he seizes control of Danxin Pavilion, he will spare no effort to trace the origins of the divine pill. Miss Yao Ling, and you will be in great peril." The Sihai Merchants Association wielded considerable influence in Tianfeng County, yet Danxin Pavilion was, after all, the local ruler. Should they resolutely seal off the entire county, her sentence remained unfinished, but the implication was clear. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. In Murong Shue's eyes, Chen Xuan's current situation was fraught with peril. However, Chen Xuan paid her concerns no mind, instead posing an unrelated question. "Why do you think Yao Wanhai dares to act this way?" Murong Shui hesitated before instinctively replying, "Because he has the backing of Heifeng Zhai, and it caught everyone off guard." "No." Chen Xuan shook his head, strolling to the window, hands clasped behind him as he gazed into the dark night. "Those are merely surface appearances. His true confidence stems from 2 points. First, he is certain that his brother Yao Wanshan is dead. In terms of alchemy, there is no one left in Tianfeng County who can rival him. As long as he can still refine pills, the foundation of Danxin Pavilion remains intact, and those fence-sitters will naturally align themselves with him." Chen Xian's tone deepened, becoming more somber. "Second, he has an even stronger backing, a force that allows him to act without restraint, daring to massacre his own sect and betray his clan." Murong Shue's heart raced. Following Chen Xian's line of thought, a terrifying possibility emerged in her mind, draining the color from her face. "Young master, are you suggesting indeed?" Chen Xian turned to face her, the candlelight dancing in his profound eyes. A force capable of commanding the reckless scoundrels of Heifeng Zhai could only be attributed to those unseen, nefarious entities. Though he did not elaborate, the chilling aura emanating from him soaked Murong Shue's back with a cold sweat. If it were indeed that legendary demonic sect intervening, the nature of the situation would drastically change. This was no longer an internal strife within Danxin Pavilion, but rather a colossal conspiracy poised to engulf the entirety of Tianfeng County. She regarded Chen Xian, her eyes brimming with concern. She struggled to comprehend why this man remained so composed amid such dire straits. "Young master, what should we do now?" she involuntarily inquired, fully assuming the role of a subordinate. "What should we do?" A playful smile tugged at Chen Xian's lips. "Naturally, we must stoke the flames further." Returning to his desk, he dipped his brush in ink, elegantly inscribing several characters onto a fresh sheet of paper before handing it to Murong Shui. "Through your channels, deliver this prescription to the elders imprisoned in Danxin Pavilion." Murong Shui took the note and glanced down, her pupils narrowing in shock. The paper bore 3 large characters, Jiedu Dan. Below the prescription was a smaller line. "Yao Wanhai, in his quest to control hearts, will surely poison the food. This pill can counteract it. Furthermore, await the heavenly change 3 days hence." Murong Shue's heart raced uncontrollably. It was as if this man, stationed 1,000 miles away, had orchestrated every detail of Tianfeng County with utmost precision. He not only anticipated Yao Wanhai's next move, but had also prepared the antidote in advance. This was no mere strategy, it was sorcery. "But young master, those elders are under strict surveillance. Delivering the prescription will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Murong Shui voiced the stark reality. "That is your problem, not mine." Chen Xian leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixated on her taut face. "Miss Murong, your loyalty to me should not merely be spoken. I need to witness your capabilities, to see the value of the Sihai Merchants Association." He paused, his voice turning cold and indifferent. "The curse on your family and your own life. The antidote does not come cheap. This is your first payment." If she could not even manage this small task, then she would be of no use to him. It was a stark test, assessing her and the strength of the Sihai Merchants Association. Failing to fulfill this task would mean the glimmer of hope she had glimpsed would evaporate into thin air. Murong Shue's breathing quickened as she tightly grasped the thin note, which held the fate of herself and the entire Murong family. She refrained from uttering another word. Bowing deeply before Chen Xian, her head nearly touching her chest, she declared, "Young master, rest assured. Within 3 days, Murong Shui will not fail in her mission." With that, she abruptly turned and hastened away, her silhouette resolute, infused with a fierce determination born of desperation. Observing her disappear into the night, a satisfied smile graced Chen Xuan's lips. The pieces have all taken their positions. Next, it is time for him, the player, to make his entrance. He rises, stretches leisurely, his joints cracking with a crisp sound, and strides towards the inner courtyard. After much contemplation, he finds that spending time with his wife is the most delightful pursuit, especially now that Wanner is expecting their second child. He wonders what kind of surprise the system will reward him with this time. Chapter 31, A Secret Affection. Divine feedback. The night was as dark as ink, with only a smattering of stars. As Chen Xuan pushed open the door to the inner courtyard, a gentle fragrance wafted towards him. By the stone table, Lin Wanner and Yao Ling were engaged in a hushed conversation. Upon seeing him enter, Yao Ling immediately rose, standing awkwardly to the side with her hands clasped, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Lin Wanner approached him, her bright eyes reflecting the moonlight and a hint of lingering concern. "My husband, is that Miss Morong all right?" she inquired. Her keen intellect had already sensed the tense atmosphere in the residence these past few days, revolving around the unexpected guest. Like a lost lamb, she now knew which path to take. Chen Xuan grasped her delicate hand, offering soft reassurance. His gaze naturally fell upon his wife's slightly rounded belly, and his expression softened immeasurably. Within her, their second child was taking form, a prodigious Qilin destined to surpass even the innate Tao body. Sensing his gaze, Lin Wanner smiled radiantly, placing her other hand gently over her abdomen. "This child has been very well behaved lately, not causing any trouble at all." Chen Xuan chuckled softly, enveloping her in his embrace. Nearby, Yao Ling observed this tender scene, a flicker of envy flashing in her eyes before she quickly lowered her head, unwilling to disturb their tranquility. At that moment, a system notification, audible only to Chen Xuan, resonated in his mind with triumphant fervor. "Ding! Host has successfully subdued the second fated daughter, Morong Shui. Her fortune is now deeply bound to the host. Morong Shui, Crimson Fate Array Master subdued. Loyalty, Initial Establishment. The many children, many blessing system is undergoing adaptive evolution. Evolution complete. Congratulations, host. Major system functionality update. Unlocking a new module. Family Fortune Furnace." Chen Xuan's heart raced, nearly missing a beat. A new feature. He forcibly suppressed the tumult within, focusing his mind. A shadowy image of an ancient, robust, three-legged furnace, seemingly cast from bronze, began to rotate within his consciousness. The furnace was inscribed with intricate patterns of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and vegetation, exuding an aura of dominion over fortune and the ability to refine all things. Family Fortune Furnace. Function 1. Fortune Refinement. Can consume fortune points to refine all things, cultivation methods, martial techniques, elixirs, treasures, etc., enhancing their grade and power. Function 2. Fortune Plunder. The host can suppress, kill, or subdue opposing forces or individuals to plunder their fortune, converting it into personal fortune points. Function 3. Fortune Blessing. The host can consume fortune points to bestow fortune upon family members, wives, children, kin, enhancing their cultivation qualifications, comprehension, and even offering a chance to awaken hidden bloodlines or special physiques. A cascade of information made Chen Xuan's eyes twitch. This was no mere reward. It was a divine artifact for family cultivation. The previous system felt more like a personal investment, whereas now, with this fortune furnace, he could convert everything plundered from enemies into nourishment for his burgeoning family. He could personally forge Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and each of his future children into unparalleled powerhouses. This was the true essence of branching out and establishing an immortal lineage. The system's voice continued. Ding! In celebration of the new feature launch, and as a reward for successfully subduing the second fated daughter, a furnace activation gift pack is being issued. Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000 fortune points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete inheritance of a high-quality Earth-grade formation. 4 symbols locking heaven formation. Congratulations, host. Yao Ling's loyalty has increased. Current status, secret affection, 10,000 fortune points, and an Earth-grade protective formation. Chen Xuan could hardly suppress a laugh. Just as trouble was brewing at Donqing Pavilion, a protective formation was delivered right to his doorstep. Truly, a timely gift, with the four symbols locking heaven formation. The Chen family now possessed a firm foundation, no longer a soft target for others to manipulate. He forced himself to calm the surging emotions and redirected his gaze, looking at the gentle Lin Wanner beside him, then at Yao Ling in the distance, who, with her lowered gaze, regarded him with more reverence than familiarity. A thought sparked in his mind. With a newly acquired feature, it was only fitting to test its effects on someone. He released Lin Wanner and walked slowly towards Yao Ling. At your service. Yao Ling's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks flushed as she nervously responded. She had already instinctively begun to refer to herself as a servant. Chen Xuan remained indifferent to this title, merely asking, regarding the ice soul poison in your body. Aside from using pure yang true energy to help you, there is a quicker method. Would you like to try it? Yes. Yao Ling answered without hesitation, her eyes sparkling with intense anticipation. To rid herself of that unbearable torment more swiftly was something she longed for. All right, Chen Xuan nodded. However, this method requires you to completely open your mind and not resist in any way. Are you willing? His gaze was profound, as if it could penetrate her very soul. Yao Ling's heart raced uncontrollably. To fully open her mind meant entrusting her life entirely to another. Yet, as she looked at this enigmatic man, who had ignited a glimmer of hope for her rebirth, any hesitation seemed utterly superfluous. She bowed deeply to Chen Xuan, her voice gentle yet resolute. This life of the servant was saved by you, my lord. From now on, should you command, Yao Ling will not hesitate to face death. I am willing. These three words signified her complete submission and represented a heart, once belonging to a talented daughter of Donqing Pavilion, now irrevocably tied to this man. Chen Xuan smiled. He extended a finger, and a strand of golden light began to swirl around its tip. Within that radiance lay an imperceptible essence of power from the fortune furnace. Domineering and arcane, he gently touched Yao Ling's forehead with his fingertip. As you wish. Buzz. The golden light entered her body, causing Yao Ling to tremble violently. Chapter 32. The Might of the Furnace. Wanner's opportunity the moment Chen Xuan's fingertip made contact with Yao Ling's forehead. She felt her entire being stiffen as an indescribable will surged into her consciousness with an overwhelming force. This was neither true energy nor divine consciousness, but a more ancient, primordial power, akin to the supreme laws that existed since the dawn of creation. In the face of this will, her seventh-layer foundation appeared laughable and pitiful, like a firefly against the full moon. Instinctively, her soul resisted, yet Chen Xuan's command to completely open her mind resounded within her consciousness like a resounding bell. She bit her silver teeth, relinquishing all struggle, and opened her soul unreservedly. Chen Xuan's consciousness then sank into a realm of profound mystery. He beheld Yao Ling's sea of consciousness, where a fierce war of attrition had raged for many years. On one side lay the vibrant and pure essence of the Danling body, radiating the vitality of nature. Opposing it was the sinister and malevolent ice soul poison, akin to maggots and decay. The two forces had long entwined and distorted, morphing into two venomous serpents that viciously tore at each other, wreaking havoc in Yao Ling's sea of consciousness. This relentless internal strife had plunged her into despair, severing her path. Fortune furnace refine. A thought flickered in Chen Xuan's mind. The tyrannical force emanating from the furnace transformed into an invisible golden hand, decisively probing into the sea of consciousness and seizing the source of the chilling ice soul poison, forcibly extracting it. Ugh! Yao Ling emitted a sound of profound pain, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably, her once rosy visage turning as pale as parchment. The agony of forcibly tearing a piece from the essence of her soul surpassed any torture known to the world. Witnessing this tainted condenance, stepping forward to channel a pure and gentle essence into Yao Ling's body, stabilizing her heart pulse. The extracted source of ice soul poison morphed into a writhing mass of dark energy, shrieking as it attempted to re-enter Yao Ling's sea of consciousness. Trying to escape? Chen Xuan scoffed coldly. Behind him, the ancient and robust silhouette of the furnace flickered, unleashing a terrifying suction force. The dark energy emitted a cry filled with reluctance and fear before ultimately being dragged into Chen Xuan's conscious space and devoured by the fortune furnace. Ding! Successfully plundered the source of ice soul poison fragment, containing a trace of ancient cold poison laws. Refining in progress. Congratulations, host. Acquired 500 fortune points. Congratulations, host. Your technique Chunyang Wujigong absorbed fragments of cold poison laws, achieving a new characteristic, pure yang extreme cold. You can now attach a trace of extreme cold attribute to your pure yang essence, inflicting dual ice and fire damage upon your foes. A delightful surprise. Chen Xuan felt a stir within. This peculiar poison not only resolved Yao Ling's predicament, but also completed his own technique. Ice and fire originating from the same source. The power was exponentially enhanced, a splendid acquisition indeed. At this moment, within Yao Ling's sea of consciousness, the essence of her Dan Ling body, freed from its nemesis, resonated with a joyful hum, akin to a dragon liberated from millennia-old shackles. A surge of unparalleled Dan, Dao, spiritual energy erupted from within her. The cultivation bottleneck that had plagued her for years shattered under this overwhelming vitality. Foundation establishment, 8th layer. Her aura surged forward with relentless momentum, akin to a bamboo shoot piercing the sky, until it finally stabilized at the pinnacle of the 8th layer. Yao Ling abruptly opened her eyes, and 2 streaks of azure brilliance flickered and vanished. She felt an unprecedented sense of ease and strength within, a life force filled with vitality coursing through her. She realized she was healed. Not only healed, but her cultivation had also broken through. She gazed at Chen Xuan, her bright eyes brimming with excitement, gratitude, admiration, and reverence, emotions intertwining into a surging tide that nearly overwhelmed her. She parted her lips, yet no sound emerged. Any words seemed utterly inadequate in the face of such a rebirth. Ultimately, she bowed deeply to Chen Xuan once more, her pristine forehead pressed firmly against the cold ground. Your grace of rebirth, I, Yao Ling, shall never forget. Chen Xuan accepted her bow with composure, lifting her gently. As he felt the lively and pure essence of her Dan Ling body, a bolder thought sparked in his mind. He turned to Lin Wanner beside him. With her Xian'in's sacred body, and now possessing a divine Tao, the Xian'in power within her was more pure and potent than ever. Yet, she bore a critical shortcoming. She was still practicing the earth-grade technique passed down from the Lin family. It was akin to shackling a true phoenix with chains of mundane iron, greatly constraining her true potential. If only he could procure a heavenly-grade Xian'in attribute technique for her. Chen Xuan's gaze fell once more upon the ancient, weighty fortune furnace within his conscious space. Why search? If it did not exist in this world, he would create it himself. He immediately commanded Yao Ling and Mu Rongshui to mobilize the entirety of Dan Xian Pavilion and the Sihai Merchant Association, sparing no effort to gather every technique related to Xian'in, Taiyin, and cold ice attributes, regardless of whether they were remnants of heavenly grade or intra-level yellow grade. He desired them all. Upon issuing the command, the 2 great forces operated like finely tuned war machines, setting into motion with remarkable speed. In merely 3 days, hundreds of technique jade slips had filled Chen Xuan's study, nearly overwhelming his desk. Chen Xuan confined himself within the study, embarking on this unprecedented endeavor. He sought to use these hundreds of techniques as fuel, the fortune furnace as divine fire, and the profound insights gleaned from Danwang by Jia as the guiding principle, to forge a unique, unparalleled supreme technique perfectly attuned to his wife Lin Wanner's Xian'in sacred body. If word of this were spread, the entire realm of cultivation would deem him a madman. Creating a technique was a domain only accessible to earth-shattering figures. Yet Chen Xuan was determined to transform the impossible into the possible. He gazed at the mountain of jade slips before him, devoid of confusion, filled instead with unmatched confidence and anticipation. Wanner, wait for me. If no technique in this world is worthy of you, I shall create one with my own hands. Chapter 33. Heavenly Grade Technique. United hearts of husband and wife in the study. The lights burned brightly. Chen Xuan sat cross-legged, with over 100 jade slips of various luminescence hovering silently before him. His expression was intensely focused, his eyes slightly closed. A vast consciousness surged forth. like invisible tendrils probing into dozens of jade slips simultaneously. Countless techniques, operational routes, and fundamental principles surged into his mind like a torrent. For an ordinary person, such a chaotic influx of information could lead to a shattered soul, rendering them an imbecile. Yet Chen Xuan's spirit was as resilient as divine iron. Bolstered by Dan Wang, by Jie anchoring his mind. In his eyes, these profound techniques were merely various spiritual materials with differing properties. His task was to maximize the potential of these materials and meld them together. Fortune furnace arise, Chen Xuan uttered in a low voice. In his conscious space, the ancient bronze furnace trembled violently, an intangible force enveloping all jade slips. Refine. Ding. Detected a substantial input of technique items from the host. Confirm fusion refining? This refining will use all techniques as a foundation, extracting essence and discarding dross, merging into a brand new technique. Estimated consumption of fortune points, 8,000. Warning, fusion refining carries a risk of failure. If it fails, all input items will be destroyed and fortune points will not be refunded. Continue? 8,000 fortune points. This was nearly the entirety of his recently acquired fortune. Chen Xuan felt a slight tightness in his heart, but soon his resolve became unyieldingly steadfast. For Wanner, what was the loss of all he possessed? He pressed on. As his thoughts solidified, the aura of the fortune furnace surged dramatically. Hundreds of jade slips dissolved at a visible speed, transforming into streams of light imbued with various principles, devoured by the furnace. A thunderous roar erupted. The furnace trembled violently, producing a deafening sound under the unbearable strain. Beads of sweat formed on Chen Xuan's forehead. He could see within the furnace an array of conflicting principles clashing fiercely, tearing apart, as if on the brink of total chaos, threatening to obliterate his entire consciousness. Merge for me. Chen Xuan's eyes widened. His spiritual force poured into the furnace unreservedly, forcefully intervening in its operation. Utilizing the profound principles of the Dan Wang by Jie as a harmonizing agent, he began to organize the frenzied fragments of the loss. The cold remnants were retained, while the explosive ones were eliminated. The pliable were fused, and the forceful were smoothed out. This process was 1,000 times more perilous than concocting any divine elixir. Time slipped by, second by second. Outside the study, the sky transitioned from black to white, then back to black. Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Mu Rongxue stood vigil outside for 3 whole days and nights. Their delicate faces etched with lingering worry. They sensed the energy fluctuations from within the study, at times violent, at times still, each rise and fall tightening their hearts. On the morning of the 3rd day, the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds. All energy fluctuations in the study abruptly ceased. An eerie silence enveloped the air. The hearts of the 3 women immediately surged to their throats. Had he succeeded or failed? Creaked the door of the study slowly opened. Chen Xuan emerged. His complexion somewhat pale, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, radiating an uncontrollable joy. In his palm hovered a jade slip of icy blue, adorned with flowing golden patterns, exuding a vast aura that transcended the heavens and the earth. Husband. Lin Wanner was the first to rush forward, supporting his somewhat unsteady frame, her eyes brimming with concern. I'm fine. Chen Xuan smiled gently, shaking his head, and tenderly presented the icy blue jade slip to Lin Wanner. Vanya, this is a gift for you. Upon receiving the jade slip, a wave of kinship surged within her as her fingertips made contact. A line of golden characters automatically materialized in her mind. Xian Yin Hua Xianju, low-grade celestial rank. This technique, a synthesis of myriad schools, is an unparalleled divine skill crafted specifically for the Xian Yin holy body. Complementing the Chun Yang Wu Ji Gong if practiced together, it allows for the harmonious balance of Yin and Yang and mutual enlightenment of the great Tao. A célestial rank technique, tailored just for her. Lin Wanner's beautiful eyes instantly misted over. She understood the sacrifices her husband had made for this jade slip. She did not utter a word of thanks. Instead, she tiptoed and pressed a heartfelt kiss upon Chen Xuan's lips. Everything was conveyed in silence. Observing this scene, Yao Ling and Mu Rongxue were taken aback, their hearts trembling with uncontainable envy and awe. To forge a myriad of techniques and create a celestial rank divine skill, This man had once again demonstrated what true miracles entailed. That night, within the bedroom, the red candles flickered. Chen Xuan and Lin Wanner sat cross-legged facing each other, their palms pressed together. Lin Wanner had already grasped the fundamentals of the Xian, Yin Hua, Xianju, and as she activated the technique, an incredibly pure force of Xian Yin erupted from within her body. The bottleneck of the early Golden Core stage shattered. Mid-Golden Core, her aura soared, ultimately stabilizing at the peak of the Mid-Golden Core stage, just a step away from the late stage. Even more astonishingly, when Lin Wanner's Xian Yin energy fused with Chen Xuan's pure yang essence through their palms, their techniques resonated in a marvelous harmony. One yin, one yang, one cold, one hot. Instead of clashing, they formed a perfect cycle, endlessly circulating. Their cultivation levels began to rise rapidly in this state of dual cultivation. Chen Xuan, who had just broken through to the 4th level of foundation establishment, began to progress steadily towards the 5th level. The fetus within Lin Wanner seemed to sense this pure energy, responding with a joyful movement. Subsequently, an even more formidable life essence emanated from the fetus, nourishing both parents simultaneously. Ding! Detecting that the host is engaging in dual cultivation with wife Lin Wanner, with mutual heart and harmonious yin-yang. Compatibility between Chunyang Wu Jigong and Xian Yinhua Xianju et 10. Host cultivation 100. Wife Lin Van er Cultivation 100. Offspring unborn potential value 10. A series of system notifications filled Chen Xuan with elation. This was akin to a perpetual motion machine. However, at that blissful moment, a sharp eagle cry shattered the serene night of Qingyang City. A completely black hunting eagle, like a bolt of black lightning, pierced through the night, landing accurately on the roof of the Chen family residence. Mu Rongshui was the first to appear, retrieving a small bamboo tube from the eagle's talon. Upon opening the bamboo tube and reading the enclosed message, her face drained of color. She scarcely had time to knock, rushing outside Chen Xian's bedroom, her voice urgent and panicked. Young master, something terrible has happened. A great calamity has befallen Tianfeng County. Chapter 34, Storm in the County. Dark clouds over the city. The warmth within the bedroom had yet to dissipate when a rapid knocking abruptly interrupted the tranquility. Chen Xuan and Lin Wanner exchanged glances, the warmth in their eyes swiftly replaced by a weighty concern. Chen Xuan rose, effortlessly draping an outer garment over Lin Wanner. I will see what it is. As the door opened, Mu Rongshui burst in, her usually composed face now devoid of any color. What happened? Chen Xian's voice remained steady. Young master, you must see this. The message Mu Rongshui handed over was icy to the touch. Her fingers trembled, clearly having seen something that unsettled her greatly. Chen Xuan unfolded the letter, and as he scanned the words, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. The letter contained only a few terse lines, each stained with blood. Yao Wanhai has gone mad. After seizing control of the Danshin Pavilion, he has not ceased his actions. Rather, under the pretext of purging rebels, he has unleashed a bloodbath across Tianfeng County. Any family or force associated with the former pavilion master Yao Wanshan has suffered no exceptions, all facing oppression. The current Tianfeng County is a place where fear grips everyone's heart. At the end of the letter, one line caused Chen Xian's gaze to turn icy. Yao Wanhai had audaciously issued a bounty. The target was none other than his own niece, Yao Ling. The seductive Yao Ling, accused of colluding with external enemies, was deemed unforgivable. Those providing clues would be rewarded with 10 high-grade spirit stones. Capturing her alive would grant entry into the Danshin Pavilion Elder Council, along with 100 third-grade elixirs. This bounty was utterly vicious. The position of elder and 100 elixirs were a significant investment. Chen Xian's voice revealed no trace of anger or joy as he toyed with the thin sheet of paper. This was clearly an attempt to drive Yao Ling to her doom. Not only that, Mu Rongshui exclaimed urgently, this is a blatant scheme. The entire Tianfeng Jun's outlaws would surge forward like rabid dogs. He understood that Miss Yao Ling was by your side. This was clearly directed at you, utilizing another S weapon to kill. Chen Xuan uttered these 4 words and casually crumpled the letter into powder. He was acutely aware that this knife was meant to pierce him. Yao Wanhai used Yao Ling as bait, thrusting him, the hidden chess master, directly into the sight of all the greedy rogues of Tianfeng Jun. He intended to drown Chen Xuan in a sea of people. How dare he? Murong Shue's chest heaved with anger. Why wouldn't he dare? Chen Xuan countered, his gaze profound. What else did the letter say? Murong Shue paused, quickly adding, our informants report that a chilling and terrifying aura now envelopes the skies above Danshin Pavilion. Even second-tier formation masters feel their hearts race. That is certainly not the kind of momentum that the ragtag group from Haifeng Zhai could muster. Murong Shue's voice trembled with fear. Yao Wanhai had truly allied with the demonic sect. In Chen Xian's mind, 3 words emerged clearly. Yuming Dian. Only this malevolent organization, which pursued the Xianin sacred body, could embolden Yao Wanhai to such a degree, and only they would show interest in a place like Tianfengjun. Their ultimate target must be Wan'er. Upon this realization, a chilling and bone-piercing killing intent surged from the deepest part of Chen Xian's heart, uncontrollable. He had thought he could remain comfortably in Qingyang City, remotely manipulating the events from 1,000 miles away. Now, however, it was clear he was mistaken. Yao Wanhai's madness and Yuming Dian's involvement had already pushed this game beyond his control. Delaying further would only lead to passive entrapment. When indecisiveness prevails, chaos ensues. It was time to personally venture to Tianfengjun, not only for Yao Ling, but also to sever the venomous serpent of Yuming Dian that had set its sights on his wife and child. Murong Shue. Chen Xian's voice regained its calm, yet bore an undeniable resolution. My subordinate is here. Immediately send word to the headquarters of the Sihai Merchant Association. I want all intelligence regarding Yuming Dian within Tianfengjun, leaving not a single detail overlooked. Furthermore, prepare the fastest flying vessel of the association. We depart at dawn. Murong Shue felt a jolt of shock. She understood that this young master was finally going to take matters into his own hands. A tremor, mingled with tension and excitement, coursed through her limbs. Yes, she accepted the command and hurried away, her steps brisk, yet filled with purpose. Chen Xian took a deep breath and returned to the room. Lin Wan'er sat quietly by the bedside, her profile illuminated by the light, radiating grace, her eyes clear and bright. She had evidently heard everything outside. Husband, are you going to Tianfengjun? Yes. Chen Xian sat beside her, taking her slightly cool hand in his. There's been some trouble over there. I must go. I will accompany you. Lin Wan'er's voice was soft, yet left no room for negotiation. No. Chen Xian almost blurted out, you are with child? The situation there is chaotic and perilous. The people from Yuming Dian may also be present. Lin Wan'er shook her head and tightened her grip on his hand. She raised her eyes, gazing at him intently, articulating each word. Precisely because of that, I must go with you. Husband, have you forgotten? I am now at the Jindan stage. An aura belonging to a Jindan, Jinren momentarily flickered within her, gentle yet compelling. I am not your burden. I am your wife and your Tao companion. Your enemies are my enemies. I do not wish to hide behind you while you face the mountain of blades and seas of fire alone. Chen Xian looked into his wife's eyes, seeing an unprecedented determination that stirred the softest part of his heart. He knew he could not resist her, nor did he wish to. This was his woman, the future matriarch of the Chen family. Very well. He finally nodded, enveloping his wife in a tight embrace, resting his chin atop her head. Then we shall go together. I want to see for myself whether the fiends of Tianfengjun are formidable or whether my sword is sharper. Let them witness who dares to harm my loved ones. Chapter 35. Sword pointing at Tianfeng, a new journey. The sky was dimly lit. Outside the eastern gate of Qingyang City, a magnificent flying vessel, akin to a colossal beast, hovered silently. This was the highest specification vehicle of the Sihai Merchant Association, the Yunhai. The vessel's body was forged from millennium-old ironwood, inscribed with a third-tier wind control formation and a diamond guardian formation that shimmered with a faint glow in the morning light. This single vessel was worth half of Qingyang City. On the deck, the fierce winds howled, yet Chen Xian stood unmoved, clad in a blue robe. He gazed toward the eastern horizon, where Tianfengjun lay. Lin Wan'er stood beside him in a white dress. Her Jindan cultivation allowed her to appear as though she were one with the spirit energy of heaven and earth. The slight swell of her abdomen did not diminish her grace, but rather added a layer of maternal sanctity. Yao Ling and Murong Shue stood respectfully behind them. Yao Ling had donned a practical combat outfit, her pretty face marked with determination and anticipation. Murong Shue, having removed her veil, revealed a countenance so stunning it could outshine the heavens. She looked at Chen Xuan's back, her emotions surging. This man had completely overturned her past perceptions of strength in just a few short days. She suddenly yearned to see what kind of tremendous waves this dormant dragon, emerging from the shallows, would create upon entering the broader ocean of Tianfengjun. Within the Chen family estate, Chen Xianshan and Chen Tianxiong held the cooing Chen fan in their arms, their eyes filled with reluctance. "Xin'er, be cautious on this journey." Chen Tianxiong's eyes glistened with tears as he spoke, his voice choked with emotion. "Father, do not worry." Chen Xian turned back, his smile as reassuring as ever. "I am not going on an adventure. I'm going to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us." Chen Xianshan pressed an ancient storage bag into his hand. "This is all the family assets we can spare. Do not disdain it. A poor family may yield a rich path. It will surely come in handy." The elder, who had lived over 100 years, now resembled an ordinary grandfather, rambling on. Chen Xian accepted it solemnly without decline. "Elder, I entrust the family to you during my absence." He glanced at the formation base of the 4 symbols locking heaven formation he had personally set up above the estate. Though not fully activated, it was sufficient to deter any threat below the Jindan stage. "Go." Chen Xianshan nodded heavily, his gaze intense. "The Chen family awaits your return." After bidding farewell to his family, Chen Xian boarded the flying vessel with the 3 women. "Set sail," Murong Shui commanded, and with a roar, the Yunhai glowed brilliantly, transforming into a streak of light and piercing through the sky. The vessel moved swiftly, the mountains and rivers below blurring into patches of color. Chen Xian stood at the bow, his mind sinking into contemplation. System, open the panel. Host, Chen Xian, cultivation level, foundation establishment 4th layer, 98. Technique, Chunyang Wujigong, heavenly grade. Low tier, with pure yang and extreme cold characteristics. Martial skill, Benlei fist, profound grade, middle tier. Formation, for symbols locking heaven formation, earth grade. Upper tier, alchemical skill, Dan Wang Baijia, earth grade, upper tier. Divine ability, Eye of the Furnace, fortune points, 2,500. Wives, Lin Wan'er, legal wife. Yao Ling, concubine, offspring. Chun Fan, eldest son. Family influence, Chun family, dominant in Xinjiang City. Danqing Pavilion, partial control. Sihai Chamber of Commerce, partial control. Gazing upon this ostentatious panel, Chen Xian felt a surge of confidence within. This was the foundation upon which he aimed to conquer Tianfeng County. Just then, Murong Shui hastened toward him, clutching a jade slip containing intelligence, her expression grave. "Young master, the latest news. 3 days ago, Yao Wanhai publicly announced the successful concoction of a top-tier 3rd-grade pill, the blood-melting barrier-breaking pill. And with this pill, he has successfully allied with the foremost martial family in the county, the Wang family. He also declared that in 7 days, a grand ceremony for the succession of the new pavilion master will be held at the Alchemy Square of Danqing Pavilion." Murong Shui's tone grew increasingly somber. He intends to solidify his position completely, severing all avenues for Miss Yao Ling. Upon hearing this, Yao Ling trembled with fury, her knuckles paling as she clenched her fists. Shameless! How could he possibly concoct the blood-melting, barrier-breaking pill? That recipe belongs to my father. Her words trailed off, a shadow of despondency flickering across her face. After all, Yao Wanhai was her father's own brother, and it was not implausible that he had gleaned some insights from their teachings. In 7 days? A succession ceremony? Chen Xian, far from being angered, instead chuckled. He is clearly worried that not enough people will attend, personally preparing the stage for us. Both Yao Ling and Murong Shui stared at him in astonishment. A spark of calculation glimmered in Chen Xian's eyes as he subtly smiled. Transmit my orders. Have our people within Danqing Pavilion spread a piece of news. Let it be known that on the day of the succession ceremony, the true master of Danqing Pavilion, Yao Ling, will return to the sect after seeking out a legendary opportunity, bringing with her the rumored 4th-grade divine pill, the 9-transformation soul rebirth pill, to restore order and cleanse the sect. I want the entire Tianfeng County to focus on that day. Chen Xian's voice was not loud, yet it carried an air of dominance that stirred the very winds and clouds. I shall allow him to construct his own ladder to the heavens, only for me to pull it away. As his words settled, Yao Ling and Murong Shui felt a rush of fervor surging to their heads, their spirits invigorated. Meanwhile, on the official road outside Tianfeng County, A pure black imperial carriage drawn by 4 ferocious black dragons traveled leisurely, its passage seemingly swallowing even the light itself. Inside the carriage, a figure clad in black robes toyed with a cold jade token. Upon the jade token, a map flickered into view. With a bright dot moving swiftly along a straight path, its destination unmistakably Tianfeng County. Has the Xian'in's sacred body finally decided to relocate? The black-robed individual emitted a raspy laughter akin to the cry of a night owl, resonating harshly within the confined space. I hope you do not keep me waiting in boredom. His gaze seemed to pierce through the carriage, transcending endless space, momentarily intersecting with Chen Xuan aboard the flying vessel. A monumental tempest that would engulf Tianfeng County had already begun to unfold. Chapter 36. On the Flying Vessel. A maiden's thoughts the Yunhai was indeed the pinnacle of the Sea-High Chamber of Commerce's flying vessels. The gale of the 9 heavens howled like a blade, while the clouds outside roared and churned, yet within it remained serene, devoid of even the slightest whisper of wind. In the spacious and luxurious cabin, a bed crafted from a single piece of warm jade exuded a gentle luster. Lin Wanner reclined against the bed, draped in a snow-white fox fur, her abdomen gently rounded. Though she had attained the golden core stage and was unperturbed by the elements, Chen Xuan insisted on this arrangement. This somewhat clumsy display of concern warmed her heart. Chen Xuan sat at the edge of the bed, one hand holding her delicate palm while the other gently rested on her abdomen, gradually channeling pure and gentle pure, yang, true essence into her. He was not healing her, but rather communicating with the small life within her womb. The fetus seemed to relish its father's presence, wriggling contentedly. Soon, a wave of even purer, innate life essence flowed from the fetus, akin to a clear spring, simultaneously surging into Chen Xuan and Lin Wanner's limbs and bones. Chen Xuan felt the circulation of his true essence quicken, the bottleneck subtly loosening. This little one was truly a personal cultivation accelerator. My dear husband, do you think this child will resemble you more or me? Lin Wanner asked, her face radiant with maternal glow, her voice as soft as flowing water. Both are wonderful, Chen Xuan replied with a smile, his gaze indulgent. As long as it is born of you, I shall cherish it. These simple words of affection caused Lin Wanner's cheeks to flush. As she leaned against Chen Xuan's shoulder, while savoring this tranquility, a trace of concern quietly surfaced in her brow. The situation in Tianfeng County is likely more complex than we imagined, she softly remarked. I can sense a chilling aura enveloping the city, reminiscent of the demonic powers of the Yuming Temple that once hunted me. As a golden core practitioner, her spiritual perception surpassed that of ordinary individuals, making her particularly sensitive to the aura that had once threatened her life. Do not worry, Chen Xuan tightened his embrace, whispering in her ear, we shall meet force with force and water with earth. A group of lurking rats cannot turn the tide. His calm and confident tone effortlessly soothed Lin Wanner's unease. Just then, a respectful knock echoed from outside the cabin. Young master, Miss Yao Ling requests an audience. It was Murong Shue's voice. Let her in. As the cabin door opened, Yao Ling entered, holding a bowl of freshly brewed spiritual porridge, her head bowed. She had changed out of her pragmatic martial attire into a light blue maid's gown, her hair simply pinned up with a jade hairpin, exuding a gentler charm than the cool demeanor of the Dan Pavilion fairy. Madam, this porridge is made from calming herbs and 100-year-old spiritual valley, beneficial for you and the little master within. She carefully placed the porridge on the table, her eyelashes fluttering, never daring to meet Chen Xuan's gaze. Since that night, she had inexplicably felt her heart race and her cheeks flush in Chen Xuan's presence. That is very thoughtful of you, Lin Wanner replied with a warm smile. She recognized Yao Ling's intentions, yet felt no displeasure. Instead, she took on a sisterly role, inviting Yao Ling to sit beside her on the bed. Chen Xuan observed the scene before him, feeling quite satisfied. With a stable household, he could focus on external battles and devote himself to his grand endeavor of progeny and fortune. He rose and strolled out onto the deck. Murong Shui stood quietly at the bow of the ship, her moonlight white gown billowing in the gale, outlining her captivating silhouette. Is there something amiss? Chen Xuan approached her. Young master, 300 miles ahead, a storm of thunderclouds has appeared, Murong Shui reported with a bow. It is teeming with bloodthirsty thunderbats, and the space within the storm is highly unstable. If we attempt to force our way through, It may significantly delay our progress. Bloodthirsty thunderbats? Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow, activating the eye of the furnace. His vision effortlessly pierced through 300 miles of space, revealing the storm of thunderclouds in vivid detail. Countless massive bats, each with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, flitted through the ominous thunderclouds, their eyes blood-red, occasionally sparking with arcs of electricity. In the very heart of the bat swarm, a bat king, colossal in size and shimmering with a silvery hue, reclined languidly upon a floating meteorite, emanating an aura comparable to that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Unable to circumvent the area, the chaotic layer of gale winds in this zone would necessitate at least an extra day if one were to take a detour, explained Murong Shui. Chen Xuan nodded, yet a scheme brewed within him. Just as he lamented the insufficiency of his luck points, fortune had seemingly presented itself. He instructed Murong Shui, first, stabilize the protective formation of the flying vessel and act according to my command. Understood. Murong Shui acquiesced and departed. Chen Xuan returned to the cabin where Lin Wanner and Yao Ling were engaged in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Husband, a few snacks have arrived outside. Perfect for you to practice your skills, Chen Xuan said with a smile. He briefly recounted the situation outside, and Yao Ling immediately volunteered, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Young master, I shall go. Although these bloodthirsty thunderbats are troublesome, I have recently acquired a new pill formula, the stunning fragrance, which is just a remedy to counter them. She gazed at Chen Xuan with eager anticipation, like a kitten eager to impress its master. At that moment, Murong Shui re-entered, reporting, Young master, the protective formation has been stabilized. We can enter the storm zone at any time. Yet, Chen Xuan shook his head. Approaching Lin Vonar, head gently and good, Vonar. Would you like to step outside for some fresh air? Lin Wanner was momentarily taken aback before comprehending her husband's intent. She smiled softly and gradually rose to her feet. A terrifying aura befitting a golden core, true person permeated the cabin, enveloping it like an abyss. Yes, this also allows our child to glimpse the nature of this world, she stated, her voice tender yet imbued with a regal confidence. Under this immense pressure, Yao Ling and Murong Shui felt their hearts race. Gazing at Lin Wanner with profound reverence, Chen Xuan chuckled heartily, taking his wife's hand as they strode toward the deck. Murong Shui, full speed ahead. Target the eye of the thundercloud. Yao Ling, ensure your pills are ready. Today, let me witness the true prowess of my woman. At his command, the Yunhai ship emitted a resounding hum, akin to a sword being drawn, plunging headlong into the tumultuous storm of lightning and thunder. Just as the vessel breached the thundercloud, the communication talisman at Murong Shui's waist burst into a blinding crimson light. A frantic thought surged into her mind. Miss, retreat immediately. The intel was erroneous. Those are not bloodthirsty thunderbats. They are demonic bats raised by the Yuming Hall. The Bat King is disguised as a protector of the Yuming Hall. Murong Shui's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as paper. Her blood ran cold. It was a meticulously laid trap. Chapter 37. Icebound for miles. The might of the Golden Core. A trap. As Murong Shui's alarm echoed across the deck, the Yunhai ship suddenly plunged, already ensnared in the depths of the thunderstorm. Creak. The shrill sound of scraping metal resonated from all directions as if countless claws were frantically raking at the iron hull. The protective barrier of the ship flickered violently, its light fluctuating. In the darkness, thousands of blood-red eyes suddenly ignited, the magically mutated bats showing no fear of death as they collided violently against the barrier. Each impact sent ripples of darkness, visibly corroding and eroding the barrier's protective light. Young master, it is the demonic bats from the Yuming Hall. They can erode the formation's spiritual power. The protective formation can hold for no more than a stick of incense. Murong Shui's voice was taut. As a second-tier formation master, she had never anticipated that her pride, the flying vessel, would find itself in such a precarious position. Their adversaries had evidently calculated the route and set a lethal ambush in advance. Yao Ling's face lost all color, her grip on the pills tightening until her knuckles turned white. This was no mere beast. It was a twisted puppet of slaughter, and she had no certainty whether her pills would be effective against such foes. An abyss of despair loomed before them. Yet, at the storm's center, Chen Xuan's expression remained unchanged, a cold smile, gracing his lips. Excellent. He turned to Lin Wanner, his gaze softening like melting ice. My dear, it is your time to shine. Lin Wanner nodded gently and stepped forward. She stood serenely at the bow, her white gown appearing almost fragile amidst the swirling darkness and flashes of lightning. At the deepest part of the thundercloud, the Silver Bat King, disguised as a protector of the Yuming Hall, let out a silent, sinister laugh. He sensed it, the alluring and intoxicating aura of the Xian Yin sacred body, pure and powerful. It far surpassed any he had encountered before. If he could consume her, he would ascend to become a true elder of the Yuming Hall, no longer concealing himself. His form surged within the dark energy, transforming into a gaunt, black-robed elder with a sinister visage. An overwhelming pressure, surpassing the peak of Foundation establishment and nearing the threshold of Golden Core, swept across the area. Xian Yin's sacred body. Indeed, it is you. Today, both you and the spawn within you shall become the nourishment for my ascension. The black-robed elder cackled maniacally, his hands coming together as countless demonic bats converged into a massive black river, roaring and tearing through space as they descended upon the Yunhai ship. This strike was enough to crush a small mountain into powder. Under this tremendous pressure, Yao Ling and Murong Shui found it nearly impossible to breathe, their spirits trembling. However, in her gentle eyes, there was neither fear nor rage, only an indifferent calm. She resembled a deity overlooking an ant thrashing in the mud. Slowly, she lifted her right hand, delicate, pale, her fingers like jade. Her red lips parted slightly, uttering a word as cold as frost, which resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Snow. In an instant, the world fell silent. The wind ceased. The thunder quieted. The roaring tide of demonic bats, the incessant laughter of the black-robed elder, the storm of lightning and thunder, all was frozen in that moment, as if the pause button had been pressed. An indescribable chill emanated from Lin Wanner, spreading silently in a fan shape for 100 miles. This was no mere cold. This was a law, a supreme divine power belonging to a golden core true person, where words manifested as reality. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of freezing echoed continuously. Under the horrified gaze of Yao Ling and Murong Shui, the vast thundercloud ahead, along with the myriad demonic bats and the imperious black-robed elder, were instantaneously encased in a layer of crystal-clear blue ice. Time stood still in that moment. A breathtakingly magnificent scene unfolded before their eyes. The 100-mile stretch of thundercloud transformed into a colossal ice sculpture suspended in the sky. Each demonic bat maintained its charging posture, their fierce expressions captured in exquisite detail. The black-robed elder remained frozen in a pose of laughter, hands thrust forward, his greedy and cruel visage eternally preserved in ice. A single thought can freeze 100 miles. This is the divine might of Jindan Jinren. With a soft thud, a colossal ice sculpture began to show cracks from its center, spreading swiftly outward. Ultimately, the entire ice structure shattered with a resounding crash, transforming into a sky full of glistening ice crystals that, under the sunlight penetrating the clouds, refracted a spectrum of colors, resembling a grand yet silent fireworks display. Tens of thousands of demon bats, along with the half-step Jindan guardian of the Yuming Dian, left not a trace of flesh or blood behind as they were utterly erased from this world. The storm dissipated and the sky cleared. Yao Ling and Mu Rongxue stood dumbfounded on the deck, mouths agape, their minds blank. They knew that Lin Wanner was at the Jindan stage. Yet they could not fathom that one could possess such overwhelming power. This was no mere battle of techniques. It was a crushing force of laws. It was a dimensional strike. Lin Wanner withdrew her hand, her face slightly pale. To wield such extensive power of the laws was no small drain on her, especially given her condition. A warm hand gently steadied her waist, transmitting a pure essence of yang energy that swiftly alleviated the emptiness within her. You have worked hard. My dear, Chen Xuan's voice brimmed with concern. It was not hard at all. Leaning against him, Lin Wanner smiled contentedly, grateful for the opportunity to ease her husband's burdens. Chen Xuan chuckled softly, turning his gaze to the thoroughly purified expanse. A thought crossed his mind. Qi Yin Rong Lu, activate. Ding. Detected a substantial number of unclaimed demonic souls. Would you like to proceed with Qi Yin plunder? Plunder. Plundering in progress. Congratulations, host. Successfully plundered the residual soul of the Yuming Dian Guardian, half-step Jindan, gaining 1,500 Qi Yun points. Congratulations, host. Successfully plundered 38,754 demonized Thunderbats, gaining 3,875 Qi Yun points. Total Qi Yun points gained 5,375. A windfall. Chen Xuan felt a surge of excitement as he glanced at Lin Wanner in his arms, an idea blossoming in his mind. Without hesitation, he issued a command in the system. System, expend 5,000 Qi Yun points to bestow Qi Yun blessings upon Lin Wanner. Focus on enhancing the potential of the child within her. Ding. Command received. Expending 5,000 Qi Yun points to perform maternal and child Qi Yun blessings. In the next moment, an immense and warm golden light of Qi Yun surged from the void, silently merging into Lin Wanner's body. She felt enveloped by a warm current, while the fetus within her stirred with unprecedented joy, as if celebrating. She distinctly sensed that the bloodline connection with her child had grown tighter, their destinies intertwined. Ding! Qi Yun blessing completed. Congratulations, host. Your wife Lin Wanner, nourished by the power of Qi Yun, has strengthened the foundation of her Xian Yin sacred body, solidifying her cultivation at the mid-Jin dawn stage. Congratulations, host. Your second child, unborn, has absorbed a significant amount of Qi Yun, greatly enhancing its potential. The talent rating has evolved from divine grade to supreme divine grade. A new birth gift package is being luxuriously upgraded. Please look forward to it. Supreme divine grade. Chen Xian's heart raced at the thought. It can actually upgrade? He looked at his blissfully serene wife and felt an unprecedented surge of ambition. Yuming Dian, bring it on. He leaned down and gently kissed Lin Wanner on the forehead, silently wishing, I hope the people of Yuming Dian are plentiful and easy to slay. Otherwise, I fear I might struggle to gather enough for my child's milk powder. Chapter 38. The Secrets of Formation, the Fairy's Affection. The myriad shards of cloud formed by the lightning storm refracted stunning light under the sun, slowly dispersing. The Yunhai ship traveled steadily, yet the deck was eerily silent. Yao Ling leaned against the railing, her fingertips trembling unconsciously, her mouth slightly ajar, seemingly wanting to say something but unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Mu Rongxue merely stared blankly at the thoroughly purified expanse, her eyes vacant. As a second-tier formation master, her understanding of the power of laws far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. She comprehended better than anyone the profound implications of Lin Wanner's seemingly casual invocation of a single word of snow. It was neither a technique nor a divine ability. It was a manifestation of law at will, the decree of authority. It was the absolute mastery of the laws of a Jindan Zhenren over a realm. So this is what it means to be at the Jindan stage. It dawned on her that the formation path she had diligently studied, pouring countless efforts into, was but a fragile joke in the face of such greatness. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to Chen Xuan. That man was tenderly arranging his wife's wind-tossed hair, his movements gentle and focused, as though the cataclysmic slaughter they had just witnessed paled in comparison to a single strand of her hair. A man blessed with a goddess-like wife. A man capable of winning such a woman's affection. What must he be, indeed? For the first time, the heart of Mu Rongxue, long frozen by the curse of bloodlines, throbbed uncontrollably, a strange warmth spreading from her chest to her limbs. Chen Xuan sensed the gaze upon him, but did not turn immediately. He ensured Lin Wanner was settled in the cabin before turning to the deck. Standing beside the still dazed Mu Rongxue. What are you thinking about? Ah, nothing. Mu Rongxue flinched at the sound, snapping back to reality. Her exquisite face flushing a deep crimson as she hurriedly bowed. Young master, do you feel your path in formations has reached an impasse? Chen Xuan articulated her inner turmoil with precision. Mu Rongxue's slender body stiffened. She nodded and then shook her head, her expression exceedingly complex. I merely feel that in the face of absolute power, any intricate formation loses its significance. Her voice carried a profound sense of confusion. This self-doubt is something every formation master experiences upon witnessing power that far exceeds their understanding. You are mistaken. Chen Xian's response was simple and direct. The essence of formations has never been to confront power head-on. He extended a finger, tracing the air before him, golden essence flowing from his fingertip. forming profound runes that connected and emitted a gentle glow. The essence of formations lies in borrowing. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, the momentum of mountains and rivers, the might of the sun, moon, and stars. You are not the creator of power. You are merely a craftsman constructing pathways, channeling the immense forces that already exist in the world to where you need them, releasing the effects you desire. Chen Xuan spoke steadily, each word resonating like a morning bell or evening drum, striking at the heart of Mu Rongxue. She gazed blankly at the runes he drew in the air, none of which she recognized, yet she felt that each rune contained a supreme understanding of space, energy, and laws that she had never encountered before. For instance, the indestructible guardian formation of this flying vessel. Chen Xuan pointed casually. Its principle is centered around solidity to withstand. Indeed, but it is too clumsy. Thus, the demon bats were able to slowly erode it with corrosive power. How about a different approach? The runes at Chen Xuan's fingertips suddenly shifted, reorganizing their structure. By adding a force-dissipating transition node and an energy feedback loop within the formation, the magic bat collided fiercely, and instead of the defensive formation enduring the impact, it redirected the force into a rebound circuit, blending that power with the inherent strength of the protective array and sending it back. Thus, the greater the enemy's might and ferocity, the more formidable our counterattack became. This is what it means to leverage strength against strength. Chen Xuan casually waved his hand, causing a myriad of golden runes to dissipate into the air. He turned his gaze towards the utterly stunned Mu Rongxue and shifted the conversation. The bloodline curse of your Mu Rong family follows a similar principle. The essence of that curse is a distorting force of formation. For generations, you have sought only to suppress and resist, resulting in repeated failures. Why not attempt to channel and utilize it? Transform that raging cursed power into your own strength. Boom! These words resonated in Mu Rongxue's mind like a thunderclap, shattering the mental barriers that had plagued her for years. How could it be this way? The path of formations holds such vast potential. The way she looked at Chen Xuan transformed entirely. It was no longer one of awe or admiration, but rather a fervent and reverent gaze akin to that of a student gazing upon a venerable teacher. Her voice trembled, her eyes glistening with moisture. Xuer has learned. She bowed deeply to Chen Xuan, her heart willingly submitting, prostrating herself in genuine gratitude. Ding! Your words and actions have instilled a profound shock to the heart of the destined daughter, Mu Rongxue. Mu Rongxue's loyalty has increased. Current state, infatuated, one step away from unwavering devotion. Ding! Special reward triggered. Mu Rongxue's innate talent for formations will partially be shared with you. Your understanding and learning ability regarding the path of formations has permanently increased by 300. Chen Xuan felt a surge of delight. A few words had garnered him a superlative learning buff, a profitable endeavor indeed. He helped Mu Rongxue to her feet, observing her flushed face brimming with excitement, and decided to stoke the flames further. From his robe, he produced a blank jade slip, imprinting a portion of the Earth-grade superior formation, the Xixiang Sua Tianjun, which encompassed the foundational principles, onto it. He then presented the jade slip to Mu Rongxue. You possess commendable talent, yet lack a good teacher. This treatise, Initial Insights into the Path of Formations, take it and ponder its depths. When you grasp its essence, return to find me. Trembling, Mu Rongxue accepted the jade slip. As her consciousness delved into it, the vast and profound knowledge of formations surged forth like a torrential flood, overwhelming her defenses. Her mind went blank. She glanced at the jade slip and then up at Chen Xuan's calm visage, and she finally comprehended. What she encountered was not merely a master, but a momentous opportunity capable of altering the trajectory of her life and the fate of the entire Mu Rong family. Overwhelmed, tears streamed down her face. This time, it was not fear or humiliation, but exhilaration, happiness, and an ecstatic realization of her lifelong pursuit. Chapter 39. The county city in sight, under currents roiling Tianfeng County. Once bustling with life, the grand city now lay in a shroud of desolation. Upon the city walls, disciples of the Dan Xian pavilion gripped their weapons, their expressions taut, eyes sharp as hawks, vigilantly watching every figure below. The scrutiny at the city gates was exceedingly stringent. A group hastily assembled from the bandits of Heifeng Zhai. Under the directive of the Dan Xian Pavilion steward, roughly searched the passers-by. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. A bandit kicked a small vendor's cart, sending spiritual fruits scattering across the ground. The vendor dared not voice his anger, trembling as he collected the fallen wares, only to be met with further impatience and scorn. Within the city, tension hung thick in the air. Several factions allied with the former pavilion master, Yao Wanshan, had long since barred their doors, their elite members on high alert. Meanwhile, those who had sided with Yao Wanhai flaunted their power, their disciples wreaking havoc throughout the city. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped Tianfeng County, as if a storm were imminent. At the headquarters of Dan Xian Pavilion, once revered by countless cultivators as a sacred site for alchemy, the aromatic essence had vanished, replaced by a faint, sinister aura of blood and malevolence. In the grand hall of deliberation, Yao Wanhai sat upon the throne that rightfully belonged to his brother, his expression as dark as a stormy sky. Crash! A fine jade teacup shattered upon the ground, reduced to dust. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. His chest heaved with rage, eyes bloodshot as he berated his subordinates below. The guards I dispatched, along with tens of thousands of magic bats, have simply vanished without a trace. Not even a sound. The confidence he once held in his strategic prowess had dissolved, leaving only a frantic anxiety as he sensed his prey slipping away. Standing among them, the leader of Hei Feng Zhai, Hei Sha, felt a flicker of apprehension in his single eye. Pavilion Master. The ability to silently eliminate a half-step golden core and tens of thousands of magic bats indicates the presence of a golden core true person within their formation. Golden core true person. Yao Wanhai ground his teeth, blood almost oozing from his gums. What extraordinary luck has that niece of mine stumbled upon? Calm down. A hoarse, chilling voice, like dry bones scraping together, suddenly echoed from the shadows of the hall. The temperature plummeted. A figure draped in a black robe slowly stepped forward. The previously furious Yao Wanhai and the unruly Hei Sha immediately fell silent, their defiance extinguished as they regarded the figure with respect and trepidation. Greetings, esteemed envoy. The black-robed figure paid them no heed, walking directly to the center of the hall, gazing toward the direction of Qinyang City. The eyes hidden beneath the hood seemed to pierce through layers of space. I have sensed it. That pure, mysterious Yin energy is drawing near. His voice carried a delightful tone, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. It seems she is ensnared in the web. Yao Wanhai quickly stepped forward, ingratiatingly remarking, "Esteemed envoy, your brilliance shines. I have sealed off the entire city, laying a net so intricate that should they dare to show themselves, they shall never return." Sealing the city? The black-robed envoy scoffed derisively. Do you think a mere few defensive formations can impede a golden core true person? Your so-called blockade is a mere joke to her. Yao Wanhai's face shifted through shades of pale and flushed, yet he dared not utter a word. What shall we do then? Wait, the black-robed envoy uttered a single word. Wait for her to enter. He slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the two. What I desire is the living Xian Yin's sacred body. As for the others, you may dispose of them as you wish. Your task is merely to devise a way to lure her into the 9-nether soul-locking formation I have set deep within the Dan Xian Pavilion. Once she enters the formation, even a great Luo Jingxian would find escape impossible. With that, his figure dissipated like a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the shadows. In the grand hall, Yao Wanhai and Hei Sha exchanged glances, both recognizing the chill in the other's eyes. To conspire with a tiger is a perilous endeavor. On board the Yunhai, the imposing silhouette of Tianfeng County was now clearly in sight. Within the confines of the cabin, Yao Ling paced restlessly, her delicate hands clenched tightly, her knuckles blanching under the pressure. As they drew nearer to home, the unsettling feelings of anxiety and hatred seared deeper into her heart. Young master, shall we simply enter like this? She could not help but inquire, knowing full well that the city was likely a veritable den of danger. Chen Xuan, with his eyes closed in contemplation, gradually opened them. Who said we are heading into the city? A knowing smile graced his lips as he produced a communication jade talisman, infusing it with his essence. A flash of light revealed the figure of Murong Shui. Young master, she addressed him. Commence as instructed, Chen Xuan replied calmly. Understood. Murong Shui's image faded away. Yao Ling was left in a state of confusion. Commence? Commence what? just as her mind was awash with uncertainty. Within the city of Tianfeng, June, numerous inconspicuous corners, rice shops, fabric stores, taverns, and blacksmiths were suddenly alive with movement. Dozens of covert agents belonging to the Sihai Merchant Association received the highest command simultaneously. A burly blacksmith, putting down his hammer, retrieved an oilcloth bundle from the quenching water. A shopkeeper, engrossed in calculations, adjusted his abacus and pulled out a stack of papers from a secret compartment. As they opened the parcel, it revealed a thick stack of flyers. The content, printed in glaring vermilion, was identical across the sheets. A formula titled Detoxification Pill. Beneath the formula, a chilling line of text seemed to have been inscribed with blood. Yao the thief has poisoned, causing chaos in the damn pavilion. 3 days hence, the new master returns to set things right. In the next moment, countless flyers soared into the sky from every corner of Tianfeng June. The fluttering papers descended like an unexpected June snowfall, blanketing every nook and cranny of the city with precision. In the streets, countless cultivators and common folk instinctively reached out to catch them. Upon reading the content, they were first bewildered, then shocked, and finally, an uproar ensued. Detoxification pill? Yao Wanhai has poisoned us with the pills he provided? No wonder. No wonder I've felt my spiritual energy sluggish lately. 3 days hence, the new master returns? Could be that Miss Yao Ling is coming back. A tempest of public sentiment, ignited by Chen Xuan from 1,000 miles away, erupted with the most violent and direct force just before the succession ceremony. The entire Tianfeng June was thrown into chaos. Chapter 40. The Storm of Public Opinion. Idun danger détoxification pile? That old dog Yao Wanhai has poisoned us? I knew it. Recently, my meditation has been restless, my essence as heavy as lead. It turns out I have fallen victim to his schemes. The new master returning is Miss Yao Ling. Miss Yao Ling is coming back. Heaven has eyes. I always believed that the daughter of the former pavilion master was not the kind of treacherous villain to commit patricide. Countless lightweight papers at this moment bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, instilling fear throughout Tianfeng June. They fell from the sky, landing in the hands of every cultivator and every commoner. The formula inscribed in black on white paper poured fuel onto the already suspicious hearts of the populace. Their fury was ignited in full. Deep within the Danhart Pavilion, several elderly alchemists, under house arrest, received the formula through internal channels. After a mere glance, tears streamed down their faces. Comparing the formula with their own experiences, they sensed the lingering stagnation within them. The truth was laid bare. Yao Wanhai, you beast! How could I have thought of you as a junior brother? To seize the pavilion master's position, you would collude with demonic forces and harm your own sect. 3 days hence, the new master returns. We shall hold on till Miss Yao Ling's arrival, even if it costs us our lives. The oppressive atmosphere meticulously crafted by Yao Wanhai crumbled instantly before this sudden storm of public opinion. Inside the pavilion master's hall, a resounding crash echoed as Yao Wanhai smashed the table, carved from millennium-old cold jade, into powder, shards scattering across the floor. Clenching the flyer tightly, the veins on his hand bulged, his face contorted in a mixture of rage and terror. Investigate. Find out who is behind this. He howled, his voice cracking. The deepest fears had materialized. The secret of the poison was laid bare, exposed to the light of day. What terrified him further was that the antidote had also been disseminated. This meant his greatest means of controlling the hearts of the people had failed. Calm down, Pavilion Master. Heish stepped from the shadows, his single eye glinting with a predatory ferocity. Now is not the time to investigate. The immediate priority is to quell this turmoil. Quid? How can I quell it? Yao Wanhai, frenzied like a corner tiger, seized Heish by the collar. The entire city is awash with this wretched paper. Am I to kill every person in the city? If you cannot kill them, then capture them. Haish's voice was devoid of warmth, as he pried Yao Wanhai's grip loose and adjusted his collar. Dispatch orders for a citywide lockdown. Anyone found in possession of or discussing this flyer shall be treated as a traitor and executed without mercy. I want this city to be so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. His tone shifted, locking his gaze onto Yao Wanhai. Also, Pavilion Master, it is time to summon that esteemed individual. Yao Wanhai's body trembled violently, a flicker of struggle and dread crossing his eyes. Yet he understood well that he had no retreat. Once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. Very well. He ground his teeth. retrieving a pitch-black talisman from his bosom, trembling as he infused it with his essence. The talisman bore a grotesque visage that flickered ominously before vanishing. Outside the city, aboard the Yunhai vessel, Chen Xuan, through Murong Shue's intelligence network, observed the bloodshed and chaos unfolding within the city. Young master, Yao Wanhai has begun a frenzied crackdown. Blood flows like a river in the main streets. Murong Shue's voice carried a hint of reluctance. This is merely the beginning. Chen Xian's expression remained calm, showing no signs of disturbance. Unless we force them into a corner, how could this hidden fish in the cave ever swim out on its own? He turned to Yao Ling beside him. At this moment, the earlier anxiety had dissipated, replaced by a blend of admiration and the thrill of revenge. She gazed at Chen Xian's profile, her heart brimming with thoughts. While she was preoccupied with how to infiltrate the city and confront her uncle, this man, sitting 1,000 miles away, had effortlessly cast a formula that left Yao Wanhai in disarray and stirred the entire Tianfeng Jun into turmoil. Such means such intellect were nothing short of extraordinary. Young master, what shall we do next? Yao Ling could not restrain her curiosity. Wait. Chen Xian uttered a single word. Let the fish take the bait. His gaze seemed to pierce through the thick city walls, landing deep within the Danhart Pavilion, in that forbidden realm shrouded in malevolent energy. At that moment, Lin Wanner, who had been in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes. Her brows furrowed slightly as she looked toward the direction of the Danhart Pavilion. Husband, that malevolent aura has stirred. Almost simultaneously, Chen Xian sensed it too. A chilling, filthy presence, as if emanating from the depths of the underworld, surged forth like an invisible giant hand, swiftly spanning the distance of 100 miles, locking onto the Yunhai vessel with unwavering precision. Within that presence lay unmasked greed and a murderous intent. I have caught the scent of the Xian, holy body. A hoarse and piercing voice erupted in the minds of the crowd like a thunderclap. In the next moment, a pitch-black demonic light surged from within Danshinga, ascending with a terrifying velocity that transcended the speed of sound, tearing through the sky and hurtling directly towards Yunhai Hao, wherever the demonic light swept. The very fabric of space emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. This is bad. It's a demon cultivator at the Yuaning stage. Murong Shue's face drained of color, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. Yao Ling was even more frightened, her complexion pale as a ghost. This oppressive force was 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than the half-step Jindan Guardian they had encountered previously. This was a power from an entirely different echelon. Yet Chen Xuan laughed. He was not the least bit intimidated. Instead, his eyes sparkled with the excitement of a hunter spotting his prey. Just in time, he stepped forward, proudly standing at the bow of the ship, shielding Lin Wanner behind him. Today, let me show you what it means to invoke the 4 symbols locking the heavens. He clasped his hands together forcefully before his chest, his voice resounding through the sky. Array, activate. The moment he spoke, dozens of array nodes, meticulously laid out by Murong Shue in the 4 cardinal directions of Tianfeng Jun, erupted in a dazzling display of light. Thick beams of light shot skyward. Above Tianfeng Jun, a golden net woven from countless arcane runes materialized, instantly enveloping an area of 100 miles. The arrogant black demonic light collided head-on with a newly formed golden net. Boom! A sound reverberated as if it could tear the heavens and earth apart. The golden net violently concaved inward, countless runes flickering madly, while the black demonic light was firmly pinned within the net, thrashing wildly, yet unable to advance an inch. The entire Tianfeng Jun trembled violently amidst this earth-shattering collision. Countless terrified people in the city looked up, witnessing a golden sun and a black demonic sun fiercely grappling in the sky, a cataclysmic scene that would be etched in their memories forever. What kind of array is this? A roar of astonishment and fury erupted from the trapped demonic light, echoing through the heavens. Chapter 41. The Succession Ceremony. Catching turtles in a jar in Tianfeng Jun, Danshinga, the alchemy square was shrouded in a peculiar, dead silence amidst the hustle and bustle. At the center stood a newly constructed 9-tiered platform, with a purple carpet symbolizing the status of the sect leader, gleaming glaringly under the sun. Yao Wanhai, dressed in a brand-new sect leader-esque robe, stood atop the platform, surveying the dense crowd below, his heart swelling with a sense of grandeur. The years of restraint and discontent transformed into an exhilarating sensation of power in this moment. Behind him stood the one-eyed black fiend He Sha and a number of newly appointed confidants, all exuding an air of arrogance. Below, representatives from various factions of Tianfengjuan, forcibly invited to witness the ceremony, stood like puppets with expressions of uniform rigidity and numbness. Behind them, a guard composed of bandits from Heifengzhai and enforcers from Danshinga, hands resting on their blades, surveyed the scene with wolf-like gazes. This was not a succession ceremony. It was a display of military might, a sword held to their necks. At the far end of the square, a row of elder members of Danshinga were shackled with spiritual chains, kneeling on the cold ground, their cultivation sealed, faces marked with humiliation and despair. They were the chickens Yao Wanhai intended to use as a warning. The auspicious time has arrived, an officiant shouted, his sharp voice echoing in the silent square, sounding particularly jarring. Yao Wanhai took a deep breath, adjusted his robe, and donned a smug smile, poised to announce the dawn of a new era to the city. At that moment, a cool voice, soft yet clear, pierced the air, reaching every ear present. Uncle, do you truly feel secure in this position of sect leader without your niece's presence? In an instant, thousands of gazes turned toward the entrance of the square. For figures emerged, silhouetted against the light, approaching with deliberate steps. Leading the way was a young man in a green robe, his demeanor calm, as if he were attending an ordinary banquet rather than venturing into a den of danger. To his left stood a woman clad in snow white, possessing a grace that rendered all else around her dull. To his right was a young girl in a fiery red gown, the direct disciple of Danshinga, Yaoling. At this moment, her delicate features bore no trace of weakness, only a chilling intent to kill. Following the trio was Mu Rongxue, holding an array disc, her expression grave. The four of them stepped forward, unperturbed, into the carefully prepared death trap. Ha 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 ha! Yaoling, you wretched child, you truly dare to return. Yao Wanhai, momentarily stunned, erupted into a frenzied laugh, a twisted pleasure evident in his tone as if his schemes had come to fruition. Capture them. Seize this traitor who colludes with outsiders and plots against our own sect. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of bandits from Heifengzhai, lying in ambush, charged forward like wolves scenting blood. However, they barely took a few steps. The array disc in Mu Rongshue's hand flickered with light. Rise, she uttered softly. The ground of the alchemy square erupted with countless pre-carved array patterns, radiating brilliance. The advancing bandits felt their footing give way, and the scene before them shifted abruptly. Allies and foes alike vanished, replaced by an endless mist and howling demons, plunging them into chaos and self-inflicted carnage. An array? Yao Wanhai's complexion shifted slightly, but it quickly morphed into a sneer. A mere parlor trick, and you dare to show off before me. He Sha, eliminate that man. Upon receiving the order, He Sha grinned savagely, his terrifying aura at the sixth layer of Foundation establishment erupting explosively. The ground beneath him shattering as he launched himself like a cannonball towards Chen Xuan. In his view, seizing the king first would end everything. As long as he took this pretty boy's head, the matter would be resolved. However, he was fast, but someone was faster. A white figure appeared unexpectedly in his path. It was Lin Wan'er. She did not even spare He Sha a glance. Instead, she raised her delicate hand towards the fierce figure charging at her and lightly waved. Go away. A single word, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. An irresistible pressure descended. The ferocity of He Sha's charge halted abruptly. The snarl on his face froze. His single eye filled with boundless fear. He felt as if he were not colliding with a person, but rather crashing into an ancient divine mountain descending from the heavens. Every bone in his body groaning under the weight. He spewed a torrent of blood mixed with internal fragments, his entire being flying backward at a speed even greater than he had approached, crashing heavily into a distant wall, unable to extricate himself. Life and death unknown. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Everyone was stunned by this unbelievable scene. A single wave of the hand to obliterate the leader of the Heifengzhai at the sixth layer of Foundation establishment? What kind of divine technique is this? The manic laughter on Yao Wanhai's face completely froze, his mouth agape as if it could fit an egg. Jindan. There truly is a Jindan master in the opposing camp. In that fleeting moment of lost composure, Yaoling made her move. With a graceful flick of her slender wrist, dozens of elixirs transformed into radiant streaks of light, soaring with precise accuracy towards the imprisoned elders. Elders, this is the antidote. Without hesitation, the elders opened their mouths and swallowed the elixirs. In the next moment, a torrent of suppressed power erupted explosively from within them. Yaowanhai, you beast who betrays your master and ancestors, prepare to meet your end. The restored elders, their eyes blazing red with fury, roared as they charged towards the traitors of Danshin Pavilion who had once guarded and humiliated them. Internal strife erupted instantaneously, turning the entire plaza into utter chaos. Throughout this tumult, Chen Xuan remained motionless, his gaze calmly traversing the chaotic crowd, landing on the disoriented Yao Wanhai atop the platform, as if observing a lifeless corpse. He took a step forward, deliberately making his way towards the elevated stage. No, don't come near. Yao Wanhai was utterly panicked, screaming as he fumbled to extract a pitch-black jade talisman from his robe, shattering it with a violent squeeze. Lord Envoy, save me. With his chilling cry, terrifying, cold aura surged from the depths of Danshin Pavilion, akin to freezing the very soul. A figure shrouded in black robes materialized atop the platform, standing before Yao Wanhai. The overwhelming pressure of the Yuanying stage descended like a collapsing sky, causing all combatants in the plaza to halt in their tracks, gasping for breath. Their faces etched with despair. Xian Yin's sacred body, you have finally arrived. The black-robed envoy paid no heed to anyone else, his gaze, concealed beneath the hood, fixated greedily on Lin Wanner, his voice hoarse and filled with raw avarice. Today, no one can save you. He extended a hand, withered like a chicken's claw. Veyaching tovarts Lin Wanner. Yet at that very moment, a golden light curtain unexpectedly rose above the plaza. The ethereal forms of the four divine beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, roared and circled within the light, enveloping the entire plaza, including himself, like an inverted golden bowl. It was the four symbols locking heaven formation. The black-robed envoy's movements abruptly halted. He looked up at the impenetrable golden barrier, a flicker of surprise betraying his usually inscrutable eyes. A ground-level formation? He scoffed derisively, his tone rife with disdain. A mere incomplete formation dares to confine me? Just as he prepared to unleash his demonic power to force his way through, a languid voice drifted from behind him. Who told you this formation was meant to trap you? The black-robed envoy whipped around, only to find the Qingshan youth he had consistently ignored, possessing merely the cultivation of the fourth stage of Foundation establishment, observing him with a playful expression. In the youth's hand, a purple gold elixir had appeared unbeknownst to him. The elixir was adorned with dragon patterns, exuding an aura of celestial harmony. It was the perfect quality Ziyun Longwang Dan that had incited this entire storm. The envoy's pupils constricted sharply. Chen Xuan flicked his fingers. The divine pill transformed into a streak of light, accurately piercing into the mouth of the old pavilion master Yao Wanshan, who was bound to one side of the platform and barely clinging to life. This formation is not meant to confine you, Chen Xuan stated, a radiant yet frigid smile gracing his face as he regarded the black-robed envoy. It is meant to hold you in place until someone can deal with you. As his words fell, a vast and formidable aura, rivaling that of the black-robed envoy, erupted explosively from Yao Wanshan's body. A mighty dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. The spiritual energy chains binding Yao Wanshan shattered inch by inch. He gradually rose to his feet, his once white hair standing on end without wind, his previously frail body visibly reinvigorated, and his murky old eyes suddenly opened wide, emitting a terrifying brilliance that pierced the void. Yuanying, at this moment, harnessing the power of the divine pill, he had unexpectedly broken through, stepping into the coveted realm of Yuanying that countless cultivators yearn for. The calm demeanor of the black-robed envoy, who had treated the situation with the nonchalance of a cat playing with a mouse, vanished completely, replaced by an expression of sheer horror and disbelief. Chapter 42. The Battle of Yuanying, Turning the Tide. Boom! Two terrifying pressures of the Yuanying stage collided violently in the small Alchemy Plaza. The air was instantly evacuated and then erupted violently. Centered around the platform, a visible wave of pure white energy surged outward, while the hard blue stone tiles of the ground were torn asunder like paper, reduced to dust. Cultivators of lesser strength had no time to scream before being swept away by the wave, blood spraying forth like a fountain as they soared through the air. Every face was marked with an indescribable terror. Yuanying, another Yuanying ancestor. Moreover, this newly ascended Yuanying ancestor was none other than their original pavilion master, Yao Wanshan. Those disciples and elders of Danshin Pavilion who had initially chosen neutrality or had been coerced into siding with Yao Wanhai found the balance in their hearts irrevocably tipped upon witnessing Yao Wanshan's breakthrough. It is the old pavilion master. He has broken through to Yuanying. Wonderful. Danshin Pavilion is saved. Let us slay the traitor Yao Wanhai. Restore order. The crowd erupted with fervor, their cries echoing like thunder. Yao Wanhai atop the platform was utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at his brother, whose aura was as deep as an ocean, and then glanced at Chen Xuan, who had remained unfazed throughout, his mind a blank slate. He had lost. He had lost utterly, his body in tatters. All of his schemes, all of his calculations, and the trump cards he had prided himself on had turned into nothing but a childish joke before this exceedingly youthful man. Impossible. This cannot be, he muttered in a daze, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. The black-robed envoy, at this moment, had no mind to concern himself with the fate of this useless being. All his focus was locked onto the newly ascended Yuanying Yao Wanshan. Good. The black-robed envoy, consumed by rage, laughed derisively, his voice harsh and grating like the cry of a night owl. Who would have thought that in this backwater I would encounter such a dramatic breakthrough? However, do you think that a mere newly ascended Yuanying, whose realm is not yet stabilized, can contend with me? Naive. His demonic energy surged, and a colossal claw, formed entirely of pure demonic energy, materialized from thin air, with wailing souls entwined around it. Shrieking as it descended upon Yao Wanshan, "You dare to act recklessly in my Danshin Pavilion, you vile demon!" Yao Wanshan bellowed, his battle spirit soaring. Though he had just broken through, his foundation was the perfect quality Xian Longwang Dan, and the essence within him was far more potent than that of his peers. He clasped his hands together, summoning a massive phantom of an alchemical furnace formed from crimson flames, charging directly at the demonic claw. Boom! The clash of Yuanying level power was nothing short of cataclysmic. The entire four symbols locking heaven formation trembled violently, and the ethereal forms of the four divine beasts emitted low growls, evidently bearing immense pressure. Were it not for the protective barrier of this earth-level grand formation, the entirety of Danshin Pavilion, and perhaps even half of Tianfeng County City, would have been reduced to mere ruins in the aftermath of this confrontation. The figures of Yao Wanshan and the black-robed envoy intertwined instantaneously, transforming into two radiant streaks of red and black, clashing violently above the plaza. Each collision unleashed terrifying energies capable of striking fear into the hearts of even the most formidable Jin Danjinren. Below, Chen Xuan, however, could not be bothered to cast even a glance. He turned to his companions, Lin Wan'er, Yao Ling, and Murong Shui, and commanded, "Wan'er, guard me. Yao Ling, Murong Shui, lead the elders to secure our position." Yes, the three women responded in unison. Yao Ling and Murong Shui darted into the chaotic battlefield like two streaks of light. At this moment, Yao Ling had reached the peak of the 8th stage of Foundation establishment, armed with several potent elixirs bestowed by Chen Xuan, making her a veritable tiger among sheep when dealing with the traitorous members of Danshin Pavilion. Murong Shui, meanwhile, manipulated the formation to encircle and divide the bandits of Heifeng Zhai, striking precisely and ensuring they turned upon each other in the fog, leaving them with no chance to resist. As for Chen Xuan, under Lin Wan'er's protection, he ascended the high platform step by step, approaching the utterly dazed and limp Yao Wanhai. "Do you have any last words?" Chen Xuan inquired, looking down upon him with a voice devoid of emotion. "No, please don't kill me." Yao Wanhai finally snapped back from his despair, crawling to Chen Xuan's feet, clinging to his legs, weeping and pleading. "It was all him. It was that black-robed envoy who forced me. He poisoned me and compelled me to collude with Heifeng Zhai. I was merely confused in the moment. Young Master Chen, spare my life." In a desperate bid for survival, he shifted all blame onto others. A flicker of physiological disgust crossed Chen Xuan's eyes as he kicked Yao Wanhai aside. "People like you only waste air by living. With a flick of his fingers, a strand of golden true essence, laced with a frigid aura, precisely pierced Yao Wanhai's dantian. Yao Wanhai emitted a shrill, inhuman wail. His dantian was shattered under the dual forces of ice and fire, reducing his cultivation to naught. To cripple him was more agonizing than to end his life. At that moment, the battle in the sky also took a turn. Yao Wanshan, being a newly ascended Yuan Ying, struggled to maintain control over his strength and gradually found himself at a disadvantage after prolonged conflict. Seizing an opening, the black-robed envoy unleashed a sinister, silent attack aimed directly at Yao Wanshan's vital point. Just as Yao Wanshan was on the brink of severe injury, Chen Xuan's voice resonated clearly in his ears. Master, 3 inches below your left rib, as you channel your demonic power, there will be a momentary pause. A jolt surged through Yao Wanshan's heart. With no time for contemplation, he instinctively trusted Chen Xuan's assessment. He braced himself against the envoy's attack, turning his body to harness all his true essence into his palm, striking fiercely at the indicated spot beneath the envoy's left rib. The black-robed envoy was struck as if by lightning, spewing forth a torrent of black blood, his demonic aura faltering momentarily. He gazed in disbelief at the young man in the green robe on the platform. How could he have seen through the flaws in my core techniques of the Yuming Hall? Seizing this rare opportunity, Yao Wanshan surged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon the black-robed envoy. The envoy was forced into retreat, suffering injuries upon injuries. He realized that today he had lost. You brat. Wait for me. My Yuming Hall will not let you off. He howled in venomous rage, crushing a black transmission jade talisman. A shroud of black mist enveloped him. The space around him began to distort, and a dark vortex materialized behind him, threatening to consume him. Planning to escape? A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Xuan's eyes. Did you think I would let you go? He formed seals with both hands. The previously concealed 4 symbols locking heaven formation burst forth with radiant light at this moment. Lock. The space that was about to tear apart was forcibly sealed by the power of the grand formation. The black-robed envoy's figure tumbled out of the void, looking more disheveled than ever, his face displaying terror and despair for the first time. Chapter 43. Dust settled. Great Harvest, the spatial blockade. As the black-robed envoy fell heavily onto the hard plaza ground from the distorted void, his heart, belonging to a Yuan Inc. demonic cultivator, felt the icy grip of despair for the first time. The spatial secret techniques he took pride in, capable of allowing him to escape from others of the same rank, had been abruptly interrupted by an Earth-level grand formation. How could this be possible? Unless the one presiding over this formation had reached an unfathomable understanding of spatial laws. His gaze shifted past the enraged Yao Wanshan, locking onto the calm and composed young man on the platform. This man had been an aloof observer from the beginning. Yet, every step had been part of his meticulous planning, from swaying public opinion to breaking through at the critical moment to now capturing the envoy in a trap. Everything was interconnected and flawless. He was not human. He was a devil far more terrifying than this Yuming Hall demonic cultivator. Fellow Taoist, please spare me. The black-robed envoy was thoroughly frightened. He could no longer care about his dignity as a Yuan Inc. demonic cultivator and crawled forward, begging for mercy. This was a mistake on our part in Yuming Hall. I am willing to swear a great oath of the heart, never to be your enemy. I will offer all my treasures, just to beg you to spare my life. However, the only response he received was Yao Wanshan's thunderous strike filled with fury. Evil demons must be eradicated. Yao Wanshan had finally come to his senses. He looked at Chen Xuan with gratitude and astonishment. He knew that if it weren't for Chen Xuan's grand formation, even if he managed to win today, he would not have been able to eliminate this lingering threat. The two of them worked in tandem, one attacking while the other suppressed with the grand formation. The already injured black-robed envoy was utterly defenseless, akin to a mouse toyed with by a cat. Ultimately, with a shrill and unwilling scream, this once mighty envoy of the Yuming Hall was refined before all into a pure essence of demonic origin by Yao Wanshan's fiery attack. With the demise of the black-robed envoy, the rebellion that had swept through the entire Danshin pavilion finally came to a close. In the plaza, the surviving bandits of Heifeng Zhai and traders of Danshin pavilion abandoned their weapons, kneeling and begging for mercy, prostrating themselves fervently. Yao Wanshan paid no heed to these defeated foes. He retracted all his aura and slowly descended from the sky, walking directly to Chen Xuan's side. Then, before the incredulous gazes of all, this newly ascended Yuan Ying ancestor, the rightful master of Danxin Pavilion, deeply and solemnly bowed to Chen Xuan. Young Master Chen, your kindness is beyond words. From now on, you shall be an eternal friend of Danxin Pavilion. All within Danxin Pavilion shall heed your command. This bow was not merely an expression of gratitude. It was the highest respect from a Yuan Ying ancestor to another incomprehensible existence. Chen Xuan accepted the bow with composure, smiling as he helped the other up. Sect Master, you are being too courteous. My bond with Yao Ling is profound, and her matters are my own responsibility. This statement unequivocally clarified his relationship with Yao Ling, effectively extinguishing any lingering thoughts among the perceptive elders of Dan Xinge. Yao Wanshan, a figure of significant stature, immediately grasped Chen Xuan's intent. Casting a glance at his daughter, who was gazing at Chen Xuan with adoration, he felt a complex surge of emotions. There was reluctance, but more so a sense of contentment. Finding such an extraordinary partner was a blessing for his daughter, and indeed for Dan Xinge as well. He chuckled heartily and chose to say no more. That evening, Dan Xinge held a celebration banquet of the highest standard in honor of Chen Xuan and his companions. During the gathering, Yao Wanshan publicly announced that Yao Ling would be betrothed to Chen Xuan as a concubine, and declared a blood alliance between the Yao family and the Chen family, pledging eternal camaraderie. This news sent ripples throughout the entire Tianfeng County. Everyone understood that, from this day forth, the landscape of Tianfeng County would undergo a transformation. The name of the young man, Chen Xuan, would rise above all other powers. After the banquet concluded, Chen Xuan returned alone to the top-tier cave residence prepared for him in Dan Xinge. He sat cross-legged, diving deep into his consciousness. A series of long-awaited system prompts surged forth like a tidal wave. Ding! Congratulations, host. The family mission chaos in Dangu has been successfully completed. Mission rating, perfect. Rewards are being calculated. Reward 1. Significant enhancement of family fortune. Fortune points, 10,000. Reward 2. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete inheritance and control core of the Earth-grade Superior Formation Force symbols, locking Heaven Formation. Reward 3. Congratulations, host. Your concubine Yao Ling has stabilized her Dao heart during this event, and, with her father's breakthrough in Yuan Ying level fortune, her latent constitution, the Dan Ling sacred body, has begun to awaken. Potential rating elevated from superior to supreme. Reward 4. Due to the decisive role you played in this event, you have successfully seized all the fortune from the rebellious forces of Dan Xinge and the emissary of the Underworld Palace. Congratulations, host. You have gained an additional 35,000 fortune points. 45,000 fortune points. As Chen Xuan beheld this figure, his heart raced uncontrollably. He had struck it rich. He forcefully suppressed his elation, knowing that this was not yet the conclusion. With a thought, he cast the refined essence of the Underworld Palace's emissary into the fortune furnace. Refining. Ding. High-quality Yuan Ying level demonic essence detected. Proceed with refining. Estimated consumption of fortune points, 10,000. Refining. Refining in progress. Congratulations, host. Refining successful. You have obtained one fragment of the pseudo-law, Underworld. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a vial of Yuan Ying level divine soul essence. Significantly enhances soul strength. Congratulations, host. Your technique Pure Yang Wujigong has absorbed aspects of the Underworld laws, comprehending the new characteristic Pure Yang Soul Devouring. Your attacks will inflict additional intimidation and damage upon enemy souls. A cascade of rewards left Chen Xuan in a daze, nearly overwhelmed with joy. He keenly sensed the newfound characteristics of his technique, feeling a chill capable of freezing souls within his consciousness. However, just as he was about to fully appreciate this monumental windfall, there was a gentle knock at the door of the cave. Yao Ling entered, carrying a bowl of steaming ginseng soup. She had changed out of her resplendent ceremonial attire, donning a delicate pink silk dress as thin as a cicada's wing, her hair cascading over her shoulders. A light blush adorned her youthful face, conveying both a hint of shyness and a resolute determination. She placed the soup on the table, approached Chen Xuan and gazed at him intently, slowly loosening the ribbon at her waist. The silk dress fell away, revealing her flawless and captivating form, illuminated by the candlelight. Chapter 44. Awakening of the Sacred Body. Sharing the blessings, the flickering candlelight cast a serene glow, and within the cave, the sound of the wick burning could be distinctly heard. Yao Ling's exquisite figure, bathed in the warm light, resembled a flawless gem, radiating a subdued brilliance. Having never engaged in such an act before, her long lashes trembled, and her fair skin now glowed with an enchanting rosy hue. Yet her gaze remained unwavering. The usually cool beauty of her eyes now flickered with the flames of affection and devotion as they locked onto Chen Xuan. "My lord, everything about Linger is yours." Her voice was soft, tinged with a tremor she herself was unaware of. "From this day forth, Linger seeks no title, only wishes to bear your legacy." With those words, she seemed to expend all her strength, stepping forward to melt into Chen Xuan's embrace. Chen Xuan was not one to remain unaffected by such advances. Moreover, Yao Ling was his officially recognized concubine, an indispensable part of his grand aspirations for progeny and prosperity. He extended his strong arms, drawing her quivering form tightly and irreversibly into his embrace. A night of tempestuous passion ensued. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the window, illuminating the cave, Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and clear-minded. The pure yang true essence within him, having harmonized through the night, became even more refined, akin to tempered steel. Heavy yet sharp, the benefits of cultivating alongside the Danling's sacred body far exceeded his expectations. Turning his head, he noticed the beauty beside him still peacefully slumbering. Her face flushed with satisfaction. The long-accumulated chill and gloom in her expression had dissipated, replaced by a lazy allure. Just then, a series of system prompts echoed in his mind as anticipated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing dual cultivation with concubine Yao Ling, successfully sowing the seeds. Detected Yao Ling as a Danling's sacred body. Initial awakening. Potential rating, supreme. Quality assessment of this sowing, perfect. Double reward trigger activated. Reward 1. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation level has been elevated to the 5th layer of foundation establishment, without any bottleneck. Boom! An unprecedented surge of pure energy erupted in his dantian, shattering the formidable barrier of the 4th layer of foundation establishment with ease. Reward 2. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Earth-Grade Superior Alchemy Technique Dan Wang by Jie Advanced Edition. Alchemy Eye. Alchemy Eye allows insight into all medicinal pills and spiritual herbs, including their age, composition, and refining methods, with a chance to deduce their original formulas. Another remarkable skill. Chen Xuan's heart raced as his gaze inadvertently fell upon the now-cold bowl of ginseng soup on the table. In an instant, the scene before him transformed. A stream of information automatically surfaced in his mind. 100-year-old snow ginseng, supplemented with 3 money of purple river car and 1 money of deer antler, simmered on low heat. The timing was inadequate, having simmered for an additional quarter hour, resulting in a 13 loss of medicinal potency. Chen Xuan's expression grew peculiar. The Tao of alchemy, akin to a chronic affliction of an alchemist, compels one to analyze every element in sight. Nevertheless, he relished this extraordinary skill, akin to a cheat. Reward 3. Congratulations, host. Your concubine, Yao Ling, nourished by your pure yang true essence and fortune, has further awakened her Danling sacred body, elevating her cultivation to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment S 9th level. Reward 4. Congratulations, host. Your concubine, Yao Ling, has successfully conceived. Detected a high potential for offspring, officially entering the gestation period. The offspring is predicted to possess a significant probability of awakening the Dan Saint body, divine grade talent. Upon the birth of the offspring, the host will receive an extraordinary gift related to the Tao of alchemy. Another pregnancy, and it is yet another descendant with divine grade talent. Chen Xuan felt as if his heart was nearly overwhelmed by this succession of bliss. He lowered his gaze to Yao Ling, peacefully asleep in his arms, his expression softening immensely. She was not merely a concubine. She was undoubtedly another formidable asset, one capable of leveling up and acquiring divine gear. He rose quietly, donning his garments without disturbing the slumbering Yao Ling. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Within Murong Xue's cave abode, she sat cross-legged in meditation, yet her anxious and worried demeanor was unmistakable. Upon seeing Chen Xuan enter, she promptly stood and bowed, addressing him as young master. "You have done well," Chen Xuan commended directly. In the recent incident involving the Danshin Pavilion, Murong Xue and the Four Seas commerce behind her had indeed played a pivotal role. Receiving Chen Xian's affirmation, an indescribable joy surged within Murong Xue, surpassing any sense of accomplishment she had felt from successfully arranging high-level formations in the past. "To relieve the young master of his concerns is but my duty," she replied softly, her head bowed. "I'm already aware of your Murong family's circumstances," Chen Xian stated, shifting the topic. Murong Xue's body tensed instantly, her breath quickening. She raised her head abruptly, her beautiful eyes filled with tension and anticipation. "The curse upon your Murong bloodline originates from an ancient formation." Chen Xian's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. He had already deduced everything clearly, combining the information gleaned from the fortune furnace with the recently acquired inheritance of the four symbols locking heaven formation. Originally, that formation was a grand gathering array of spiritual energy, yet had been maliciously tampered with, forcibly reversing the principles of yin and yang, transforming it into a blood-devouring curse formation. To unravel it, there exists but one method: employing a stronger formation to restore order and forcibly revert the blood-devouring curse formation back to the gathering array. As Murong Xue listened, her mind swayed and her delicate form trembled. Chen Xian's words resonated with certain speculations passed down through her family's ancient texts. "But young master, our ancestors have exhausted their efforts without success," she spoke, a hint of despair in her voice. "Their inability does not imply that I cannot succeed." Chen Xian raised his hand, and a new jade slip materialized in his palm. This time, he did not provide any introductory material, but directly inscribed the core principles of formation reversal and energy counteraction from the four symbols locking heaven formation. "This is your reward," he said, extending the jade slip to Murong Xue. "Take it and present it to your father. With his expertise in formations, he should comprehend what must be done." Murong Xue trembled as she accepted the jade slip. This small object bore the hopes of her entire family, spanning thousands of years. "Young master, such a life-altering favor. I am at a loss to repay." She gazed at Chen Xian, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice choked. "I have stated this is an equitable exchange." Chen Xian met her gaze with intent. "I will lift the curse upon your Murong family. Henceforth, you and the Four Seas commerce behind you shall be in my service. I desire you to become the sharpest blade in my hand." Murong Xue's heart raced fervently. She looked at the enigmatic man before her, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing through all, and she understood that her life would be irrevocably intertwined with his. Yet, instead of hesitation, an unprecedented exhilaration surged within her. She bowed deeply before Chen Xian. "I am at your command," she declared, her voice now devoid of any reluctance, filled solely with willing submission. Beep detected the destined daughter. Murong Xue has been thoroughly captivated by the host, willingly submitting, loyalty enhanced. Current status: utterly devoted. Congratulations, host. You have preliminarily completed the integration of the Danshin Pavilion and the Four Seas commerce. The influence of your family has further expanded. A new family task is currently being generated. However, at that moment, buzz. A sudden sharp buzzing interrupted the system's notification. A transmission jade talisman engraved with the character Xian at Chen Xian's waist erupted with blinding crimson light, its surface cracking like a spider's web. This was the highest level distress signal sent by the elder Chen Xuan, who remained in Qingyang City. From the jade talisman came the elder's urgent and weakened cry. "Xin'er, return swiftly. A formidable enemy has invaded. The protective mountain formation can barely hold." Chapter 45. The Peril of Qingyang. 1,000 miles of reinforcement, the transmission jade talisman emitted a mournful cry under the strain of Chen Xian's grip, its cracks spreading like a web. The elder Chen Xian's final consciousness had been exhausted, leaving only two words suffused with the essence of blood and fire. "Hurry back." Crack! The jade talisman disintegrated into powder, slipping through his fingers. Within the cave, the flickering candlelight suddenly stilled, nearly extinguished by an invisible chill. The air felt as if it had solidified into ice. Murong Shui was seized by a tremor that surged from the depths of her soul, rendering her breathless. She looked up in horror to see eyes she had never encountered before. They were not the calm eyes of a strategist, nor the playful gaze of one who discerned all. Instead, they reflected a silent abyss, imbued solely with pure, frigid killing intent. "Young master," she instinctively called, her voice dry. "Prepare the flying boat." Chen Xuan's voice was soft yet struck Murong Shui's heart like a heavy hammer. "Return to Qingyang City with utmost haste." Yes. Murong Shui dared not hesitate, nor did she dare to ask further questions, transforming into a streak of light as she rushed out with utmost efficiency. Chen Xuan vanished from his position, appearing in the chambers of Lin Wan'er and Yao Ling in the next instant. The two women had already been alerted by the terrifying aura, their faces etched with concern as they awaited him. "Dear husband, what has transpired?" "Something has occurred at home," Chen Xuan replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, both Lin Wan'er and Yao Ling's expressions shifted dramatically. "How is that possible?" Yao Ling exclaimed. "Did you not set up the 4 symbols locking heaven formation? Even a Yuan Ying could be trapped. Who in Qingyang City could breach it? I left only an incomplete formation foundation." Chen Xuan's expression was gravely serious. "And the energy core is limited. It cannot hold for long." The elder's transmission was the last of his strength, indicating the formation is on the verge of collapse. To consume the energy of a ground-level formation to such a critical state in such a short time, the invading enemy possesses strength beyond a single Yuaning. Lin Wan'er voiced the unspoken thought, her demeanor more solemn than ever. "Dear husband, we must return immediately." Moments later, the Yunhai vessel soared into the sky. This time, all defensive and offensive formations aboard the flying vessel were completely disabled. Murong Shui infused all the energy from the spirit stones into the acceleration formation. The entire ship transformed into a brilliant white lightning bolt, racing towards Qingyangcheng at a nearly self-destructive speed. The atmosphere at the bow was stifling, suffocating. Chen Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the direction of home, his expression as cold as ancient, unyielding ice. Who could it be? The Yumingjian? Unlikely, as they had just lost a Yuaning envoy, and would only be more cautious now. The remnants of the Tian Fengjun? A pack of stray dogs that would not dare to act even with 100 times their courage. Each possibility was swiftly dismissed by him. Ultimately, a name that he had almost forgotten began to surface in the recesses of his memory. Qing Yangcheng, Li Jia. No, the Li family had long been uprooted by him, reduced to dust. Could it be that elusive fish that slipped through the net? He recalled that when he annihilated the Li family, the genealogy indicated that the head of the Li family, Li Zhan, indeed had a talented son who had gone to join a sect for cultivation. Yet could a young disciple, no matter how gifted, summon more than one Yuaning powerhouse? This defied logic. "System, analyze," he quietly commanded within. Ding. Analyzing based on existing information. Analysis result. This attack has a 90% probability of originating from a backlash of fortune. A backlash of fortune? Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow. The host has rapidly integrated the 2 major forces of Dan Xingu and Si Haishang Hui, plundering vast amounts of fortune within the Tian Fengjun region, resulting in an imbalance of fortune in this realm. According to the law of causality, a surge in one side's fortune will inevitably provoke a desperate backlash from opposing fortunes. A hostile fortune with a vendetta against the host has been detected, and under the influence of the dramatic shift in Tian Fengjun's fortune, it has gained a significant opportunity, resulting in this act of revenge. The system's explanation struck Chen Xuan like a bolt of lightning, illuminating all the fog in his mind. So that was it. It was indeed a struggle at the level of fortune. He had eradicated the Leaf family, intending to sever their roots and eliminate their fortune. Little did he expect that the talented son of the Leaf family, as the last focal point of their fortune, would, spurred by the calamity of his family's destruction, instead experience a stroke of incredible luck and return for vengeance. How intriguing. A cold smile crept across Chen Xuan's lips. I shall see what this so-called opportunity truly amounts to. Anyone who dares to harm my family, regardless of who you are, I will ensure your soul is shattered, never to be reborn. Meanwhile, above the Chen family estate in Qingyangcheng, a thin, gossamer-like golden veil enveloped the entire Chen family. Within the veil, The ethereal forms of the four divine beasts, Qing Long, Baihu, Zhu Ke, and Xian Wu, flickered ominously, radiating their final vestiges of authority. Yet at this moment, the veil trembled violently under the assault of three terrifying powers, its brilliance dimming like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Outside the veil, three figures hovered in the air. Leading them was a young man clad in a blood-red robe, his handsome features marred by an otherworldly aura. A cruel and twisted smile playing on his lips, his eyes filled with an unquenchable hatred. He was none other than Li Tianyang, the once-hidden genius of the Li family. Behind him stood two elderly men clad in identical black robes, both exuding a profound aura, unmistakably at the Yuaning stage. "Ha, Chen family," Chen Xuan, Li Tianyang sneered, observing the faltering golden veil below. "Did you ever expect my return? You annihilated my family, and today, I will ensure that not a single soul of the Chen family remains." He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the ecstasy of revenge, issuing orders to the two Yuaning elders behind him. "Elders, stop playing with this turtle shell. Shatter for me." Chapter 46, The Peril of Qing Yang. The formation on the brink of collapse boom. The deafening sound did not merely echo in the ears but detonated within the souls of every Chen family member. The ground shook violently, the pavilions and towers within the estate trembling, tiles raining down like droplets. The golden veil above the Chen estate buckled inward under the force of the blow. The ethereal forms of the four divine beasts letting out a silent cry of despair as their brightness dimmed at a visible pace. Crack! A faint yet piercing sound of shattering resonated from the pinnacle of the veil. A grotesque fissure appeared seemingly from nowhere, rapidly spreading downward. "Ancestor!" Chen Xiong's eyes turned crimson, fixated on the crack, his voice hoarse with despair. At the center of the estate, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged, his already frail body appearing even more withered, his face as pale as paper, drops of blood trickling continuously from the corners of his mouth. The very essence of his being had been drained by this grand formation. He was the formation's core. As long as the formation stood, he would remain. If the formation fell, he would perish. "I can hold on." Chen Xianshan forced out a few words through gritted teeth, his bony hand pressing desperately against the cold. Intricate patterns of the altar, squeezing the last remnants of vitality from within, pouring it frantically into the formation. The impending collapse of the veil flickered with a barely perceptible glimmer of light for an instant. That was all. Outside the veil, high above the sky, Li Tianyang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his blood-red robe billowing in the fierce wind, a sickly, almost intoxicated smile adorning his strikingly beautiful yet demonic face. He reveled in this sensation, watching the Chen family, once held in high regard, now struggling like a candle flickering in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment before his might. The sheer delight of trampling his enemies and witnessing their descent from hope to despair sent a thrill through every pore of his being, more intoxicating than the finest elixirs. "Truly touching," Li Tianyang softly applauded, his voice low yet resonating clearly in the ears of every Chen family member below, laced with a tone of mockery. An old dog on its last legs leading a group of sheep awaiting slaughter, daring to defy fate? How laughable! The two Yuaning elders behind him remained indifferent, one of them gathering a sphere of destructive black lightning within his palm. "Young master, this shell is harder than anticipated. It should be finished." "Not yet." Li Tianyang raised his hand to halt him. His gaze, filled with interest, pierced through the cracked veil, landing on Chen Tianxiong and the faces of the terrified and defiant Chen family members. "I relish their expressions at this moment. They are so vivid." He licked his lips, the venomous hatred and madness in his eyes nearly spilling over. When my Li family was annihilated, they looked on with the same expressions, as if watching a play, as hundreds of my kin turned to dust. Now, it is their turn to take the stage. His voice suddenly sharpened, brimming with deep-seated hatred. "Where is Chen Xuan? That bastard, that cowardly turtle. Let him come out. Is he not the proclaimed new master of Qing Yangcheng? Is he not capable? How is it that he cannot even protect his own den, too afraid to return home? Or has he cowered in fear, hiding away, waiting for someone to collect the corpses of his entire family?" Ha! The piercing mockery pierced the hearts of every Chen family member like 1,000 needles. Chen Tianxiong trembled with rage, pointing to the sky and shouting, "My son Chen Xian will surely return. When he does, it will be your demise. Li Tianyang, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, laughed exaggeratedly. How frightening. But as his laughter ceased, his expression transformed into one of icy cruelty. Since he refuses to show himself, I shall annihilate his entire family and desecrate their ancestral graves, scattering their ashes to the wind. I shall see if he can still act like a coward. He ceased his rambling and issued a final command to the elder Yuan Ying behind him. Elders, stop playing around. Use your full power. Shatter it for me. As you command, young master. The two elders nodded in unison, no longer holding back. Two overwhelming pressures from the Yuan Ying stage descended like thunder. The sky darkened entirely in that moment. The wind ceased and the clouds dispersed. The entire Qingyang city fell into a deathly silence. Countless mortals and low-tier cultivators trembling in fear, kneeling on the ground. Their expressions filled with terror directed toward the Chen family. Two colossal hands, formed from pure energy, one wreathed in black flames capable of incinerating souls, the other entwined with destructive lightning, symbolizing finality, descended with an irresistible force, aimed at the already fragile golden barrier, coming down with tremendous force. This strike was enough to raise half of Qingyang city to the ground. On the altar, Chen Xuan gazed at the apocalyptic scene descending from the heavens, a hint of sorrow and relief flashing in his murky old eyes. It is over. He had done all he could. Shinner, do not return. Run quickly. He used the last of his strength to impart his final wish to this family. The golden barrier emitted a clear, mournful cry, akin to shattering glass. Under the pressure of the two colossal hands, cracks instantly spread across the entire barrier. In the next moment, boom, the barrier shattered completely. It transformed into a myriad of golden specks, drifting down like a splendid yet tragic funeral for the Chen family. Kill! Li Tianyang's eyes ignited with a bloodthirsty gleam as he issued the command for vengeance. The torrent of destructive energy, having lost its final impediment, cascaded down toward the unprepared Chen family estate. The apocalypse had arrived, just as all the members of the Chen family closed their eyes, awaiting the embrace of death. A detached voice, imbued with boundless killing intent, resonated as if it had come from the heavens above, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. Dare you lay a hand on my people? Chapter 47. The divine vessel descends. The king returns. The torrent of destructive energy swallowed the last remnants of light. Within the Chen estate, everyone instinctively closed their eyes, despairingly awaiting the judgment of death. Chen Tianxiong's face bore no fear, only endless regret and unwillingness. Ultimately, he could not wait for his son to return. On the altar, the ancestor Chen Xuan expended his last breath, his frail body collapsing. Yet his sunken face bore a hint of a relieved smile. He had done his best. High above, Li Tianyang spread his arms wide, his handsome yet otherworldly face reflecting utmost madness and delight. He seemed to hear the screams of severed flesh and blood, savoring the sweet scent of blood mingled with scorched earth. Yet one breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not occur, nor did the expected screams resonate. The entire world fell into an eerie silence. Li Tianyang's milagradoi froja. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked down. The next moment, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Above the Chen estate, an enormous and splendid flying vessel had inexplicably appeared. The ship was crafted from millennium-old ironwood, radiating brilliance and adorned with intricate patterns, its majestic and luxurious form causing the two knowledgeable Yuan Ying elders behind Li Tianyang to gasp in shock. The two torrents of energy capable of leveling half of Qingyang City were now firmly blocked by an invisible barrier beneath the vessel, unable to advance even an inch. It was as though two roaring dragons had their throats grasped by an unseen divine hand with ease. What is that thing? In the city, countless surviving cultivators gazed up at the sky in a daze, staring at the vessel that had appeared like a chariot of the gods, their minds blank. Below, within the Chen estate, Chen Tianxiong slowly opened his eyes. When he beheld the magnificent vessel, shielding them from all calamity, his entire body began to tremble violently. It was not fear. It was exhilaration, an indescribable joy. He saw, at the bow of the ship, a figure so familiar it had been etched into his very bones. Xuaner, ite is Xuaner. My son has returned. Chen Tianxiong screamed hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. On the deck of the vessel, Chen Xuan stood in a green robe, hands clasped behind his back. His face was eerily calm, yet within his profound eyes burned a fury capable of incinerating the heavens. His gaze swept across the shattered barrier below, the lifeless ancestor on the altar, and his father's face, which had aged a decade in the wake of calamity. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes piercing through space, landing on the blood-robed youth above, whose expression had shifted from mania to shock. Li Tianyang. His voice was soft, yet it resonated like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss, causing Li Tianyang's very soul to tremble. Are you looking for me? Li Tianyang's heart contracted sharply. An overwhelming sense of lethal danger, as if he had been targeted by an ancient beast, enveloped him. Yet, this was swiftly replaced by an even stronger surge of anger and humiliation. How could he, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, instill fear in him with just a few words? Chen Xuan. Li Tianyang's face contorted in a grotesque snarl. You cowardly turtle. You finally dare to show yourself. Do you think a broken ship can save your Chen family? Today, I will not only annihilate your family, but I will also ensure that this ship and everyone aboard it accompany your family to the grave. He howled in a frenzy, attempting to drown out the flicker of unease blossoming within him. Chen Xuan ignored his tirade. He merely turned slowly, and then, amidst the astonished gazes of Li Tianyang and the two Yuaning elders behind him, as well as all the members of the Chen family below, three stunning figures emerged gracefully from behind him. To the left, clad in white as pure as snow, with an extraordinary demeanor, was Lin Wanner, radiating ethereal light. To the right, in a fiery red dress, her figure graceful and eyes fierce, was Yao Ling. Behind them, in a simple moonlit gown, with an unparalleled beauty and holding a mysterious array, was Murong Shui. Three women, each with a distinct and exquisite charm, yet all shared one commonality: strength. Lin Wanner's golden core aura was fathomless, deep as the abyss. Yao Ling, at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, exuded sharpness akin to a blade, reaching for the heavens. Although Murong Shui's cultivation was slightly weaker, the profound aura emanating from her, seamlessly merging with the heavenly arrays, commanded respect. Li Tianyang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The expressions of the two Yuaning elders behind him changed drastically, their gazes fixed in horror upon Lin Wanner. Golden Core, beside this young man in the foundational stage, there unexpectedly lingered a true master of the Golden Core. Was the intelligence provided by Shui Mo Zong scribbled by a fool? Chen Xuan paid no heed to their astonishment. He merely extended his hand to gently smooth the disheveled hair of Lin Wanner, his tone tender. My lady, do you see? He gestured towards the three figures high in the sky, now utterly frozen, as if pointing at three inconsequential flies. A few oblivious insects have disturbed our return home. What do you suggest we do? This seemingly casual remark belied an utmost disdain for the formidable Yuan-Ing cultivators. The audacity of this impudent youth incited fury in one of the Yuaning elders, who, enraged by Chen Xuan's words, could no longer regard the threat posed by the Golden Core Master. With a swift motion, the elder unleashed the terrifying pressure of the Yuaning stage, transforming into a streak of light that descended upon Chen Xuan's crown with a crushing palm. He intended to reduce this ignorant boy to mere pulp before the eyes of the Golden Core female cultivator. Chapter 48. The Might of the Golden Core. A finger of frost the Yuan-Ing elder struck fiercely. His palm descended, shrouded in a torrent of demonic energy that dimmed the very sky. The overwhelming pressure instantly locked onto the entire Yunhai vessel, causing the defensive array to flicker wildly and emit a piercing wail, evidently reaching its breaking point. Li Tianyang's lips twisted into a grotesque smile, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirst. Chen Xuan was doomed. What if the woman in white was a Golden Core Master? The lightning strike of a Yuan-Ing practitioner, so close at hand, left no room for reaction. Even if she wished to intervene, she would be far too late. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Chen Xuan remained at the bow of the ship, his expression unchanged. Even taking the time to tuck a stray lock of Lin Wanner's hair behind her ear, focused and earnest. It was as though that world-shattering palm was merely a gentle breeze brushing against him. Lin Wanner stood quietly by his side until the dark, colossal energy palm, laden with an aura of annihilation, descended to within 3 feet above Chen Xuan's head. Only then did she slowly lift her gaze. In her eyes, there was not a ripple of emotion, only an absolute stillness capable of freezing the soul. She raised her hand, extending a finger resembling a jade onion. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, no leakage of true essence. Just a gentle tap directed at the descending giant palm. A single word escaped her lips. Silent yet powerful. Freeze. In that instant, the world fell silent. The ferocious winds ceased, the swirling demonic energy solidified, and even time seemed to come to a standstill. The grimace on the Yuan-ing elder's face, Li Tianyang's maniacal grin, and the anxious expressions of the Chen family members below were all captured in a moment of frozen tableau. An indescribable chill radiated from Lin Wanner's fingertip, disregarding all rules, expanding violently in all directions. With a crisp crack, the sound reverberated through the heavens. Before the stunned eyes of all, that once mighty demonic energy palm halted midair, encased in a layer of translucent azure ice, completely frozen from within outwards. But this was merely the beginning. That layer of blue ice, in a display of unreasonable dominance, surged upstream along the connection between the demonic energy and its master. Within a breath, it spread to the Yuan-ing elder's arm. No! The Yuan-ing elder's soul quivered violently, finally breaking free from the absolute suppression of the law. He let out a wretched scream. His eyes filled for the first time with the emotion known as fear. He attempted to self-destruct his arm, to ignite his Yuan-ing and escape. Yet, it was all too late. His body, his true essence, his soul, were rendered laughably fragile before Lin Wanner's overwhelming freezing law. Crack! Crack! The ice crept up his chest, encasing his neck, enveloping his head, ultimately sealing him entirely, along with the eternal terror etched upon his face, within a crystalline ice sculpture. He became a living deathly artwork. Suspended high in the air, Lin Wanner withdrew her finger, her demeanor serene and unperturbed. With a flick of her finger, she casually tapped the ice sculpture. A soft sound echoed, reminiscent of a jade bead dropping onto a plate. Instantly, the ice sculpture imprisoning the Yuan-ing elder was riddled with cracks, then shattered into countless sparkling fragments, cascading down like a shower of colorful dust under the sun's rays. A Yuan-ing elder had simply vanished. The scene fell into silence. Above, Li Tianyang and another Yuan-ing elder stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Below, within the Chen family estate, Chen Tianxiong and all of the Chen clan members gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide, transfixed upon the sky, forgetting to breathe. A single finger, just a single finger. In an instant, it had obliterated a Yuan-ing elder, once revered as a godlike figure in their eyes, as effortlessly as swatting a fly. What kind of power was this? What manner of skill? Gulps echoed as Li Tianyang's throat constricted, the color draining from his face at an alarming rate, leaving him paler than the clouds beneath his feet. He finally comprehended the terrifying existence he had provoked in his quest for vengeance. This was not an object of his revenge. This was a deity, a true god capable of effortlessly crushing him and everything he held dear into dust. Flee! This single word seared into his soul like a brand. Beside him, the last Yuan-ing practitioner, known as Shui Mo Lao Run, reacted even faster. In the moment his companion was annihilated, he was filled with horror, his heart racing, his demonic powers surging to their peak as he turned to tear through space and escape, disregarding even his own young master. Yet at that very moment, Chen Xian's voice, calm yet resonant, reached him. "Did I permit you to leave?" The words, though soft, acted as an invisible shackle, rendering the body of the Shui Mo elder rigid in place. Chen Xian slowly raised his gaze, fixing it upon the trembling Yuan-ing elder. The eye of the furnace opened. A line of golden characters materialized in his vision. Name, Shui Mo Lao Ren, Cultivation, Yuan-ing's second layer, technique, blood divine nerve, earth grade, inferior. With flaws, hidden information, this man is a traitor of the demonic sect Blood River sect, pursued for stealing the sect's treasure. His technique causes a momentary soul stagnation when forcibly activated, a fatal flaw. Blood River sect? Chen Xian's brow arched slightly. It seemed that Li Tianyang's so-called fortune was not as substantial as claimed. He no longer paid attention to the now disenchanted Shui Mo Lao Ron, shifting his gaze to the trembling Li Tianyang, whose legs quaked as if struck by a gale, nearly unable to stand. Now, Chen Xian's voice remained tranquil, as though stating the simplest of facts. It is your turn. Chapter 49. An encounter with an enemy. The taste of despair. It is your turn. These 4 words, though unassuming, echoed with the weight of heavenly decree, commanding immediate compliance. In an instant, the blood within Li Tianyang froze. He gazed at the young man clad in azure, who approached step by step from the flying vessel, seemingly treading upon the void. Yet each step felt as though it was crushing his very heart. Thud, thud, thud. With every step, his heart momentarily ceased to beat. An overwhelming terror, akin to mercury spilling forth, filled his limbs and bones, compelling him to flee. Yet he found himself utterly paralyzed, unable to move even a single finger. Beside him, the blood sorcerer elder of the 2nd level of Yuan Ying had ceased even to breathe. A chilling, vast consciousness firmly locked every inch of space around him. He had no doubt that should he make the slightest move, the methods of that woman in white would instantaneously transform him into a second ice sculpture. No, a second pile of ashes. Do not kill me. Li Tianyang's voice was shrill, losing all traces of the previous madness and arrogance. He watched as Chen Xuan drew nearer, his legs giving way, and with a thud, he knelt straight in the void under everyone's gaze. Chen Xuan, young Master Chen, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Tears streamed down his face as he repeatedly knocked his forehead against the empty air, producing muffled sounds, his posture as humble as dust. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. I should not have returned for revenge. I beg you, considering my Li family has already perished, spare me a dog's life. Below, at the Chen family estate, all the members of the Chen clan watched the kneeling figure in the sky, begging for mercy, revealing an utterly disgraceful demeanor. And they felt a moment of disorientation. Just a quarter of an hour earlier, this individual had dominated them like a deity, dictating their fates and plunging them into the depths of despair. Yet now, he resembled a pitiful dog, wagging its tail in supplication before Chen Xuan, discarding even the last shred of dignity like an old shoe. This stark contrast ignited an indescribable pleasure within them. Their gazes toward Chen Xuan had completely transformed. He was no longer merely the young master, nor the family head. He was a deity, the one and only supreme divinity of their Chen family. Chen Xuan halted 3 feet before Li Tianyang. He looked down upon this kneeling adversary, his gaze devoid of pity, only a desolate indifference. Now you realize your errors? Chen Xuan's voice was soft. It is too late. He slowly lifted his foot, and amid the astonished stares of all, he placed it squarely upon Li Tianyang's head. Then, he pressed down forcefully. Crack! Li Tianyang's skull emitted a sound of unbearable pressure, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his entire being pressed down, becoming half a head shorter. Yet he dared not scream, only whimpering in supplication. I was wrong, truly wrong. When you, the Li family, allied with the Zhang family to deceive my Chen family, did you ever consider that today would come? When you returned, intent on slaughtering my entire family, did you ever think of this moment? Chen Xuan exerted further pressure. Silence. His voice turned icy. You're not wrong. Your only mistake was provoking the wrong person. He slowly withdrew his foot, observing the bloodied visage, his tone tinged with amusement. Aren't you curious? What exactly was your fortuitous encounter? Li Tianyang's body trembled violently. Yet Chen Xuan offered him no chance to ponder, continuing on in the sect. You accidentally stumbled upon the resting place of some ancient demon lord, and picked up a shabby technique called Blood God Nerve, while also acquiring an old servant, correct? This statement struck like thunder, simultaneously exploding in the minds of Li Tianyang and the blood sorcerer elder. They both looked up, their eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on Chen Xuan. How could he possibly know? This was clearly their greatest secret. Surprised? Chen Xuan smiled. I also know that your shabby technique has a fatal flaw. Every time you consume a person's essence blood, your own spirit becomes tainted by their dying resentment. The more you kill, the more blood you absorb. The heavier the resentment within your soul becomes, until ultimately, with a bang, you explode into a mindless, bloodthirsty madman. Chen Xuan's voice, like a devil's whisper, struck each vulnerable nerve of Li Tianyang. You are so eager to return and exact your revenge, desperate to slaughter my Chen family. It is not out of filial piety, but because you can barely contain the resentment within you, needing more slaughter and blood to alleviate the agony of your soul being torn apart. Am I correct? Li Tianyang trembled like a leaf. He gazed at Chen Xuan, his eyes now filled with boundless fear and despair. All his secrets, all his disguises, were stripped bare before this man, leaving him utterly exposed. As if he were a transparent being, laid bare before all. Who are you? He let out a final, desperate howl. Who am I? You are not worthy to know. Chen Xuan had lost all interest in playing games. He extended his hand, fingers curling like claws, aimed at Li Tianyang's dantian. Now, relinquish everything you possess. With a thought, he activated the luck refining furnace, commencing the plunder. A tyrannical force erupted from his palm. Li Tianyang felt as though his dantian SGC was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. His true essence, his vital blood, his spirit, even his innate fortune, were being extracted and pulled in an utterly irresistible manner. A shriek, more chilling than that of any human, echoed throughout the heavens. Li Tianyang's body rapidly withered before the eyes of all. In a single breath, the once handsome and otherworldly youth transformed into a mere bag of bones. Ultimately, with a bang, he exploded into a cloud of ashes, completely vanishing from this world. Ding! Successfully plundered all fortune from the son of fortune, false Li Tianyang. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8,000 fortune points. Ding! Causality of exterminating the clan has been concluded, and the host's state of mind has reached clarity. Stabilizing the Tao heart. Congratulations to the host for experiencing a bottleneck-free enhancement to the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. Boom! A surge of energy more formidable than any before erupted within Chen Xuan. His cultivation had once again surpassed its limits, feeling the powerful, true essence coursing through him. Chen Xuan exhaled a breath of turbid air. He raised his head, his gaze settling upon the last remaining Yuan Ing expert, the blood sorcerer elder, who was now utterly petrified. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 50, Secrets of the Demon Sect, Unexpected Gains. Now, it is your turn. Chen Xuan's gaze finally shifted from the dissipating ashes to the last individual standing. The blood sorcerer elder froze, a chill racing up his spine. The image of Li Tianyang being reduced to a desiccated corpse, ultimately turning to ashes, replayed repeatedly in his mind. The thought of such a death, one from which even the spirit could not escape, having all value drained, instilled a long-forgotten fear within this ancient practitioner of the demonic path. He had no doubt that should he dare to move, his fate would be even more tragic. Please spare me, esteemed senior. Dignity? The face of a Yuan Ing ancestor? In the face of death, they were worth nothing. The blood sorcerer elder fell to his knees in the void, his forehead pressed firmly against the emptiness beneath him. His voice trembling. I, the junior, am blind and have offended your heavenly might. The younger generation is willing to offer their very soul, serving the elder as a loyal beast for countless lifetimes, merely pleading for the elder to spare their life. He understood clearly that in the presence of such an entity, the only path to survival was total submission. Chen Xuan regarded him with an expression devoid of any fluctuation. A servant at the Yuanying stage? It sounded appealing, potentially alleviating many troubles. Yet he had no need for it. A malevolent being whose loyalty could vanish at any moment was far less reliable than the rewards from the system. Your life holds little value for me. Chen Xuan's voice was calm, yet plunged the blood demon elder's heart into despair. However, I do find some interest in your so-called Shua sect. The blood demon elder's body tensed. Chen Xuan, seemingly oblivious to his reaction, continued. The North Wilderness Demon Domain, one of the 3 great demon sects, is presided over by a transformation god ancestor. You, an elder of the 2nd layer of Yuanying, dare to steal the sect's treasure and betray it. You possess quite a bit of audacity. I believe that item must be extraordinary indeed. With each word Chen Xuan spoke, the blood demon elder's complexion paled further. How could he know such details? This was his greatest secret. It seems I have not erred. Chen Xuan smiled. I offer you an opportunity to die with some semblance of value. He extended 2 fingers. First, surrender the item you stole and everything you know about the Shua sect. Second, I will kill you and retrieve those items from your corpse. Choose one. I am pressed for time. It was an unabashed threat, offering no room for negotiation. The blood demon elder felt a bitter pang in his heart, knowing he had no choice. After a brief struggle, he resigned himself to fate, trembling as he retrieved an object from his storage ring. A heart. It was entirely black, covered in profound demonic runes, still pulsating with life. The instant the heart appeared, an ancient, malevolent aura spread forth. Below, within the Chen family estate, many lower-level clan members were overwhelmed by this aura, causing their blood to surge, leaving them dizzy. Lin Wanner instinctively positioned herself in front of Chen Xuan, her delicate face grave. This is a fragment of the heart of an ancient demon god. The blood demon elder's voice was hoarse, filled with reluctance, claiming it was a remnant of the heart left after the fall of the ancient demon god, containing a fragment of the complete devouring law. It was precisely by comprehending this law that I could ascend to the Yuanying realm within several centuries. The devouring law. Chen Xian's heart skipped a beat. His eye of the furnace saw even more clearly. Within this heart lay not only the power of the law, but also an immense life essence and the very source of demonic energy. This was an unparalleled boon, tailor-made for his luck furnace. Excellent. A satisfied expression emerged on Chen Xian's face as he reached out, and the heart of the demon god flew into his grasp. It felt icy yet pulsed with an extraordinary vitality. Without hesitation, Chen Xian cast it into the luck furnace. Is there more? His gaze fell once more upon the blood demon elder. The blood demon elder dared not conceal anything, spilling forth the internal distribution of power within the Xue sect. The weaknesses of the elder's techniques and the vulnerabilities in the mountain protecting array. Upon finishing, Chen Xian appeared contemplative. The North Wilderness Demon Domain and the Xue sect seem to indicate that my future dominion is set to expand. Elder, I have shared all that I know. The blood demon elder said, anxiety creeping into his heart as Chen Xian remained silent. Well done, Chen Xian nodded. Just as a glimmer of hope surged within the blood demon elder's heart, Chen Xian's next words plunged him into despair. Therefore, you may rest easy on your journey. You. The blood demon elder's eyes widened in horror as he looked up, disbelief etched across his face. You are not trustworthy. Trustworthy? Chen Xian chuckled. What did I ever promise to spare you? I merely offered you a choice to die with dignity. For a demon like you, death is the best destination. As his words fell, Chen Xian flicked his finger. A strand of golden true essence instantly penetrated the blood demon elder's brow. Amidst the piercing screams, the blood demon elder's soul was gradually incinerated by the pure yang power, the light in his eyes swiftly dimming as he plummeted from the sky. Ding! Successfully killed the traitor of the Xue sect, the blood demon elder, second layer of Yuanying. Successfully plundered all his fortune. Congratulations, host, you have gained 12,000 fortune points. Ding! Detected that the host has eliminated all invading enemies and successfully protected the family. Family task, the crisis of Qingyang, has been completed perfectly. Task rating, perfect. Reward settlement in progress. Reward 1. Significant enhancement of family fortune. The Chen family's fortune golden dragon has doubled in size. Forming a dragon might characteristic. Can impose soul suppression on enemies with cultivation lower than the host's. Reward 2. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special building blueprint. The Gathering Spirit Tower. Gathering Spirit Tower can gather spiritual energy from a 100-mile radius, greatly enhancing the cultivation speed within the tower. Reward 3. Congratulations, host. Your eldest son, Chen Fan, due to the surge in family fortune, has received nourishment, awakening the accompanying divine channel of the innate Tao body ahead of time. Can bypass bottlenecks and comprehend any techniques or martial arts. A cascade of generous rewards filled Chen Xian with elation. However, what he anticipated most was the transformation of the luck furnace. He focused his mind into the realm of consciousness. The fragment of the heart of the ancient demon god was being fervently refined by the blazing fire of fortune. Ding! Refinement of the heart of the ancient demon god, fragment. Underway, estimated consumption of fortune points, 20,000 points. The recent influx of 8,000 plus 12,000 perfectly totaled 20,000. Refinement successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained complete comprehension of the devouring law. Congratulations, host. You have received a drop of the ancient demon god's essence blood. Congratulations, host. Your golden finger, the multi-child and multi-blessing system, has absorbed a portion of the demon god heart's essence, undergoing a significant upgrade. System version 3, Zero is about to launch. Please stay tuned. Chapter 51. The dust settles. Father and son's night talk as the corpse of the blood demon elder plummeted from the sky like a tattered sack. The ominous gloom and bloodshed that had shrouded Qingyang City were finally cleansed. The sky was an unprecedented azure. Sunlight poured down, casting a warm golden hue over the scarred land. After a brief silence, the pent-up emotions within the Chen family estate erupted, transforming into thunderous cheers. We have won. Our family head is valiant. Our matriarch is valiant. Countless members of the Chen family embraced and wept, their tears mingling with dust, etching a messy yet joyous trace upon their faces. They gazed at the figure in the azure robe, descending from above, their eyes filled with pure fervor and reverence. Chen Tianxiong supported the equally stirred elder Chen Xuan, his legs trembling as he struggled to remain upright. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt as if it were blocked by a cotton ball, rendering him speechless, with only 2 streams of hot tears silently coursing down his cheeks. His son had, single-handedly, turned the tide. No, he was no longer merely a person. He was a deity. He was the Chen family's sole, supreme guardian. Chen Xian's figure landed on the deck of the flying ship, disregarding the raucous cheers below. He walked directly in front of Lin Wanner, extending his hand to gently embrace her. You have worked hard, my dear. He could sense the immense mental strain she had endured to maintain the pressure of the golden core, leaving her body slightly weakened at this moment. It is not hard. Lin Wanner pressed her cheek against his firm chest, listening to the steady and powerful heartbeat, and her previously anxious heart finally found peace. As long as she could be by his side, no matter how turbulent the storms, they seemed to be mere fleeting moments. Yao Ling and Mu Rong Shui approached as well, their delicate faces bearing a hint of pallor from having survived the calamity. Their gazes towards Chen Xian had completely transformed, filled with profound admiration and reverence, as if they had witnessed a miracle. It is all over. Chen Xian smiled, his eyes sweeping over the surviving clansmen below who were diligently cleaning the battlefield. Let's return home. That evening, the Chen family held a grand banquet, the entire residence aglow with lights and bustling with excitement. Nearly every prominent figure in Qingyang City arrived, laden with generous gifts, eager to extend their congratulations. At the head of the banquet, the former critic of the Chen family, the head of the Wang family, now wore an obsequious smile, personally pouring wine for Chen Tianxiong, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. Brother Chen, no, Uncle Chen, in the past, I was blind to your greatness, but you are magnanimous. Please do not hold my past indiscretions against me. From now on, should you require anything, the Wang family will comply without question. Chen Tianxiong held his wine cup, his face beaming with delight as he reveled in this unprecedented adulation, yet humbly responded, "Oh, it was merely my son's folly. Please do not mind it." The proud expression on his face, as if to say his son was the best in the world, made Chen Xian unable to suppress a chuckle. After several rounds of toasts, Chen Xian publicly declared that all the cultivation resources seized from the Li family and the Blood Demon Elder would be deposited into the family treasury, available for all Chen family members to exchange based on their contributions. This announcement was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, reigniting excitement throughout the venue. The entire Chen family was enveloped in an atmosphere of prosperity and promising futures. After the banquet concluded, Chen Xian found himself alone in the quiet chambers of the back mountain. With the noise abated, he needed to calm his mind and thoroughly assess the gains from this endeavor. Sitting cross-legged, he delved into his consciousness. First and foremost, his cultivation level had reached the 6th stage of foundation establishment, feeling the vastly enriched pure yang, true essence, surging within his dantian like a mighty river. Chen Xian felt a sense of tranquility. At this rate, the golden core was within reach. Next came the fortune points. The defeat of Li Tianyang and the Blood Demon Elder, combined with the rewards for completing family tasks, had left him with a total of 10,000 points after deducting the 20,000 consumed for refining the heart of the demon god. This sum was sufficient to initiate his next plan. Then, there was the perfect rating reward from this mission. The family S Fortune Golden Dragon has doubled in strength, embodying the characteristics of dragon might. Chen Xian's thoughts stirred, and he could almost envision the golden dragon, previously somewhat ethereal, now swelling in size above the Chen residence, its scales solidifying, exuding a faint aura of authority with every blink of its dragon eyes. He could even sense that he could summon a fragment of his dragon might to exert pressure on his enemies at the soul level. Blueprint for a special building, Gathering Spirit Tower. This item was a strategic treasure tailor-made for the family. Once constructed, the entire Chen family's cultivation environment would undergo a transformative rebirth. Firstborn Chen Xuan, nurtured by the fortune of the innate Tao body, awakens the accompanying divine ability naturally ahead of time. Tao Phaz ran. It allowed one to bypass bottlenecks and comprehend any martial arts or techniques. Good lad. Chen Xuan could not help but exclaim, filled with paternal pride. His son's future achievements would surely surpass his wildest expectations. Finally, the greatest gain, the gift from the heart of the ancient demon god, a drop of ancient demon god's blood, along with a complete understanding of the devouring principle. That drop of blood floated within the furnace space, radiating a majestic and overwhelming life essence. Chen Xuan felt that absorbing it would undoubtedly enhance his physical strength to withstand the golden core. Moreover, the devouring principle transcended all martial arts and techniques, signifying that any attack he executed would carry the terrifying effect of absorbing his enemy's true essence and vitality. His combat prowess would experience a qualitative leap. How should he utilize this? Chen Xuan stroked his chin, lost in thought. This principle could either be wielded by him or bestowed upon another. Using it himself would undoubtedly lead to a surge in strength. But what if he granted it to Wanner? Lin Wanner, being a Xian Yin sacred body, had her Xian Yin Hua Xian Ju naturally aligned with attributes of devouring and refinement. A mid-stage golden core Xian Yin sacred body could freeze a nascent soul with a mere finger. What about a golden core Xian Yin sacred body that mastered the devouring principle? Chen Xuan's heart raced uncontrollably. He could almost foresee that the future Lin Wanner would become his sharpest and most lethal trump card. It was settled. Chen Xuan quickly made up his mind. Such treasures should undoubtedly be reserved for his beloved wife. What else was there to ponder? However, just as he prepared to extract this principle from his system, a series of urgent system alerts erupted in his mind without warning. Ding! Warning! Highest level alarm. Detection of host's firstborn, Chen Xuan, resonating with the innate Tao body and devouring principle at an extremely high intensity. Your offspring is instinctively and forcibly attempting to absorb this principle's power through Tao Phaz ran. Warning, the principle's power is too volatile. Should he forcibly absorb it with his juvenile body, there's a 99.9% chance of catastrophic failure. What? Chen Xuan's smile instantly froze, and a chill coursed through his veins. Feina. His heart clenched painfully as if gripped by an invisible hand, leaving him gasping for breath. The moment the thought arose, he attempted to sever all ties between the devouring principle and the outside world. Yet, in that instant, a faint but crystal-clear intention traversed the space, reaching deep into his soul through the bloodline connection. This intention was not verbal, but a primal, pure, insatiable desire, like a starving infant seeing the sweetest milk. It was Chen Xuan, his son. Chen Xuan's movements abruptly halted. He could distinctly feel that within that desire, there was not a shred of forced anguish. It was an instinctive craving stemming from the innate Tao body, a pursuit and cry for a higher level of power. He was not passively enduring. He was actively yearning to claim that principle. Ding! Warning! Your offspring, Chen Xuan, is forcibly drawing upon the power of the devouring principle. His bodily endurance has reached the critical point. Life signs are rapidly declining. The cold system warnings echoed like funeral bells in his mind. Cold sweat instantly soaked Chen Xuan's back. On one side lay his son's instinctual craving for power, a desire so potent that he felt that if he were to forcibly interrupt it, he would be severing his son's path to greatness. On the other side lies the frigid decree of death, with a chilling 99% likelihood of obliteration. What should one do? To witness one's newborn son, who is yet to truly behold this world, perish right before one's eyes? No, absolutely not. In an instant, Chen Xuan's eyes blazed crimson, and his mind raced with unprecedented urgency. System. He bellowed into the void with a near roar. Luck points. I shall expend all my luck points. Safeguard my son's heart. Yuan Ing level divine soul essence. Blood of the ancient demon god. Use everything at my disposal to preserve his life. Beep. Command received. Activating emergency protocol. Consuming 10,000 luck points. Bestowing powerful luck upon Chen Xuan. Utilizing Yuan Ying level divine soul essence to stabilize his soul. Employing blood of the ancient demon god to strengthen his body. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuan cast aside all the treasures he had just acquired, pouring them all in without reservation. He had but one thought. His son must not be harmed. A vast torrent of golden luck surged forth, entwining the energies of the divine soul essence and the demon god's blood as it raced into the small infant in the adjacent room. Within the tranquil chamber, Chen Xian's complexion turned ashen. He could feel the bloodline connection between himself and his son growing alarmingly frail, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. The devouring law surged forth like a colossal beast freed from shackles, rampaging within his soul space, intent on invading that fragile body. Not enough, still not enough. Chen Xuan clenched his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. External forces could only prolong life. The fundamental issue lay in the overwhelming violence of the law's power, while Chen Fan's body remained too fragile. He must devise a way to transform this ferocious tiger into a docile cat. Dilution, infiltration, yes. A wild thought cleaved through Chen Xian's mind like lightning. He recalled himself. His Chunyang Wu Ji Gong had long possessed the qualities of yin-yang harmony. His body, having undergone numerous enhancements, was far more formidable than that of an ordinary cultivator. What if he were to first integrate this devouring law into his own body, using his own being as a crucible, utilizing his soul as a filter? He could refine the most violent, primordial destructive force. Then, he could transfer the remaining, most refined and gentle essence of the law through their bloodline connection to Chen Fan. This was akin to using his own life to carve out a path for his son. Should he fail, he would be the first to face obliteration. But Chen Xian did not waver for even a breath. "Gome," he roared, releasing all restraint over the devouring law. "With my body, transform into a furnace. Refine all laws. United by blood." Boom! The pitch-black torrent of law, which seemed capable of devouring all light in the world, found its outlet, violently tearing through Chen Xian's defenses and brutally crashing into his sea of consciousness. The excruciating pain, an indescribable agony. Chen Xian felt as though his head was being wrenched apart. Countless negative emotions, slaughter, brutality, greed, and destruction, surged forth like a tidal wave, mercilessly assaulting his mind. His eyes instantly transformed into two fathomless black holes. Strange black demonic patterns uncontrollably emerged from beneath his skin, crawling across his body, exuding malevolence and foreboding. His body was tearing apart. His soul was dissolving. He was descending into demonic madness, just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of complete engulfment by darkness. A cool and gentle thought trembled across the bloodline from the other end. This thought carried affection, reliance, and a trace of concern for its father. It was Chen Fan. His son was trying to awaken him with his feeble strength. This thought struck Chen Xian's drowning consciousness like a thunderclap, resonating through his sea of awareness. It was akin to a ray of sunlight piercing through a demonic domain, dispelling all shadows. "I am Chen Xian. I am Chen Fan's father." Chen Xian's eyes flew open, and deep within those inky depths, a defiant golden flame reignited. "A mere demonic thought dares to disturb my resolve. Let me refine it," he bellowed, as the Chunyang Wu Ji Gong within him surged into a frenzied reverse, erupting with explosive force. The golden pure yang true essence transformed into a roaring river, crashing violently against the black devouring law. Golden and black, two diametrically opposed supreme powers, unleashed a primal and brutal conflict within him. Chapter 53, Refining the Law. A dual breakthrough within Chen Xian's body. Chaos reigned supreme. The golden pure yang true essence and the pitch-black devouring law collided violently within his meridians, within his bones, within every particle of flesh. One side burned with the heat of 1,000 suns, while the other froze his soul in chilling silence. These two extreme forces sought to shatter his foundation entirely. A mouthful of rancid black blood spewed forth, splattering onto the hard stone floor, sizzling and corroding it into horrifying pits. Agonizing pain clouded his consciousness, threatening to tear asunder his soul. Yet, he clung fiercely to the last vestiges of clarity. He could not fall. Absolutely must not fall. He sensed the life force on the other end of the bloodline, that tiny existence rapidly dwindling. If he were to falter, his son would be lost. Chen Xuan let out a howl that transcended human comprehension, his eyes blood red. Resistance? Suppression? No. If it cannot be blocked, then let it flow freely. Merge with me. He resolutely relinquished control over his body, willingly opening his foundation and soul to the overwhelming, devouring law's cleansing embrace. The trajectory of Chen Yang Wu Ji Gong underwent a transformative change at that moment. The supreme, yang-infused technique, under the influence of the devouring law, began to exhibit a hint of all-consuming dominance and the capacity to embrace all. The golden true essence ceased its relentless rejection and began to attempt to envelop, assimilate, and devour that black power. This process was akin to scraping bones to cure poison, 1,000 ants gnawing at the heart. Yet the effect was immediate. The frenzied law's force was gradually being smoothed, becoming docile and controllable. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan's body underwent a remarkable metamorphosis amidst this trial of life and death. His bones gleamed, unbreakable. His meridians expanded several-fold, becoming incredibly resilient. His blood bore a faint golden hue, each surge brimming with explosive potential. Time passed unmeasured. When the last vestige of Black Law's power was completely refined and integrated into the pure Yang true essence, a colossal sound erupted from within Chen Xuan, akin to the splitting of heaven and earth. His cultivation bottleneck shattered. Foundation establishment, 7th layer. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The force, having filtered out all the chaotic impurities, left only the purest essence of devouring power, flowed gently through the invisible bloodline bond between father and son, transforming into a tender stream that surged into Chen Fan's body. In the adjacent bedroom, Lin Waner, Yao Ling, and Murong Shui anxiously stood by the cradle. Suddenly, the once feeble life force of Chen Fan erupted into a dazzling golden divine light. The Tao pattern on his forehead, symbolizing the innate Tao body, suddenly illuminated, resembling a small sun. Yao Ling and Murong Shui were struck with shock. Stay calm. Lin Waner, a gold core cultivator, sensed that her son was not in danger. Rather, his aura was escalating at an extraordinary pace. It was a leap in the realm of life itself. Before her words could settle, another anomaly occurred. The entire Qingyang city, within a 100-mile radius, seemed to be drawn by some terrifying force, erupting in chaos. Countless streams of spiritual energy converged visibly towards the Chen family estate, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual energy above Chen Fan's head, obscuring the sky. The heavens. It has returned. Oh heavens, it is the Chen family again. Have they disturbed the spiritual veins? Two extraordinary phenomena in one day. Countless cultivators within the city stared at the familiar yet strange, terrifying sight, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. At the center of the vortex, Chen Fan's small body grew rapidly, akin to a balloon inflating. In the astonished gazes of the three women, he transformed in mere moments from a hungry infant into a charming young boy, appearing to be around 3 or 4 years old, with rosy lips and white teeth. He slowly opened his eyes. The left eye glimmered with a radiant gold, harboring the profound truths of the universe's creation and destruction. The right eye was a deep black, resembling an abyss capable of swallowing all. Sitting there quietly, an innate and overwhelming pressure emanated from him, surpassing all living beings. The boy glanced at his small hands and curiously surveyed his surroundings, seemingly fascinated by his transformation. Then, he lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the wall, landing on the pale-faced yet immensely familiar man in the adjacent quiet room. He broke into an innocent smile and uttered 2 words in a soft, childish voice. "Daddy." In the quiet room, Chen Xuan trembled. All exhaustion and suffering vanished in an instant upon hearing those 2 words. An indescribable joy and pride surged within him. It was worth it. He exhaled a deep breath, feeling the rushing power within him and the clear, affectionate connection in his bloodline, his heart ablaze with warmth. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind, like celestial music flooding his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your eldest son, Chen Xuan, has successfully integrated the devouring law, and due to unforeseen fortune, his physical body has advanced ahead of time. His innate Dao body has completely evolved into a Chaos Dao body, supreme grade. Chaos Dao body, unique throughout the ages, commanding the two fundamental laws of the Dao and devouring, with limitless potential for growth. Unique throughout the ages? Limitless growth? Chen Xuan's heart skipped a beat. This was no longer a mere prodigy. He had birthed a future emperor. Congratulations, host. Due to the significant enhancement of your offspring's potential, you have received substantial rewards. Reward 1. Your cultivation will once again be elevated. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 8th level of foundation establishment. Boom! Another wave of immense energy surged forth, causing his cultivation to skyrocket once more. Reward 2. Your technique, Pure Yang Wuji Gong, has evolved into a mid-tier heavenly technique, Pure Yang Devouring Heaven Gong, due to the integration of the devouring law. Chen Xuan felt a surge of new technique pathways flowing in his mind, not only embodying the essence of the utmost Yang, but also infused with a domineering ability to devour all, increasing its power manifold. Reward 3. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the supreme divine ability, the progression chapter of the Chaos Demon God Manifestation. Reward 4. Congratulations, host. Your More Sons, More Blessing system has completed its upgrade. System version 30 is officially launched. The continuous bombardment of notifications left Chen Xuan somewhat dazed. Happiness had arrived too suddenly. He suppressed his exhilaration and focused on the final, crucial piece of information. System version 30? What extraordinary features would this bring? Chapter 54, System Upgrade. A new journey, a series of system notifications echoed like divine thunder in Chen Xuan's mind. He felt as if he were about to be overwhelmed by these sky-high rewards. Cultivation, 8th level of foundation establishment. In a single night, he had ascended from the 6th to the 8th level, breaking through 2 realms. This was not merely a ride on a rocket. It felt as though his own son was propelling him upwards with a kick. Chen Xuan concentrated on the relentless flow of new true essence within him. As the pure, yang-devouring heaven gong operated, a perfect blend of deep black was integrated into the golden pure yang force, transforming it into something that was no longer merely the utmost yang, but also imbued with the ability to devour all and encompass the vastness of the world. Both destructive power and sustainability had advanced to an entirely new level. Not to mention the Chaos Demon God Manifestation, which, by its very name, promised to be an apocalyptic level weapon. And all of this was merely due to his son Chen Xuan successfully integrating a law. What a remarkable child. Truly a worthy heir of Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, overwhelmed by the unprecedented surge of power within his dantian, couldn't help but chuckle in delight. The return on this investment was astronomical. He forcefully gathered his thoughts, focusing on the last and most critical notification. System version 30. Open the system panel. Ding. The More Sons, More Blessings system version 30 is at your service. The golden panel before him unfurled quietly, its interface more ancient and profound than before, with golden radiance flowing, revealing countless mysterious Tao patterns that emerged and dissipated, exuding an aura of authority derived from the Tao. On the panel, alongside the concubine registry and fortune furnace, 2 entirely new modules hovered, emanating a thrilling aura. New feature 1. Family Scripture Repository. Family Scripture Repository. The host can imprint any techniques, martial skills, divine abilities, alchemy formulas, array diagrams, and other knowledge mastered or acquired from the outside world within the repository. Available for family members to learn. Family members can exchange contribution points, earned by completing family tasks or making contributions, to learn. Note: the repository possesses an intrinsic inheritance simulation function, allowing the consumption of fortune points to simulate, complete, optimize, or even fuse the techniques stored within to create entirely new skills. Chen Xuan's breath caught abruptly. His heartbeat faltered. This was essentially an infinitely upgradable sect treasury. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. His father, Chen Tianxiong's technique grade was too low, having stagnated at a bottleneck for years. If he could simulate it using fortune points, wouldn't that facilitate an easy breakthrough? Although Wan Erjian Yin transformation immortal technique was powerful, it lacked subsequent techniques. With this, He could complete the technique and reach the Tao with ease. Additionally, the assorted martial arts techniques seized from the Li family and the Blood Demon Elder could be amalgamated into a singular method, refining the essence to derive a bespoke martial art tailored specifically for the Chen clan's bloodline. A fervent thought burgeoned within Chen Xuan's mind. With such a creation, the foundation of the Chen family would accumulate at an alarming rate. In a few decades, every descendant of the Chen family would be as formidable as dragons, each wielding a celestial-grade technique. Who would dare to provoke them? The emergence of the Chen family would no longer be a mere aspiration. He steadied his racing heart and shifted his gaze to the second and final newly added feature. It was an ancient star map exuding a chaotic aura, seemingly linking to an endless expanse of the unknown. The newly added function, World Conquest Map, became apparent. Upon reaching a certain strength, the host and their family could activate this feature. By expending vast amounts of fortune points, the host could tear through the barriers of worlds, locating other lower, middle, or even higher realms of cultivation for conquest. Upon conquering these realms, they could plunder their world essence, fortune, rare treasures, and even the destined daughters to strengthen their family. A profound hum resonated in Chen Xuan's mind. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Before him lay not a mere, quiet chamber, but an endless void teeming with worlds radiating diverse luminescence, akin to grains of sand in the Ganges, drifting amidst the darkness. The so-called Northern Wilderness Demon Domain and the Blood River sect shrank to insignificance in this instant. His perspective had been forcefully expanded to an unprecedented height. If his previous ambition was to dominate Xinjiang City and reign over the Dian dynasty, now his aspirations reached towards the myriad realms. Chen Xuan's gaze fixated on the phrase destined daughter, his lips twitching involuntarily. The system's knack for providing bountiful offspring was indeed remarkable. He instinctively glanced towards the adjacent bedroom, as if sensing Lin Wanner's icy gaze, causing an inexplicable chill to creep down his neck. Yet, as his attention returned to the vast star map, all distractions were supplanted by an unprecedented ambition. Danger? The path of cultivation has always been a contest against heaven, earth, and life itself. Has there ever been a smooth journey? Without risk, where lies the grandeur of wealth? Chen Xuan slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze, infused with the powers of pure yang and devouring, ignited with a flame capable of consuming the heavens and the earth. This world was merely the first granary of the Chen family. His sights were set on far more distant and bountiful hunting grounds. Chapter 55, World Conquest. Heart of the Tao shaken, he had always believed that his system of abundant offspring had a grand scope. Marrying, having children, receiving rewards, nurturing a family, and dominating a region. These were dreams unattainable by countless cultivators throughout their lifetimes. Yet now, the system had conveyed in the most direct manner that this was merely the beginning. Xinjiang City, Tianfeng County, and even the vast expanse of land beneath his feet were nothing more than a novice village. His journey was towards the myriad realms. In an instant, an infinite starry sky seemed to erupt in his mind. Worlds radiating different glows floated in the silent darkness, and the realm he inhabited was but an inconspicuous speck of dust within it. A shiver originating from the depths of his soul sent goosebumps across his body. This was not fear, it was exhilaration, an exhilarating ambition that nearly threatened to burst forth from his chest. A true man must be like this. If the previous system had granted him the strength to secure a safe existence and protect his family, then now, the system had bestowed upon him a scepter capable of shifting the heavens and commanding the fates of countless lives. With a heavy exhale, Chen Xuan released a breath of turmoil, forcing down the tumultuous waves within his heart. He understood that progress must be made step by step. The grand vision of world conquest ignited a fervor, but with his mere 8th-level foundation, he likely could not even approach the barriers of the lowest realms. The immediate task was to swiftly digest this newfound bounty and transform his own power into the true foundation of his family. He gathered his thoughts, slowly reopening his eyes, the fervor and ambition receding to reveal a profound tranquility. Outside the quiet chamber, the moonlight flowed like water. Lin Wanner, clad in a simple dress, quietly leaned against the doorframe, having waited for an indeterminate time. She did not interrupt. Instead, her gentle eyes quietly observed him, her beautiful visage revealing a hint of concern. "My husband, you are awake?" "Indeed." Chen Xuan rose and stepped towards her, enveloping her in his embrace. Inhaling the familiar fragrance from her hair, his restless heart finally calmed. All ambitions and conquests ultimately served to safeguard the warmth and reality he held. "I am well. I merely discerned a path further afield during my cultivation, and gained some insights, enhancing my prowess a bit," Chen Xuan softly spoke. Lin Wanner refrained from inquiring about the direction of this newfound path. Instead, she gently rested her head against her husband's sturdy chest, savoring the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. "What of our son?" Chen Xuan suddenly recalled his precious boy. He has just fallen asleep. He was quite rambunctious today. At the mention of their son, a maternal glow illuminated Lin Wanner's face, her lips curving upwards. "He is remarkably strong for a mere 3 or 4-year-old. Today, he nearly pulled out the ancestor's beard in the courtyard, much to the old ancestor's distress." Chen Xuan chuckled heartily upon hearing this. He could sense that after being nourished by the law of devouring, their son's life essence had grown exponentially stronger. The two embraced and exited the quiet chamber. In a moonlit courtyard, Yao Ling and Murong Shui were whispering to one another, occasionally glancing at the sleeping Chen Fan in the cradle. Dressed in a miniature brocade robe, Chen Fan appeared exquisitely crafted, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Even in slumber, the Dao pattern on his forehead emitted a faint glow. As if sensing Chen Xuan's presence, his long eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, his eyes sparkled brightly. Using both hands and feet, he climbed out of the cradle, taking unsteady steps towards Chen Xuan, and threw his arms around his father's leg. "Daddy, hug," he called out in a sweet, melodious voice. In that instant, Chen Xuan felt his heart melt. He bent down, scooping the little one into his arms, and planted a hearty kiss on his delicate cheek. "Good lad, growing so fast. You're nearly taller than your father." Chen Fan erupted into giggles, extending his tiny hand to touch Chen Xuan's face. Then he sniffed at Chen Xuan and with utmost seriousness declared Daddy fragrant. It appeared he was hungry, mistaking Chen Xuan for a treasure, as he opened his mouth and extended his tiny pink tongue, ready to lick his father's face. "Ha ha ha!" Chen Xuan, with his adorably foolish demeanor, elicited another round of laughter from the onlookers, prompting him to hastily turn his face away. "You little glutton, your father is not a Danyao. The Guandong Dao Ti, Huan Dong Dao Ti, is inherently endowed with the ability to devour all things. It seems that moving forward, I must diligently instruct this young lad on what is consumable and what is not." Beside them, Yao Ling and Murong Shui observed this tender father-son moment, their eyes reflecting envy and warmth. Particularly, Murong Shui gazed at the extraordinary boy nestled in Chen Xuan's embrace, and for the first time, she felt an intense longing for the word child. If only she could bear such a child for the young master. This thought, like a searing seed, quietly took root and flourished in her heart, becoming increasingly irresistible. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Chen Xuan ensured the comfort of his wife and child before returning to his quiet chamber. Instead of continuing his cultivation, he immersed his mind into another new feature of the system. The Wanjie Zheng Fa, Wanjie Fa, is a distant prospect. While this current feature is the cornerstone of the Chen family's rise, the family Sangjinga, as his consciousness descended into the system space. A majestic and ancient 9-story pagoda, crafted from an unknown bronze and starlight, floated silently in the void. The tower's surface shimmered with endless patterns, emanating a terrifying aura that seemed to suppress the ages. This is the family Sangjinga. With a mere thought, Chen Xuan's consciousness transformed into a miniature figure, stepping into the first level of the pagoda. Contrary to his expectations of towering bookshelves, he found himself in an expansive, independent world, where chaotic energy swirled beneath his feet and a sea of stars sparkled above. At the center of this world stood a colossal white jade stele, its surface crystalline, yet seemingly imbued with the heaviest truths of the universe, causing one's soul to tremble upon a mere glance. The stele bore no inscriptions. "Ding. Welcome to the family Angjingge. Please inject the knowledge of the techniques, martial arts, and divine powers you wish to imprint onto the inheritance stele." The system's prompt resonated perfectly. Chen Xuan steadied his mind and, without hesitation, extended his immense consciousness, gently pressing it against the cool surface of the steel. He began the upload. The first was his fundamental grand method, the Jiang Kun Tian Gong, Chuan Yang Tuan Tian Gong. With a hum, as his will surged forth, the entire heavenly tier mid-grade supreme technique transformed into a brilliant torrent composed of countless golden runes, fiercely rushing into the inheritance steel. The steel trembled violently. Its ancient white surface instantly dyed a vivid gold. A radiant sun and a shadowy black hole entwined and clashed upon the steel, ultimately merging perfectly. Lines of golden ancient characters, imbued with profound truths, seemed to be inscribed by an invisible carving knife, coalescing into a complete outline of the technique. Ding! Successfully imprinted heavenly tier mid-grade technique Chuanyang Kun Tian Gong. Assessment. Core inheritance. Contribution points required for exchange. 1,000,000. Prerequisites for learning. Chen family core bloodline, pure yang attribute physique. Next came the Bun Lai Chen, Bun Lai Chuan. Thunderlight erupted upon the steel, as a domineering thunder god, as a shadow manifested the fist technique, invoking heavenly thunder with each strike, ultimately forming a thunderous mark imprinted upon it. Ding! Successfully imprinted profound tier mid-grade martial skill Bun Lai Chen. Assessment. Basic martial skill. Contribution points required for exchange. 10,000. Then, he imprinted the Danwang Baijie, Danwang Baijie. An ocean of alchemical knowledge, pharmacology, techniques, and experiences surged into the steel like a radiant galaxy. An ephemeral vision of the divine farmer tasting herbs and the alchemy king forging gold flashed, as the entire space was suffused with a captivating fragrance of elixirs. Ding! Successfully imprinted earthly tier upper grade alchemy technique Danwang Baijie. Assessment. Family secret technique. Contribution points required for exchange. 500,000. Prerequisites for learning. Must possess alchemical talent. Lastly, he imprinted the Su Shang Suo Tianjun, Si Xiang Suo Tianjun. The ethereal forms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise roared and spiraled around the steel, summoning wind, thunder, water, and fire, ultimately forming a profound array that enveloped the heavens. Ding! Successfully imprinted earthly tier upper grade formation Su Shang Suo Tianjun. Assessment. Guardian formation. Contribution points required for exchange. 800,000. Prerequisites for learning. Must possess formation talent. Having completed all this, Chen Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over his soul. As if a heavy burden had been lifted, these secrets, now belonging solely to him, finally had a vessel for eternal inheritance. Gazing at the steel inscribed with 4 supreme techniques, a sense of unprecedented accomplishment swelled within him. This is the true foundation that will render a family immortal through the ages. The following day, in Chen Xuan's study, Yao Ling and Murong Shui stood somewhat awkwardly at the foot of the hall. At one side of the main seat, Lin Wanner sat quietly, serving Chen Xuan fresh tea, her gaze gentle, accompanied by a hint of prideful smile. From today onwards, I, the Chen family, shall establish the Dongjinga. Chen Xuan wasted no words and got straight to the point. He briefly introduced the existence of the family Dongjinga, framed as an ancient relic. This pavilion is an accidental acquisition of mine, a spatial treasure containing our inheritance. In the future, core disciples of the Chen family may exchange contributions for techniques. As he spoke, he took out 2 blank jade slips, lightly pressing his fingertip upon them, infusing a trace of his own consciousness into each. You 2 are now considered members of the Chen family. With this inheritance token, you may enter the Ongjinggua and select techniques. He casually handed over the jade slips. Yao Ling and Murong Shui received them in bewilderment. The slips felt icy to the touch, with a pulse of spiritual power circulating through them that sent shivers down their spines. They exchanged glances, seeing the confusion and disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. Could it be that Chun Gongzi was willing to share his supreme techniques with them? How could that be possible? With a sliver of hope and doubt, Yao Ling took a deep breath and was the first to probe her consciousness into the jade slip. Buzz! In the next moment, her soul felt as though it had been grasped by an invisible hand and was instantly pulled into a vast starry expanse. A colossal white jade steel loomed at the center of the starry sky, its oppressive aura nearly suffocating her. When her gaze fell upon the top of the steel, where the radiant Zhang Tun Tan Gong shone like a sun, her breath momentarily ceased. Even the technique. In its mid-grade, next came the Danwang Baijie. Upon seeing this upper-grade alchemy technique, her pride as a genius in the alchemical path was shattered in an instant. Any alchemical method or theory recorded within far surpassed the treasures of her own Danshin pavilion. This was no mere alchemical technique. It was a sacred text that could establish a sect, driving all alchemists in the world to madness. Yao Ling's body began to tremble uncontrollably, her complexion turning ashen. Meanwhile, Murong Shui, upon witnessing the complete inheritance of the Thu Shang Suotan Jun, reacted even more profoundly than Yao Ling. Her mind buzzed, blanking out entirely. An upper-grade, earthly tear formation. An unparalleled formation imbued with the laws of space. Just yesterday, she had been excitedly unable to sleep, having fortuitously obtained a small portion of the introductory chapter. Now, before her, an entire and boundless legacy of unparalleled formation techniques was laid bare without reservation. She felt akin to a traveler perishing of thirst in a desert, suddenly beholding an infinite ocean. The overwhelming shock and ecstasy rendered her vision dark, nearly causing her to faint on the spot. With a thud, two muffled sounds echoed. Yao Ling and Mu Rong Shui, in a remarkable display of synchronicity, knelt upright before Chen Xuan. Their faces bore no trace of the usual reserve and pride, only an indescribable astonishment and fervor. Young master, such divine skills and secrets. Yao Ling's voice trembled as she struggled to find the words to express her bewilderment. She could not comprehend it. Any sect or family, upon obtaining even a fragment of this knowledge, would regard it as the utmost secret, one that they would not even share with their own children. Yet this man, with such nonchalance, revealed it to two outsiders. The breadth of his vision and spirit was simply unfathomable. I have said, you are my people. Chen Xian's response remained calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. As my people, I shall naturally not treat you unfairly. He gazed at the two women, now completely captivated, with a tranquil expression. However, he shifted his tone, uttering words that struck them like a thunderbolt. The techniques inscribed on the stone tablet are merely the foundation prepared for the clan's disciples. Foundation. A heavenly level technique is a foundation. Yao Ling and Mu Rong Shui suddenly lifted their heads, their expressions akin to that of someone who had encountered a ghost. Chen Xuan paid no heed to their disarray, his gaze sweeping over Lin Wan'er, Yao Ling, and Mu Rong Shui as he spoke slowly. Next, I intend to create a truly unique technique tailored for the three of you. With that, he ignored the two women, who were nearly petrified, and directed his thoughts. System. Activate the inheritance simulation function. Target. Integrate the three paramount characteristics of Xian Yin Hua, Xianzhu, Danling, Shengti, and Jindao Shengti to forge a brand new supreme technique for them. Consumption. 10,000 fortune points. Chapter 57. Three Phoenixes Salute the Sun. The secret of the divine technique, 10,000 fortune points. Chen Xuan gazed at the glaring number on the system panel, and without hesitation, he confirmed. This substantial expense was sufficient for him to simulate the Chun Yang Tun Tiangong once more or exchange for countless heavenly materials. Yet, for the genuine future of his women, it was worth it. As he issued the command, the ancient family treasury trembled violently, erupting with an unprecedented brilliance. The inheritance stone tablet, adorned with the ice blue runes representing Xian Yin Hua, Xianzhu, the starry sea of Dan Dao representing Dan Wang, Bai Jie, and the four divine beasts of the Si Xiang Suotian Jun were simultaneously forcefully stripped away by an overwhelming power. The three distinct energies of the laws roared like three enraged primordial behemoths, struggling and being dragged to the apex of the treasure tower. There, the ethereal image of the fortune-refining furnace materialized, its mouth wide open, resembling a gaping abyss ready to devour all. Boom! The three energies were brutally thrust into the furnace, causing the entire space of the treasury to show spiderweb-like fractures, as if it might collapse entirely in the face of this terrifying clash of energies. Within the study, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged, his expression grave. His spirit was now connected to the treasury, personally orchestrating this unprecedented fusion of techniques. Before him, Lin Wan'er, Yao Ling, and Mu Rongshui sat in a triangular formation. The phenomena above the three women's heads were clearer than before. Behind Lin Wan'er, a chilling ice moon hung high, the Xian-yin energy almost materializing, causing the temperature in the study to plummet, with a thin layer of frost forming on the table. The fetus within her womb emitted a faint chaotic glow, resonating with its mother's aura and protecting her. Behind Yao Ling, the ancient image of a Dan furnace appeared, as if divine flames blazed within, and the phantoms of countless spirit herbs flickered in and out, releasing a rich aroma of medicine and vitality that invigorated the spirit. Above Mu Rongshui, the profound formation diagram slowly rotated, the stars flowing, resembling a small universe that contained the principles of spatial creation and destruction. The three distinct energies within the confined study were starkly defined. Focus, open your hearts, and feel one another. Chen Xuan's voice resonated deep within the souls of the three women. They did not dare to be negligent, following his instructions and cautiously attempting to connect their energies with one another. However, this process proved far more perilous than anticipated. The Xian-yin energy of Lin Wan'er was chillingly cold, Yao Ling's Dan Ling energy brimming with vitality, while Mu Rongshui's formation energy was ethereal and unpredictable. The moment these three powers made contact, a fierce repulsion erupted. Ugh! Yao Ling and Mu Rongshui simultaneously let out muffled groans, their delicate faces turning pale, blood trickling from their lips. They felt as if their meridians were about to be torn apart, an unbearable pain overwhelming them. Only Lin Wan'er, in the golden core stage, managed to stabilize herself with the protection of the chaotic energy from her unborn child, though her complexion was equally grim. Do not fear, I am here. Chen Xian's voice was steady and powerful, akin to an unshakable mountain, instantly calming the three women's fracturing spirits. He activated the newly evolved Chen Yang Tun Tian Gong within him, causing a surge of pure Yang essence, embodying the might to consume all, to erupt from his dantian. This essence split into three, transforming into three brilliant golden streams that precisely flowed into the bodies of the three women. At the moment this essence entered, a miracle occurred. The icy Xian-yin energy of Lin Wan'er, before this domineering pure Yang force, suddenly became docile and gentle, akin to a subject before its sovereign. Yao Ling's lively Dan Ling energy, nourished by this force, grew more refined, imbued with an air of regal authority. Meanwhile, Mu Rongshui's ethereal formation energy appeared to find its anchor, becoming stable and substantial. The three energies, initially in opposition, began to slowly meld together under the harmonious influence of Chen Xian's pure Yang essence, which acted as both adhesive and sovereign. Yin-Yang life formation. The four distinctly different forces formed a profound and perfect energy cycle within the confines of the study. The three women felt as though their bodies were submerged in the most exquisite spiritual liquid hot spring, every pore opening wide, greedily absorbing this unparalleled power. Their previously solid cultivation bottlenecks began to crack and splinter under the onslaught of this energy. As the core of this cycle, Chen Xuan reaped benefits beyond imagination. The pure energy feedback from the three women's cultivation, transformed by the Chen Yang Tun Tian Gong, converged like rivers returning to the sea, all becoming his own cultivation. His foundation at the 8th level surged once more, climbing rapidly. Mid-8th level of foundation. Late 8th level of foundation. Peak of the 8th level of foundation. Just a step away from entering the 9th level of foundation. Meanwhile, in his mind, the simulation within the fortune refining furnace reached its conclusion. The three energies of the laws were thoroughly shattered and reassembled, culminating in a jade slip of technique radiating with 7-colored brilliance, slowly taking shape at the center of the furnace. Ding! The technique simulation is complete. Congratulations, host. You have successfully created a brand new celestial grade cultivation technique. Please name the new technique. Celestial grade. Chen Xuan was overwhelmed with joy as he gazed at the three enchanting women before him, their auras intertwining with elegance and grace. A powerful and fitting name surged to his mind. It shall be called Sanfeng Chao Yang Shunju. The moment the words left his lips, the colorful jade slip radiated an extraordinary light. 3 vivid phoenix apparitions soared from the jade slip, encircling a shimmering golden sun, emitting a melodious cry that resonated through the heavens. Boom! An immense torrent of cultivation information flooded into the minds of Chen Xuan, Lin Wan'er, Yao Ling, and Murong Shui. As Lin Wan'er and Yao Ling immersed themselves in the profound mysteries of this supreme technique, they were utterly captivated. However, upon reading the first line of the technique summary, Murong Shui's delicate body trembled violently. The line explicitly stated, to practice this technique, the 3 women must unite their bodies and minds with the core person of the technique, merging their souls in order to cultivate together. Her complexion drained of color in an instant. She forcefully broke free from the enigmatic understanding, her face etched with struggle, anguish, and a hint of indescribable embarrassment. Ultimately, she bowed deeply to Chen Xuan, her forehead touching the ground. This divine technique is a great honor that I swear am unworthy to receive. Chapter 58. The Fairy's Request. The family's oath. Murong Shui's voice trembled, almost losing its melody. She knelt on the ground, her forehead pressed against the cold floor, not daring to lift her gaze to Chen Xuan even once. Her heart was already tumultuous. San Feng Chao Yang Shen Jue. What was this technique? It was clearly a path leading straight to the realm of immortals. The moment the cultivation information flooded her mind, the array knowledge she had prided herself on throughout her life seemed trivial in comparison to this divine technique, as insignificant as dust. The profound principles contained within were 1,000 times more arcane than the centuries-old tomes of her Murong family. She had a strong premonition that if she were to cultivate this method to a minor success within 10 years, she would undoubtedly step into the realm of a 4th-tier array master. It was a realm she had never even dared to dream of. Yet, this technique bore an immense weight, a weight so heavy that it felt like an invisible mountain suffocating her. To make matters worse, this technique was a dual cultivation method, requiring the 3 women to unite their hearts and souls with a man who practiced a yang cultivation technique to fully unleash its power. Lin Wan'er was Chen Xuan's legitimate wife, and Yao Ling was already his concubine. Their cultivation was entirely justified. But what was she, Murong Shui? Merely an outsider, forced into this situation due to her family's troubles. Without proper standing, her words would carry no weight. She had yet to gain Chen Xuan's formal acceptance, nor had she received approval from the matron, Lin Wan'er. Why should she accept such a tremendous favor? What right did she have to stand alongside Lin Wan'er and Yao Ling in cultivating this supreme divine technique? The last shred of pride within her, as a proud daughter of heaven, would not permit her to accept all of this so easily. Young master, the great kindness you have shown to me, swear, I can never repay in this lifetime. Murong Shui's eyes turned red in an instant. The initial understanding of Array's you, previously imparted, is already a supreme treasure, enough for me to benefit from for a lifetime. This Sanfeng, Chao Yang Shenju, is far too precious. I truly cannot accept it. Her voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable resolve. Lin Wan'er and Yao Ling, having regained their senses from their comprehension, were taken aback upon hearing Murong Shui's words. Yao Ling, quick to speak, could not help but say, Sister Murong, what are you doing? This is the young master's heartfelt intention. Lin Wan'er pulled her back, remaining silent, but her gentle gaze was fixed on the kneeling Murong Shui, filled with a hint of inquiry. Chen Xuan, observing the stubborn Murong Shui before him, did not feel anger, but rather smiled. This was the Murong Shui he admired, inherently possessing an unyielding pride. If she had accepted without hesitation, he would have regarded her with less esteem. Rise, Chen Xuan's tone was calm. Yet, Murong Shui remained on the ground, motionless, as if expressing her persistence in this manner. I said to rise. Chen Xuan's voice grew firmer, imbued with an undeniable authority. Murong Shui's delicate form quivered slightly. Ultimately, she bit her rosy lip and slowly stood up. However, her head remained bowed, unwilling to meet Chen Xuan's gaze. Do you believe that my granting you this technique is merely a gift? Chen Xuan stepped closer, extending his hand, his fingertips warm as he gently lifted her chin, compelling her to look up and meet his eyes. Their gazes locked. Murong Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, reaching her ears. She could clearly see her flustered reflection mirrored in the depths of his unfathomable eyes. I, Chen Xuan, never engage in unprofitable transactions. Chen Xian's fingertip lightly caressed her smooth skin, his tone playful. I bestow this technique upon you because you possess the value to warrant it. Your aptitude in arrays is of great utility to me and to the entire Chen family. I need you to grow swiftly to become the sharpest sword and the most steadfast shield in my hands. His words were direct and domineering, lacking any tenderness. They resonated more profoundly with Murong Shue's heart than any sweet words could. So he needs me. So, in his eyes, I am not without merit. This realization shattered the defenses she had built around her heart, flooding her with an indescribable warmth. Yet, she still wanted to voice something. Chen Xian interrupted her directly. I am aware of your concerns. He withdrew his hand, clasped his hands behind his back, and returned to his seat. As for matters of status, there is no need to rush. His gaze turned sharp and profound. I offer you an opportunity, when you can, through your own strength, completely reverse the blood curse array of your Murong family into a gathering spirit array. When you can personally resolve this long-standing issue that has plagued your family for centuries, then come find me. I will personally visit your father to propose, grandly welcoming you into the Chen family. Boom! His words crashed through Murong Shue's mind like thunder, leaving her in stunned silence. She stared blankly at Chen Xian, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Was he making a promise to her? A promise that required her to strive and earn it in an honorable way. He did not force her submission through power, but instead presented her with a goal, an opportunity to walk proudly through the doors of the Chen family. At this moment, Murong Shue's proud yet sensitive heart melted completely. She gazed at the man seated in the main position, whose demeanor was calm, yet exuded an unparalleled grace. She understood that she had irrevocably fallen for him. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Once again, she bowed deeply to Chen Xian. But this time, she no longer knelt. Instead, she stood tall, performing the utmost gesture of respect, akin to that of a disciple toward a revered master or a subordinate before a sovereign. My lord's great kindness, Shuer shall forever cherish in her heart. From this moment forth, Shuer will exert every effort to honor your trust. Her voice was clear and resolute, imbued with an unprecedented conviction. Observing this scene, Lin Wanner, who stood nearby, wore a gentle smile of approval. She approached Chen Xian and softly remarked, Husband, it seems our Chen family shall gain another fine sister. This statement unequivocally signified her acceptance of Murong Shue as the matriarch of the household. Upon hearing this, Murong Shue cast a grateful glance at Lin Wanner, and the last vestige of her hesitation evaporated. At that moment, Chen Xian's mind was interrupted by the system's notification sound once more. Ding! Detected the fated daughter, Murong Shue. A significant transformation has occurred in her Dao heart. Loyalty locked in as unwavering devotion. Congratulations, host. You have preliminarily completed the integration of Danshin Pavilion and Sihai Merchant Association, expanding the influence of your family. A new family mission is being generated. However, this time, the system's notification was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected voice. It was Chun Fan, the little boy who appeared to be 3 or 4 years old, who had somehow scampered into the study. His peculiar eyes, one golden and the other dark, curiously surveyed the surroundings. Ultimately, his gaze landed on Chen Xian. He rushed to Chen Xian's side, tugging at his garment with his chubby little hand. Then, in a babyish voice, he uttered a statement that froze the smiles of everyone present. Daddy is hungry. Fana wants to eat that. He pointed his tiny, rosy finger towards the window. The direction he pointed was not the kitchen, but rather the Beihuang demon domain. When Chun Fan's delicate little hand pointed decisively in that direction, the once warm atmosphere in the study was abruptly torn apart. Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Murong Shue's expressions all shifted in unison. Although they were unaware of what Chun Fan was specifically indicating, that direction represented an ominous, forbidden ground, shrouded in danger and bloodshed, that all righteous sects in Tianfeng County and its vicinity avoided discussing. Fanner, do not speak nonsense. Lin Wanner felt a pang of anxiety, her maternal instincts compelling her to rush forward and gather her son into her embrace, away from that foreboding indication. However, a warm hand intercepted her. Chen Xian raised his hand, signaling her to remain calm. His face bore no trace of astonishment. Instead, he squatted down, meeting his son's gaze with interest. In his deep, profound eyes reflected Chun Fan's unusual, one golden and one dark pupil. Fanner, tell Daddy, what do you wish to eat? His voice was gentle, akin to soothing a child with a sweet tooth. Chen Xuan blinked his large eyes, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts, pointing to his chest and then to the window. A shiny black heart, he said, while gesturing a circle with his little hand and mimicking a swallowing motion. It calls to me, smells delicious. If I eat it, Fanner will grow big. A shiny black heart? Lin Wanner and the other two women were left bewildered, finding their young master's words both innocent and peculiar. Yet, at that moment, Chen Xian's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he comprehended. The heart of the ancient demon god, a treasure revered by the Blood River sect. A fragment of the demon god's heart that had been passed down for countless ages. His own son could perceive its existence from thousands of miles away. No, wait. Chen Xian quickly realized that it was not the heart that was calling, but rather Fanner as chaotic Tao body yearning for that heart. The chaotic Tao body inherently possessed the domineering ability to devour the essence of all things and convert it for its own use. The ancient demon god's heart, infused with the purest principles of devouring, was irresistibly attractive to it. For Fanner, that heart, which drove countless demon cultivators to madness, was the most exquisite and nourishing elixir in the world. Good boy, Chen Xian gazed at his innocent, yearning son, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. This little fellow was certainly not picky at all, just learning to walk and already fixated on a treasure of a major demonic sect. If word of this got out, it might infuriate the sect leader of the Blood River sect. Daddy eat. Chen Fan, noticing Chen Xian's silence, tugged at his garment again, gazing at him with wide, pleading eyes. His pitiful demeanor would melt anyone's heart. Chen Xian chuckled and ruffled his little head. All right, Daddy understands. He lifted the little one into his arms and kissed his cheek. But that thing cannot be eaten just yet. It has a hard shell that Daddy must first break open. Once Fanner grows a bit more, I will take you to retrieve it and let you have it as candy. Sound good? Candy. Chen Fan nodded his little head, seemingly grasping the concept. But upon hearing the word candy, his unusual eyes sparkled brightly, and a droplet of saliva glistened at the corner of his mouth. Chen Xian handed his son to Lin Wanner, then stood up and walked to the window. His gaze once again fell upon the dark expanse shrouded in demonic energy. Within his heart, a once nascent yet wildly ambitious plan crystallized and rapidly took shape. Steady development? Gradually strategizing? No, his son's growth could not wait. The appetite of the chaotic Tao body was the best catalyst. Furthermore, within this continent, what could serve as better sustenance for his devouring divine beast than those nefarious and deeply rooted demonic sects? Moreover, he had already established enmity with the Blood River sect. That so-called bloodchild was still waiting for him to pay a visit. Rather than passively defending, it was far better to take the initiative, to eliminate all threats in the cradle, to transform all enemies into nourishment for himself and his family. It seemed time for a venture into Beiwang. A chilling glimmer flashed in Chen Xian's eyes, the gaze of a hunter fixated on its prey. He turned to the three women, his voice steady and powerful. Vanya, Yao Ling, Mu Ron Shui. Here. The three women immediately bowed, their expression solemn. From today onward, devote yourselves fully to cultivating the San Feng Chuyang divine technique. There must be no slackening. Wanner, you are the golden core, responsible for guiding the operation of the technique. Yao Ling, supply medicinal resources without hesitation. Mu Ron Shui, establish the strongest formations you can around the Chun family to secure our rear. I want you to elevate our strength to its utmost limits in the shortest time possible, for we are soon to embark on a perilous yet intriguing journey. The three women felt a shiver run through them. They could sense that their man was genuinely serious this time. An unprecedented fighting spirit quietly ignited within their hearts. Standing alongside him, conquering the world, perhaps that was the greatest glory of a cultivator, being his woman. Meanwhile, in the distant Beihuang demon domain at the headquarters of the Blood River sect, within a magnificent demonic palace floating above the endless sea of blood, the air was thick with the mingling sense of blood and opulence. At the head of the hall, a strikingly handsome, yet otherworldly youth clad in blood-red imperial robes reclined languidly upon a throne fashioned from the skulls of myriad beings. He was none other than Xuezi, the unparalleled prodigy of Xue Hazong, a terrifying figure of legend. Your Highness Xuezi, a kneeling elder of the demonic path, stuttered, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind, The blood demon elder dispatched to Tianfeng Jun has extinguished his soul lamp. Oh, Shuizi slowly opened his elongated phoenix-like eyes, in which crimson galaxies seemed to swirl. There was no trace of anger upon his face. Instead, a hint of playful intrigue surfaced. A late-stage Yuan Ying blood demon has perished just like that? How interesting. He extended his scarlet tongue to delicately lick his lips. His gaze filled with the excitement of a predator. It appeared that he had indeed hooked a significant prize this time. Send word. Mobilize the blood shadow guards lurking in Tianfeng Jun. I care not for the origins of the one named Chen Xuan. I desire his family, his city, and all that he possesses to become nourishment for my blood god formation. He paused, a glimmer of unmasked greed and possessiveness flashing in his eyes. And that female cultivator who can annihilate late-stage Yuan Ying, bring her to me alive. A soft chuckle escaped his lips, a sound that chilled the very air of the Grand Hall. My collection palace is in need of an interesting figure like her. Chapter 60. 3 months of seclusion. Ascendance of power. Since the day Chen Xuan declared his seclusion, the Chen family estate fell into an extraordinary tranquility. Qingyang City remained bustling with activity, with discussions revolving around the reclusive yet enigmatic head of the Chen family. But no one could fathom the tempest brewing deep within that estate. At the rear mountain of the Chen family, a sacred ground rich in spiritual energy lay shrouded by a barrier array personally crafted by Murong Shui, forming a mist of concentrated spiritual essence that lingered year-round. Within the tranquil chamber, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged. Before him floated 3 treasures that could drive any Yuan Ying elder to madness. A vial of soul essence liquid shimmering with 7-colored radiance. A drop of ancient demon blood ablaze with dark golden flames, and a primordial rune representing the complete law of devouring, extracted from the heart of a demon god. The journey to Beihuang was fraught with peril. He needed to elevate his combat prowess to its zenith in the shortest time possible. Without hesitation, he grasped the vial of soul essence liquid and tilted his head back to drink it in one go. Contrary to his expectations, a chilling yet violent energy erupted within his sea of consciousness. It felt as if his entire soul was torn apart and refined in the tempest of a 9-heaven gale. Amidst the excruciating pain, rebirth awaited. His soul strength surged at an astonishing pace. Initial stage, gold core. Mid-stage, gold core. Late-stage, gold core. Ultimately, as the effects of the potion waned, his soul strength was forcefully elevated to an entirely new realm. Half-step Yuan Ying. Buzz. The world around him transformed completely in his perception. He could even discern the minute particles of law floating in the air, and hear the flutter of a tiny insect 100 miles away. With a mere thought, he effortlessly penetrated the walls and perceived the scene of 3 female cultivators in the adjacent chamber. Lin Wanner exuded a cold and pure essence of profound yin. Yao Ling radiated vibrant life force, and Murong Shui emanated the mysterious aura of array formations. The 3 powers interwove into a magnificent tapestry under the operation of the Sanfeng, Chao, Yang, Shunju. Ecstasy surged within Chen Xuan as he relished this feeling of omnipotence. The metamorphosis of his soul was merely the beginning. He focused on his brow and slowly drew the drop of ancient demon blood into his body. Roar! A primal roar from the depths of antiquity erupted within the core of his bloodline. His blood boiled instantaneously. Dark golden dragon patterns and pitch-black demonic runes manifested upon his skin, awakening a savage, tyrannical force capable of rending the heavens and earth within his limbs and bones. Crack! Crack! His bones shattered into fragments, only to be instantaneously reconstructed under an even greater force, becoming harder than mysterious iron. His muscles tore and regenerated, each inch brimming with explosive power. He felt as if, at this moment, he could obliterate a mountain with a single punch, without expending a shred of true essence. Cao demon god manifestation, quales? Chen Xuan uttered a low command, and a terrifying phantom towering 100 feet high gradually formed behind him, with 3 heads and 6 arms. A humanoid body and dragon tail. It was entwined with both sacred golden runes and ominous black demonic patterns. The 6 arms bore a great vessel of the Tao in one hand, a devouring black hole in another, while the other 4 arms manifested the elemental powers of thunder, fire, ice, and wind. An overwhelming pressure radiated, surpassing the gold core stage, approaching Yuan Ying. Having completed all of this, Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon the final rune of the devouring law. His own pure yang devouring heaven technique already possessed devouring characteristics. Further absorption would yield little effect. Instead, a smirk graced his lips as he willed the complete rune to penetrate the wall and silently enter Lin Wanner's body next door. In another quiet chamber, Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Murong Shui were jointly operating the Sanfeng Chao Yang Shenju. Their auras had undergone a tremendous transformation. Lin Wanner had solidified her cultivation at the peak of late-stage gold core. Yao Ling's Danling holy body had fully awakened, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of foundation establishment, with the gold core tribulation imminent. Murong Shui's mastery of formations had advanced by leaps and bounds, now a bona fide 3rd-tier formation master. At that moment, a pitch-black rune of law appeared before Lin Wanner without warning. Startled, she froze. Yao Ling and Murong Shui were also abruptly awakened by the terrifying aura of devouring that enveloped them. Husband. Lin Wanner instantly realized that this was an opportunity sent by Chen Xuan. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened her heart and drew the rune into her being. Boom! The already cold and chilling Xian Yin holy body underwent a violent qualitative transformation upon contact with the devouring law, as if millennia-old ice met flames of destruction. The Xian Yin Hua Xian Ju operated frantically, integrating this law into her very essence. Behind her, the ice-blue round moon phenomenon revealed a profound black dot at its center, which rapidly expanded into a terrifying black hole that devoured all light. Her cultivation barrier shattered in an instant. Late-stage gold core. Moreover, her aura continued to ascend, becoming increasingly unfathomable. Time flew by. Before long, 3 months had elapsed. On this day, for powerful auras that could instill fear in every cultivator of Qingyang City surged upwards from the sacred ground of the Chun family's rear mountain. One aura intertwined with gold and black, chaotic and tyrannical. One aura was cold and profound, devouring all. One aura brimmed with vitality, lightning flashing from the tribulation. One aura was scattered like stars, the array profound and intricate. Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. A glint of brilliance flashing in his gaze. The pinnacle of the 9th level of foundation establishment. Just one opportunity away from forging an unparalleled gold core. Meanwhile, his wives had reaped even greater rewards. Lin Wanner, at the peak of late-stage gold core, now wielded battle prowess equivalent to half-step Yuan Ying after merging with the devouring law. Yao Ling successfully transcended the Dan tribulation, advancing to early-stage gold core, becoming the 2nd gold core true master of the Chun family. Murong Shui has successfully advanced to the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage, and more significantly, she has reached the pinnacle of a 3rd-tier formation master. The strength of the 4 individuals has undergone a radical transformation. Chen Xuan rose to his feet, stretching his muscles and emitting a series of cracking sounds. He conveyed his thoughts telepathically. Are you prepared? 3 equally powerful mental responses came almost simultaneously. We are ready at any time, my husband. Young master, I have amassed a mountain of medicinal pills. Young master, Schwerer is willing to act as the vanguard and set up the killing formation. Chen Xuan's gaze pierced through endless space, gazing toward the northern land shrouded in demonic energy. It is time. Northern Wilderness Demon Domain. Blood River Sect. I, Chen Xuan, have come to collect the debt. 3 months later, in the forbidden grounds of the Chun family's rear mountain. As the stone door slowly opened, Chen Tianxiong and the elder Chen Xianshan could hardly believe their eyes. Walking at the forefront, Chen Xuan had restrained his aura to the utmost. Yet the slight pressure that leaked out made even the golden core Chen Xianshan feel a twinge of unease. The 3 women behind him had undergone a transformation. Lin Wanner's demeanor had grown increasingly aloof, her eyes seemingly concealing a cold abyss that devoured all. She was already at the half-step Yuanying stage. Yao Ling was surrounded by the fragrance of medicinal pills, her spiritual energy rounded and self-sufficient, having already attained the status of a golden core true person. Although Murong Shui was only at the 8th level of foundation establishment, the movements of her eyes seemed to shimmer with countless formation patterns. her every gesture subtly resonating with the heavens and the earth. There was also a delicate little boy, seemingly 5 or 6 years old, clutching the corner of Chen Xuan's robe, curiously observing the two elders. Is this the result of 3 months of seclusion? Chen Xuan was so excited that his lips trembled. This is no longer the Chen family's prodigy. It is as if a host of celestial beings have returned. Father, elder. Chen Xuan bowed respectfully to the two elders. I am ready to depart. His voice was calm, yet carried an unyielding determination. Chen Xuan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and heavily patted Chen Xuan's shoulder, his expression complex, filled with worry, reluctance, but more so an indescribable pride. Go ahead. His voice was somewhat hoarse. You may venture forth into the world. If the heavens collapse, these two old bones can still hold you up for a moment. He paused, glancing at the little Chen fan, who was nibbling on his fingers and drooling, forcing a smile. Besides, you little rascal have nearly emptied the family coffers. If you don't go out to find some food, the two of us will be left to drink the northwestern wind. Northern Wilderness Demon Domain. Unlike other parts of the continent, the sky here is perpetually shrouded in a gloomy crimson hue, a waning moon hanging high, emanating an eerie blood light. The air is thick with the stench of sulfur and decaying flesh, and the formless demonic energy incessantly erodes any living beings that step into this realm. In a secluded valley, the space suddenly warped, and a magnificent flying vessel tore through the void, quietly descending. It was the Yinhai ship. On the deck, as Yao Ling stepped out, her fair face paled slightly. Her innate damning saint body was naturally attuned to life and creation, and she found this putrid and lifeless demonic energy extremely repulsive, causing her spiritual energy to become sluggish. Chen Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor unchanged. To him, this level of demonic energy was no different from ordinary spiritual energy. Young master, intelligence indicates that the Blood River sect's main shrine lies deep within the northern wilderness at the Blood God Abyss. Murong Shui unfurled a beast-skin map, her expression solemn. The terrain there is perilous, guarded by an ancient 4-tiered magical formation, the 10,000 Souls Blood River Array. Even a late-stage Yuanian practitioner would find it impossible to force their way through. She took a deep breath, her voice involuntarily lowering. Most critically, the mysterious sect master of the Blood River sect, known as the Blood Emperor, is rumored to have reached the transformation stage a century ago. The term transformation stage weighed heavily on Yao Ling and Murong Shui as hearts like 3 towering mountains. Above Yuanying lies transformation. That is the true celestial being, capable of altering the landscape with a mere thought, plucking stars and moons. To confront such a being, Yao Ling instinctively tightened her fists, and Murong Shui held her breath. However, upon hearing this, Chen Xuan merely smiled and turned to Murong Shui. A 4-tiered magical formation is nothing. Are there any flaws? His tone was as casual as inquiring about the weather. Murong Shui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, channeling her thoughts into the vast inheritance of the 4 symbols locking heaven formation, which began to operate rapidly in her mind. Moments later, a gleam ignited in her eyes. There is. The 10,000 Souls Blood River Array uses the resentment of living souls to drive the power of the Blood River, embodying the utmost darkness and malevolence. The core of the formation must lie in the deepest part of the Blood River. As long as we can locate it and strike with pure yang energy, we have a 50% chance of breaking through. 50%? Chen Xuan shook his head. That was too low a gamble. He extended a finger, where a strand of golden true essence intertwined with a black rune, emanating a force both domineering and profound. What about this? He flicked his finger, and that power entered Murong Shui's brow. Boom! Murong Shui's delicate body trembled as if her mind had exploded. Countless truths regarding formations, laws, and life and death surged into her consciousness like a tidal wave. In that instant, the originally obscure and complex 10,000 Souls Blood River Array became as clear as if it were laid out in the palm of her hand. She began to deduce again. This time, a near-manic flush appeared on her face, and her breathing quickened. 100%. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes gleaming with fervor. No, 120%. Young master, as long as we can find the core, not only can we break the formation, but we can also seize control of the array turning the endless blood river's power to our own use. Excellent. Chen Xuan nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Yao Ling. Before he could speak, Yao Ling proactively said, "Young master, the demonic energy here erodes and suppresses our spiritual power. I have a secret potion from the Danshin Pavilion that can conceal our presence and transform our energy into pure demonic energy." She produced a jade vial and poured out several pills as dark as ink. After consumption, for 12 hours, it can disguise our spiritual energy as pure demonic energy, rendering us indistinguishable even before a Yuanian demon cultivator, though the scent may be somewhat pungent. Chen Xuan took one, sniffed it, and a foul stench surged to his head. Unfazed, he handed one to Murong Shui. "Try it. It's Yao Ling's craftsmanship." Murong Shui pinched her nose, looking reluctant, yet she accepted it. Finally, Chen Xian's gaze settled on Lin Wanner. "Vanya, husband, if the Blood Emperor truly exists," Chen Xian's voice became calm, yet carried an unmistakable coldness. "It will be entrusted to you." Lin Wanner said nothing further. She merely extended her hand and gently adjusted Chen Xian's collar. In her cool eyes, a deep black flickered as if it could consume all light. "Rest assured, husband, anyone who dares to block your path shall not even have the chance to reincarnate." With the plan set, Murong Shui stow the flying vessel. Chen Xian commanded, then tossed a concealing demonic pill into his mouth without even furrowing his brow. The three, seeing this, also consumed their pills. Soon, the spiritual energy fluctuations belonging to righteous cultivators were swiftly replaced by a chilling, violent demonic aura. Chen Xian cast a glance at the silhouette of the colossal city standing against the crimson earth, a smile curving at the corners of his lips. "Let's proceed. The feast has begun." Chapter 62. Infiltration into Shuedu, the Blood Midnight Feast. Shui Yuan, the headquarters of Shui Zone. This place, rather than a city, resembles a colossal iron beast perched above an endless abyss. Beneath the chasm, a viscous, dark red river of blood flows ceaselessly, its pungent scent of rust mingling with decay, inducing a sense of dizziness. Occasionally, skeletal remains rise grotesquely from the river's surface, while distorted souls emit silent wails, only to be engulfed once more by the sanguine waters. A layer of dark red luminescence envelopes the entire city, the manifestation of the Wan Hun Shui, He Grand Formation. The dense aura of malevolence and resentment intertwines here, rendering the very air thick and tempestuous. Upon entering the city gates, a cacophony erupted from a nearby street corner. A demon cultivator was beheaded for merely glancing at another storage bag, his head rolling to the ground, blood mingling with dirt to stain the earth. Surrounding demon cultivators paid no heed, some even whistling and kicking the severed head. Here, there exists no law. The only order is dictated by brute strength. Yao Ling's complexion paled slightly as she instinctively moved closer to Chen Xian. Murong Shui furrowed her brow, accustomed as she was to the intrigues of high society. Yet this was her first encounter with such raw and savage jungle law, stirring an intense discomfort within her. Only Lin Wanner maintained her icy demeanor. The aura emitted from her Xian's sacred body, intertwined with the laws of devouring, exuded a chilling and malevolent essence that instinctively caused the demon cultivators casting unkind glances to avert their gaze, sensing a higher level of threat. The four of them, having consumed the Lian Shihua Mo Dan, perfectly transformed their spiritual energy into pure demonic aura, walking through this city of demonic paths without any sense of incongruity. "Young master, where shall we go now?" Murong Shui inquired telepathically, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. "Norus, Chen Xuan," his gaze sweeping over the city of Sin, the eye of the furnace already activated. In his vision, the city's fortune veins were vividly clear. At the center, towards the direction of the Blood God Palace, an overwhelming tide of crimson fortune surged, vaguely coalescing into the silhouette of a demon god adorned with an imperial crown. The Blood Emperor of the transformation stage. To the east of this sea of fortune, another, albeit weaker yet sharper and more aggressive, blood-colored energy lingered, belonging to Shuizi. Additionally, numerous strands of golden core and Yuan-Ing-level demonic energies were scattered throughout the city, like stars encircling the moon. The entire distribution of power within Shui, He Zone, was now vividly etched in his mind. Let us first find a place to settle, and then await an opportunity. Night fell. The The blood moon hung high, casting an eerie glow. The nights in Xuedu were even more boisterous than the days, with screams and lewd laughter intertwining to compose a frenzied, demonic symphony. The four of them reserved the largest slaughter in the city. The innkeeper, a one-eyed man with early Yuan cultivation, scrutinized Chen Xuan and his companions for a moment, his gaze lingering on the three women, suffused with the unique greed of demon cultivators. Chen Xuan remained silent, casually tossing a bag onto the counter. The bag landed with a crisp clink, and several egg-sized, pure demonic cores rolled out. The one-eyed innkeeper's breath caught momentarily, his greed swiftly transforming into obsequious respect as he personally led the four to the inn's topmost room, no longer daring to display any negligence. Just as Chen Xuan prepared to calm his mind and further deduce the location of the Wan Han Shui, he grand formation's eye. An abrupt silence enveloped the street outside the inn. Heavy and synchronized footsteps approached, and a group clad in blood-red heavy armor, exuding a fierce aura, known as the Blood Shadow Guards, surrounded a lavish carriage drawn by 8 fearsome demonic dragons, halting at the inn's entrance. A middle-aged demon cultivator, resembling a steward, dismounted the carriage. With late golden core cultivation, he bore an impeccably cordial smile as he approached Chen Xian's door and respectfully knocked. "May I ask if this is the residence of young Master Chen Xuan?" Chen Xuan opened the door, regarding him with a calm expression. "It is I." The steward immediately bowed deeply, lowering his posture significantly. "Young Master Chen, my master, His Highness Xuezi, has long heard of your esteemed name and has prepared a modest feast tonight at the Xuezi Manor, wishing to invite you and the 3 ladies to discuss significant matters." Upon hearing this, both Yao Ling and Mu Rong Shui's hearts sank. Suzi, how could he know we have arrived, and so quickly sought us out? Yet, Chen Xuan displayed no trace of surprise. He understood well that although the aura of his party could deceive the common folk, someone of Xuezi's stature, steeped in great fortune and intertwined with his own fate, would inevitably sense their presence. The other party's actions were swifter than he had anticipated. However, this played into his hands perfectly. As he had been pondering how to approach the higher echelons of Shui, he zoned to glean information regarding the ancient demonic heart, and unexpectedly, they had come to him. A night feast? Chen Xuan chuckled. "Your Highness Xuezi is so courteous. I am quite flattered. Please, lead the way." The steward, relieved by Chen Xuan's agreeable response, quickly took the lead. Chen Xuan and the 3 women ascended into the opulent carriage. The interior was spacious, adorned with thick beast furs, and the corners were filled with calming fragrances, a stark contrast to the bloody scent outside. The carriage set off slowly towards the eastern city, Xuezi Manor. Within the carriage, Yao Ling and Mu Rong Shui sat upright, their expressions taut. "Husband, what scheme does Xuezi have in store?" Lin Vania reminded tranquille, leaning against Chen Xian's shoulder as if attending a common banquet. What else could it be but a banquet of treachery? Chen Xian's fingers lightly tapped his knee. He must be quite curious about who would dare to slay his elder and brazenly tread upon his territory. A glint of amusement flickered in Chen Xian's eyes. "He wishes to see my trump card while simultaneously observing yours." He squeezed Lin Wanera's hand and glanced at the anxious Yao Ling and Mu Rong Shui, suddenly smiling. "Relax, it is merely a meal. If he dares to poison the wine, Yao Ling, you, as a master alchemist, shall give him a lesson." Yao Ling was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood, her tense expression softening slightly. Chen Xian's gaze drifted towards the rapidly retreating grotesque buildings outside the carriage window, his voice low yet imbued with a chilling intent. He believes himself the hunter, having set a trap, eagerly awaiting his prey. Alas, he is unaware that tonight, at this feast, he is not the master, but rather the dish. Chapter 63. At the Banquet of Treachery, the Demon Prince tests Xuezi Manor. Located at the core of the eastern city of Xuedu, resembles not so much a residence as a fortress constructed from bones and blood. The flying eaves and brackets are fashioned from the enormous bones of some great demonic beast, its menacing spines piercing the crimson sky. Within the manor, guards are stationed every 3 steps. Every 5 steps, the patrolling Blood Shadow Guards clad in distinct armor, their malevolent aura coalescing into a tangible form. Their gazes sharp as blades, causing discomfort to the skin. Under the guidance of the steward, Chen Xuan and his companions entered the banquet hall. The once boisterous sounds of demonic chatter abruptly halted. Dozens of eyes turned towards them in unison, each filled with unabashed aggression. The air thickened into a viscous mire, the potent demonic atmosphere and murderous intent pressing down upon the four of them. Yao Ling and Mu Rongshui instinctively tightened their breaths, their internal spiritual energies momentarily stagnating. However, Chen Xuan, who walked at the forefront, appeared utterly unconcerned. He did not even spare a glance at the so-called titans of the demonic path, simply holding Lin Wanner's hand and strolling in leisurely, as if he were surveying his own back garden rather than stepping into a den of danger. His composure instantly dissipated any tension that lingered in the hearts of Yao Ling and Mu Rongshui, who followed closely behind him, straightening their postures. Especially Lin Wanner. Even though her half-step yuaning cultivation was not intentionally revealed, her innate aura made the demonic cultivators, who initially gazed upon her with lewdness and greed, feel a sudden jolt of trepidation. Many Golden Core elders found their wine cups trembling in their hands, and when they looked at Lin Wanner again, their gazes shifted from desire to profound apprehension. At the head of the hall, Xuezi lounged against a living throne composed of several enchanting and exquisitely beautiful female cultivators. He toyed with a blood jade wine cup, his eyes scanning Chen Xuan with keen interest. Upon noticing Lin Wanner, a flash of unabashed admiration and possessiveness crossed his elongated, blood-colored eyes. What a stunning beauty! What an exquisite half-step yuaning furnace! His greed intensified. He chuckled, noting that it was the first time someone had been personally invited by his blood shadow guard, a testament to Chen Xian's remarkable status. Xuezi slowly straightened his posture, indifferent to the muffled groans of the female cultivators serving as his throne. He raised his wine cup and feigned a toast towards Chen Xuan, his voice resonant yet laced with a hint of malevolence. May I inquire which holy land your esteemed self hails from, that you would grace this humble abode? Your Highness Xuezi is too courteous, Chen Xuan replied with an indifferent smile, guiding the three women to sit at the guest seats near the main throne. He had long heard of Xuezi's reputation as a once-in-a-millennium genius of the northern wasteland, and upon witnessing the grandeur before him, he found it to be truly fitting of the accolades. You flatter me, Chen Gongzi. Xuezi laughed heartily, yet his laughter concealed a sharp edge. I am more curious about your true origins, for you managed to extinguish the soul lamp of my incompetent blood sorcerer uncle completely. He shifted his gaze to Lin Wanner, scrutinizing her closely. I am even more intrigued to learn about this fairy by your side. When did the northern wasteland's demonic realm produce such an extraordinary half-step yuaning? As his words fell, all eyes in the hall converged upon Chen Xuan. This was no longer a mere probe, it was an interrogation. Chen Xuan remained unfazed, lifting the cup of demonic wine brewed from the blood of myriad beasts, inhaling its scent before downing it in one go. The surrounding demonic cultivators winced at the sight. This blood slaughter wine was notoriously violent. Even a Golden Core demonic cultivator would need considerable time to recover after consuming it. Yet, here was a mere foundation establishment cultivator, brazenly drinking it without fear of immediate destruction. However, Chen Xuan merely smacked his lips, savoring it like a cup of fine tea. Me? He set the cup down, meeting Xuezi's gaze as he spoke slowly. I am but an insignificant nobody. As he said this, he clasped Lin Wanner's hand, their fingers entwined, his eyes softening. As for my wife, she is merely an ordinary woman who enjoys being close to me. At these words, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Every demonic cultivator's expression froze. An insignificant nobody? An ordinary woman? How could an unknown figure possibly defeat a yuaning elder? How could an ordinary woman possess the terrifying cultivation of a half-step yuaning? This was no act of bravado. It was a brazen affront, a deliberate humiliation of everyone present. Bang! A hot-tempered elder from the Blood River sect slammed his hand on the table, leaping to his feet, pointing at Chen Xuan with fury. You brat! You seek death! How dare you be so arrogant before His Highness Xuezi? If you do not disclose your origins today, do not expect to leave this hall intact. Before he could finish, an overwhelming chill descended without warning. Lin Wanner did not even glance at him, merely lowering her eyelashes slightly. Frost rapidly formed on the elder's body, visible to the naked eye. His anger immediately froze into an expression of boundless terror, as if his very soul were being encased in ice. Stop! Xuezi's expression darkened as he bellowed. A similarly formidable blood-colored demonic aura erupted from him, colliding with Lin Wanner's frozen law. Crack! A sharp sound echoed through the air as the frost on the elder shattered inch by inch. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes reflecting sheer terror as he looked at Lin Wanner, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. The atmosphere in the hall became charged with tension. Shuezi's gaze fixated on Chen Xuan and Lin Wanner. His smile entirely vanished, replaced by a heavy gloom. Chen Gongzi, it appears you did not come here to feast today. You have come to disrupt. Hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled. He slowly stood, casting a calm glance across all present before finally resting his gaze on Shuezi. Disrupt? No, no, no. He shook his head, his smile radiant yet perilous. I have come to discuss a business proposition with your Highness Shuezi. What business? Shuezi narrowed his blood-red eyes. Quite simple. Chen Xuan extended a finger. His voice clear yet soft, resonating throughout the hall. Hand over your sect's prized treasure, the ancient demon god heart. After a brief pause, he surveyed the bewildered faces around him, the corners of his mouth curving further. Then, you and everyone in your Blood River sect shall pledge allegiance to me. In return, I can spare your lives. At these words, the hall fell into a profound silence. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone regarded Chen Xuan with expressions of disbelief. They seriously doubted whether their ears had deceived them. Chapter 64. The plot unfolds. Blood God formation silence. The banquet hall, once filled with raucous laughter, was now so quiet that the dropping of a pin could be heard. The jovial expressions of the guests had been severed by an invisible blade, choking in their throats. An elder from the Blood River sect, who had been laughing raucously while pounding the table, froze mid-motion, his face contorted in disbelief. Another prominent figure, holding a wine cup, trembled, causing his blood jade cup to clatter to the ground, shattering into pieces. Their expressions morphed from absurdity to shock, and finally to an astonished disbelief akin to witnessing a madman. What was this young man saying? Surrender the sect's prized treasure and pledge allegiance to him? After a brief moment of stunned silence, one could no longer contain their laughter. Cough, cough, cough. A demonic cultivator laughed, so hard he choked on his blood wine, erupting into violent coughs. This cough acted as a signal. Ha ha ha. What the hell did I just hear? Has this kid finally woken up? Did he leave his brain at home? For my Blood River sect to pledge allegiance to him? Who does he think he is? The ancestor of transformation has descended? A mere foundation establishment brat. And yet he boasts so grandly. The woman beside him was indeed impressive. A half-step Yuaning, exceptional. But did she think this was some backwater place like Tianfeng County? This was the Blood River sect. Even a reclusive elder could crush her with a single finger. How amusing, truly amusing. After 300 years of demonic cultivation, this was the first time I'd seen someone so eager to throw away their life. The echoes of ridicule and mockery once again drowned the hall. They gazed at Chen Xuan as if he were a plump lamb voluntarily climbing onto the dining table, demanding that the tiger forsake its carnivorous ways. At the head of the table, the previously sullen visage of Shuezi had vanished, replaced by a grotesquely distorted, almost frenzied grin. He laughed, trembling with mirth, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. He extended a trembling finger, pointing at Chen Xuan while addressing the assembled guests with derision. Did you all see? Did you see? This is the esteemed guest I have invited. A guest of immense significance. Not only does he seek my life, but he also wishes for our entire Shueha zone to serve him like dogs. He suddenly straightened in his seat, licking his crimson lips, his eyes betraying unabashed greed and savagery. Tell me, how should I entertain this illustrious guest? Kill him. No, don't allow him the mercy of a swift death. Extract his soul, refine his essence, and let him wail for 49 days. And what of his 3 women? Especially that one on the verge of Yuaning. Capture her and present her to his Highness Shuezi as a furnace. We shall partake in the spoils. Yes, let this ignorant fool witness his women being toyed with. This, indeed, is the greatest delight of the demonic path. Ha 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 ha. The cacophony of demons clamored, their murderous intent boiling over. Yet, in the face of these deranged cultivators, Chen Xuan's expression remained utterly unperturbed. He merely observed quietly, his gaze akin to that of a spectator watching a herd of livestock penned for slaughter. His eyes traversed the grotesque visages before finally resting on Shuezi. It appeared that negotiations had faltered. He sighed softly, a blend of regret and a hint of liberation washing over him. In light of this, Chen Xuan slowly raised his hand, finger splayed. There was no need for further words. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. Take action. At that moment, the previously silent Murong Shui unleashed a surge of brilliance from the formation disk in her hand. For symbols locking the heavens, reversing the universe. For the array, the entire Shuizi mansion, indeed, the entire Blood City, trembled violently at that instant. Beneath the ground, nodes of the formation, stealthily laid by Murong Shui, erupted in blinding radiance. Soaring skyward, an invisible net encompassing the entire city tightened abruptly. Above the Blood City, the dark red veil of the 10,000 Souls Blood River formation emitted a profound groan, its light visibly warping and dimming. The energy flow of the formation was forcibly severed, plunging into an unprecedented standstill. What? The sinister grin on Shuizi's face froze instantly. He sensed the spiritual connection between himself and the protective mountain formation being ruthlessly severed by an even more tyrannical, arcane force. Not good. It's the protective mountain formation. Someone is attacking the array. It's that woman. The expressions of all the elders of the Shuiha zone morphed wildly. The protective mountain formation was the foundation of their sect. If breached, they would become mere meat on the chopping block. All gazes fixated on Murong Shui. They could never have imagined that this seemingly frail woman was a formidable array master capable of shaking their fourth-tier protective mountain formation. Quick, kill her. Stop her. Shuizi roared in a mix of fury and alarm. Several elder cultivators at the Yuan Ying stage, their bodies ablaze with bloodlight, transformed into streaks of light, charging fiercely towards Murong Shui. However, they were fast, yet someone was faster. A beam of icy blue sword light materialized out of thin air, resembling a chilling moonbeam descending from the heavens, intercepting them in an instant. Lin Wano had struck. In her hand, a crystalline sword forged from pure dark Yin energy had appeared. She merely regarded the incoming bloodlight with an impassive expression and gently waved her hand. Ice River Era. The four cold words echoed like a death knell. Crack, crack, crack. The entire banquet hall, along with the several murderous Yuaning elders and the unleashed blood magic, was enveloped in a thick layer of blue ice, rendered completely frozen in that moment. Time seemed to have hit the pause button. The once imperious Yuan Ying demonic cultivators, caught in mid-charge, were transformed into lifelike ice sculptures, their fierce murderous intent eternally crystallized. With a flick of her finger, Lin Wanner gently snapped at the air. The massive ice sculpture shattered with a resounding crash, scattering into a flurry of ice shards that sparkled ominously under the flickering lights, their essence and spirit obliterated. The hall plunged once more into an absolute silence. The onlookers were left in sheer terror, their souls seemingly departing their bodies. Instant kill. Once again, an instant kill. A single sword strike had vanquished several elders at the Yuan Ying stage. This woman was no mere half-step Yuan Ying. She was a true, late-stage Yuan Ying, perhaps even more formidable. Shuizi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He finally comprehended the magnitude of the terrifying entity he had provoked. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Just as all minds were captivated by Lin Wanner's astonishing sword, Yao Ling, who had been standing beside Chen Xuan, also made her move. With a graceful flourish of her jade hand, she cast dozens of pitch-black pills, exuding an ominous aura, into the ranks of the petrified demonic cultivators. Demonic plague explode. Her delicate voice rang out like a death sentence. The pills detonated mid-air, erupting into corrosive black mist that swiftly enveloped the majority of the banquet hall. My face. My hands. They're melting. What kind of poison is this? Save me. The chilling, otherworldly screams reverberated, rising in a horrifying chorus. Any gold-core demonic cultivators who came into contact with even a trace of the toxic mist experienced rapid decay, their flesh bubbling and grotesquely peeling away from their bones, ultimately dissolving into a putrid pool of blood and gore. The once opulent banquet hall was transformed into a hellish inferno of wailing souls. Chen Xuan merely observed this scene in silence. He traversed the chaos-strewn floor and approached Shuizi, who was utterly paralyzed in fear, slumped in his throne. He regarded the contorted visage of his adversary, twisted by sheer terror, and slowly spoke once more. Now, shall we discuss that business in earnest? Chapter 65. The Demon Prince kneels, business at hand. Ice crystal shards lingered in the air, reflecting the eerie glow of the blood-red crystals adorning the ceiling. The black toxic mist slithered along the ground, devouring even the decaying corpses, leaving only scorched, dark imprints in its wake. The stench of death mingled with the burnt aroma of charred flesh and the remnants of lavish feasts, creating a nauseating odor that pervaded every corner of the hall. Silence. The fortunate few surviving demonic titans stood frozen in place, instinctively holding their breath. They feared that even the slightest sound might disturb the man standing at the center of this purgatory. Chen Xuan, clad in a green robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The three women standing behind him exuded an aura of icy coldness, venomous danger, and inscrutable mystery. Merely their presence instilled a profound dread in this assembly of ruthless murderers. Now, shall we engage in a proper discussion regarding that transaction? Chen Xian's voice, soft yet resonant, shattered the oppressive silence. His words loomed over each individual like an intangible mountain, pressing heavily upon their hearts. With a sudden clatter, the blood jade goblet in the hands of Xuezi slipped from his grasp. The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed through the silent hall, a thunderous disruption. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. He attempted to smile, but the expression was more grotesque than a cry of despair. His gaze swept across the hall, taking in the powdered remains of the Yuan-ing elders, the melted blood of the Jin Dan protectors, and the white-clad woman. He finally comprehended that he was not merely confronting humans. He was in the presence of divine demons. Ignoring the drastic changes in Xuezi's countenance, Chen Xuan stepped forward, leisurely making his way towards the blood-soaked throne. Each footfall resonated like a drumbeat on the hearts of all present. Xuezi's body trembled violently, drenched in cold sweat, his luxurious robe clinging to him. He yearned to flee, yet felt as if he were nailed to the throne of beauties, utterly immobile. The enchanting demonesses beneath him had already collapsed into a state of terror, exuding a foul stench. Chen Xuan stood before Xuezi, looking down upon this so-called paragon of the northern wilderness with indifference. Did you not hear my previous words? I shall inquire once more, he paused, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Shall we discuss the transaction or not? Xuezi's lips quivered, his teeth chattered, producing a cacophony of clicking sounds. A warm liquid uncontrollably flowed from his loins, instantly saturating the throne beneath him. He had, in essence, been terrified into submission. He felt as though he were confronting not a mere foundation-building cultivator, but an unparalleled demon god emerging from the primordial chaos. Each gaze from Chen Xuan mercilessly crushed every ounce of pride he held as Xuezi. He attempted to speak, yet his throat felt as though seized by an invisible hand, rendering him utterly voiceless. A flicker of impatience crossed Chen Xuan's eyes as he slowly lifted his foot. Under the horrified gazes of the assembly, he gently pressed down. With a muffled thud, the unyielding obsidian floor fractured like a spider's web, cracks radiating from his point of impact. The entire estate of Xuezi trembled violently, although his foot did not land upon Xuezi. The overwhelming aura of dominance obliterated whatever remnants of dignity he clung to. It seems you are unwilling to negotiate. Chen Xuan retracted his foot, his tone turning frigid. In that case, your existence holds little value. He extended his hand, fingers splayed, poised to seize Xuezi's crown. The shadow of death enveloped Xuezi entirely. The instinct for survival finally triumphed over all fear and pride. With a desperate thud, Xuezi could no longer maintain his composure. Tumbling from the lofty throne to kneel before Chen Xuan, he grasped Chen Xuan's thigh with both hands, resembling the most abject of dogs. Let us negotiate. I am willing. Young Master Chen. No, Grandfather Chen. I am willing. Tears streamed down his face as he pressed it fervently against Chen Xuan's pant leg, wailing in desperation. I am willing to offer the heart of the demon god. I shall provide it immediately. I know where it is. I pledge my loyalty to you. From this day forth, I, Shui Wuya, shall be your most loyal hound. Please spare my life. In that moment, the future heir of the Blood River sect had entirely shattered all remnants of dignity, pride, and ambition. The other surviving demon cultivators in the hall gazed upon this spectacle, their minds fracturing. Even the esteemed Xuezi, their former leader, had succumbed. They no longer dared to hesitate, hastily kneeling and burying their heads deeply in the ground. We are willing to serve our master. We shall brave fire and water for our master. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan looked down at the thoroughly defeated Xuezi at his feet, his expression devoid of any emotion. He slowly raised his gaze, surveying the hall as it extended towards the very heart of the blood capital. There, a more terrifying and profound aura of demonic energy surged upward. Blood Emperor. Chen Xian's lips curled into a wry smile. Very well. Now, take me to meet your father. Within the hall, Xuezi's cries of despair pierced through the silence like a lamentation. He wept profusely, clinging desperately to Chen Xian's leg. His once handsome and ethereal visage now a grotesque mask of despair, devoid of any trace of his former glory. A pungent odor wafted from beneath him, a nauseating blend of blood and foulness that turned the stomach. Chen Xian's brow subtly furrowed as he discreetly shifted his foot half an inch to evade the spreading liquid. He found it repulsive. Attempting to shake off this filth, Chen Xian lifted his foot, provoking a frightful reaction from Xuezi, who believed Chen Xian intended to end him with a single step, tightening his grip even further. No, grandfather, do not kick me. I'm useful. I truly am useful. In a bid for survival, Xuezi's mind raced, incoherently shouting, the heart of the demon god. I know where another, larger fragment is. Truly, it is far more significant than the one within the sect. Additionally, the Blood River sect's treasury. Thousands of years of accumulation. I shall provide you with the key. All of it. My father. There is a hidden passage in his meditation chamber. I know its location. His cultivation of the blood divine meridian has flaws. And every full moon, his powers destabilize. I can reveal everything to you. He divulged his father and the entire Blood River sect, revealing all without reservation. Upon hearing the mention of a larger fragment, Chen Xian hesitated momentarily. A glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. Sensing this shift, Xuezi was flooded with elation. Knowing he had gambled correctly, seizing the opportunity, he released his grip on Chen Xian's thigh and prostrated himself on the ground, adopting the most devout and humble posture, extending his tongue to lick the surface of Chen Xian's shoe. Grandfather, your shoe is dirty. I shall clean it for you. However, before his tongue could touch the shoe, a foot gently pressed against his face. The pressure was minimal, yet rendered him completely immobilized. It was a humiliation that penetrated to the very core of his being, shattering his soul. A dog must behave like a dog. Chen Xian's voice was cold and emotionless as he looked down upon him. Unless commanded otherwise, you shall remain in your place. Xuezi's body trembled violently, his face pressed firmly against the cold ground, merging with the remnants of flesh and viscous blood. The humiliation nearly drove him to madness, yet he dared not display a hint of dissatisfaction. He could only lie on the ground like a true dead dog, utterly motionless, even his breath reduced to the faintest whisper. Excellent. A faint smile finally grazed Chen Xian's face. He slowly lifted his foot, then crouched down, extending a finger to point at Xuezi's brow. In an instant, Xuezi's body tensed, his eyes once again filled with boundless terror. Do not be nervous. Chen Xian's voice carried a peculiar charm. I'm merely offering you a chance for rebirth. As his words fell, a strand of golden true essence, imbued with the domineering aura of Chunyang Tunshin Gong, pierced into his soul like a scorching iron. Xuezi emitted a heart-wrenching wail that scarcely resembled human sound. He felt as if his soul had been cast into the sun's core, a force of utmost righteousness and vitality burning fiercely, purifying everything within him. Within his soul, all remnants of the blood divine technique and every inheritance of the Xue sect were consumed and obliterated by this overwhelming power. Subsequently, that strand of golden true essence transformed within the deepest recesses of his soul into a small, yet eternally radiant golden sun, a mark of absolute control, unique to Chen Xian. From this moment forth, Xuezi's life and death, his honor and disgrace, as well as every thought, will be governed by Chen Xian's will. Should Chen Xian wish for him to live, he would live. Should Chen Xian desire his death, a mere thought would ignite the golden sun, utterly evaporating his soul, leaving no chance for reincarnation. After completing all this, Chen Xian slowly withdrew his hand. Xuezi lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, like a puddle of mud, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicating that he was still alive. His cultivation remained, but his foundation and path had been irrevocably altered. He was no longer Xuezi of a Xue sect. He was merely a most humble dog beneath Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan stood up, no longer casting a glance in his direction. His gaze swept over the hall, taking in the other surviving demonic titans, who were already terrified beyond measure. Those who could shake the very ground of the northern wasteland with a stomp now trembled under Chen Xuan's scrutiny, each one silent as a grave. They witnessed firsthand how a proud son of heaven was toyed with, humiliated, and ultimately reduced to that of a dog. This dual assault on their senses and psyche had utterly shattered any will to resist. Thud! It was unclear who broke first. Soon after, like a row of dominoes collapsing. Thud! 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 All surviving demonic cultivators in the hall knelt without hesitation. They buried their heads deeply into the ground, their postures more humble and devout than that of Xuezi before them. We serve our master. We are willing to die for our master. We plead for mercy. The overwhelming cries for mercy echoed throughout the hall. Chen Xuan gazed upon the sight of the demons kneeling before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Slaughter is merely the most primitive means. True mastery lies in the conquest of the heart. What he desired was to instill an indelible fear deep within their souls. He approached the throne fashioned from countless skulls. With a swift kick, he shattered the seat of power into fragments. He did not sit. Instead, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, surveying the kneeling demons below with an air of sovereign authority. His voice resonated throughout the entire Xuezi residence. From this day forth, I am in command here. As his words settled, his gaze pierced through the shattered walls, directing towards the very heart of the Blood City. With a blood temple awaited, there a blood emperor in the transformation phase still resided. Chapter 67. Inventory of the Treasury. New clues overnight. The Xuezi residence had changed hands. This news was tightly contained within the hall. All those who had survived by sheer luck knelt upon the cold ground, like toothless tigers, not daring to breathe a word. Chen Xuan showed little interest in these terrified spoils of war, casually finding a relatively clean chair to sit upon. Lin Wan'er stood silently behind him. Her ice crystal sword vanished, yet she herself was a formidable weapon, an invisible chill monitoring the entire scene, preventing any thoughts of rebellion from taking root. Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon Xuezi, who had risen again, albeit with a back bent at a 90-degree angle. Xuezi shuddered, an almost grotesque smile of flattery contorting his face. From now on, you are still Xuezi. At these words, Xuezi trembled, a flicker of confusion and uncertainty passing through his eyes. However, Chen Xuan's tone shifted. Calm, yet unyielding. Your life is mine. Your soul is mine too. You will do as I command, and speak as I instruct. Do you understand? Yes. Yes. I completely understand, my master. Xuezi nodded fervently, his demeanor reduced to the dust beneath their feet. The golden mark within his soul, akin to the sun, perpetually scorched his will, reminding him of the terror that this man represented. Resistance? The mere thought would be instantly reduced to ashes. Very well. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction, gesturing to the disarrayed hall with a frown. This place is too filthy. I will grant you the time of a single incense stick to restore it to its original state. I do not wish to see a single drop of blood or scent of foulness. Yes, yes, I shall obey. Xuezi felt as though he had been granted a great pardon, immediately turning to the still kneeling demonic cultivators, bellowing with an even more ferocious tone than before. Are you all dead? Did you not hear the master's command? Within the time of a single incense stick, should I see even the slightest unclean thing, I shall personally toss you into the blood river to feed the fish. With this command, the demonic cultivators snapped back to reality, scrambling to their feet, each one hastily beginning to clean the scene. They employed various demonic techniques, summoning winds to whisk away the blood, conjuring demonic flames to incinerate the corpses, and even using treasures to scrape up the tainted tiles. In no time, the hall was transformed as if the massacre had never occurred. Xuezi even personally knelt on the ground, using his sleeve to wipe away an inconspicuous stain by Chen Xuan's feet before scurrying back to Chen Xuan, face alight with anticipation. Master, do you find it satisfactory? Chen Xuan did not even glance at him, his attention shifting to Yao Ling and Murong Shui. Yao Ling. Yes, my servant stands ready. Yao Ling stepped forward immediately. From this moment on, you shall take charge of the pill chamber and the herb store of the Xuezi residence. Within 3 days, I require a detailed inventory. All spirit herbs of grade 3 and above, demonic grasses, and rare pill formulas must be listed separately. Understood. A flicker of uncontrollable excitement shone in Yao Ling's eyes. For an alchemist, taking over a repository filled with an abundance of rare herbs collected by a demonic prodigy was akin to a mouse falling into a grain bin. Morong Shui, I am here. Morong Shui also stepped forward. The Great Mountain Guardian Array of the Shuaha sect, the 10,000 Souls Blood River Array, from this moment on, you shall be responsible for its dismantling. Chen Xuan flicked his fingers, and a beam of golden light penetrated Morong Shui's brow. This was a fragment of crucial information regarding the Grand Formation, extracted from the memories of the Blood Demon Elder. With this knowledge, they would swiftly locate the formation's eye and devise a scheme to reverse its control. I shall not fail in my mission. Morong Shui's delicate face radiated a confident and fervent glow. To personally unravel and even reverse a fourth-tier magic formation was a challenge and an honor that any formation master would covet. Once the tasks were assigned, Chen Xian's gaze returned to Xuezi. Lead me to your treasury. Yes, yes. Xuezi hurriedly took the lead, his demeanor more humble than that of the most devoted servant. The treasury was situated deep within the estate, safeguarded by numerous formidable barriers. Yet, in the presence of Xuezi himself, these defenses were as insubstantial as air. As the treasury doors creaked open, even Chen Xuan, who was accustomed to grand spectacles, could not help but display a flicker of astonishment. Inside the treasury, spiritual light and demonic energy intertwined, with an array of rare materials emanating their unique lusters. Piled high were precious ores such as Yinming cold iron and blood soul magic crystals. Rows of shelves were adorned with extraordinary magical artifacts. Swords, spears, halberds, banners, and cauldrons, all present in abundance. The most eye-catching were the dozens of open chests in the corner, brimming with sparkling high-grade spirit stones, roughly estimated to amount to several million. Indeed, as a prodigy of the demon path, Xuezi's wealth far surpassed that of the so-called families in Tianfeng County combined. Chen Xuan marveled inwardly, quickly scanning the treasury. Soon, he discovered an inconspicuous corner where a black sandalwood box was enveloped in layers of barriers. What lies within? Chen Xuan inquired, pointing at the box. Xuezi's expression shifted slightly, yet he dared not conceal anything and promptly replied, Master, inside is a fragmentary map of the ancient demon realm that I inadvertently acquired. A map? Chen Xuan's heart stirred. He reached out, and the black sandalwood box flew uncontrollably into his hands. He effortlessly broke the barriers and opened the box. Inside lay an ancient, tattered map crafted from unknown beast hide. Inscribed upon it in a language of the demon race, incomprehensible to him, were the markings of mountains and rivers. At the very center of the map was a heart symbol, drawn in crimson cinnabar, strikingly prominent. Beside it were several similarly blood-colored, twisted symbols. Though Chen Xuan could not decipher it, his chaotic Dao body experienced an overwhelming surge of primal desire. It was akin to a famished beast sensing the most delectable blood meal. It could not be mistaken. This was a map pointing towards a larger fragment of the heart of the ancient demon god. Chen Xuan tucked the map away, his spirits lifted. His gaze returned to the low-tier magical techniques and artifacts in the treasury that he had previously disregarded. An ingenious thought quietly emerged within his mind. System. Can these items be imprinted into the family's scripture repository? Beep. Yes. However, the demonic techniques and artifacts contain demonic energy and resentment, which may contaminate the repository if directly imprinted. It is suggested that the host first utilize the fortune refining furnace to refine and purify them before imprinting. The fortune refining furnace? Refinement and purification? A glimmer of brilliance shone in Chen Xuan's eyes. Was this not the transformation of waste into treasure, the utilization of refuse? He beheld a room filled with discarded items, and a radiant smile spread across his face. To others, these might be burdensome hot potatoes, but for him, they represented a supercharging treasure capable of providing infinite experience and resources for his family. From this day forth, the Blood River sect shall be my mine. Chapter 68. The Furnace Refining Treasures. Equal distribution in the underground chamber of Xuezi's estate, a place where he regularly secluded himself. Arrays of formations isolated it from the outside world. At this moment, the center of the chamber was filled with magical artifacts and jade slips of techniques scavenged from the treasury. their diverse energies mingling with a stench of blood and resentment that nearly solidified the air. Lin Wan'er, Yao Ling, and Murong Shui stood nearby, guarding Chen Xuan, their beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. They simply could not fathom why their man had gathered these worthless items here. Chen Xuan offered no explanation, instead slowly closing his eyes amidst their puzzled gazes. Buzz, an ancient, robust, three-legged furnace appeared behind him, its bronze body seemingly swirling with the movements of galaxies. Profound and unfathomable. The moment the furnace manifested, a grand will of refining all things and mastering fortune descended, causing the spiritual energy in the entire chamber to stagnate. The three women were taken aback. Murong Shui's pupils constricted, as a master of formations. She could distinctly sense that the Tao rhythm circulating within this furnace's phantom was infinitely more arcane than any formation she had encountered, as if it were the embodiment of the principles of heaven and earth. Yao Ling's celestial spirit body instinctively issued a warning, as though facing a formidable foe, her delicate face paling slightly. Only Lin Wan'er, whose soul was connected to Chen Xuan's, was least affected, yet her heart still stirred with tumult. Just how many secrets did her man harbor? Oblivious to the astonished expressions of the three women, Chen Xuan focused his thoughts. Refinement. The light of the fortune refining furnace surged, and an invisible pull emerged, drawing the mountain of magical jade slips into the furnace. Boom! The golden flames of fortune erupted. Those jade slips could not withstand even a breath, turning into billowing black smoke, intertwined with countless vengeful howls and unwilling roars. However, no matter how fiercely the black smoke surged, it could not shake the furnace in the slightest, under the scorching flames of fortune. All the mixed demonic thoughts and resentments were incinerated into nothingness. Ultimately, only a fist-sized energy body, radiating pure law's radiance, quietly floated at the center of the flames. This was the essence of the technique. Heavens! Yao Ling covered her mouth, utterly overturning her understanding as an alchemist. To refine the chaotic and wretched demonic techniques into the most pristine source energy, this was neither alchemy nor artifact forging. This was a miracle. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Chen Xuan raised his hand once more, hurling over 100 magical artifacts of varying ranks into the furnace. Swords, spears, halberds, banners, and cauldrons. These demonic implements, stained with the blood of the innocent, faced only one fate in the presence of the flames of fortune. Melting, all impurities and resentments were purified. In the end, only pure, radiant materials for crafting artifacts remained, shimmering like stars. Essence of 10,000-year Xian iron, mother of gung metal. Void crystal stone. Each was a coveted divine material that artifact masters outside could only dream of. Having completed this, Chen Xuan finally opened his eyes, his complexion slightly pale from the expenditure of fortune, yet unable to suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gazed upon his harvest. He flicked his fingers, and the essence of the technique split into two. The larger portion floated gently towards Yao Ling. The Sanfeng Chao Yang Shun Juyu possess emphasizes the essence of vitality and transformation. This source of energy encapsulates the quintessence of hundreds of magical arts. Though diverse, its abundance is sufficient to elevate your cultivation to new heights. Yao Ling gazed blankly at the energy form before her, feeling the overwhelming and pure power within. Her eyes instantly reddening. She understood the immeasurable value of this object. "Thank you, my lord," she said, bowing gracefully to Chen Xuan, her voice trembling slightly. Chen Xuan nodded, and then flicked a smaller source of cultivation technique towards Murong Shui. "Your foundation lies in formations. Do not be greedy, for this is ample to stabilize your cultivation at the pinnacle of the 9th level of foundation establishment." "I shall obey," Murong Shui replied, equally grateful. Finally, Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon a heap of top-tier refining materials, from which he selected void crystals, starry secret silver, and several other materials, presenting them to Murong Shui. "These are for you. Your path in formations has encountered a bottleneck. To advance further, you must possess a personal formation plate. Use these materials to forge your own strongest formation plate." Murong Shui stared at the divine materials she had only seen in ancient texts, her breath quickening. With these, she held absolute confidence that she could elevate her mastery of formations to a new level, becoming a true master of 4th-grade formations. Your great kindness, my lord, shall be etched in my heart forever. She once again bowed deeply to Chen Xuan. He accepted her gratitude with composure. After bestowing rewards upon the two, he turned his attention to the ever-quiet Lin Wanner, only to find her regarding him with a gaze that seemed to dance between smiles. Chen Xuan touched his nose and approached her, whispering with a chuckle, "As for you, what is yours is mine, and what is mine remains mine." Why distinguish so clearly? Lin Wanner's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him an annoyed glance. Yet beneath her exterior lay an unnoticeable smile. This was his method of governing, reward and reprimand, equally distributed. However, just as the atmosphere in the secret chamber was perfectly balanced, within the Blood River sect's forbidden ground at the Blood God Abyss, a faint cracking sound emanated from a colossal coffin crafted from millennial-old blood jade, deep within a magnificent demonic palace. Inside the coffin, a pair of blood-red eyes, closed for a century, slowly opened. In an instant, a terrifying and overwhelming aura, reminiscent of a god transformation stage pressure that could collapse the ages, flickered and vanished. "My son's presence is amiss." An ancient, hoarse voice imbued with supreme authority reverberated through the expansive demonic palace, each word spoken slowly, as if just awakened from an eternal slumber. "Moreover, the mark I left in the bloodline has been erased. Who dares to disturb the foundation of my Blood River sect?" The entire Blood God Abyss trembled violently. The surging blood river instantly erupted into a tumultuous frenzy. The Blood Emperor Ancestor, who had slumbered for a century, awakened. Chapter 69. The Ancestor Awakens. Storms approach just as Chen Xuan transformed all his spoils into the strength of his team, preparing to unleash his prowess. Within the Blood River sect's forbidden ground, the blood jade coffin, silent for 100 years, suddenly emitted a faint cracking sound. Though the noise was subtle, it struck like a thunderclap, shattering the oppressive stillness enveloping the area. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying will, as if awakened from the primordial chaos, surged forth. This formless and intangible will, upon its emergence, caused the entire Blood God Abyss to wail in despair. The raging blood river momentarily froze in a peculiar manner, then violently recoiled, evoking a cataclysmic wave. The countless vengeful souls drifting within the river, as if confronted by the most fearsome enemy, could not even emit a shriek, dissolving into silent terror. In that instant, every sorcerer within the Blood City, regardless of their cultivation level or location, felt a shudder emanating from the very depths of their bloodline and soul. Thud! Thud! Countless sorcerers uncontrollably fell to their knees, prostrating towards the Blood God Palace, some even spewing blood and fainting under the overwhelming will. Their faces were painted with fear, mingled with fervor and reverence. It is the Ancestor, the will of the Blood Emperor Ancestor. Heavens! The Ancestor has awakened from his century-long slumber. In the underground chamber of the Blood Sun's residence, Chen Xuan's expression changed dramatically the moment he sensed that will. He abruptly looked up, his gaze seemingly penetrating through layers of rock and barriers, locking onto the terrifying will that had awakened from the Blood God Palace, their essences meeting for a fleeting moment. God transformation. This was undoubtedly the will of a cultivator at the God transformation stage, transcending the nascent soul, though this will appeared somewhat frail and unstable due to its prolonged slumber. Its contained power remained as formidable as the celestial might, vast and unfathomable. So powerful, Lin Wanner's delicate face turned grave. Even her golden core stirred instinctively under the scrutiny of this will, her ice crystal sword half drawing from its sheath. Yao Ling and Mu Rong Shui turned pale, their bodies trembling slightly, had it not been for Chen Xuan standing before them, shielding them from the majority of the pressure. They feared that even the residual waves of this will could severely injure their souls. "Husband, has he noticed us?" Lin Wanner asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. "No." Chen Xuan shook his head, his gaze becoming unfathomably deep. "He has not discovered us." He paused, directing his attention to the Blood Sun, who had already been frightened into a quivering heap on the ground. He merely senses that something is wrong with the roots of his Blood River sect. The Blood Sun could distinctly feel the familiar pressure, originating from the depths of his bloodline, sweeping over him with an air of scrutiny and suspicion. That was the will of his grandfather, the supreme elder of the Blood River sect, Shui Qing Tian. "No, this will is 100 times more terrifying than my grandfather. This is the Ancestor." the Blood Emperor ancestor, who has been in seclusion for a century. The Blood Son's heart plummeted to the abyss. It was over. His greatest support, his grandfather at the peak of the nascent soul, was about to arrive, and he would soon face his true demise. However, after briefly scrutinizing him, the terrifying will seem to find no definitive anomaly. The pure yang mark Chen Xuan had inscribed upon his soul was remarkably profound, perfectly simulating his original aura without revealing a single flaw. Eventually, though gradually receded, yet a cold, authoritative decree resonated explosively within the minds of all nascent soul elders of the Blood River sect. Convene, Supreme Elder Xue Qing Tian. Immediately proceed to the Blood Son's residence to ascertain the reason. Should there be any unusual movement, execute without mercy. In the Blood Son's residence hall, as the Blood Son, trembling, relayed this decree to Chen Xuan, the atmosphere in the entire hall became once again suffocating. Xue Qing Tian? Mu Rongshue's expression turned exceedingly grim. According to intelligence, this individual was the Supreme Elder of the Blood River sect, a peak nascent soul cultivator, second only to the Blood Emperor. She took a deep breath, her voice tinged with despair. More importantly, he is the Blood Son's biological grandfather. He understands every move, every glance of the Blood Son. Having him come to investigate. We cannot possibly hide. Yao Ling's delicate face also reflected despair. A peak nascent soul, yet standing at the pinnacle of this world as hierarchy. Even the current Lin Wanner would find herself utterly devoid of any chance against him. Moreover, considering the fact that he operates from his own domain, capable of mobilizing the entire Xue sect's forces at will, this is a deadlock, a predicament in which escape is impossible. Nevertheless, Chen Xian's countenance remains serene. He merely lifts his teacup, gently blowing at the floating tea leaves, seemingly indifferent to the so-called Yuaning de Yuan man before him. Why fret? He remarks casually. When the soldiers come, we shall meet them. When the waters rise, we shall bury them. Should he arrive, let him come. Should he investigate, let him investigate. He sets the teacup down with a soft clink, his gaze falling upon the nearly petrified Xuezi, his lips curling into a playful smirk. However, the veracity of the information he uncovers remains to be seen. That will depend on whether our Xuezi Gongzi possesses sufficient acting skills. Upon hearing this, Xuezi trembles violently, his face contorting into a visage more ghastly than tears. You want me to deceive my astute grandfather, who has watched me grow up? That is more arduous than death. With despair etched across his features, he pleads, I cannot do it, master. Cannot. Chen Xian's eyes suddenly chill. Then you may as well perish. The sound of Xuezi's sobbing ceases abruptly. He realizes he has no choice. Murong Shui. Chen Xian's voice resonates once more. At your service. I need you to set up an illusion formation within the Xuezi residence. An exceptional illusion capable of bewildering even a Yuaning de Yuan man for a brief period. Chen Xian studies her, inquiring, can you accomplish this? A flicker of struggle flashes across Murong Shui's delicate features. Given her current capabilities, creating an illusion that could deceive a Yuaning de Yuan man seems nearly impossible. Yet, when she gazes into Chen Xian's eyes, filled with trust and encouragement, she grits her teeth and nods earnestly. I can. Yao Ling, at your service. I require you to concoct a specific elixir, one that can perfectly disguise Xuezi's presence through his aura, spiritual fluctuations, and even his behaviors. Is this challenging? Yao Ling's eyes shimmer with a mix of challenge and excitement. Please, master, grant me 3 hours and provide me with full access to the alchemy chamber. Very well. Chen Xian rises slowly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. He wishes to come. We shall accompany him and put on a splendid performance. His voice, though soft, brims with unparalleled confidence and authority. I shall see just how formidable this ancient demon, who has lived for over a millennium, truly is. And let him witness how his most cherished grandson is now reduced to serving me. Chapter 70, A Web of Fate. Awaiting his arrival in the underground chamber of the Xuezi residence, the air feels as though it has solidified, pressing heavily upon each heart present. Xue Qing Tian, Yuanin de Yuoma. These 5 words carry a chill more profound than any dark magic, nearly freezing the blood of Yao Ling and Murong Shui. What manner of existence is this? A living relic whose mere stomp could shake the entire northern wilderness demon domain. a terrifying being capable of extinguishing their very souls with a single breath. To establish a scheme potent enough to deceive such an ancient monster within an hour? Impossible. This is utterly implausible. Morong Shue's complexion pales, for as a formation master, she understands the immense difficulty involved. The consciousness of a Yuaning to Yuan man is like a bottomless abyss, discerning even the slightest detail. Any illusion before him would crumble like a child's doodle. Yao Ling shakes her head alongside her. While the elixir can mimic his aura and even alter spiritual fluctuations, the connection inherent in bloodlines stems from the essence of the soul. That is a natural law, utterly beyond the reach of any potion. Master, I cannot do it. Xuezi is utterly despondent, collapsing onto the ground like a puddle of mud, his voice laced with sorrow. My grandfather has watched me grow since childhood. He can sense even the slightest quickening of my heartbeat. To act in his presence, I would be torn apart the moment I utter my first word. He has no doubt that should he falter, his fate would be 100 times more tragic than dying at Chen Xuan's hands. Yet, Chen Xuan merely casts him a cold glance. If you cannot, then perish. These 5 simple words, devoid of warmth, strike Xuezi like a bucket of ice-cold water, extinguishing any flicker of hope in his heart. He realizes he has no choice. To act may offer a slim chance of survival. To refuse would mean certain death. Chen Xuan disregards the trembling figure, directing his gaze back to Morong Shui. In her deep-set eyes, there is no hint of anxiety, only an unwavering trust capable of igniting the latent potential within. Ordinary illusions will not suffice. What about the Si Xiang Sua Tianjin's Mirror Flower Water Moon chapter? Chen Xian's tone is calm. If his consciousness is like an abyss, then let us use the very veins of the Xuezi residents as ink, and this world as our canvas, painting an indistinguishable illusion. I will also share with you all the sensory nodes regarding the Wan Hun Shui, He Grand Formation from the Blood Demon Elder's memories. Will 10,000 high-grade spirit stones suffice for your ink? With each word, Morong Shui's eyes grow brighter. The pinnacle of illusionary arts within the Si Xiang Sua Tianjin. The core nodes of the Wan Hun Shui, He Grand Formation, coupled with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones as a driving force. This transcends mere formation. It is an extraordinary feat, crafted with resources and the finest legacy, a miracle that even heaven would take notice of. Her breath quickens, her chest rising and falling, as flames of ambition and confidence ignite within her beautiful eyes. She gazes at the man before her, seemingly capable of anything, and a surge of unprecedented fervor wells up from within. She nods emphatically, resolute. No need for 3 hours. 2 hours will suffice. Schwer is confident in establishing an unparalleled illusion that can ensnare even a transforming god ancestor for a moment. Excellent. Chen Xuan nods in satisfaction, then turns his attention to Yao Ling. Yao Ling's heart races, reaching her throat. If a 3rd-tier imitation elixir will not suffice, what a 4th-tier deceit elixir? Chen Xuan's lips curl into a smile. If the main ingredient of this elixir is Xuezi's life essence, if I were to impart to you the profound insights from the blood goddess path that I have extracted from the blood demon elder's memories, and if I provide you with a low-grade, earth-tier alchemy furnace, boom! Chen Xian's words crash like thunder in Yao Ling's mind. Using Xuezi's life essence as the catalyst, coupled with the profound insights of the blood goddess path as the formulation, utilizing an earth-tier furnace as the vessel. This is no simple task of refining a 3rd-tier elixir. This is a venture to defy the heavens and create a 4th-tier deceit elixir that is indistinguishable from the genuine article. Her pride and competitive spirit as a genius in alchemy ignite in that moment. Master, Yao Ling's beautiful eyes burst forth with an unprecedented brilliance. Give me but half an hour, and I swear to refine this elixir for you. Very well. Chen Xuan rises slowly, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Morong Shui, set the formation. Yao Ling, concoct the elixir. Want to protect them. With a single command, the entire underground chamber transforms into a meticulously orchestrated machine, operating at full speed. Morong Shui's fingertips danced gracefully as she sent her ray flags into the void, seemingly not arranging formations, but rather weaving an invisible net that spanned the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, on Yao Ling's side, The earth-grade Dan furnace roared to life as she cast in various demonic herbs, which were refined by the pure yang flame, purging all impurities and leaving only the most potent medicinal essence. This scene, which shattered her previous understanding, stirred her heart and mind, making her alchemical techniques even more fluid and adept. Chen Xuan's gaze ultimately settled upon the limp form of the blood scion. He approached and lightly pressed his finger to the scion's brow. Rather than employing harsh methods, he imparted a strand of pure, life-infused Dan energy, mending the heart meridian that had been damaged by shock. The warm, pristine vitality caused the blood scion, who had spent a lifetime practicing blood arts, to shudder. His eyes filled with bewilderment. What kind of power is this? It is neither blood malice nor yin shi, but life itself. A slap followed by a life-saving sweet date. Chen Xuan had long mastered the art of manipulation. Regulate your heartbeat, Chen Xuan's voice echoed in his ears. In a moment, you shall act as a dutiful grandson. If you fail, I shall not hesitate to allow your grandfather to collect your corpse himself. Time passed steadily. Half an hour later, the Dan furnace emitted a clear humming sound, and its lid soared into the air. A Dan, entirely blood-red and adorned with peculiar demonic patterns, exuding a soul aura identical to that of the blood scion, was seized by Yao Ling, young master. I have not failed you. 2 hours later, the underground secret chamber transformed dramatically. Pavilions, towers, and flowing streams appeared vividly, indistinguishable from the exterior blood scion manor. Even the faint hint of blood in the air was replicated with remarkable fidelity. Young master, the grand formation is complete. Murong Shue's delicate face bore a hint of paleness. Yet more evident was her uncontainable excitement and pride. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. He took the deceptive Dan and tossed it to the blood scion. Swallow it. The blood scion dared not hesitate and swallowed it in one gulp. As the Dan entered his abdomen, his breath, the fluctuations of his soul, and even the humble gaze that had been marred by fear were instantly cloaked and reshaped by an extraordinary power. In their place emerged the once magnificent and ethereal prince of blood. The net had been cast, and all was ready. Only the favorable wind was lacking. At that very moment, the temperature of the entire blood scion manor plummeted to freezing point. A terrifying and vast pressure, akin to the crushing weight of a perfected Yuan Ying, descended without warning. An ancient, cold voice, imbued with supreme authority, reverberated within the depths of every soul present. Rebellious grandson, open the door. The voice was not loud, yet it resonated like a haunting melody from the underworld, carrying an absolute, that commanded instant obedience. The moment the words were spoken, dozens of prohibitive formations throughout the manor silently dissolved like spring snow. The heavy iron gate of the estate creaked and slowly opened under an invisible force. Outside stood an elderly man clad in a dark red robe. His hair and beard were entirely white, his face rugged, and his form somewhat emaciated. Yet he stood there as if merging with the night. However, the flickering bloodlight that occasionally shot from his half-closed, murky old eyes rippled the very fabric of space, as if capable of piercing hearts and unraveling all worldly illusions. Blood River Sect's divine needle, the grand elder Shui Qingtian, perfected Yuaning, within the underground chamber. Amidst the mirage, as the figure appeared on the light screen, the blood scion trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. This was the fear etched deep within his bloodline. A primal shudder in the face of a natural enemy. What are you afraid of? Chen Xuan's indifferent voice echoed in his consciousness, dousing him with a bucket of ice water. Remember your identity. You're not my dog. You are the future master of Blood River Sect, Prince of Blood. Your grandfather has come to see you. You should be pleased. The words carried a unique spiritual force, forcibly calming the blood scion's disordered mind. His dilated pupils refocused. Taking a deep breath, the blood scion managed to contort his face into a twisted smile, a blend of ecstasy and excitement. Yes, grandfather. How'd you come to be here? He scrambled to his feet, clumsily rushing towards the exit of the chamber, his eager demeanor akin to that of a dutiful grandson reuniting with a long-lost elder. Within the chamber, Chen Xuan remained seated, his expression devoid of any disturbance. Through the pure yang imprint within his soul, the blood scion's senses were entirely synchronized with him. This grand performance had him as both the sole audience and the exclusive director. In the blood scion manor, the hall, The blood scion tumbled into the hall, and upon seeing the familiar and imposing figure, tears instantly streamed down his face. Grandfather! He fell to his knees before Qingtian, embracing the elder's leg and weeping uncontrollably. Grandfather, I've missed you so much. I thought I would never see you again. This display, full of tears and heartfelt sorrow, would have moved anyone unaware of the context. Qingtian gazed down at his grandson, who cried like a 300-pound child, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his otherwise placid eyes. He extended his withered hand and gently patted the blood scion's head. Enough! You are no longer a child. Why the tears? This is unbecoming. His voice remained cold, yet now bore a hint of warmth. Get up and speak. Yes, grandfather. The blood scion wiped his tears and rose, yet kept his head bowed, as if bearing an immense grievance. Qingtian's gaze swept over the hall. It was impeccably clean, devoid of any disorder, as if meticulously polished by magic. His consciousness spread like an invisible tide, enveloping the entire blood scion manor, scanning from every speck of dust in the ground to every tile on the roof, going back and forth, inch by inch. There were no signs of struggle, no unfamiliar presence. Even the few Yuan-ing elders within the sect remained undisturbed in their abodes, their breaths steady and without anomaly. Everything appeared excessively normal. Speak. Qingtian withdrew his consciousness and fixed his gaze back on his grandson. What transpired? Why have you disturbed the ancestor? The blood scion's body shuddered, his expression rapidly shifting to one of fear and anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Grandfather, you must stand up for me. Just now, that fellow named Chen Xuan from Tianfeng county barged in a blood city with his people. He even brazenly delivered an invitation to me, claiming he wanted to discuss a significant matter. What? A cold glint flashed in Qingtian's eyes. He came? Indeed. The blood scion nodded vigorously, his face brimming with disdain and contempt. I originally thought he was some formidable figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, accompanied by a half-step Yuan-ing female cultivator, thinking it would be somewhat interesting. I had no idea he was merely a silver-plated brass head. Utterly foolish. He had the audacity to claim that our Blood River sect should serve him as its master. As the conversation unfolded, Xuezi could not suppress a laugh, a sound tinged with absurdity. Grandfather, how can there be such foolish individuals in this world? Qingtian furrowed his brow tightly. Could the situation truly be this uncomplicated? And then, he inquired in a low voice. And then, Xuezi's smile transformed into a cruel and triumphant grin. The grandson would naturally play along, feigning compliance to keep him spinning in circles. Just as he believed his grandson was about to submit completely, the grandson activated the life-preserving jade talisman bestowed by him, obliterating him along with those 3 oblivious women into mere ashes. As he spoke, he produced a shattered dark red jade talisman from his bosom, holding it aloft. The talisman still bore a trace of the terrifying aura belonging to the perfected Yuan-ing stage, the very life-saving card crafted by Qingtian himself. Fearing that the blood of those inept women would tarnish the grandfather's sight, Xuezi had already ensured that everything here was tidied up. With a face full of self-satisfaction, he boasted, his expression begging for praise. Observing his grandson's smug demeanor and glancing at the broken talisman, Qingtian's doubts dissipated significantly. The entire process was seamless, perfectly in line with his grandson's usual brashness, yet cowardly nature. Perhaps he had indeed overthought the matter. That fellow named Chen Xuan was merely a lucky upstart, unaware of the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. However, just as he prepared to admonish his grandson with a few words before departing, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Xuezi's left hand, which trembled slightly in excitement. More precisely, it landed on his pinky finger, which was twitching involuntarily. Qingtian's pupils constricted suddenly. Chapter 72. A flaw emerges. Hidden malice. Qingtian's gaze, like 2 invisible steel nails, was firmly affixed to his grandson's quivering pinky. His expression was one of indifference, revealing no emotion. Yet, a fleeting glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in his murky old eyes. Something was amiss. He knew his grandson too well. Xuezi was arrogant and conceited, yet his resolve was fragile. He possessed a subconscious habit that he himself had not recognized. Whenever he felt intense anxiety or told a colossal lie, his left pinky would twitch uncontrollably. This secret was known only to him, the grandfather, within the entire Xue sect. And now, this small gesture had manifested. This signified that the previous display of tears and eloquence was a complete fabrication. The boy named Chen Xuan had not perished. He, along with his 3 women, was currently hiding in some corner of the Xuezi residence. They had even managed to manipulate his foolish grandson. This realization struck Xue Qingtian like a bolt of black lightning, igniting an indescribable fury that surged from the depths of his heart. How many years had it been since he attained the perfected Yuanying stage, becoming a figure of unparalleled authority in the northern wilderness demon domain? It had been years since anyone dared to provoke him or mock him in such a way, to even target his beloved grandson, seeking death. The murderous intent boiled within Xue Qingtian, yet he remained motionless. He maintained his facade of calmness, even his gaze betraying no change. The enemy lurked in the shadows, observing his every move. He could not act hastily. He would let them fall into his trap. He would allow these self-righteous hunters to experience true despair. Oof. Xue Qingtian snorted coldly, allowing just a hint of frustration to surface on his face. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Xuezi's face. The sharp crack echoed throughout the hall. Xuezi spun 3 circles from the force of the blow, half of his face swelling instantly, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He stood there in a daze. Why did grandfather strike me? Had he discovered something? A wave of profound fear engulfed him once more. You foolish child. Xue Qingtian pointed a finger at him, unleashing a torrent of scolding, his voice brimming with disappointment. Who permitted you to use the life-preserving jade talisman I bestowed upon you? A mere foundation establishment brat, a half-step Yuanying female cultivator, is worth wasting this sole, life-saving card on? Do you have any idea how much effort this talisman cost me? It was meant for you to use in the face of formidable foes at the brink of life and death. And you chose to employ it against a few ignorant ants. You truly drive me to the brink of madness. Xue Qingtian feigned deep sorrow, clutching his chest and lamenting dramatically. Xuezi, drenched in humiliation, felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. So it turned out that grandfather was merely pained over the talisman. What a fright. He quickly knelt down, clutching Xue Qingtian's thigh once more, sobbing and repenting. Grandfather, I was wrong. I realized my mistake. I was simply blinded by that boy's arrogance in the heat of the moment. Enough. Xue Qingtian interrupted impatiently. Since the deed is done, there is no point in further discussion. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced slowly within the hall. After a moment, he halted, turning around to issue an unyielding command. Though this matter was your unilateral decision, it has also eliminated a potential threat to our Xue sect. However, that fellow named Chen Xuan, with his mysterious origins and ability to bring about the silent blood demon demise, likely has more to him than meets the eye. To be safe, you will remain within the estate from now on, and you are forbidden from venturing out. I will personally oversee the situation until we uncover the truth. Having spoken, he disregarded Xuezi, his figure swaying as he made his way toward the back courtyard, to the training chamber that only Xuezi could access. He intended to wait patiently for the mice lurking in the shadows. In the underground chamber, within the illusion array, Chen Xuan observed everything happening in the hall through the light screen. Upon witnessing Xue Qingtian's slap and the impeccably crafted reprimand, he chuckled. How intriguing. Truly, one could not underestimate a cunning old fox who had lived for over a millennium. His acting skills far surpassed those of his incompetent grandson. Beside him, Murong Xue's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Has the young master discovered something? He has, Chen Xuan replied succinctly and affirmatively. What? Both Yao Ling and Murong Xue turned ashen. To be discovered by a peerless powerhouse at the perfected Yuanying stage, who then feigned ignorance while guarding their doorstep, was akin to being trapped by a prehistoric beast in a cave. What do we do now? Yao Ling's heart raced to her throat. Flee? The entire estate is under his mental domain. Where can we escape to? Fight? He is a perfected Yuanying. A profound despair, deeper than before, enveloped the hearts of the 2 women. However, on Chen Xuan's face, tranquility prevailed. Not only was he devoid of any tension, but his eyes also sparkled with a glimmer of excitement akin to that of a worthy opponent. Who said we are to flee? He turned to Lin Wanner beside him and smiled. He intended to lie in wait. Then let us play along with their scheme. He extended his hand. gently caressing Lin Wanner's slightly protruding abdomen, feeling the chaotic breath teeming with boundless vitality within. Just right, my child ought to witness the world. His voice was soft and tender. Let this flesh, belonging to a perfected Yuan Ying, serve as my son's first welcome gift. Chapter 73, Playing Along. Luring the opponent into the trap in the secret chamber of Xuezi Mansion, Shueqing Tian sat cross-legged, resembling a desolate stone statue, merging seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. His consciousness had transformed into an invisible net, intricately enveloping the entire mansion. Every inch of brick and every wisp of air lay within his perception. He was waiting for the rat hidden in the shadows to reveal itself in its impatience. To him, it was merely a matter of time. Being trapped in a cage by a perfected Yuan Ying, the omnipresent pressure was enough to crush the spirit of any Jindan cultivator. Yet a day passed. 2 days passed. Within Xuezi Mansion, an eerie silence prevailed. Aside from the quaking footsteps of the servants, there was no sign of abnormalities. The anticipated chaos and flaws had yet to materialize. For the first time, a subtle twitch appeared on Shui Qingtian's ancient visage. Could it be that he was being overly cautious? This thought flickered in his mind, but was swiftly extinguished. No, absolutely not. He trusted his intuition, honed over a millennium. That small movement was no mere coincidence. The enemy remained. They had merely employed a method he could not discern to conceal themselves. The more this was the case, the heavier Shui Qingtian's heart became. The ability to evade his consciousness represented something that compelled him to take it seriously. Playing tricks. Shui Qingtian slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting crimson glint flashing deep within his murky pupils. Patience had worn thin. Since the rat refused to emerge from its hole, he would set fire to the entire den. Grandson, a thunderous roar echoed like thunderclaps across the sky over Xuezi Mansion. Bloodsy, who was anxiously fidgeting in the front yard, was startled and fell from his chair, scrambling towards the rear courtyard. Grandfather, what are your commands? Go. Shui Qingtian did not even lift his eyelids, pointing outside the mansion, his voice devoid of warmth. Bring me the leader of the Heishui gang from the west of the city. Huh? Bloodsy was taken aback. The leader of the Heishui gang? That was also a Yuan Ying early-stage demon, usually keeping to themselves. What was grandfather planning? Does this old man need to repeat himself? Shui Qingtian's gaze finally settled on him. That look sent chills down Bloodsy's spine. No. Grandson will go at once. Bloodsy, terrified, dared not ask further questions and turned, leading a team of blood shadow guards, racing towards the west of the city. In the underground secret chamber, within the illusion array, Murong Shui gazed at Shui Qingtian's grim face on the light screen, feeling a chill in her heart. Young master, he is growing impatient. Chen Xuan, holding a teacup, displayed no hint of disturbance, preparing to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, using bloodshed to disrupt their minds, forcing them into chaos. Then Yao Ling's voice tightened. He wishes to perform, and we shall indulge him. Chen Xuan set down his teacup, a playful glint in his eyes. Not only did he intend to watch, but he also wished to assist him in making this performance even more convincing. He turned to Murong Shui and issued a command that left both women perplexed. Murong Shui, at your service. When Shui Qingtian makes his move, you will activate the illusion array, amplifying the pain experienced by the Heishui gang leader tenfold and projecting it directly into our dear Bloodsy's mind. Chen Xuan stated calmly. I want him to feel it firsthand. Huh? Murong Shui and Yao Ling exchanged glances. Wasn't this akin to tormenting their own? Only Lin Wanner glanced at Chen Xuan, her lips silently curving upwards. Husband, you're about to commence your mischief again. Half an hour later. Shui Qingtian, what is your meaning? The leader of the Heishui gang, a burly demon with a face full of flesh, was unceremoniously thrown into the center of the hall, bound tightly. Although his cultivation was sealed, his ferocity remained, and he began to curse vehemently. My Heishui gang has no grievances with your Blood River sect. You capture me without reason. Do you seek war? Shui Qingtian remained unperturbed, slowly approaching him, his withered palm gently pressing against the leader's crown. Nothing much. Shui Qingtian's voice was light, yet it carried a chilling cruelty. I merely wish to borrow your soul to pave a way. As his words fell, he began to search the soul. A wretched scream, distorted in agony, instantly reverberated throughout the hall. The leader's sturdy form stiffened, convulsing violently, with not blood, but a mixture of soul fragments and black smoke seeping from his 7 orifices. Shui Qingtian's expression remained impassive, appearing focused as he tore through the other's memories. Yet, at that moment, Bloodzi, forced to witness this torment, suddenly softened without warning, trembling violently. His complexion turned as pale as paper. His eyes, dilated, brimmed with boundless fear and anguish. He opened his mouth, but could not emit a sound, his throat producing raspy noises, as if the one being searched was not the leader of the Heishui gang, but he himself. This almost imperceptible anomaly was like a flash of lightning in the night, instantly captured by Shui Qingtian's keen senses. The hand pressing against the leader's head abruptly halted. He had found it. Chapter 74. The actor's performance, truth and deceit indistinguishable. Shui Qingtian's heart trembled violently, yet his killing intent grew more restrained. On the surface, he maintained the guise of being wholly engrossed in the soul search, betraying no signs of abnormality. Yet his consciousness had transformed into the most precise probe, silently locking a nearly imperceptible thread of investigative power onto his grandson. He was testing. He sought to ascertain whether his grandson's sudden anomaly stemmed from fear induced by this bloody scene, or if it was, indeed, a deliberate flaw presented by those hidden in the shadows, in the underground secret chamber within the illusion array. Not good. Young master, he has discovered it. Murong Shui gasped, feeling a powerful probing consciousness so intense that it sent shivers through her soul, locking onto Bloodzi. Should Bloodzi exhibit even the slightest misstep, the opponent would undoubtedly unleash a swift and merciless strike. Yao Ling was so tense that her fingertips turned cold. It was over. This time it was truly the end. However, Chen Xuan's expression remained eerily calm. He even lifted his hand to pour himself a cup of tea, his gaze a bottomless abyss. Do not panic. A splendid performance has only just commenced. Utilizing the imprint of his soul, he issued a second command to the blood child, who was on the verge of having his spirit shattered by fear. Weep, then retch. Within the grand hall, just as Shui Qingtian was wholly engrossed in probing the soul vibrations of his grandson, the blood child began to cry. His sobs were deeper, more heartrending, and more sorrowful than ever before. He wailed like a 3-year-old, utterly devoid of dignity, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Shortly thereafter, he bent over abruptly, clutching the crimson pillar beside him, and began to heave violently. His expression suggested that he was witnessing not merely another soul being searched, but rather his own being subjected to 1,000 cuts. This unexpected scene left Shui Qingtian momentarily stunned. His probing consciousness instinctively faltered. What was happening? Crying out of fear? Vomiting as well? How utterly disgraceful! A surge of furious disappointment welled up within him. His grandson, the future heir of the Blood River sect, reduced to this pitiable state by the mere act of soul searching? It was as if he had cast the sect's reputation into the desolate wastelands of the northern abyss. Little did he know that the blood child was genuinely nauseated and terrified. In his mind, the illusion crafted by Murong Shui magnified the image of the Black Water Gang's leader, whose soul was being torn apart, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, his body convulsing. 1,000-fold. The wretched screams echoed like a demonic melody. The pungent scent of blood lingered at the tip of his nose, and the excruciating pain of a soul being ripped apart was replaying in a 360-degree loop within his mind, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. Such fear and revulsion, stemming from the depths of his soul, could not possibly be feigned. You useless wretch, Shui Qingtian cursed, finally retracting his probing consciousness. Much of his earlier suspicion dissipated. In his view, there could be no illusion sophisticated enough to replicate the most primal physiological responses of a cultivator. His grandson was nothing short of a complete failure. He disregarded the retching child, redirecting all his focus back to the soul search. Speak. What more did that lad named Chen Xuan do to you? In the underground chamber, Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly. This cunning old fox was still probing. His target was not merely to uncover Chen Xuan's origins, but to extract information from his own grandson through this method. If the blood child were to exhibit any hint of abnormality upon hearing Chen Xuan's name, then all previous efforts would be in vain. How intriguing. A smirk of amusement escaped Chen Xuan's lips as he issued a third command to the blood child. Continue retching. Then, adopting a tone of bewilderment laced with disdain, He inquired, "Who is Chen Xuan?" Inside the grand hall, as he retched, the blood child lifted his face, smeared with filth and as pale as parchment. With an expression reminiscent of someone recovering from a hangover, his head pounding, he looked at his grandfather. "Grandfather, what are you saying? Chen Xuan?" He furrowed his brow, displaying a semblance of confusion as he struggled to recall. Then he slapped his forehead, his face transforming into one of sudden realization mixed with utter contempt. "Oh, I remember now. Isn't he the fool from Tianfeng County whom I shattered with a jade talisman? Why are you mentioning him, grandfather? That kind of insignificant insect is even worthy of your personal soul search." His tone was rife with confusion and a hint of disdain for his grandfather's overreaction. At that moment, the blood child seemed to embody the essence of an actor. He vividly portrayed a conceited, arrogant, yet cowardly figure who would bully the weak while fearing the strong, with remarkable depth. Watching his grandson's performance, Shui Qingtian's last shred of doubt evaporated completely. He believed it. He truly believed it. It appeared he had indeed overthought the matter. In this world, no illusion could possibly deceive his consciousness, nor could any enemy control his grandson. What existed was merely a foolish and arrogant outsider who had stumbled upon good fortune, along with a grandson as useless as a pile of mud. Thus, Shui Qingtian, with a sense of waning interest, loosened his grip. The body of the Blackwater Gang's leader instantly disintegrated into ash. He could hardly be bothered to cast another glance at the blood child and turn to leave. He felt that remaining in this place any longer would inevitably lead to his own demise at the hands of his ineffectual grandson. However, at the very moment he turned, a clear, youthful voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of the underworld, unexpectedly resonated within the hall. "This grandpa smells even tastier than that one." That voice, innocent and sweet, carried an air of untainted naivety. Yet, the content of the words struck like a bucket of icy water poured from the abyss, freezing the temperature of the entire hall. Tastier? The foot that Shui Qingtian was about to set outside the secret chamber abruptly froze in midair. He stood rigid, his entire being paralyzed. "Sao, in being." He turned around. The earlier frustration directed at his grandson vanished, replaced by an overwhelming surge of blood-red fury. "Who is it? Who spoke just now?" His vast consciousness erupted into a tempest of destruction, scanning every inch, every corner, and even every speck of dust within the blood child's estate, compressing it into oblivion. Yet, there was nothing but the pitiful, disheveled figure of his grandson on the ground, and a group of frightened servants huddled in the corners, having forgotten how to breathe. No other living being was present. An illusion? The thought barely flickered in Shui Qingtian's mind before he forcefully extinguished it. Absurd. As a fully realized Yuaning expert, with willpower as unyielding as divine iron and a spirit as stable as a mountain prison, how could he be susceptible to hallucinations? That voice had undoubtedly been real. "Who is it?" Shui Qingtian squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, unleashing a terrifying pressure that erupted from within him. The beams and pillars of the blood child's estate groaned under the weight of this oppressive force, as if they might collapse at any moment. In the underground chamber, within the illusion, Lin Wan'er, Yao Ling, and Murong Shui turned pale as paper. Their hearts felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, nearly leaping from their throats. They could hardly fathom that at this most critical moment, when they were poised to execute their grand plan, such an unforeseen complication would arise. The voice just now was all too familiar to them. It was Fanner, the son of Chen Xuan, Chen Fan. How could this little ancestor suddenly speak at this moment? Moreover, he uttered such a shocking statement, one that could pierce the heavens. "This is it. This time, it is truly, utterly over." The gazes of the three women instinctively turned towards the man who remained unfazed, Chen Xuan. At this moment, a rare expression of helpless amusement appeared on Chen Xuan's face. He had not anticipated that his precious son would be so formidable. The moment he spoke, it was a direct hit. He could distinctly sense the marvelous connection of blood between himself and his son. That remark was not a deliberate utterance from his child. Rather, it was a primal instinct born of his chaotic Tao body, triggered by the overwhelming essence and soul of Shui Qingtian, expressing an innate desire and evaluation of food. To this little one, the perfected Yuaning Shui Qingtian was a feast of unparalleled flavor, aroma, and visual appeal. It seemed that this act could no longer continue. Chen Xuan sighed softly. Since their trump card had been revealed, There was no need to hide any longer. He smiled at Lin Wanner beside him. My dear, it is our time to take the stage. Inside the hall, Xueqing Tian was frantically searching for the source of that voice with his divine sense. His expression was as dark as a stormy cloud, and the sensation of having an enemy right before him, yet being unable to locate them, drove him nearly to madness. Just then, the ground beneath him suddenly began to twist and distort without warning. Pavilions and flowing water, like a burst bubble, shattered inch by inch. In their place, an empty underground chamber filled with mysterious array patterns emerged, revealing the four figures he'd been desperately seeking for days. Xueqing Tian's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. His gaze was fixated on the leading young man clad in a blue robe. It is indeed you. His voice was cold and piercing, each word laced with overwhelming murderous intent. However, Chen Xuan paid him no mind. His gaze was gently directed towards Lin Wanner's embrace. Their small boy, perfectly chiseled and appearing around 5 or 6 years old, was curiously peeking out, with one golden eye and one black. He stared at Xueqing Tian, a thin trickle of saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. Fanner, Chen Xuan ruffled his little head and asked with a smile, Did you just say he tastes great? Yes. Chen Fan nodded vigorously, extending his delicate little hand to point at Xueqing Tian. Speaking in a serious yet innocent tone, he is 100 times more fragrant than the bad grandpa from earlier. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan could no longer contain his laughter, which burst forth with unabashed joy and arrogance. Meanwhile, Xueqing Tian's face twisted in fury upon hearing Chen Fan's words. Bad grandpa, 100 times more fragrant? The esteemed elder of the Blood River sect, a perfected Yuanying, was being treated as food by a mere child? What a profound humiliation. What an extraordinary disgrace. Find them. Kill them. Xueqing Tian completely lost control. He could no longer consider any tests or schemes. At this moment, he was consumed by a singular thought, to shred these ignorant ants, along with the audacious little brat who dared to insult him, into pieces. Boom! A terrifying magical force, 10 times stronger than before, erupted. A massive claw, formed from pure blood evil energy, materialized in the air, descending upon Chen Xuan's family with the might to tear the heavens asunder. This claw was capable of flattening an entire city. Under this overwhelming pressure, Yao Ling and Murong Shui could barely stand, their faces pale as paper, filled with despair. Yet at that moment, the exquisitely crafted boy, Chen Fan, who had been cradled in Lin Wanner's arms, suddenly sprang into action. He lightly leaped from Lin Wanner's embrace, his small body hovering in midair. He gazed at the descending blood claw, devoid of any fear in his peculiar eyes. Instead, there was only an expression of excitement and desire for food. He opened his cherry-like mouth and gently inhaled towards the world-destroying blood claw. In the next moment, time and space, along with the cataclysmic blood claw, became utterly frozen at the sound of that gentle inhalation. Chapter 76. Tao Body Devours Heaven, the Ancestor in Shock. The soft sound, though small, pierced through the eerie silence of the hall like a needle. It resembled a starving child greedily slurping the last drop of thick soup from a bowl. Xueqing Tian's eyes, nearly bursting, were filled with blood vessels. He watched in horror as the claw, forged from his millennia of cultivation and capable of crushing mountains and rivers, began to dissolve. No, it was not dissolving. It was being devoured. Centered around the exquisitely crafted boy, countless dark and minuscule spatial rifts spread like a spider's web. The immense blood claw, along with the blood, evil energy, and the power of the laws contained within it, was drawn into a bottomless abyss, consumed with such ferocity that not even a ripple surfaced. In the span of a single breath, that claw, which could instill terror in the hearts of any Yuanying cultivator, vanished without a trace, clean and complete. The boy, Chen Fan, suspended in midair, contentedly let out a burp. A small amount of pure energy, tinged with a faint metallic taste, spilled from his mouth. He smacked his lips, his peculiar eyes revealing a hint of disdain. The flavor was rather average. The entire hall fell silent. Xueqing Tian's legs weakened, and he collapsed on the ground, a warm dampness beneath him revealing that he had been so frightened that he lost control. Yao Ling and Murong Shui stood with their mouths agape, their minds blank, utterly unable to comprehend what they had witnessed. What had they just seen? A child who appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old had consumed the full force of a perfected Yuanian cultivator's attack in one bite. Afterward, he even critiqued that it was a bit salty. What kind of monster is this? Blood Qing Tian's body stiffened in place, the color draining from his ancient face, becoming paler than that of corpse. In his heart, it was no longer a tempest of shock, but the collapse and shattering of his entire worldview. He had lived for 1,000 years, seen prodigies with innate sword bodies, encountered monsters bearing the bloodline of divine beasts, and even slain so-called children of destiny with his own hands. However, he had never witnessed, nor even heard of, such an absurd and unreasonable existence. This transcended his entire understanding of the term genius. This being simply should not have been born into this world. A monstrous aberration. Blood Qingtian's teeth trembled violently, his voice brimming with a terror that emanated from the depths of his soul. He was frightened. He was genuinely afraid. He harbored no doubt that if this little monster were to take even a single sip, his painstakingly cultivated power over millennia, along with his very soul, would be devoured as if it were mere dessert. Flee. He must escape from this place immediately. This thought surged through his mind like wild grass, consuming every corner of his consciousness. He could no longer concern himself with the dignity of his ancestors or the honor of his sect. With a sudden bite of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of his life essence, preparing to execute the Blood River sect's most supreme blood escape secret technique. However, at the very moment he was about to move, a cold, emotionless voice echoed in his ear. "Old fool, have I allowed you to leave?" Blood Qingtian's body froze in shock as he turned around in horror. Unbeknownst to him, the young man in the green robe, Chen Xuan, whom he had always regarded as an insignificant ant, had already appeared behind him. A playful smile graced Chen Xuan's face, and in his hand, he held an ancient, three-legged cauldron that seemed to be forged from bronze and starlight, adorned with intricate patterns of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and vegetation. A dominirinoha, one that commanded fate and refined all things, radiated from the cauldron. It was the Qi Yin Rong Lu. Who are you? Blood Qingtan gazed at the cauldron, feeling the overwhelming pressure that sent shivers through his very soul, and let out a desperate howl. Who I am is of little importance. Chen Xuan chuckled softly. What matters is that you and your entire Blood River sect will soon become the first nourishment for my son's growth. As his words fell, Chen Xuan's gaze turned icy, and he pointed the Qi Yun Rong Lu at the utterly terrified Blood Qingtian. Absorb. The cauldron burst forth with brilliant light, an indescribable power of devouring, enveloping Blood Qingtian in an instant. No. Blood Qingtian let out a sorrowful scream of unwillingness, frantically channeling all of his demonic essence in a futile attempt to resist. Yet, his perfected Yuan Ing cultivation appeared pitifully insignificant in the face of the furnace that seemed capable of swallowing the very heavens and earth. His body, his cultivation, his soul, his fate were all being irreversibly pulled and devoured in a manner he could not resist. Ultimately, with a cry of despair, this legendary tyrant who had roamed the northern desolation for millennia, the supreme elder of the Blood River sect, Blood Qingtian, was forcibly drawn into the Qi Yun Rong Lu, transforming into the purest energy. Ding! Successfully suppressed and refined Blood River sect's supreme elder Blood Qingtian, Yuan Ing perfected. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50,000 Qi Yun points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fragment of a pseudo-law, blood slaughter. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a vial of Yuan Ing perfected soul essence. Congratulations, host. Your golden finger multi-child blessing system has progressed by 10 due to the absorption of immense high-quality energy. A series of system prompts echoed in Chen Xuan's mind. Feeling an unprecedented wealth of gains, Chen Xuan revealed a satisfied expression. He stowed away the Qi Yun Rong Lu and cast his gaze over the weakened Blood Z, as well as the demonic cultivators outside the secret chamber who were equally stunned. His voice rang out once more, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Now, take me to see your Blood Emperor. Chapter 77. The Blood Emperor emerges. Father and son face off Blood God Abyss, a forbidden zone, Blood God Palace. This place is the heart of the Blood River sect, its most revered holy ground. The entire hall is carved from a single massive crimson crystal, naturally formed, with a pervasive and unyielding scent of rust filling the air. Within the spacious hall, a blood jade coffin, measuring 100 feet in length, quietly hovers in the center. The surface of the coffin is adorned with intricate demonic patterns, resonating faintly with the flowing blood rivers beneath the ground. Each breath of energy causing ripples in the space around it. A terrifying aura, slumbering for eons, seeps from the coffin, oppressive enough to render one breathless. Here lies the stabilizing force of the Blood River sect, the Blood Emperor, the transformation elder who has been in seclusion for a century. At this moment, outside the Blood God Palace, Chen Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene, his gaze penetrating the dimness of the hall, landing upon the enormous blood jade coffin. Behind him, the three women, Lin Wan'er, Yao Ling, and Murong Shui, wore solemn expressions, each on guard. Meanwhile, Blood Z, like a dog stripped of its spine, lay prostrate on the ground, trembling as though he were a leaf caught in the wind. He dared not raise his head, not even to breathe audibly. Just moments ago, he had witnessed with his own eyes his grandfather, Blood Qingtian, who had achieved Yuan Ying perfected, being effortlessly consumed by this man using a strange little cauldron, with even a hint of struggle appearing superfluous. The shock of that scene had utterly shattered his will and any semblance of hope. He understood well that what he had summoned was not a human. And now, this demonic figure had turned his attention to the Blood River sect's final and strongest trump card, the Blood Emperor. Master, Blood Z's voice was hoarse and dry, filled with profound terror. The elder is currently in a deep slumber and will not awaken easily. We should leave now. He summoned his last vestige of courage, attempting to resist. Oh, Chen Xuan turned, casting a nonchalant glance at him. Are you instructing me on what to do? Blood Z's body stiffened, fear nearly taking his spirit, and he hurriedly pressed his forehead against the cold ground with a heavy thud. No, I dare not. This servant would never. I only worry that disturbing the elder would bring unnecessary trouble to you, my lord. Trouble? Chen Xuan chuckled. He turned back, his gaze once more fixed on the blood jade coffin, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. I have come today precisely to seek trouble. As his words fell, he disregarded the nearly terrified Blood Z. He leaned toward Lin Wan'er and whispered, Wan'er, keep an eye on Fanner for me. Then he took a deep breath. The Chunyang Tun Tiangong erupted within him, unleashing his peak foundational true essence without reservation. Behind him, a three-headed, six-armed chaotic demon avatar slowly coalesced, silently roaring toward the heavens. Get out here! Chen Xuan roared, his right fist glowing brilliantly as he ruthlessly struck towards the enormous blood jade coffin. The wind from his fist howled, shockwaves bursting forth. The entire Blood God Palace trembled violently under the pressure of this strike. Just as his fist was about to make contact with the coffin, a blood-red light shield emerged from the coffin, firmly blocking his punch. Yet the shield trembled violently in response. A faint, nearly imperceptible cracking sound echoed from within the coffin, immediately following the entire Blood God Palace, and indeed the entire Blood God Abyss, began to shake violently. The hovering blood jade coffin gradually descended to the ground, its heavy lid sliding open inch by inch under an invisible immense force. A terrifying demonic might, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold stronger than the blood-soaked sky, surged forth like an awakening ancient beast, erupting from the seams of the coffin. At that moment, the entire Beiwang demon domain underwent a dramatic transformation. The blood-red crescent moon in the sky dimmed, and the ever-flowing blood river experienced a brief halt. Countless practitioners of the demonic path, regardless of their location or level of cultivation, simultaneously felt a tremor of dread and submission emanating from the depths of their souls. Instinctively kneeling in worship towards the direction of Shui Yuan, the Blood Emperor had emerged from seclusion. Within the coffin, a figure slowly sat up. He was a strikingly handsome youth, remarkably similar to Shui Zi, clad in a blood-red imperial robe, yet his aura was profound and imposing. His eyes resembled two unfathomable blood-colored galaxies, and merely meeting his gaze was enough to ensnare one's very soul. He was none other than the founder of Shui Hizong, the transcendent being who had been in seclusion for a century, the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor slowly turned his head. His gaze did not settle on the man who had startled him awake, Chen Xuan, but rather passed over everyone and directly landed on Lin Wan'er, who cradled a delicate and curious boy, Chen Fan. Their eyes met, in the Blood Emperor's gaze, which had witnessed the vicissitudes of time. A tumultuous wave surged for the first time. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan's unique eyes, one gold and one black, radiated unprecedented brilliance. A sense of fateful destiny detonated between the two. The Blood Emperor could distinctly feel the ancient demonic heart, which had been his companion for thousands of years, wildly pulsating within him, emitting an unprecedented wail of longing and desire. It was as if he had encountered his destined nemesis, or perhaps as if he had stumbled upon a long-sought haven. Chen Xuan, too, could feel clearly that within this oversized candy-like figure lay an immense energy, far more delectable and nourishing than all the food he had consumed before. If only he could eat him. The Blood Emperor's lips trembled slightly as he gazed at Chen Xuan, his voice tinged with an uncharacteristic tremor. "What exactly are you?" Chen Xuan did not respond. He merely tilted his small head, breaking into an innocent and radiant smile, and in a sweet, childish voice, asked a question that froze the Blood Emperor's very soul. "Can you be eaten?" In the silence of the Blood God Temple, the tender voice echoed softly. The Blood Emperor, who had overlooked the Beiwang demon domain for millennia with a heart as cold as ancient ice, found his stunningly beautiful visage frozen for the first time. He even doubted whether he had just emerged from seclusion, his soul still unsteady, and was experiencing auditory hallucinations. A delicate child, with rosy lips and white teeth, was earnestly regarding him with the eyes of one appraising a rare delicacy, seriously inquiring whether he could indeed be consumed. He sensed that within those uniquely colored eyes, there was not a hint of jest. It was a primal and pure hunger. After a brief silence, the ruler's wrath erupted. Who was he? He was the Blood Emperor, the supreme sovereign of this land, a transcendent being capable of determining the fates of countless lives with a mere thought. How could he endure such humiliation? With a thunderous roar, an invisible yet omnipresent terror swept forth from him as its epicenter. The very space within the Blood God Temple twisted and solidified in an instant. Blood-red radiance seeped from every inch of the ground and walls, transforming the place into his exclusive blood-colored divine realm. In this domain, he was the sole deity, the ultimate embodiment of the heavenly path. Yao Ling and Mu Rong Shui immediately felt their souls gripped tightly by an unseen hand as this domain unfolded, rendering them unable to muster even a thought of resistance. Their inner true essence fell utterly silent, their bodies stiffened and paralyzed, akin to ants encased in amber, left to await their inevitable judgment. Even Lin Waner, a formidable figure at the cusp of Yuan Ying, experienced unprecedented suppression. The Ice Age domain she had just summoned began to crack under the relentless encroachment of the blood-red realm, disintegrating piece by piece. With a pale face, Lin Waner violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The profound Yin energy within her felt as though it were being crushed by an invisible mountain, making any form of movement exceedingly arduous. This was the essence of transformation, a chasm that Yuan Ying practitioners could never hope to bridge. "Darling." Chen Xuan's expression shifted, and he swiftly positioned himself in front of Lin Waner, shielding her behind him. He unleashed the full force of his pure yang swallowing heaven technique, allowing an overwhelming torrent of true essence to erupt forth. A three-headed, six-armed chaotic demonic figure manifested behind him, unleashing a silent roar towards the heavens. The tyrannical aura of devouring destruction forcefully tore open a narrow space within the Blood Emperor's blood-red domain, just large enough for a few individuals. A flicker of surprise flashed in the Blood Emperor's gaze. "Law of the heavens? No, your form contains a hint of chaotic origins essence. How could a mere foundation establishment practitioner touch upon the laws of chaos?" For the second time, a shift of emotion appeared on his eternally unchanging face. Yet, it quickly morphed into deeper disdain and greed. "Interesting, it seems your family is quite a delectable treat. However, in the face of absolute power, any struggle is futile." He slowly rose from the blood jade coffin, his elongated form emanating an air of supremacy over all beings. He extended a finger, lightly pointing towards Chen Xuan from afar. The laws were obliterated. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no world-destroying power. Only a slender blood-red thread, as fine as a strand of silk, emerged. The moment that thread appeared, it disregarded the barriers of space, ignoring the oppressive presence of Chen Xuan's chaotic demonic figure, and floated gracefully toward his brow. However, upon seeing this blood-red thread, Chen Xuan's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinheads. He distinctly sensed that within this delicate thread lay a terrifying power capable of erasing his flesh, soul, and every trace of his existence from this world. This was the true method of a transformation expert, the manifestation of the laws, an attack of the principles. It was insurmountable. In an instant, Chen Xuan's mind reached a chilling conclusion. With his current strength, even if he unleashed all his hidden cards, there was no possible way to block this strike. To withstand it would mean the annihilation of his very soul. What to do? In a fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through Chen Xuan's mind, ultimately settling upon the delicate boy, Chen Fan, whom he had shielded behind him, who was curiously observing everything. A glint of madness crossed his eyes. He made a decision that would astonish both gods and demons alike. He did not attempt to block the blood-red thread, but instead seized his son, Chen Fan. Then, before all, including Lin Wanner, who was frozen in disbelief, he actually used his own flesh and blood son as a shield, hurling him fiercely toward the blood-red thread of annihilation that threatened to obliterate everything. Husband, no! Lin Wanner let out a heart-wrenching scream, filled with profound pain and despair, as her world seemed to collapse in that moment. She could not believe her eyes. Her husband could commit such a frenzied act, to use their own son as a human shield? Had he gone mad? Even the Blood Emperor was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. He prided himself on being a ruthless killer, viewing life as mere straw. Yet he had never witnessed such cruelty, such utter inhumanity from father. However, just as the blood-colored thread of annihilation was about to make contact with the frail body of Chen Fan, an extraordinary turn of events occurred. The throned Chen Fan, instead of displaying any fear in his strange eyes, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The primal power of his chaotic body was fully awakened under the thread of death. Boom! A true chaotic demon god's phantom, even more solid, ancient, and terrifying than Chen Xuan's law avatar, emerged behind Chen Fan. This demon god's phantom seemed to walk forth from the ends of the universe, surrounded by chaotic flows of earth, fire, water, and wind, while the sun, moon, and stars flickered within its eyes. It opened its enormous mouth, capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, and then, toward the blood-red thread, it gently inhaled. With a sound akin to a bubble bursting, that terrifying attack, imbued with the laws of transformation, was consumed whole by Chen Fan. The entire blood temple descended into an absolute silence. Chen Fan smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste. Tilting his small head, he gazed at the now utterly dazed Blood Emperor and, in a tender voice, offered his assessment. This is a bit spicy. Chapter 79. Father and Son Unite. Blood Emperor in despair. This is a bit spicy. Chen Fan's youthful voice echoed in the silent blood temple, like a pebble cast into an ancient well. The Blood Emperor, who had dominated the northern wilderness for millennia, felt a subtle stiffness in his body. He sensed a crack in his Dao heart, which had been tempered by time into a state devoid of sorrow or joy, as unyielding as divine iron. A fissure appeared. He looked upon the boy suspended in midair, backed by a chaotic demon god avatar that made even him feel a chill in his heart. On that exquisitely beautiful yet strangely alluring face, an emotion named fear finally surfaced. He understood. He finally grasped the nature of the monstrous family he had provoked. The father was at the foundation establishment stage, yet possessed the soul strength of half a transformation stage practitioner, along with that eerie law avatar. The mother was at the half-step nascent soul stage, harboring profound Yin energy. And the son, his son was not even human. He wished he could immediately return to his coffin, close the lid, and convince himself that this was merely a nightmare born of an excessively long slumber. Yet, Chen Xuan would not afford him that opportunity. At the very moment the Blood Emperor's mind faltered, Chen Xuan acted without hesitation. He swallowed a vial of perfected nascent soul essence, refined from blood Qing Tian. Boom! A vast and pure surge of soul energy erupted within his consciousness. The strength of his soul, already comparable to that of a half-step nascent soul, began to escalate wildly. Early-stage nascent soul, mid-stage nascent soul, late-stage nascent soul, perfected nascent soul, Ultimately, his soul strength was forcibly elevated to a level that even he found astonishing, half a transformation stage. The world appeared unprecedentedly clear through his eyes. He could see the trajectory of every law thread within the Blood Emperor's blood-red domain. He could even discern the faintest, most hidden connection between the ancient demon heart within the Blood Emperor and his own soul. Now, two brilliant golden lights erupted from Chen Xuan's eyes. Rather than attacking the Blood Emperor's physical form, he condensed his terrifying soul power, now at the half-step transformation level, into an invisible golden soul spear. He thrust it fiercely at the fleeting moment of vulnerability revealed by the Blood Emperor's shock. The soul-piercing strike. This strike was silent, yet deadlier than any world-destroying assault. The Blood Emperor's body trembled violently as a muffled groan of agony escaped his throat. His exquisitely beautiful yet eerie face instantly drained of color, turning as pale as paper. It felt as if a burning star had crashed into his mind, threatening to tear his soul apart. The indomitable transformation domain quivered slightly due to this sudden soul strike. Though it lasted but a moment, for Chen Xuan it was enough. Devour. A previously unseen glimmer of greed ignited within Chen Xuan's strange eyes. The true chaotic demon god avatar behind him opened its mouth, capable of consuming the heavens and the earth. A terrifying force of devouring surged forth, amplified 100-fold, 1,000-fold. This time, he was not consuming an attack, but the Blood Emperor's domain. Crack, crack, crack. The blood-red domain enveloping the entire blood temple began to shatter from the edges, inch by inch, torn and distorted by an irresistible force. All law fragments and primal energies transformed into a rushing torrent, frantically consumed by the chaotic demon god avatar. No, the Blood Emperor let out a horrified and desperate shriek. The domain was the foundation of a transformation stage practitioner. To have it destroyed was equivalent to obliterating one's Tao foundation. He sought to stop it, to reclaim his domain. But it was too late. The soul spear, akin to a parasite, was wreaking havoc in his consciousness, preventing him from concentrating. He could only watch helplessly as his domain was devoured bite by bite by that terrifying boy. In mere moments, his once invincible blood domain was entirely consumed. And Chen Xuan, having devoured the entire domain, erupted with a dazzling radiance once more. His aura surged once again. 7 years old, 8 years old, 9 years old. Finally, he settled into the appearance of a remarkably handsome youth of about 10 years. The chaotic demon god avatar behind him became even more solid and terrifying. He contentedly patted his still flat little belly, then cast his desirous gaze upon the Blood Emperor, who had completely lost his domain and was utterly deflated. This appetizer was delightful. So, may the main course be served? He extended his little tongue and licked his lips, resembling an innocent child gazing at beloved candy. Yet, to the Blood Emperor, it sounded like the final pronouncement of death. You are demons. You are demons. The Blood Emperor completely shattered. He could no longer concern himself with the dignity of the transformation stage or the foundation of his sect. He only wished to flee. Flee from these two, no. From this family of monstrosities. He struck his chest with a sudden force. The result was not a spurt of blood, but a heart, entirely black. As if sculpted from obsidian, adorned with intricate and arcane patterns, pulsating with life. It was the heart of an ancient demon god, which had coexisted with him for thousands of years. He was willing to destroy his very foundation to expel this demonic heart from his body. He intended to use this heart as bait to seize a fleeting chance of survival. The moment the heart left his body, the aura of the Blood Emperor withered to its utmost limit. Chapter 80. The Demon Emperor's Severed Arm, Father and Son Spoils. The pain. It was not the agony of flesh and blood, but a torment that tore at the very essence of his soul, bloodline, and the roots of his path, wrenching them from existence itself. In that instant, as the heart departed, the Blood Emperor's once enchanting and otherworldly visage rapidly decayed before the naked eye. His long black hair turned ashen, his firm skin sagged, and in a heartbeat, he transformed from a dignified youth into a frail old man on the brink of death. The vast sea of his demonic essence, akin to a punctured balloon, poured out uncontrollably. In an instant, his aura plummeted from the mid-stage of transformation to an unprecedented state of weakness, even inferior to the early stage of yuaning. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on it. His murky old eyes were fixed on the terrifying boy who regarded him with a predatory gaze. His heart, which had endured for millennia, solid as divine iron, shattered completely. Escape, at any cost, flee from this devil's lair. Here, the Blood Emperor let out a wail that was far from human, expending his last ounce of strength to hurl the still-throbbing, insatiably demonic heart, radiating an endless aura of devouring power, toward Chen Xuan with the ferocity of a scalding hot potato. He calculated carefully. This little monster had an instinctual, primal desire for the heart. If he could just momentarily distract him with the heart, even if it was just for an instant, he could then use the blood escape secret technique to flee to safety. As long as he could survive, he was confident he could return to his peak within a century. In that moment, the crimson escape light flickered and vanished. The Blood Emperor's figure transformed into a streak of flowing light, fleeing toward the outside of the Blood God Temple at a speed surpassing lightning. However, he was fast. There was one who was faster. Chen Xuan. He did not even bother to glance at the ancient demonic heart that could drive any practitioner of the demonic path to madness. His gaze was unwavering, akin to a hawk locking onto its prey, fixated on the escaping crimson light. He turned to his son, who gazed eagerly at the incoming candy, and smiled with a hint of negotiation in his voice. Fenner, the black one, is the dead candy, while the one that runs is the living candy. Father wants the living one, and you can have the dead one, all right? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan blinked his mismatched eyes, one golden and one black, as if struggling to comprehend. He glanced at the alluring black heart, now within arm's reach, and then at the weak, nearly escaping candy. Tilting his little head, he seemed to be making a difficult choice. Ultimately, he nodded earnestly and said in a childish voice, "Okay, but father mustn't lie." "Good son," gaining his son's consent. Chen Xuan's smile turned radiant and icy. He turned his gaze to the three stunning women still entranced by the preceding scene. "Vanya." Lin Wanner shivered slightly, immediately understanding. "Yao Ling, Murong Shui." Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon the other two women. "Prepare to clean up the battlefield." "Yes." The three women snapped back to attention from their overwhelming shock. Without hesitation, Lin Wanner stepped forward, her cold eyes glinting with icy light. The freezing laws erupted with even greater ferocity and vastness. Crack! Crack! The entire space of the Blood God Temple seemed to be entirely frozen by an invisible hand. The crimson escape light, on the verge of fleeing through the temple doors, suddenly stiffened, as if trapped in transparent amber. Its speed abruptly slowed. "No!" The Blood Emperor let out a desperate howl. He turned in horror. There, the foundation-level ant he had never considered was slowly approaching him, step by step. Thud! 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 Each step seemed to crush the remnants of his shattered heart. Behind Chen Xuan, the three-headed, six-armed avatar of the chaotic demon god re-emerged slowly. Simultaneously, an ancient, heavy bronze furnace appeared in his palm. Chen Xuan gazed at the despairing old man before him. His aura diminished. "Perfect. My furnace has yet to burn such fine fuel." Chapter 81. The beautiful wife joins forces, trapping the turtle in a jar. The Blood Emperor's soul quaked. This feeling was far too distant. So distant that he had almost forgotten it. It was an instinctual tremor he experienced as a weak demon child, trembling beneath the pressure of his sex elders. It stemmed from an absolute suppression of life. He fixed his gaze on the young man in the azure robe, who approached with a smile, yet whose eyes were void of warmth, engulfed in a chilling darkness deeper than the abyss. The three-headed, six-armed demon god avatar behind him stood silently, emitting a pressure that nearly suffocated him, rendering him unable to summon even the last vestige of his demonic essence. Not to mention the cold woman clad in white, wielding a sword, whose presence dropped the temperature in the entire hall to freezing point. Furthermore, the corners of the Blood Emperor's eyes twitched wildly as his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the boy, who was gleefully gnawing on a heart larger than his own head. Crunch! Crunch! The crisp sound echoed sharply in the silent hall. Chen Xuan, clutching the ancient demon god's heart, gnawed on it as if it were a large apple. He opened his mouth wide and easily bit off a sizable chunk of the hard shell, savoring it with his eyes squinted into two adorable crescent moons. "Sweet," he mumbled indistinctly, taking another large bite, tilting his little head to savor the flavor. It was just a bit tough. With each bite he took, The overwhelming essence of the demon god transformed into a pure torrent of energy, surging into his limbs and bones. His 10-year-old body began to grow visibly and slowly. This scene nearly caused the Blood Emperor's eyes to pop out. The ancient demon god's heart, the treasure of the Blood River sect, inherited for tens of thousands of years. His current position was entirely reliant on this object. Even he, back in the day, could only extract a thread of its essence with great caution, as any misstep could lead to a perilous backlash. Now, this extraordinary magic treasure in the mouth of this little monster is merely a somewhat hard candy. Demons. This entire family is composed of demons. Fellow Taoist, spare my life. Blood Sovereign's psychological defenses crumbled completely, and he could no longer care for any dignity. With a thud, he attempted to kneel, only to find himself immobilized by Lin Wana's frozen domain. He could only force out a face more grotesque than crying and beg for mercy in a hoarse voice. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I should not have provoked you. I am willing to offer all the treasures of Xuan's sect, and I am prepared to relinquish the Northern Wilderness demon domain. I only ask that you spare my miserable life for the sake of my arduous cultivation. Chen Xuan, however, merely laughed. He halted his steps and gazed from afar, his eyes seemingly relishing a farcical performance. Now, you know, to plead for mercy is too late. He turned his head and commanded the two exquisite beauties who had merely been spectators from the beginning. Yao Ling, Murong Shui, it is time for you to stretch your limbs. The two women were momentarily stunned. To have them confront a formidable being in the transformation realm, although the opponent was gravely injured and weakened, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. The foundation of a transformation realm expert, even if only a breath remained, was not something they could contend with. Young master, Yao Ling's fair face turned pale, her hesitation apparent. Murong Shui furrowed her brow as well. This was not disobedience, but the disparity in strength was indeed vast, and they feared that not only would they be unable to assist, but they might even become a burden. What? Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow, looking at the two women. Are you so lacking in confidence in yourselves? The curve of his lips held a hint of amusement. Or perhaps, the gifts I bestowed upon you were merely unsightly decorations? Gifts? The two women were jolted. The heavenly gray divine skill, Sanfeng, Chao, Yang Shunju, that could transform them. The inferior grade, earth-level alchemy furnace. Those top-tier divine materials that could drive even artifact masters mad. A surge of immense confidence and ambition erupted from their hearts. Indeed, they were no longer the weak women who could be bullied 3 months ago. They were Chen Xuan's women, cultivating heavenly-grade divine skills, wielding extraordinary treasures. What fear could a mere exhausted transformation realm expert instill? Please forgive us, master. Yao Ling and Murong Shui exchanged a glance, both seeing the burning fighting spirit in each other's eyes. They bowed deeply to Chen Xuan, and in the next moment, two distinct yet equally powerful auras erupted. Dun Feng Chao Yang, one Yao Hualing. Yao Ling cried out, and an ancient alchemy furnace floated behind her. No longer just an illusion from the 9th level of Foundation establishment, but a bona fide early golden core alchemy domain. Countless spiritual herbs, phantoms swirled within the furnace, ultimately intertwining and coalescing into a flaming phoenix engulfed in verdant alchemical flames. The phoenix's cry resonated, exuding an aura that was both life-giving and tyrannical, instantly locking onto Blood Sovereign. Zhenfeng, Chao Yang, Xing, He and Ijuan. Murong Shui's cry followed closely. In her hand, a new formation disc crafted from void crystals and celestial silver radiated brilliance, projecting not a vague star map, but a vast and resplendent galaxy. Within the galaxy, a silver phoenix, formed from countless star runes, soared forth. With wings spread wide, it seemed capable of overturning the heavens and reversing time, an aura of profound mystery, imbued with unparalleled intent to kill, similarly locked onto Blood Sovereign. One emerald and one silver, two phoenixes, one on the left and one on the right, completely sealed off all of Blood Sovereign's escape routes. As Blood Sovereign beheld this incomprehensible scene, he was utterly dumbfounded. A golden core alchemist, an 8th level Foundation establishment formation master. The power they unleashed was sufficient to threaten a late-stage nascent soul? Where on earth did this group of monsters come from? Chapter 82. Twin Phoenixes Play with the Dragon. The Demon Emperor's End Blood Sovereign's worldview was shattered repeatedly today, then trampled into dust. A monstrous son capable of devouring his domain. A terrifying wife who could freeze the heavens with a thought. Now, even the two maidens he thought were merely beautiful were, in fact, deeply concealed prodigies. A golden core alchemist capable of summoning a phoenix of alchemical fire infused with the laws of life and death. A foundation establishment formation master able to set up a starry array that seals the heavens. Such qualifications could rival even the holy maidens of ancient sacred lands. Blood Sovereign's heart sank into an abyss of despair. He knew that today, he truly could not escape calamity. Yet he was unwilling. He was Blood Sovereign. He had dominated the northern wilderness for thousands of years, ruling over the lives and deaths of countless beings as a transformation realm expert. Even in death, he would take a few down with him. Roar. Blood Sovereign let out a desperate roar akin to a wild beast, a final flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. He slammed his palm down onto his Dantian's Qi Si. He intended to self-destruct his primordial spirit and perish together with everyone. However, at the moment this thought arose, a cold and indifferent voice seemed to transcend time and space, resonating deep within his soul. Did I allow you to die? In the next instant, Blood Sovereign felt the pure yang mark planted by Chen Xuan in his soul explode violently. A golden flame, embodying the essence of absolute rigidity and devouring power, ignited spontaneously, instantly engulfing his entire soul. Blood Sovereign emitted a wail 100 times more tragic than any before. This was not merely physical pain, but a burning and tearing from the essence of his soul, an absolute humiliation where even thought and will were forcibly controlled. His nearly detonated primordial spirit was forcibly suppressed under this power. He was deprived of even the right to choose death. In that very moment, Yao Ling and Murong Shue's attacks arrived. The Emerald Phoenix, formed from alchemical fire, tore through the sky, its wings unfurling as it transformed into a streak of light, effortlessly piercing through Blood Sovereign's chest. No blood flowed forth. Only pure, blood-evil demonic energy was ignited, purified by the verdant alchemical flames, emitting a hissing sound as it dissipated into wisps of black smoke. Blood Sovereign's aura plummeted once more. Following that, the Silver Phoenix, formed from star runes, emitted a clear phoenix cry. It did not attack directly, but rather, it exploded into a net woven from countless star chains, descending from the heavens. The net fell, binding Blood Sovereign's body along with his withering soul tightly. The starry array prison. Murong Shue cried out, her hands swiftly forming seals. The starry net tightened suddenly. Sharp starlight swirling along the chains, exuding a terrifying aura capable of slicing through space, as if it were about to execute Blood Sovereign in an instant. Stop! Blood Sovereign's voice became weak and hoarse, filled with boundless terror. He gazed at the two girls he once thought to be insignificant, and only absurdity and unwillingness remained in his heart. As a dignified transformation realm ancestor, he was actually toyed with by two little girls who hadn't even reached the nascent soul stage. What a humiliation! Yet, Yao Ling and Murong Shue's gazes showed no signs of wavering. Compassion? That did not exist. Mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards oneself. It is also a betrayal of one's own men. Their duty is to clear all obstacles for him. Dun Huo Lianhun. Yao Ling abruptly brought her hands together. The emerald phoenix that pierced through the chest of the Blood Emperor erupted with a thunderous explosion, transforming into a raging azure flame that completely engulfed his entire being. Star shattered. Murong Shue similarly exclaimed, her incantation descending. The starry net binding the Blood Emperor suddenly contracted inward, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp starlight. No! With a final wail filled with unwillingness and despair, this once mighty ancestor of the transformation phase, the Blood Emperor, was reduced to ash under the purifying flames of the Danhua. His corporeal form crumbled to dust, while his spirit fragmented under the slicing of starlight. Ultimately, he was erased from existence, leaving behind only a fist-sized orb of pure transformation essence and a blood-glowing storage ring, suspended in midair. The Blood Temple fell once more into a profound silence. Yao Ling and Murong Shue gazed at this scene, their delicate faces pale and their bodies trembling slightly. This was not fear, but exhilaration. They had succeeded. They had jointly slain a true ancestor of the transformation phase. Though he was in a severely wounded state and had his spirit suppressed by Chen Xuan, this achievement was still a glorious victory capable of shaking the entire realm of cultivation. The eyes of the two women instinctively turned towards the man who had remained composed and unperturbed throughout. A surge of fervor and admiration welled up within their hearts. It was this man who had bestowed upon them the power to create miracles. It was this man who had transformed them from delicate flowers in need of protection into fiery phoenixes capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with him in battle. Chen Xuan observed the adoration and reverence in their eyes, nodding in satisfaction. With a flick of his hand, the orb of transformation essence and the Blood Emperor's storage ring flew into his grasp. He did not hasten to tally the spoils. Instead, he casually divided the pure transformation essence in two. Then, to their astonishment, he flicked his fingers, and two luminous orbs seamlessly entered their foreheads. This is what you deserve. Chapter 83. Dividing the Demon Emperor, a Grand Harvest. Boom! The purest transformation essence surged into Yao Ling and Murong Shue's bodies like a torrent from the Milky Way. In that instant, their bodies trembled violently, as if every cell rejoiced, greedily absorbing this rare and transcendent boon. Within Yao Ling, the golden core spun wildly. The recently stabilized boundary crumbled under the onslaught of this energy flow, fragile as paper. Golden core, early peak. Golden core, mid-phase. Her essence soared to new heights, ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of the golden core mid-phase, mere steps away from the late phase. To her astonishment, the divine light of her Danling's sacred body radiated brilliantly. She seemed to hear countless spiritual herbs singing to her. Her comprehension of the Dan path and the laws of life ascending to an entirely new dimension. Meanwhile, Murong Shue's transformation was monumental. Her foundational 8th level cultivation offered little resistance against this overwhelming power. Foundational 9th level. Foundational 9th level peak. Crack. A crisp shattering sound resonated not from the outside world, but from deep within her energy sea. The bottleneck shattered. An immense pressure far exceeding the foundational stage surged from her body, sweeping through the entire blood temple. The golden core realm was attained. She had, astonishingly, broken through to the golden core path, a path coveted by countless cultivators, right after personally slaying a transformation phase ancestor. But that wasn't the end. In her mind, the once obscure 4th grade formation diagrams now became exceedingly clear, as if they were at her fingertips whenever she wished. The barrier to becoming a 4th grade formation master had been shattered. Am I now a golden core cultivator? Murong Shuet dazedly extended her delicate hand. Feeling the torrents of majestic power within her, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. This sensation was more surreal than a dream. Yao Ling also regained her senses from the shock of her surging power, exchanging a glance with Murong Shuet, both recognizing the unutterable joy and reverence reflected in each other's eyes. Their gazes once again converged upon the calm and composed man. To so effortlessly bestow the transformation essence as spoils, this audacity and generosity, it was rare to find another in the entire realm of cultivation. Thank you for your gracious gift, master. Thank you, young master. This time, their bows were heartfelt, filled with genuine gratitude. Rise. Chen Xuan accepted their bow with ease, a faint smile gracing his lips. My people are never shortchanged. He gazed at the two women, their faces more radiant and enchanting due to their newfound strength. Feeling a deep sense of satisfaction, one, a mid-phase golden core alchemy master, another a near 4th grade formation master, complemented by a wife of unmatched combat prowess and a son capable of devouring transformation phase ancestors like snacks. Wasn't this team configuration rather extravagant? Chen Xuan's mood soared as he turned his attention to the Blood Emperor's storage ring in his hand. His consciousness delved within. In the next moment, even with his temperament, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath of spiritual energy. He struck gold. This time, it was truly a windfall. The space within the ring spanned hundreds of miles, resembling a miniature world. Inside this small world lay mountains upon mountains of not merely high-quality spirit stones, but dazzling peaks constructed from top-tier spirit stones. Each stone sparkled, exuding pure celestial aura. A cursory glance revealed there were likely millions. This wealth could easily purchase 10 Tianfeng counties or even buy out the entire northern wilderness demon domain. Beyond the Spirit Stone Mountains, there were various rare 4th, 5th, and even 6th grade heavenly materials and treasures, categorized and resplendent. Earth tier and heavenly tier demonic techniques accumulated into another small mountain. At the very depths, dozens of fearfully oppressive celestial treasures floated in silence. This was the entire fortune of a transformation phase ancestor who had lived for thousands of years. Chen Xuan's heart raced with excitement. However, what truly took his breath away was the discovery of an item within a jade box in the farthest corner of the ring. It was a palm-sized black turtle shell, cracked and ancient. Upon it was engraved a fragment of a star map, both antiquated and mysterious. The moment his consciousness touched the turtle shell, the ancient map fragment he had obtained from the Bloodchild's treasury spontaneously surfaced in his mind, resonating with it. Buzz! The two map fragments slowly overlapped in his mind, erupting with dazzling light. A complete star map, radiating an aura of boundless antiquity and desolation, materialized before him. On the star map, a colossal black vortex composed of countless stars rotated slowly, as if intent on devouring all. At the very center of that vortex, a heart, magnified 1,000-fold from before, throbbed ominously. Each pulse seemed capable of dimming the heavens and compelling all to submit. At this moment, the system's prompt resounded with a thunderous clang. Congratulations, host. You have gathered all the map fragments of the ancient demon god S. Heart. A new family mission has been triggered. Mission name, Heart of the Demon God. Mission objective, proceed to the Fallen God Star Domain to acquire the complete ancient demon god S. Heart. Mission reward. Mission hint, this journey is extremely perilous. However, fortune lies in risk. Chapter 84, The Fall of the Demon Sect, Counting the Spoils. In the Fallen God Star Domain, the complete ancient demon god S. Heart loomed in Chen Xuan's mind like an awakening primordial behemoth, exuding endless temptation and lethal peril. For a fleeting moment, his breath halted. He could sense a call from the depths of the star map, a yearning for the ultimate principle of devouring. The complete ancient demon god S. Heart contained the entirety of the devouring law, perhaps even a strand of the primordial essence surpassing the transformation into the divine. Whether it served as an extraordinary dessert for his son Chun Fan, or assisted him in honor and breaking free from constraints, its value was incalculable. Yet, the system's cold reminder fell upon him like a bucket of icy water. This journey is extremely perilous. However, fortune lies in risk. The danger was immense. A place that warranted such a caution from the system was not something he could approach in his current state. The fervor in Chen Xuan's gaze gradually receded, replaced by profound calmness. No matter how alluring the temptation, one must possess the means to seize it. The immediate priority was to digest the substantial gains already within his grasp. Let us proceed. Chen Xuan stowed away the Blood Emperor's storage ring, his expression returning to tranquility. It was time to embrace their new enterprise. Half an hour later, at the Bloodchild Manor, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. As Chen Xuan entered leisurely with the 3 women and 1 child, the hearts of all the marked Demon Path giants suddenly contracted. Their gazes immediately fell upon the last figure trailing behind, a disheveled silhouette. Suzi, once the proud young master of the Blood River sect. He now resembled a wild dog with a broken spine, eyes vacant and trembling. The oppressive aura that had overshadowed the Blood God Abyss for millennia had vanished without a trace. The answer was all too clear. The Blood Emperor had fallen. This realization struck them like an invisible hammer, shattering the last remnants of their hope. We pay our respects, Master. Thud, thud. This time, there was no hesitation. All the demon cultivators, including those ancient Yuaning experts, prostrated themselves deeply. Their humility and reverence were unprecedented. Rise. Chen Xuan waved his hand nonchalantly and strode toward the seat, symbolizing the highest authority of the Blood River sect, sitting down without ceremony. Lin Wanner stood quietly behind him. Her oracle, Yao Ling and Murong Shui, took their positions to his left and right, one enchanting and the other spirited. Father, this one looks unappetizing. What about that one? The dark one. Can we eat it? Chen Fan broke free from Murong Shui's grasp, curiously darting around the hall. his small hand pointing at various prostrated demon cultivators. Those he pointed at trembled violently, nearly fainting on the spot. This little ancestor was a fearsome character who dared to gnaw on the demonic heart of even the oldest ancestors. "Fanner, do not cause mischief," Chen Xuan said lightly, his gaze sweeping over the hushed assembly of demons. He was quite pleased with the scene before him. This was the absolute control he sought. "Suzi, the servant is here. The servant is here." Shuizi jolted, scrambling to kneel at Chen Xuan's feet. "Relay my orders." Chen Xuan's voice was not loud. It resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "From this day forth, the Blood River sect shall be disbanded." As soon as the words were spoken, the hall fell into stunned silence, yet no one dared to voice dissent. All disciples, elders, properties, and resources of the Blood River sect shall be incorporated under the Chen family banner. The Blood River sect headquarters shall be renamed the Chen family's Northern Wasteland branch. Chen Xuan's gaze fixed upon Shuizi. "You shall be the first branch master, tasked with managing all affairs of the Northern Wasteland demon domain for me. Those who do not comply shall face my wrath. Kill without mercy." "Yes, yes." The servant obeys. Shuizi, as if granted a reprieve, bowed fervently, his voice laced with a tremor. The servant vows to serve the master diligently until death. He understood that this was an opportunity for redemption bestowed upon him by his master. Should he fail to seize it, his fate would be far worse than that of his grandfather or ancestors. Soon, an edict issued personally by the newly appointed branch master Shuizi swept through the Blood River sect like a tempest. The Blood River sect was no more. In its stead arose a mysterious force known as the Chen family. As the news spread, the entire Northern Wasteland demon domain erupted in chaos. Countless demon sects were stunned and bewildered. There were skeptics, doubters, and many ambitious individuals who perceived the internal strife within the Blood River sect as an opportune moment to rise and seize a share of the spoils. In an instant, various demon leaders surged toward the blood god abyss with fierce intent. However, what awaited them was not the remnants of a defeated army, but rather a peerless killing formation far more profound and terrifying than the 10,000 Souls Blood River array. Spearheaded by Murong Shui, utilizing countless divine materials upgraded from the Blood Emperor's treasury, the complete version of the Four Symbols Locking Heaven array was unleashed. The starlight flowed, creating its own cosmos. Those entering the formation found themselves ensnared within a celestial prison, with no escape in sight. Those who dared to escape the formation would encounter an array of unprecedented deadly poisons concocted by Yaoling. These potions were colorless and tasteless. Mere contact would spell death, and any touch would lead to the obliteration of the soul, rendering defenses futile. Lastly, there was Lin Wanner's icy sword light. One strike could freeze 1,000 miles, instilling despair in even the most formidable late-stage Yuan-ing demon lords. In just 7 days, all the demon forces that dared to provoke were either slaughtered or absorbed. The chaos that had persisted for thousands of years in the Northern Wasteland demon domain was forcibly unified under the iron-fisted rule of the Chen family. The name Chen had become synonymous with supreme authority on this sinful land. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan's name transformed into a taboo existence, a figure even more terrifying and unmentionable than the Blood Emperor in the hearts of all demon cultivators. Yet, this newly appointed Lord of the Northern Wasteland remained unseen throughout these 7 days. He resided within the Blood Emperor's treasury, indulging in a frenzied feast. Success. You have successfully refined the high-grade demonic technique Blood God's Nerve, gaining 3,000 fortune points. Acquired the source of the technique. Your pure Yang Devouring Heaven technique proficiency is now at 10. Success. You have successfully refined the Celestial Treasure Blood God banner, gaining 5,000 fortune points. Acquired the source of the artifact. Your comprehension of the Chaos Demon God's Dharma has attained a new divine ability, Boundless Sea of Blood. Success. You have successfully refined the 6th grade demonic medicine Ghostly Ghost Orchid, gaining 2,500 fortune points. Your alchemical comprehension is now at 200. Success. You have successfully refined the celestial grade remnant formation map of the 9-Shir Huangqian Jun, gaining 8,000 fortune points. Acquired the source of the formation. Your comprehension of formations is now at 1,000. A series of system notifications resonated in Chen Xuan's mind, composing the most exquisite symphony. He sat cross-legged amidst a mountain of treasures, eyes closed, while one hand transformed into an ethereal apparition, continuously grasping magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, and rare materials, instantly refining them. His fortune points surged at an astonishing speed, 100,000, 300,000, 700,000. Ultimately, when the last celestial treasure within the vault transformed into pure fortune points, Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes. His total fortune points had reached an unprecedented and terrifying figure, 1 million. Chapter 85. 1 million fortune points, frantic upgrades, 1 million. As Chen Xuan's consciousness swept across the system panel, even with his current composure, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. That long string of gleaming zeros seemed to harbor a certain magic, causing his heart to beat uncontrollably. Ecstasy, an indescribable sense of immense happiness, born from overnight wealth, nearly compelled him to let out a howl of joy. With this million fortune points, the possibilities were endless. He could elevate his cultivation to the golden core stage, or even to the nascent soul realm. He could enhance the prowess of Lin Wan'er, Yao Ling, and Murong Shui to an entirely new level. He could even nourish his precious son, Chen Fan's chaotic physique, making it even more formidable. However, Chen Xuan was no ordinary person. After a brief moment of elation, he quickly regained his composure. Good steel must be used on the blade. He first opened the family's scripture repository. Without any hesitation, he imprinted all the pure cultivation techniques and artifact sources he had refined from the Blood Emperor's treasury into it. Ding! The foundation of the family scripture repository has significantly improved. The repository level has been upgraded to LV2. New function unlocked. Technique fusion. Technique fusion. The host can designate several techniques, consuming fortune points to merge them into a brand new, higher-grade technique. Another divine skill. Chen Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately issued a command. System, designate my Chen family's ancestral technique, Qing Yuanju. Infuse it with all the blood and body refinement-related magical techniques I have refined from the Blood River sect. Proceed with the technique fusion immediately. Ding. Command received. Commencing technique fusion. Estimated fortune point consumption, 50,000 points. Fusing ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a brand new low-grade Earth-tier body refinement technique, Shuesha Qing Yuan Gong. Shuesha Qing Yuan Gong. This technique perfectly aligns with the Chen family bloodline, significantly enhancing the vitality and physical strength of Chen family disciples. Upon reaching great mastery, one can contend with magical artifacts using sheer physical might. An Earth-tier technique. An uncontrollable wave of excitement surged within Chen Xuan. He knew that with this technique, the overall strength of the Chen family would undergo a qualitative leap. The disciples of the Chen family would no longer be mere weak cultivators confined to a corner. They would possess the means to rival the true prodigies of the great sects. Having completed this, Chen Xuan turned his attention to himself. System, enhance my cultivation. He unhesitatingly issued his second command. Objective, golden core stage. Ding. Command received. Starting to elevate host cultivation. Detecting that the host is currently at the peak of the 9th layer of foundation establishment, with a solid foundation and strong spirit. All prerequisites for breaking through to the golden core stage have been met. This breakthrough is expected to consume 100,000 fortune points. 100,000 fortune points. Just to break through to a golden core. Such a consumption is truly daunting. Yet, Chen Xuan did not even blink. Worth it. Breakthrough. Boom. With his command. 100,000 fortune points ignited instantly, transforming into a torrent of golden energy more immense than any before. This torrent did not surge toward his dantian, nor did it remodel his meridians. Instead, it directly flowed into his terrifying consciousness sea, which was already half a step into the God transformation stage. Buzz. Chen Xuan felt a tremendous ringing in his head, as if the universe was unfolding and primordial chaos was beginning to separate. Countless profound insights into the principles of heaven and earth surged into his mind like a divine revelation. His seemingly unbreakable peak of the 9th layer of foundation establishment melted away silently before this vast understanding. Within his Dantian's Qi Sea, the liquid true essence core, formed from pure yang true essence, began to spin vigorously, compressing. 1 circle, 10 circles, 100 circles, 1,000 circles. Finally, with a crisp sound, reminiscent of glass shattering or stars being born, a perfect golden core, entirely golden and adorned with a black dragon pattern that devours all, slowly took shape. Golden core accomplished. The world changed color. The skies above the blood god abyss roiled with tumultuous winds and clouds, and spiritual energy surged violently. Thick as a barrel, 9-colored tribulation clouds brewed in the skies, emanating a destructive aura that would terrify any nascent soul cultivator. However, within the secret chamber, Chen Xuan merely opened his eyes slowly. He gazed upward at the brewing 9-colored tribulation clouds, his expression calm, even somewhat disinterested. He extended a finger and gently pointed at the raging clouds. Disperse. One word. The law followed his command. The 9-colored tribulation, capable of instilling despair in any extraordinary prodigy, vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. If this scene were witnessed by cultivators from the outside world, it would undoubtedly shatter their Tao hearts on the spot. Commanding the law with words, repelling the tribulation. Is this still human? Chen Xuan felt the powerful force within him, distinctly different from before, belonging to a golden core cultivator. He could clearly sense a marvelous resonance with this realm, as if he could manipulate certain laws of heaven and earth at will. Is this the golden core? A silent smile graced Chen Xuan's lips. He understood that from this moment forth, he truly possessed the means to roam freely in this world without restraint. However, just as he was about to use the remaining fortune points for a frenzied upgrade for himself and his family, the long-dormant map of the 10,000 realms in his mind suddenly illuminated without warning. A cold, emotionless, mechanical, synthesized voice resounded explosively in his mind. Ding! Detection of abnormal fluctuations in the world source of the low-level cultivation plane number 735, Xiantian continent. The destined child is suspected to have fallen. World fortune is rapidly dissipating. Would you like to consume 500,000 fortune points to initiate a plane conquest? Objective: plunder the world source of the Xiantian continent. Capture or annihilate all destined daughters of this plane. Chapter 86. Plane Conquest, a new hunting ground, Xiantian continent. The destined child has fallen. Plunder the world source. Capture the destined daughters. The cold, mechanical chime of the system echoed in Chen Xuan's mind, each syllable striking his heart like a heavy hammer, yet simultaneously igniting a fervent ripple of excitement within him. In that moment, his blood surged uncontrollably with fervor. What an extraordinary opportunity this was. A lowly cultivation realm, recently bereft of the protection of the Chosen One, resembled a wolf pack without its alpha, chaotic, fragile, and easily shattered. Its barriers of existence and the will of the heavenly Tao were in an unprecedented state of weakness. The time to invade was now, with minimal resistance, and the prospect of claiming an entire world's essence. Not to mention those destined daughters who, bereft of their protagonist as Halo, resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. This was no mere temptation. It was a grand feast laid out before him, with a flicker of madness and fervor in his gaze. Chen Xuan hesitated not for a moment. With a mere thought, he issued a command to the system. Initiate the conquest of the realm. The system responded promptly, confirming the directive and indicating a consumption of 500,000 fortune points. It proceeded to locate the target realm, identified as the Xiantian continent. Upon successful positioning, it began constructing a temporary spatial passage. With a thunderous roar, Chen Xuan felt his spiritual sea quiver violently. The ancient map of the multi-realm conquest erupted in an unprecedented brilliance, unleashing an indescribable, vast power that transcended the boundaries of space and time. Akin to an invisible blade, piercing the chaotic void separating the realms. A deafening sound, reminiscent of a soul being torn asunder, reverberated deep within him. He beheld an immense rift in the endless chaos, dark and filled with violent spatial currents, forcibly torn open. Beyond this rift lay a new, vibrant world teeming with life. The spatial passage had been successfully constructed, with a duration of 12 hours. A warning followed, stating that this conquest was a one-way trip. The host must gather sufficient energy or locate the world coordinate node in the target realm to reopen the return passage. Wishing him a pleasant conquest, the system concluded. One-way transmission? Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yet, he felt no concern. With his capabilities, acquiring a ticket home in a lowly realm that even the Chosen One could not protect would be a mere formality. He rose and exited the secluded chamber. Outside, Lin Wan'er, Yao Ling, and Murong Shui were anxiously awaiting him, their faces etched with concern from the terrifying spatial fluctuations that had just transpired. Husband, Lin Wan'er approached first, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of fear. It's nothing, Chen Xuan reassured her with a smile, extending his arms to embrace the three extraordinary women, savoring their enchanting fragrance and warmth. Let us freshen up and go somewhere new for a little adventure. Adventure? The three women were momentarily taken aback. Chen Xuan offered no further explanation, but sent a stream of his consciousness into the spatial passage visible only to him. An influx of unfamiliar world information flooded his mind. Realm name, Xiantian Continent Realm Level. Low-level Cultivation Realm. World Essence damaged. Highest combat power. Transformation stage, suspected fallen, Chosen One. Yi Chun, confirmed deceased, destined daughters, partial list 1. Xia Qingyue, saintess of Qingyun sect, fiancée of Yi Chun, fortune color, purple eyes phoenix body, 2. Su Yuning, leader of Tiandan Pavilion, Yi Chun's confidant. Fortune color, red 9 orifice Dan heart, 3. Xiao Yinran, 7th princess of the Great Yin dynasty, previously rejected by Yi Chun. Fortune color, orange flame dragon bloodline. As he surveyed this series of familiar yet classic tropes, Chen Xuan's expression shifted to one of amusement. A tale of broken engagements? A tale of a reverse rise from adversity? This script was all too familiar to him. Unfortunately, it seemed that this Yi Chun, the Chosen One, had encountered misfortune, having perished before he could fully embrace his destiny. Nevertheless, this fortuitous development would save Chen Xuan considerable trouble. Intrigued, Chen Xuan's eyes sparkled with the thrill of a hunter discovering a new hunting ground. He released the three women from his embrace, gesturing grandly with undeniable confidence. Let us embark on a journey to seize a brand new world. Xiantian Continent. In the eastern region, the Qingyun sect, regarded as one of the foremost cultivation sects, was presently enveloped in a somber and eerie atmosphere. Despite the festive decorations adorning every peak, the air was thick with an indescribable oppression. The faces of the disciples bore no trace of joy, only numbness and humiliation. Today marked the wedding of the unparalleled genius, the saintess Xia Qingyue, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the eastern region. However, the groom was not her childhood sweetheart, Yi Chun, but rather a name they had never heard before, Li Wuyo, the young master of the Tianma sect. Rumor had it that he practiced demonic arts, known for his ruthless nature and inscrutable strength. It was further rumored that just 3 days prior, Yi Chun, hailed as the hope of Qingyun sect, had met his demise at the hands of Li Wuyo, who had dispatched him with a single strike. The sect leader had consented to this marriage only after that tragic event. Within the cave of Saintess Peak, Xia Qingyue sat quietly before vanity, adorned in a vibrant red wedding gown. Her reflection revealed a beauty so stunning it could eclipse the heavens. Yet her autumn-like eyes held a vacant, lifeless stare, enveloped in chilling silence. The haunting echoes of Yi Chen's desperate cries from 3 days prior reverberated in her mind. "Yue, wait for me. I will return to marry you." But he would never return, forever lost to her. A bittersweet smile graced Xia Qingyue's lips as she slowly retrieved a poisoned dagger from her sleeve. She would rather perish than marry the monster who had slain her beloved. Just as she raised the dagger to her heart, a tremendous, earth-shattering roar unexpectedly erupted above Qingyun sect. The protective array trembled violently, threatening to shatter at any moment. A deep, bottomless rift appeared in the sky, unleashing chaotic spatial currents. Soon after, a magnificent flying vessel, radiating an unsettling aura of power, emerged from the rift. On the deck stood a youth clad in azure robes, his demeanor indifferent. His gaze seemed to pierce through the barriers of space, penetrating the walls of the cave, landing squarely on the astonished figure of the red-clad beauty brandishing a dagger. A slight smile graced his lips. "It seems we have arrived just in time." Chapter 87. Arriving at the noble land, first collecting interest Qingyun sect, Mountain Gate Square. All disciples and elders gazed upwards, frozen in place, their minds blank. They beheld the magnificent divine vessel, tearing through the void, an overwhelming aura of terror enveloping them, sending shivers through their very souls. What was that? A celestial artifact? Who, or what, resided atop that vessel? After a moment of stunned silence, chaos erupted, panic sweeping through the crowd as countless disciples dropped their swords, which clattered to the ground. An enemy assault. Quickly, activate the mountain-protecting formation. The sharp cries echoed, yet none dared to move. Xia Changkong, the leader of Qingyun's sect, and Li Waya, the groom of the day from Tianma sect, soared into the sky with ashen faces. Suspended in midair, they stared at the enormous flying ship, larger than their entire main peak, feeling as insignificant as dust. Xia Changkong, a master in the late Yuanying stage, and Li Waya, hailed as a once-in-a-millennium talent. Nearly entering the Huashan realm, both felt an oppressive weight on their breaths before this vessel. May I inquire who you are? Xia Changkong forced down the tumultuous waves of his heart, cupping his hands towards the ship and speaking with a dry voice. Why have you intruded upon our Qingyun sect? However, the youth in the green robe on the deck of the ship did not even spare him a glance. Chen Xuan's gaze swept over the brightly lit sect below with keen interest, finally fixing on Li Waya. You are the young master of Tianma sect, Li Waya? His voice, though soft, struck each heart like a heavy hammer. Li Waya's bro furuba depoli. He sensed an unsettling scrutiny in the green-robed youth's gaze, one that felt more like an appraisal than an examination, akin to a butcher sizing up livestock destined for slaughter. It is I, Li Waya coldly replied, his pride as the foremost prodigy of the demonic path, preventing him from showing weakness. And who might you be? Hiding in the shadows is hardly impressive. I? Chen Xuan smiled. He turned to the ethereal Lin Wanner, dressed in white like fresh snow, and gently said, Wanner, do tell him who I am. Lin Wanner nodded slightly. She stepped forward, and suddenly, a terrifying pressure far beyond the Yuanying realm erupted. No, after merging with the devouring laws, her power had undergone a revolutionary transformation. Within the icy laws of utmost coldness, there was a domineering and ferocious might. The pressure radiated outwards, freezing the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius above Qingyun's sect, creating an absolute vacuum. The sky visibly darkened. Below, the weaker disciples, unable to even scream, bled from their orifices and collapsed unconscious. Even Xia Changkong and Li Waya, standing at the pinnacle of this realm, felt a soul-deep tremor. Their protective true essence and spirits felt as if they were on the brink of being entirely frozen and devoured by this force. Huashan, Xia Changkong's teeth chattered in fear, his voice filled with boundless terror. This pressure was beyond that of the Yuanying stage. It was the true might that only existed in legends, the power of Huashan. This woman, who was astonishingly beautiful, was actually an ancestor of the Huashan realm. The pride on Li Waya's face crumbled in an instant, replaced by a pallid despair. His half-step Huashan cultivation, which he had held in high regard, was rendered laughably weak before this genuine Huashan ancestor. Lin Wanner paid no heed to the terrified faces below. Her gaze, cold and commanding, fell upon Li Waya as she softly uttered, He is my husband. He is the new master of your humble world. And you have killed a future servant of his. Therefore you must die. As her words resonated, Lin Wanner slowly raised her jade hand and pointed towards the now utterly petrified Li Waya. The law of eternal ice sealed him. In an instant, the world seemed to lose all sound and color, leaving only an endless expanse of whiteness. A nearly invisible ice-blue thread flickered from her fingertip, disregarding space and Li Waya's frantic attempts to activate his protective magical treasures. It gently pierced into his forehead. Li Waya's body stiffened suddenly. The fear and despair on his face froze in place. His entire being, from his soul to every drop of blood, was instantaneously encased in a layer of crystal-clear blue ice, transforming him into a lifelike ice sculpture, suspended in midair, eternally displaying that expression of despair. Lin Wanner withdrew her finger, too indifferent to glance back. It was as if she had merely crushed an annoying ant. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction, his gaze drifting past the ice sculpture to the stunning figure of the red-clad beauty within the cave of Sheng Peak, who had been rendered motionless with a dagger in hand. He smiled. Very well. Now we are undisturbed. Your marriage, which I do not consent to, shall be set aside. Now, we can discuss your true allegiance. Chapter 88. The Heart of the Saintess, a broken path of destiny. Xia Qingyue's mind was blank. She stood before the window, feeling as if her soul had been drained, staring vacantly at the sky. In her vision, the white-robed woman appeared almost otherworldly. With a mere casual lift of her finger, she pointed towards Li Huaya's direction, gently tapping. There was no cataclysmic display, no world-shattering spell. Li Huaya, a figure she had regarded almost as a demonic god, the man who had shattered Yi Chun's spirit with a single move, was abruptly frozen mid-air. A layer of pale blue ice spread from his forehead, swiftly enveloping his entire body, eternally capturing the utmost fear and despair on his face. That lifelike ice sculpture hovered for a moment in the air. Then, before the eyes of countless spectators of Qingyun's sect, it silently shattered, transforming into millions of radiant ice crystals that scattered with the wind. Not a trace of flesh or remnant of spirit was left behind. Clank! The poisoned dagger slipped from her powerless fingers, crashing to the ground with a piercing sound. The noise finally stirred her blank mind into action. He is dead? Li Huaya is truly dead? The nemesis who had killed Yi Chun and forced her to contemplate death in protest had been swatted down like a mere fly. A feeling of absurdity surged, overwhelming the grief and determination she had just begun to forge. Her heart of the Tao, her understanding of this world, shattered piece by piece in that moment. She mourned Yi Chen's death, yet Li Huaya, his enemy, fell so easily before another might. What did her sorrow, her hatred, and even the life she was prepared to sacrifice amount to? A mere joke? Her gaze, uncontrollably, drifted past the divine white-robed woman and landed on the green-robed youth, who had merely stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the deck of the ship. His expression remained indifferent, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an entertaining performance after a meal, not worthy of mention. The words husband and master struck like thunderclaps in Xia Qingyue's heart. What kind of existence could a man possess to have a wife as divine as her? Xia Qingyue's heart was thrown into disarray. The heart she believed had turned to ashes with Yi Chen's death now, unexpectedly, began to beat fiercely. Not for the deceased lover, but for the mysterious and formidable intruder before her. A sense of inexplicable shame and panic nearly suffocated her. At that moment, the voice of the young man in the azure robe echoed in her mind, calm and direct. All right, now, no one is here to disturb us. We can have a proper discussion about your marriage that has ended before it even began. Xia Qingyue's delicate body trembled violently. She raised her head in astonishment and saw the young man in the azure robe observing her with great interest. His deep, penetrating gaze seemed capable of unraveling all her thoughts and secrets. Under his scrutiny, Xia Qingyue felt as if she were exposed, devoid of any defenses. Instinctively, she stepped back, a flustered blush blooming on her pale cheeks. At Qingyun sect's South Mountain Gate Square, silence reigned. A deathly stillness enveloped the space. All disciples and elders of Qingyun sect, including the sect leader Xia Changkong, remained entranced by the miraculous scene they had just witnessed, unable to regain their composure. With a mere gesture, he had annihilated a peerless genius on the verge of transcending. This reality weighed heavily upon each of their hearts, nearly suffocating them. Xia Changkong gazed skyward at the woman clad in white, his heart filled with bitterness and despair. He comprehended that today, Qingyun sect had encountered a cataclysmic star descending from the heavens. Resistance? He had no doubt he could not withstand even a single strike before that immortal being. Predecessor. Xia Changkong forced a smile more grotesque than tears, bowing deeply towards the celestial vessel in the sky, his posture utterly humble. I, Xia Changkong, am blind to the greatness of the predecessor and have offended your esteemed presence. I hope for your forgiveness. I am willing to offer the entire millennium treasury of Qingyun sect, all spiritual stones, elixirs, and magical artifacts, only asking that you spare our sect a path to survival. He now only hoped to buy his life with wealth. However, Chen Xuan on the flying vessel merely cast a fleeting glance at him. Your life and your Qingyun sect hold no value in my eyes. His voice was icy, unequivocal. I have come today for but one matter. His gaze shifted back toward the direction of the holy maiden peak. I want her. He extended his hand, pointing toward the stunning figure in red. Still in a daze and confusion, Xia Qingyue. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changkong was momentarily stunned. All the disciples of Qin Yun's sect below were equally bewildered. They had thought the visitor intended to annihilate their sect, yet it turned out he had come with great fanfare, solely for their holy maiden. A complex expression flickered across Xiao Changkong's face. There was humiliation, anger, but more so, an overwhelming joy at having survived a calamity. If offering a daughter could quell the wrath of a deity and preserve the foundation of their sect, this deal was exceedingly advantageous. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply again to the heavens, his voice laced with flattery. For a predecessor to take notice of my daughter is her fortune from 3 lifetimes, and the greatest blessing for the entire Qin Yun sect. I shall summon her at once to pay her respects to the predecessor. With that, he turned to go to Holy Maiden Peak to personally invite his daughter. However, Chen Xuan waved his hand. No need. A playful smile graced his lips. To invite someone requires sincerity. I prefer to go myself. As his words fell, his figure slowly vanished from the spot. The next moment, within the cave of Holy Maiden Peak, Xia Qingyue felt the surrounding space distort like the surface of water, and a figure in azure appeared before her without warning. The two locked eyes, mere feet apart. Xia Qingyue could distinctly sense the faint, pleasant scent of masculinity wafting from him. Her breath hitched, and her heart skipped a beat. Blood rushed to her head, and her exquisite face turned crimson. Chen Xuan regarded this stunning maiden clad in bridal attire, who was flustered and at a loss. And his gaze fell to the dagger that lay discarded at her feet. He bent down to pick it up, playing with it between his fingers. For a dead person, you wield such a beautiful hand to hold such an unsightly thing. He raised his eyes, looking at her with a half-smile. Not worth it. Chapter 89. A beauty like jade. Submitting voluntarily within the cave, silence prevailed, so profound one could hear their own heartbeat. Xia Qingyue gazed at the man before her. Her mind a blank slate. She wished to retreat, yet her legs felt as if they were encased in lead, immovable. She longed to speak, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. She could only watch him, observing his deep eyes that seemed capable of consuming all and the curve of his lips that hinted at amusement. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart pounded like a drum. A strange, unfamiliar sensation surged through her body like electricity, spreading to every limb. Xia Qingyue? Chen Xuan broke the silence first. His voice low but magnetic, akin to rich wine, intoxicating without a sip. I am Xia Qingyue instinctively responded, her voice barely a whisper, trembling without her awareness. Not bad looking. Chen Xuan circled her with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze unabashedly appraising her as though she were a rare treasure just acquired. The Binghuang divine body, the first beauty of the eastern region, barely qualifies to enter my courtyard. Xia Qingyue felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, discomfort coursing through her. She was the holy maiden of Qin Yun's sect, the most revered beauty pursued by countless geniuses in the eastern region. Never had she been scrutinized with such blatant, evaluative eyes. A flicker of humiliation flashed through her mind. Yet more powerful was an inexplicable sensation she could not articulate. To her surprise, she found herself not disliking this feeling. In fact, deep within her shattered heart, a hidden anticipation surged forth, one that startled even her. What do you want to do? Xia Qingyue finally summoned the courage to raise her head and meet Chen Xuan's gaze. Her previously lifeless ice-blue eyes flickered with a spark of vitality. What do I want to do? Chen Xuan chuckled. He extended his hand, gently lifting her flawless chin with his fingertips. The warm, delicate touch stirred something within him. As expected of a destined daughter bearing the Binghuang divine body, this skin, this feel, is indeed exquisite. I have already stated. Chen Xuan's lips curled upwards, his eyes gleaming with the light of a hunter. I have come to claim my spoils. You're the first treasure I have set my eyes upon entering this realm. His words were direct and domineering, imbued with an undeniable possessiveness. Xia Qingji's heart raced once more, her delicate face flushed as if it might bleed. She was aware that she ought to resist, that she should feel anger. Yet, her body was uncooperative. A ludicrous thought arose uncontrollably from the depths of her heart. To be regarded as a trophy by such a godlike man did not seem entirely unacceptable, did it? But I'm already betrothed. Xia Qingji inexplicably uttered this statement. Even she was unsure of the reasoning behind it. Was it rejection, or merely a test? Betrothed? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan let out a mocking sneer. Are you referring to that short-lived ghost named Chen? Or perhaps to that worthless fool who could not withstand a single blow from my woman? His words were merciless, like two poisoned daggers that viciously pierced Xiaoqingji's heart. Her charming face turned ashen in an instant. Her eyes reddened, and a single crystalline tear uncontrollably slipped down the corner of her eye. Indeed, what betrothal did she still possess? Her fiancé was already deceased. The man who had vowed to return and marry her had vanished forever. She was now merely an orphan, a pitiful creature who could be treated as a commodity by her father. Observing her on the verge of tears, Chen Xuan felt not an ounce of pity. Instead, a stronger desire for conquest surged within him. He relished the sight of these lofty daughters of heaven displaying such weakness before him. It brought him a profound sense of satisfaction. He released his grip on her chin, extending a finger to catch the tear that was about to fall. His touch was gentle, yet his voice turned cold. To weep for the dead is the most futile endeavor in this world. From this day forth, your laughter and your tears shall belong solely to me. To become my woman, Chen Xuan, is the greatest fortune for you, for your entire sect, for this world. You should be smiling. His words remained domineering, yet they carried an unusual undertone. Xiaoqingji lifted her head, gazing at him in a daze, into his deep eyes that seemed capable of drawing in one's very soul. She understood that she had completely succumbed. No further words of rejection escaped her lips. She simply closed her eyes slowly. Her long lashes trembled slightly under the light, casting a delicate silhouette. That posture, seemingly inviting, silently conveyed her submission. Chen Xuan, witnessing this, smiled with satisfaction. This thorny ice mountain snow lotus had finally been completely subdued by him. He lowered his head, slowly leaning towards her luscious red lips for a kiss. However, just as their lips were about to meet, a resounding, clear, and cold phoenix cry, seemingly from the ancient primordial times, erupted unexpectedly from within Xiaoqingji. An overwhelming and noble bloodline power awakened suddenly. Chapter 90. The Ice Phoenix Submits. The gentle body softens. A surge of energy originating from the depths of her bloodline made Xiaoqingji's delicate body tremble violently. It was not an act of defiance, but rather an absolute suppression rooted in the essence of life. Her Ice Phoenix divine body quivered uncontrollably, instinctively submitting before Chen Xuan's supreme Chaos Tao body. An ethereal ice-blue phoenix apparition suddenly manifested behind her, its magnificent wings enveloping the entire cave. It let out a melodious cry, devoid of any pride, replaced instead by profound reverence and tremors. Crack! Crack! A terrifying chill surged from the cave's center, sweeping through the surroundings. In mere moments, the entire Sheng Peak, along with all the pavilions and towers upon it, was encased in a thick layer of crystalline ice, transforming into a world of ice sculptures. This is bad. The Ice Phoenix divine body of Qingwei has gone out of control. In a mountain gate square, the sect leader, Xia Changkong, turned as pale as a sheet. He was acutely aware of the dominance of his daughter's bloodline. Should her emotions fluctuate violently, there was a risk of backlash, potentially leading to her own demise. He wished to rush forward, but the moment he moved, a cold gaze from the figure in white aboard the flying vessel fell upon him, rendering him immobile as if trapped in an ice cave. He could only watch helplessly as the terrifying chill, capable of freezing a Yuanying, completely engulfed the young man in green robes. It's over. Xia Changkong's heart sank to the depths. This unpredictable elder, in a fit of rage, would likely reduce the entire Qingyun sect to ashes. Yet within the cave, at the epicenter of the icy tempest, Chen Xuan's expression remained unfazed. He did not even activate his protective true essence, allowing the freezing energy to wash over him without managing to freeze even a corner of his garment. He simply extended his hand, embracing the exquisite beauty, whose body trembled violently due to the bloodline's chaos, into his arms with an incredibly gentle yet domineering demeanor. Have you had enough? He lowered his head and spoke softly into her ear. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority, as if a divine king were admonishing a mischievous pet. In that instant, the Chunyang Tunshengong within Chen Xuan began to operate autonomously, a force of purest yang, imbued with the power to devour all and dominate all laws, emanated in a brilliant golden hue, slowly flowing into Xiaoqingji's body through his palm. A miracle unfolded. The frigid energy that had been rampaging within her, threatening to freeze her very soul, was instantly calmed upon encountering the golden true essence. As if all rivers returned to the sea, as if subjects met their sovereign, all the fury, all the coldness, was soothed and tamed in an instant. They were no longer untamed wild horses, but transformed into docile lambs, frolicking around the golden true essence in joyous submission and reverence. Zaya let out a soft murmur, almost akin to a sigh of comfort. The excruciating pain brought on by the bloodline backlash vanished entirely. In its place was an unprecedented sense of ease and tranquility, as if she were immersed in the warmest sacred spring, her body and soul being cleansed and elevated. She could distinctly feel her ice phoenix bloodline being purified and strengthened at an unparalleled speed. The insurmountable bottleneck of her late golden core stage, which had troubled her for years, shattered abruptly amidst this extraordinary fusion of energies. The Yuanying stage was now within her reach. She slowly opened her ice-blue eyes, staring blankly at the man who held her tightly in his embrace. There was a delightful scent of sunshine emanating from him. His embrace was warm, broad, and filled with a reassuring strength. The heart that had been extinguished by Yi Chen's death revived completely at this moment, beating fervently for him with unprecedented intensity. She understood that she was utterly lost. From body to soul, she had completely succumbed. No longer did she struggle, nor did she hesitate. She slowly extended her porcelain-like arms and, with a gentle determination, embraced Chen Xuan's neck. Then, with a clumsy yet earnest manner, she pressed her luscious crimson lips against his. A series of system notifications echoed in Chen Xuan's mind, revealing that he had successfully captured the destined woman, Xia Qingwei. The task was rated as perfect, and rewards were being calculated. He was granted a portion of the Ice Phoenix's divine body origin, a new characteristic of his cultivation technique, and a substantial reward of 100,000 luck points. Furthermore, due to the overwhelming power of his Chaos Dao body, he had completely subdued the destined woman, leading to a blossoming affection and triggering a special dual cultivation mode. During this dual cultivation, he would receive a portion of her cultivation feedback and had a high chance of her conceiving a child endowed with both the Ice Phoenix and Chaos Dao characteristics. Amidst the intimate atmosphere in the cave dwelling, the vibrant colors of red bridal attire and azure robes intertwined and gracefully fell away. The ancient ice atop Saintess Peak began to quietly melt on this significant day. Chapter 91. A Balance of Authority and Affection. The sex loyalty within the cave dwelling of Saintess Peak. The ambience was perfect for spring. Outside, at the Qingyun Sect's Mountain Gate Plaza, there was an eerie silence. The wind rustled through fallen leaves, producing an unusually piercing sound. All disciples and elders maintained their gazes upward, their bodies rigid as if carved from stone. Their minds replayed the miraculous scene they had just witnessed. The terrifying chill capable of freezing all, the extraordinary fairy who effortlessly dispatched a half-step transformation god, and the enigmatic young man who had not even raised his eyelids throughout. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the tempestuous aura of the Ice Phoenix gradually subsided, replaced by a more subdued, pure, yet terrifyingly abyssal presence. The sect leader, Xia Changkong, felt a jolt in his heart as he sensed that his daughter's aura had not diminished, but had instead surged significantly, approaching the legendary nascent soul realm. What had transpired? Just then, two figures descended gracefully from a radiant divine vessel in the sky. Chen Xuan and Xia Qingwei. Xia Qingwei had changed out of her dazzling bridal attire into a modest ice-blue gown, her dark hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders. Her already stunning beauty now radiated an astonishing glow, as if enveloped in a soft celestial light. The chill and sorrow that had once lingered in her brows vanished completely, replaced by an alluring charm that was distinctly feminine. She followed Chen Xuan, maintaining a respectful distance, her ice-blue eyes never leaving his silhouette, brimming with unabashed admiration and reverence. Witnessing this, the crowd fell in a stunned silence once more, especially Xia Changkong, who gaped at his daughter's demeanor, so tender and affectionate, a stark contrast to her previous cold, unapproachable nature. How could this transformation occur in mere hours? This was preposterous. A strange sense of absurdity welled up within Xia Changkong. He felt as if he had nurtured a rare and exquisite flower for 20 years, only to see it swept away by a divine dragon descending from the heavens. Yet, upon reflection, rather than feeling anger, he was overwhelmed with an indescribable joy, a true dragon among men, capable of having a fairy suspected to be a transformation god at his side, annihilating the heir of the Tianma sect with ease, and calming the Ice Phoenix's rampage while elevating his daughter's cultivation. Such an individual was worth more than mere familial ties. He would gladly kneel and call him father. Suddenly, Xiao Changkong was jolted back to reality. He hurriedly approached with all the elders in tow, and without hesitation, he knelt, his forehead striking the stone ground with profound reverence. Junior Xia Changkong pays respects to the esteemed senior. The 3,000 disciples of Qin Yun sect pledge eternal loyalty to you with undivided hearts. Behind him, the elders awakened from their stupor, collapsing to their knees in unison. We pay respects to our master. The overwhelming sound of submission echoed throughout the Qin Yun sect. Chen Xuan regarded the familiar scene of reverence with satisfaction. Dealing with intelligent individuals certainly made matters easier. Rise, he gestured casually. From this day forth, Qin Yun sect shall merge under the banner of my Chen family, renaming it the Chen family's Eastern Domain branch. You, Xia Changkong, shall serve as the first branch leader. His gaze fell upon the blushing Xia Qingwei, who trembled slightly at the mention of the Chen family, a playful smile gracing his lips. From today onward, she shall be my 9th concubine. As his words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the crowd once more. Xia Qingwei stood frozen, as did Xia Changkong, and all disciples of Qin Yun sect were left in disbelief. They had assumed that with their saintess's celestial beauty, she would at least be a principal consort, not merely a 9th-ranked concubine. Just as indignation began to rise within Xia Changkong, the divine vessel in the sky shimmered again. Lin Van Ya Ling, and Mu Rongxue descended gracefully. As the crowd beheld these 3 extraordinary women, each a paragon of beauty and charm, all feelings of discontent dissipated instantly. The overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Wana rendered them breathless, while the other 2, though lacking such destructive power, exuded an unparalleled purity and grace, making Xia Changkong's nascent soul cultivation seem crude in their presence. In the hearts of all, there remained only an endless shock and an unsettling acceptance. So, this senior's harem is filled with such celestial beings? No wonder their own saintess could only rank 9th. Xia Changkong felt a knot in his heart instantly unravel, even finding a bit of delight in the situation. To be ranked 9th indicates that his daughter possesses extraordinary talent, catching the eye of his senior. This was indeed a profitable outcome. Xia Qingwei gazed at the 3 women before her, who, in terms of beauty, grace, and strength, were undeniably her equals, if not superior. The last vestige of pride she held as a woman of exceptional birth melted away into a gentle submission. Rather than feeling disheartened, she was filled with a newfound determination. She willingly bowed to Chen Xuan, her voice sweet and enchanting. I am Xia Qingwei. Pay my respects to my husband. Chapter 92, Master of the Pill Pavilion. Fiery beauty. The allegiance of Qin Yun sect was, to Chen Xuan, a matter of course. He did not linger there for long. After enjoying the tenderness of his newly acquired concubine and effortlessly melting down the treasures accumulated by Qin Yun sect over a millennium, garnering tens of thousands of fortune points, Chen Xuan set his sights on the next target in this realm, Tiandan Pavilion and Su Yuning. According to the information provided by the system, this master of Tiandan Pavilion possessed the 9 orifices pill heart, a rare and exceptional alchemical physique. She was also the confidant of the unfortunate fated son, Yi Chun, and seemingly the one who invested the most in him. Upon hearing the name 9 orifices pill heart, Yao Ling, aboard the divine vessel, felt her sparkling eyes brighten remarkably. It was as if invisible alchemical flames danced around her, revealing her unrestrained curiosity and fervor. Being a pill spirit physique herself, she naturally harbored a desire to find a worthy rival in this other alchemical genius. Husband, let us seek her out. Yao Ling tugged at Chen Xuan's arm, her tone laced with a hint of playful coaxing. I want to see for myself just how formidable this alchemical saint of the lower realm truly is compared to me. Very well, Chen Xuan chuckled, playfully pinching her delicate nose, his gaze filled with affection. He would never refuse such a trivial request from his beloved. Moreover, This 9 orifices pill heart was a coveted prize he was determined to acquire. Tiandan City, renowned as the most prestigious city in the central region of Xinjiang continent, is a sacred ground for countless alchemists, for it is the headquarters of Tiandan Pavilion. At this moment, however, the atmosphere in the council hall of Tiandan Pavilion was so tense it felt as if it could drip with water. At the head of the hall sat a striking figure clad in a fiery red gown, her graceful figure and breathtaking curves accentuated by a beauty as cold as ice. She was Su Yuning, the youngest and most extraordinary master in the history of Tiandan Pavilion. Although her cultivation was only at the late golden core stage, her unparalleled alchemical skills commanded respect even from ancient nascent soul experts. Beneath her, the esteemed elders of Tiandan Pavilion, who could shake the pill market with a mere stamp of their feet, now hung their heads in silence, as if rendered mute. Have you all become deaf? Su Yuning's icy voice pierced through the air, chilling the hall to its core. 3 days ago, Yi Chun challenged the young master of the heavenly demon sect, Li Wuya, a Qingyan sect. Were you aware of this beforehand? As her words fell, the elders collectively trembled, burying their heads even lower, observing these silent old fools. Disappointment and self-deprecation flickered in Su Yuning's eyes. She knew everything. These elders would rather see Yi Chun dead. His existence posed a severe threat to their positions within Tiandan Pavilion. That man was someone she had painstakingly nurtured, pouring in countless resources and hopes, viewing him as the only one capable of leading the sect to a new era of glory. Yet, he had died, dead at Qingyan's sect, on the very day of his betrothed's wedding. Upon hearing the news, her heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, leaving her breathless with pain. She could not believe it. How could the man who had repeatedly created miracles and turned the tide in desperate situations die so easily? She needed to go to Qingyan's sect. She had to see for herself. She had to seek justice for him. Relay my orders. Su Juning slowly rose, her cold phoenix eyes igniting with a fury that seemed capable of incinerating all. Summon all elders and disciples of Golden Core Stage and above from Tiandan Pavilion. We shall proceed to Qingyan's sect at once. I want to see if Xia Changkong dares to touch my Su Yuning's people. Her voice was resolute and brooked no dissent. Hearing this, the elders' expressions changed dramatically. Master, please reconsider. An elder of the highest seniority quickly stepped forward, attempting to dissuade her. Li Wuya is a peerless expert at the cusp of god transformation. The heavenly demon sect is a formidable force. If we oppose them for the sake of a dead Yi Chun, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Indeed, Master, please think it through. To drag our entire Tiandan Pavilion into an abyss for an outsider is not worth it. The hall erupted with voices urging her to reconsider. Su Yuning gazed at the grotesque faces before her, and the last shred of warmth in her heart turned to ice. Is this truly the sect for which she had fought tirelessly? A gathering of cowards, only concerned with currying favor and fearing for their lives. Enough! Su Yuning's furious shout unleashed a terrifying pressure that silenced all voices. From this day forth, I, Su Yuning, sever all ties with Tiandan Pavilion. I will go to Qingyun's sect in my personal capacity. Whether I live or die is of no concern to you. With that, she resolutely turned, her gown sweeping through the air with a decisive arc as she prepared to leave the hall that had become utterly loathsome to her. However, just as she was about to step beyond the threshold, a voice, imbued with a hint of playful mockery, unexpectedly echoed in the depths of her mind. Wishing to go to Qingyun's sect, there is no need, for they have already arrived. Chapter 93. Alchemical Duel. Fire Phoenix shines brightly who? Su Yuning's heart raced with alarm as she spun around. At the entrance of the council hall stood a group of figures, having arrived silently and unnoticed. Leading them was a young man in a blue robe, his expression indifferent, his presence unremarkable, yet he commanded the attention of all. Behind him were 4 women. One, clad in white, exuded an ethereal aura akin to a celestial being, leaving her utterly unable to gauge her depth. Another, dressed in fiery red, possessed lively eyes that scrutinized her with keen interest, her battle intent almost palpable. A third, in a modest skirt, held an array in her hands, her gaze as tranquil as a deep pool. And the final one, Su Yuning's pupils constricted in shock, clad in an ice-blue gown, her beauty unparalleled, was none other than Xia Qingwei of Qingyan's sect. How could she be here? Moreover, she was leaning affectionately against the young man in blue. her formerly frigid eyes now brimming with warmth and tenderness. Was she not supposed to be mourning for Yichun? Should she not harbor an intense hatred for the Tianma sect? Countless questions and a sense of absurdity washed over Su Yuning like a bucket of icy water, instantly freezing the fervent anger she felt for Yichun. After all, she was a formidable figure presiding over the Tiandan Pavilion, her composure far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. After a momentary lapse, she forcefully suppressed the turbulent waves within her heart, regaining the coldness and authority befitting her status as the pavilion master. She regarded Chen Xuan, and a fleeting glimmer of vigilance crossed her frosty phoenix eyes. "Who are you? What business do you have in my Tiandan pavilion?" She sensed that each person before her was far from benevolent, particularly the young man in the azure robe, whose early-stage golden core cultivation belied an unprecedented sense of trepidation, as if she were not facing a mere individual, but an unfathomable abyss. Chen Xuan remained silent, his gaze lazily sweeping over Su Yuning. The striking contrast between her fiery figure and her frost-like beauty was quite compelling. Especially notable was the pulsating Jiuqiao Danxin within her, coupled with her innate rich medicinal fragrance, which piqued Chen Xian's interest. The second destined daughter of this world was indeed extraordinary. Chen Xuan did not speak, but Yao Ling beside him could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward gracefully, her lively, beautiful eyes ablaze with combat spirit. "You are Su Yuning, the alchemical saint body possessing the Jiuqiao Danxin?" Her voice was crisp and melodious, yet carried an exhilarating and bold challenge. Su Yuning's brow slightly furrowed. From this woman in the red dress, she sensed a similar yet distinctly different alchemical aura. It was vibrant and full of the life force that creates all things, as if she were born to be favored by the way of alchemy. "You're also an alchemist?" Su Yuning's tone held a hint of uncertainty. "Indeed," Yao Ling replied with a proud smile, declaring her title. "From a Chun family, head of the Dan Hall, Yao Ling. I have come to seek guidance from the Pavilion Master of Tiandan Pavilion today to assess the true weight of alchemy in this world." Dong Ling Shang Ti. Upon hearing this, the great hall fell into a profound silence. The elders of Tiandan Pavilion, who had just been urging Su Yuning, now stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in disbelief, gazing at Yao Ling as if she were a ghost. A holy body, another legendary holy body, and one at the same level as our pavilion master. What on earth is happening in this world? When did legendary physiques become as common as cabbages? A storm of emotions surged within Su Yuning as well. Yet, as a proud prodigy of the alchemical realm, she would never allow herself to back down before anyone, especially in the domain of alchemy. Very well. The flames of determination ignited within her cold phoenix eyes. "How would you like to compete?" Quite simply, Yao Ling extended a delicate finger as white as jade, gently shaking it. "Refining pills takes too long and waste time. We shall compete in a mastery of alchemical flames." Before her words faded, Yao Ling let out a delicate shout. "Dun Feng Taoyang." A clear and high-pitched phoenix cry resounded through the heavens. A fiery phoenix, engulfed in emerald green alchemical flames, soared skyward from behind her, vividly alive. The flames brimmed with boundless vitality, yet bore a domineering force capable of incinerating all. The temperature within the grand hall soared dramatically. The alchemical flames cherished by the elders trembled in their dantian, as if confronted by a monarch, unable to muster even a thought of resistance. Shenhua, this is the legendary life divine fire. An elder gasped, retreating and collapsing to the ground in disbelief. Su Yuning gazed at the emerald fire phoenix soaring in the air, her typically serene face now showing a hint of solemnity for the first time. She understood she was facing an unprecedented adversary. What a Danling Shangti! However, Su Yuning will not easily concede. With a fierce shout, she matched Yao Ling's intensity. Jiu Qiao Linglong, Xian Hua Hualong. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted from within her. 100-foot-long fire dragon, entirely crimson and seemingly forged from the purest laws of flames, spiraled out from behind her, exuding an aura of dominance and destruction. One phoenix, one dragon. One emerald, one crimson. Two utterly different yet equally powerful alchemical flames faced off in the air. The atmosphere crackled with the collision of their fiery essences, causing a subtle distortion in the very fabric of space. A climactic showdown between two heavenly prodigies of alchemy was imminent. Chapter 94. As the furnace, the alchemical heart submits. Phoenix cries. Dragon roars. Two completely distinct, yet both representing the pinnacle of alchemy. The flames clashed and tore through the air above Tiandan Pavilion. The emerald Dan foam flapped its wings, showering not fire rain, but countless luminous points brimming with immense life force. As these points descended, the dry grass in the cracks of the stone plaza below visibly rejuvenated, sprouting tender green shoots. Meanwhile, the crimson fire dragon was unmatched in its dominance. With each breath, the air warped under its scorching presence, causing the hard bluestone floor to melt into shards of red glass. One life, one destruction. The clash of these two powers plunged the entire Tiandan city into silence. Countless cultivators looked up in awe, witnessing this miraculous scene in the sky, their souls trembling. The pavilion master's heart fire dragon has been blocked? What on earth is that emerald fire phoenix? I feel my alchemical flames lamenting, submitting, divine beings clashing. This is undoubtedly a battle of divine beings. Inside the council hall, the elders of Tiandan Pavilion turned pale, their hands and feet cold. An elderly man with graying beard stared intently at the emerald fire phoenix, his lips trembling. The alchemical flames have spirit, endlessly reborn. This is the ultimate realm recorded in alchemical scriptures. Thud! Another elder beside him rolled his eyes and fainted from the shock of his heart. They had immersed themselves in alchemy for centuries, priding themselves as masters of the craft. Yet today they realized they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well, having not even scratched the surface. At the center of the battlefield, both Yao Ling and Su Yuning appeared slightly pale, beads of fragrant sweat glistening at their temples. This contest not only measured the quality of their flames, but also drained their spirits and magical power. It was a stalemate. One was lively and vibrant, never ceasing, while the other was purely domineering, explosive in nature. Neither could gain the upper hand. Just then, a calm voice resonated throughout the hall. If this continues, we will fight until nightfall without determining a victor. Chen Xuan's voice, though not loud, clearly reached the ears of both women. Yao Ling shuddered. She realized her husband was signaling her. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Chen Xuan's side, where the gentle and obedient Xia Qingwei, freshly brought into their home, stood. No, I cannot lose. I am the head of the Dan Hall, dedicated to refining pills for my husband. If I cannot surpass an outsider, how will I hold my head high before my sisters in the future? A surge of intense desire for victory and possessiveness surged within. Yao Ling's delicate teeth clenched tightly, her charming visage revealing a trace of resoluteness and madness. Transforming into a spirit of alchemy, she devoted herself utterly. With a fierce cry, she willingly dispelled the emerald Dan foam, which had been entangled with the fire dragon. In the next moment, she transformed into a streak of flowing light, rushing headlong towards the roaring crimson fire dragon. What? Has she lost her mind? All the elders of Tiandan Pavilion gasped in astonishment, nearly leaping from the ground. To devote oneself as a furnace. This is the most forbidden and perilous life-risking technique in the realm of alchemy. Utilizing one's own soul as a cauldron, forcibly refining Yi Awa. A moment's carelessness could lead to the shattering of the Dan heart and the annihilation of the soul. This woman dares to gamble her life for a mere contest. Su Yuning was equally taken aback by Yao Ling's reckless act, her heart racing as she wished to retract the heart-fire true dragon. But alas, it was too late. Yao Ling's figure had already bravely collided with the 100-foot fire dragon. Boom! The anticipated scene of fragrant demise did not unfold. At the moment of contact with the fire dragon, Yao Ling's body erupted into brilliant radiance, countless ancient alchemical runes swirling around her in rapid rotation, ultimately coalescing into a towering, archaic cauldron phantom. The cauldron bore intricate patterns, as if it encapsulated the origins and conclusions of alchemy. The mouth of the cauldron gaped wide, unleashing a terrifying, devouring force. Roar! The once mighty heart-fire true dragon emitted a piercing cry of despair, its 100-foot form being forcibly pulled and twisted by that overwhelming power, ultimately transforming into the purest essence of flame, uncontrollably consumed by the cauldron phantom bit by bit. Su Yuning's delicate face turned as pale as paper. and she suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of heart's blood. The heart fire true dragon was connected to her soul as the dragon was devoured. She too suffered a devastating backlash. She stared in disbelief as the cauldron phantom slowly dissipated, transforming back into the form of a woman in a red dress. Confusion and defeat appearing in her once cold phoenix eyes for the first time. She had lost. Completely and utterly defeated, she acknowledged it wholeheartedly. Just as she opened her mouth, the violent force of the backlash from the Dan fire erupted within her. A devastating torrent of flames surged through her meridians, incinerating her internal organs and her consciousness. This is bad. Su Yuning's expression changed drastically as she felt her body transforming into a furnace on the verge of explosion, her awareness sinking rapidly into the inferno. She was losing control. However, just as she was about to be entirely consumed by the backlash of the Dan fire, a warm and broad embrace enveloped her searing body tightly. A force, both unyielding and gentle as flowing water, surged into her being, instantly suppressing and soothing that rampant Dan fire. A voice, laced with playful amusement, echoed softly in her ear. Flames are not to be trifled with. They are perilous. It seems I must personally help you cool down. Chapter 95, Subduing the Fiery Steed, the Alchemy Pavilion changes hands. That embrace was solid and powerful. The voice was deep and magnetic, carrying an irresistible tone. Su Yuning's entire body stiffened as she felt a current surge through her from where his arm touched her waist. Instinctively, she wished to struggle, but the backlash of the Dan fire was raging through her meridians, making a luxury to even lift a finger. She could only tilt her head back, compelled to meet those profound eyes, as if the starry sky aimed to draw her very soul in. Let me go. Su Yuning exerted her final ounce of strength, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Her once cold face burned with a sickly crimson due to the Dan fire and her shame. Let you go? Chen Xuan laughed, not only refusing to loosen his grip, but pulling her enticingly soft form even closer. He lowered his head, his heated breath brushing against Su Yuning's sensitive ear, his voice low and filled with aggression. You resemble a volcano on the brink of eruption, and I am the only one capable of extinguishing your flames. Tell me, should I let go? The warmth of his breath sent a violent shiver through her, a sensation of unprecedented tingling spreading throughout her limbs. You shameless. Su Yuning felt utterly humiliated, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. As the esteemed master of Tiandan Pavilion, revered by countless cultivators in Xiantian continent, how had she ever endured such a brazen insult? Shameless? Chen Xuan chuckled dismissively, no longer engaging in idle chatter. His other hand reached out and pressed directly against Su Yuning's flat, burning abdomen. There lay her nearly uncontrollable 9 apertures Dan heart. Buzz! A force of the utmost purity and strength, imbued with the essence of devouring all, surged into Su Yuning's body like a mountain torrent breaching its dam. A miracle occurred. The violent Dan fire, which had been rampaging within her, threatening to reduce her to ashes, instantly subsided upon contact with Chen Xuan's true essence. As if a mouse had encountered a cat, all chaos and destruction were thoroughly suppressed and calmed in that moment. They ceased their assault on Su Yuning's meridians and, instead, like swallows returning to their nests, surged towards Chen Xuan's golden-hued true essence, being devoured and assimilated. Su Yuning felt as if she had plunged from a searing furnace into a millennia-old cold pool in an instant. The sheer intensity of the sensation caused an involuntary, suppressed moan to escape her throat. Her body melted completely, weakly collapsing within Chen Xuan's embrace, allowing the man's power to rampage freely within her. She could distinctly feel her nearly shattered 9 apertures Dan heart being mended and strengthened at an astonishing speed. The source that had been damaged from the intense heart fire was also rapidly replenished and expanded. Even the bottleneck she had long struggled with in the later stages of the Golden Dan realm began to show signs of loosening. Who is this man? What kind of cultivation technique does he practice? How can he so effortlessly suppress and even consume her own life fire? Su Yuning's heart was filled with boundless shock and confusion. Unbeknownst to her, she had relinquished all resistance, simply leaning quietly against the man's embrace, greedily savoring the exhilarating sensation of her strength rapidly ascending. Beside them, Yao Ling observed this scene, pouting slightly, yet her eyes were filled more with admiration for her husband. Even her own formidable 9 apertures Danhart was easily subdued before him. Time passed unmeasured. When the last remnant of the rampaging Dan fire within Su Yuning was entirely consumed and purified, Chen Xuan slowly withdrew his hand. He gazed down at the enchanting beauty in his arms, her face flushed, her beautiful eyes dazed, utterly drained of strength, and a victorious smile curved upon his lips. He knew that this fiery steed of alchemy had been completely tamed by him. "How do you feel?" he asked knowingly. "It's not bad." Su Yuning snapped back to reality from that mystical state, suddenly realizing that she had been nestled like a docile kitten in a man's embrace. Her face flushed deeply, and she hurriedly struggled to stand upright, adjusting her somewhat disheveled clothing. She dared not meet Chen Xuan's gaze, lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." "Saving your life?" Chen Xuan chuckled. "I do not engage in unprofitable ventures. From this day forth, you and your Tiandan pavilion are mine." His words remained domineering, yet this time, Su Yuning chose not to retort. After a brief moment of silence, she lifted her gaze towards the overbearing man, then glanced at the elders beside her, who seemed desperate to bury their heads in the ground. The last vestige of pride belonging to a daughter of heaven dissipated completely. Slowly, she bowed gracefully before Chen Xuan. "Su Yuning pays respects to the master." "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully captured the destined daughter. Su Yuning. Task rating, perfect. Rewards are being calculated." With Su Yuning's voluntary submission, the fate of the entire Tiandan pavilion was sealed. The previously obsequious elders, upon witnessing Chen Xuan's supernatural prowess, hastened to kneel down in fervent devotion. "We pay respects to the master, willing to serve you unto death." Tiandan pavilion, the pinnacle of alchemical sanctity in Xiantian continent, changed hands overnight, becoming yet another branch of the Chen family in Central Region. Chapter 96. The Storm in the Imperial City, the peril of the deposed princess having resolved the issues concerning Tiandan Pavilion. Chen Xuan had accomplished 2 out of his 3 primary objectives. The final one was the 7th princess of the Yin Empire, Xiaoyan Ran, who bore the bloodline of the Flame Dragon. She was also the pitiful figure publicly humiliated by the former destined son, Yi Chun, when he tore their marriage contract asunder, becoming the laughingstock of the world. A template for a deposed bride, perhaps? Aboard the flying vessel, Chen Xuan lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips, his gaze imbued with a hint of inquisitiveness. He had perused countless web novels and was well aware of the common traits of such characters. Resilient in spirit and fierce in temperament, she resembled a solitary pine clinging to a cliff's edge. To compel her to bow, employing the same methods used against Xia Qingwei and Su Yuning, would likely yield counterproductive results. Some cunning would be required. "My husband, what mischief are you plotting now?" A fragrant breeze wafted in as Yao Ling, having just stabilized her cultivation, approached like a languid cat, curiously peeking over. She had refined the portion of Dan fire essence that had been consumed, and her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the mid-golden Dan stage. Her aura increasingly fragrant and refreshing. She pondered how to tame a proud little dragon adorned with thorns. Chen Xuan instinctively pulled her into his embrace, planting a gentle peck on her luscious red lips. "Oh!" Yao Ling's eyes sparkled, immediately understanding that her husband was referring to the 7th princess of the Dayan Empire. "Xiaoyan Ran." "Precisely," Chen Xuan nodded. "What clever schemes do you harbor in that little head of yours?" Tilting her head, Yao Ling fluttered her long lashes and revealed a mischievous smile. "To deal with such a proud woman, the most straightforward method is to thoroughly trample her underfoot at her most arrogant point. Let her face her own worthlessness." "Pray tell, how so?" Chen Xuan's eyes glimmered with approval. "Quite simply," Yao Ling said, extending her delicate fingers to trace circles on his firm chest. "Isn't she the one endowed with the flame dragon bloodline, touted as the unparalleled genius of the Yin Empire? Then let us showcase her what it means to be a true prodigy in the realm of flames. Allow her to witness how laughable and juvenile her so-called flame dragon true fire is when compared to your pure yang true fire and Ling'er Dan spirit divine fire." Yao Ling's excitement grew, as if she could already envision the princess's expression of existential doubt. Once her most cherished asset became a complete joke, her pride would undoubtedly shatter. At that point, wouldn't she be at your mercy, my dear husband? Upon hearing Yao Ling's brilliant insight, Chen Xuan couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. He playfully pinched her smooth cheek. You little enchantress, you are increasingly attuned to my thoughts. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. The Yin Empire, the imperial capital, Yanjing City, as a most prosperous human realm in the central region of Xiantian continent. Yanjing City was resplendent and imposing. Towering walls, constructed of indomitable obsidian, soared 100 feet high, adorned with intricate formations that shimmered with an unsettling pressure. Within the city, magnificent palaces and bustling marketplaces painted a picture of grandeur. Yet beneath this exquisite facade lay turbulent undercurrents and lurking dangers. Deep within the imperial palace, in the Phoenix Ming Hall, a beautiful woman clad in opulent royal garb paced anxiously. Her complexion was ashen, lips devoid of color. She was the empress of the Yan, Xiao Yanran's mother. Yanran, why must you be so stubborn and foolish? The empress gazed at her kneeling daughter, her heart aching. The face that should have radiated beauty now bore only defiance and pallor, her lower lip having been bitten until it bled. The decree has already been issued. Tomorrow, His Majesty shall strip you of your title as princess, demoting you to commoner and exiling you to the northern wastelands. What kind of place is that? It is a realm of bitter cold and near certain death. Cannot you bow your head and admit your fault to your father? Bowing my head? Xiao Yanran slowly raised her head, her voice hoarse yet filled with icy derision. Mother, what fault do I hold? I am not at fault. Her words were not loud, but each one rang with conviction. The one at fault is him, the cold-blooded emperor, who would unhesitatingly throw his own daughter under the bus to appease the Tian Mo sect for his absurd ambitions. You. The empress staggered back in shock, her hand trembling violently as she pointed at her daughter, speechless. The situation had escalated half a month prior. When news of the death of the Tian Mo sect's young master, Li Wuya, reached the palace, the sect leader erupted in fury, issuing an edict demanding all forces on Xiantian continent to deliver the culprit within a month. Otherwise, the Tian Mo army would descend upon the realm, slaughtering countless souls. Panic swept the continent, and everyone lived in dread. To quell the rage of the Tian Mo sect, and to seize this opportunity to curry favor, the Dayan emperor concocted an utterly absurd plan. He intended to sacrifice his seventh daughter, the one who had been humiliated by Yi Chun and brought shame to the royal family, Xiao Yanran, as the scapegoat. The rationale he provided was even more ludicrous. Xiao Yanran had lingering feelings for Yi Chun and, out of love, turned to hatred, had conspired to murder Li Wuya, who held a grudge against Yi Chun. This reasoning was full of holes, yet it was sufficient for the Tian Mo sect, which was desperate to find a way out. Xiao Yanran's fate held little weight in the eyes of the Dayan emperor. Perhaps he even wished for this daughter, who had brought him such disgrace, to perish sooner rather than later. When Xiao Yanran learned of this news, she felt as though she had plunged into an ice abyss. She did not weep or wail, but stood alone in the Golden Lawn Hall, confronting her father for 3 days and nights. In the end, all she received was a cold edict stripping her of her title and demoting her to commoner status, exiling her to the northern wastelands. Mother, you need not plead any further. Xiao Yanran gradually rose from the ground, her petite frame suddenly exuding an unyielding grandeur, embodying a defiant spirit willing to face destruction. Even in death, I shall not grant him his wishes. My life, Xiao Yanran, belongs to no one but myself. The moment her words fell, a fierce and blazing power surged within her, the flame dragon bloodline awakening, igniting her meridians in a violent blaze. She intended to self-immolate her bloodline, using her very life to stage a final rebellion against this cold imperial palace. Do not. The empress let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, just as the cataclysmic force was about to erupt in full fury, a voice, imbued with a hint of languor and a touch of playful intrigue, unexpectedly resonated within the hall, akin to a crystalline spring cascading upon an imminent volcanic eruption. Do you wish to perish? Have you sought my consent? Chapter 97. The dragon encounters the true sovereign, the fiery heart of the minister, who, a shudder emanating from the depths of the soul, compelled Xiao Yanran to turn abruptly. At the entrance of the grand hall stood a group of individuals, their presence unnoticed until this moment. Leading them was a young man clad in a blue robe, his demeanor relaxed, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. his gaze reminiscent of one meandering through a familiar garden. Behind him trailed several enchanting women, each radiating an aura of majesty and grace. This assembly had silently infiltrated the heavily guarded inner sanctum of the imperial palace. "Who are you?" The queen's face blanched, her voice trembling. From the blue-robed youth. She sensed a pressure far more terrifying than that posed by her husband, the emperor, who wielded dominion over countless lives. It felt as if a mere thought from him could reduce the entire Yin empire to ashes. Chen Xuan paid no heed to the terrified woman. His gaze, filled with keen interest, settled upon the spiky-haired maiden clad in crimson. Adorned in fiery red attire, she accentuated her burgeoning curves, her skin as fair as snow. Her beauty striking. Particularly captivating were her phoenix eyes, ablaze with a fierce wildness and pride. She resembled an unripe dragoness, formidable yet lacking real threat. Indeed, Chen Xuan nodded inwardly. Compared to the icy demeanor of Xiaqing Yue and the serene presence of Su Yuning, he seemed to favor this fiery spirit, imagining the satisfaction of conquest. "I ask you again, who are you?" As she felt the scrutinizing gaze of the young man, one that resembled a hunter assessing its prey rather than an admirer, Xiao Yinran's last vestige of rationality shattered. As the esteemed princess of the Yan, even if she had fallen from grace, it was inconceivable for an enigmatic man to act so audaciously. "Seek death," the maiden exclaimed fiercely. A torrent of searing, turbulent flames erupted from within her, coalescing into a ferocious fire dragon that roared toward Chen Xuan. With her cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment, and bolstered by her domineering Yanlong bloodline, her combat prowess could rival that of an early-stage Golden Core practitioner. "Yinran, no!" the queen cried out in horror, her soul nearly escaping her body. Yet it was too late. Faced with the onslaught of the fire dragon, Chen Xuan did not even bother to lift his eyelids, merely responding with a derisive smile. Beside him, Yao Ling stepped forward, her crimson gown swirling, exuding an air of captivating charm. "Do fireflies dare to flaunt themselves before this palace?" Yao Ling regarded the fire dragon, which she perceived as riddled with flaws, her lips curling into a sneer. With a delicate lift of her hand, she waved nonchalantly. "Danfeng, arise!" A piercing cry of a phoenix resounded through the skies. A verdant Danfeng, more substantial and commanding than that which faced Su Yuning, soared skyward. The Danfeng merely fluttered its wings. An immense wave of green divine fire, imbued with boundless vitality and purifying essence, surged forth like a celestial river in reverse. The once mighty fire dragon, upon contact with the green divine fire, was instantly subdued. Its destructive fury quelled as if a mouse confronted a cat. Its fiery form began to dissolve inch by inch. It emitted a wretched cry of defeat, ultimately transforming into mere sparks, dissipating into nothingness before the astonished gazes of all present. Xiao Yinran's fair visage turned pallid, and she violently spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. The backlash from her own true fire, intimately connected to her essence, severely harmed her. She stared in disbelief at the red-dressed woman who had effortlessly dismantled her most formidable attack, her eyes filled with shock and despair. Her once proud Yanlong flames had found no opportunity for resistance before this woman. "How could this be? Your flames are far too weak." Yao Ling retracted the Danfeng, looking down at the disoriented maiden with an air of indifference. "Too many impurities, too low a temperature. The principles are impure." She paused, seemingly pondering a fitting description, before shaking her head. "It is akin to the mud a child plays with, unworthy even to warm my husband's feet." Each of Yao Ling's words pierced Xiao Yinran's proud heart like poisoned steel needles, shattering her pride as a fire element prodigy. "No, it cannot be." Xiao Yinran murmured in a daze, her gaze vacant, her beliefs crumbling at that moment. Observing her state, Chen Xuan knew the time had come. He slowly approached her. Then, under the astonished gazes of Xiao Yinran and her mother, he extended a finger. At the tip, a wisp of crimson gold flame quietly flickered to life. The flame was diminutive and faint, appearing harmless, even devoid of discernible warmth. Yet, the instant Xiao Yinran beheld this flame, her Yanlong bloodline surged uncontrollably, boiling, trembling, and howling. It was a submission and reverence emanating from the very depths of her lineage, as if a slave had encountered their destined sovereign, the Emperor of Flames. "Your flame." Xiao Yanran stuttered, her voice quivering with both fear and yearning as she gazed at the crimson gold flame. Would you like to learn? Chen Xuan smiled, his voice laced with irresistible allure. I can teach you. I can transform your little fire dragon into a true celestial fire dragon. I can grant you the power to command all flames in this world. As long as, his lips curled upward, his eyes glinting with the predatory light of a hunter, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, in a tone only the two could hear. You are willing to be my woman. Chapter 98. The shift of imperial power, the dragon maiden's heart returns. Become his woman? Xiao Yanran's mind buzzed, engulfed in chaos. She had thought her heart had long turned to ashes in the face of her father's cruelty and ruthlessness, leaving no room for anything beyond rebellion and vengeance. Yet now, when this man uttered that domineering yet irresistibly captivating phrase, her once frozen, proud heart began to beat wildly against her will. Her gaze remained fixated on the wisp of crimson gold flame at his fingertip. It was no illusion. She could distinctly feel the Yanlong bloodline within her boiling at that moment, as if issuing the most primal roar and yearning, offering the most humble submission to their sovereign. A frenzied thought surged from the depths of her bloodline. If only it could receive even a fraction of that flame's favor, it would break free from the shackles of lineage, achieving its ultimate transformation into a true celestial fire dragon. This temptation, rooted in the very essence of life, was more direct and irresistible than any sweet words of flattery in the world. Xiao Yanran's lips parted slightly, yet her throat felt constricted. The last shred of dignity as a princess prevented her from easily surrendering to an unfamiliar man. Observing her conflicted yet yearning expression, Chen Xuan found it amusing. He knew this proud little dragoness had already taken a bait. Now, it was merely time to reel her in. It appears that you're still uncertain. Chen Xuan feigned regret as he shook his head, the flames at his fingertips extinguishing. He turned away, seemingly ready to depart. If that is the case, so be it. In this world, the women who aspire to be with Chen Xuan are countless, extending from Yanjing City to the ends of the earth. Your presence is inconsequential. We shall leave. He casually waved his hand towards Yao Ling and the others behind him. A knowing smile graced Yao Ling's lips as she prepared to follow suit. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Yanran was utterly flustered. She could not comprehend the source of her turmoil, yet an unprecedented fear gripped her heart. She felt an intense instinct that if this man were to walk away today, she would regret it for a lifetime. The overwhelming sense of loss, akin to missing out on the supreme path, shattered all her pride and reserve in an instant. Wait. She instinctively rushed forward, under her mother's astonished gaze. She clung tightly to the retreating figure clad in azure. I am willing. Her cheek pressed firmly against Chen Xuan's broad back, her voice quivering with a suppressed sob and determination. I am willing to be your woman. Please do not leave. In that moment, the proud and fierce seventh princess of the Yan dynasty finally shed all her disguises, resembling a little girl terrified of being abandoned by the world. Chen Xuan felt the soft warmth of her delicate form behind him, along with her slight tremor. He slowly turned around, gazing at the tearful, heart-wrenching beauty clinging to him. He reached out, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. If only you had done this earlier. His voice was tender, yet carried an undeniable authority. Then he leaned down. Under Xiao Yanran's bashful and expectant gaze, he passionately pressed his lips against hers. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully captured the destined woman, Xiao Yanran. Task rating, perfect. Rewards being calculated. While Chen Xuan savored the fruits of his victory deep within the Phoenix Ming Hall, a tumultuous upheaval erupted within the gilded hall of the Yan dynasty. The Emperor of Yan sat majestically upon the dragon throne, his countenance stern. Below him, a high-ranking minister fervently praised his wisdom. Your Majesty sacrificed a princess to quell the rage of the Tianmo sect, to protect our millions of subjects. This is an act of great righteousness. We, your ministers, are in awe. The emperor stroked his beard, smiling, clearly pleased with this discourse. Just then, a thunderous explosion resonated from outside the hall without warning. The magnificent golden lawn hall shook violently, its glazed tiles clattering down, sending the court officials into a state of panic. What is happening? Assassins! Protect the emperor! Quickly, protect the emperor! The ministers were thrown into chaos, with some timid souls scurrying under tables. The Emperor of Dayan abruptly rose from his throne, his face a mask of shock and fury. Someone, investigate this matter. What on earth is happening? However, before he could finish his command, a cold, emotionless female voice, as if emanating from the heavens, resonated throughout every corner of the palace. The Emperor of Dayan, devoid of virtue, sacrifices a woman. Such is against heavenly principle. Today I, Lin Wanner, acting on my husband's orders, shall depose you and establish a new ruler. Those who resist shall be killed. The word kill fell like an ancient glacier crashing down. The temperature within the Golden Lawn Hall plummeted to freezing, visible frost forming in the air. The souls of all present felt as though they were about to be completely frozen by this chilling intent. The Emperor of Dayan looked up in horror. Above the Grand Hall, the opulent dome had vanished, replaced by a profound night sky. A woman clad in white, as pure as snow, floated in the air. She wielded a crystalline ice sword, her eyes devoid of emotion, gazing down upon them as if observing a swarm of ants. Impudent. The Emperor of Dayan was both shocked and enraged. He was the emperor, the supreme ruler of this land. Never had he endured such humiliation and threat. Who is this sorceress that dares to speak so brazenly before me? Someone, tear this witch apart. He bellowed with fury. Numerous powerful auras surged from the shadows of the palace, those being the Yuan-Ing level protectors of the royal family, each a formidable being capable of shaking the very ground. They transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards Lin Wanner with destructive might. However, Lin Wanner merely regarded them coldly, as if observing moths drawn to a flame. She slowly raised her ice sword, lightly swinging it toward the proud Yuan-Ing patriarchs. The ice river descends. The sword fell. There were no sweeping sword energies, nor world-shaking power. Only an overwhelming pallor, a silence so absolute it consumed light and sound, even time itself, centered around Lin Wanner. The profound cold silently spread in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. The Yuan-Ing protectors, filled with murderous intent and charging forward, froze in their grotesque and furious expressions at that moment. Their flesh, their Yuan-Ing, their souls were all sealed within a layer of crystalline blue ice, transformed into lifelike sculptures, forever capturing their foolish attempts to fly into the fire. But this was merely the beginning. The endless pallor surged beyond the dome of the Golden Lawn Hall, enveloping the vast palace and shrouding the bustling Yanjing city. In an instant, the wind ceased. The clouds dispersed. The cacophony of the marketplace, the melodies of taverns, the laughter of children, all sounds abruptly halted. The entire world fell into an abyss of silence. Millions of mortals and cultivators within the city, who had just moments ago been toiling for survival and embroiled in conflicts, found all their actions, expressions, and thoughts eternally frozen. The entire Yanjing city, the most magnificent human capital on the Xiantian continent, was transformed into a colossal, crystalline, lifeless city of death beneath Lin Wanner's understated sword. One sword, freezing a nation. Within the Golden Lawn Hall, the Emperor of Dayan stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene outside. He beheld the Yuan-Ing patriarchs suspended in the air, frozen into ice sculptures without even a scream to escape their lips. The prideful heart of a ruler, who regarded the populace as mere grass, shattered completely. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the cold dragon throne, his countenance devoid of imperial majesty. Replaced by a pallid haze, Lin Wanner retracted her sword, her gaze cold and indifferent, descending from the air. She ascended the 99 white jade steps, approaching the utterly defeated emperor. Now, do you still wish to subdue me? Her voice was frigid, yet it struck the already shattered heart of the emperor like the heaviest hammer. And no, the Emperor of Dayan trembled violently, his voice hoarse. Senior, spare me. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. He tumbled down from the dragon throne, crawling on his knees before Lin Wanner, desperately knocking his head against the ground. His demeanor was more abject than that of the most servile slave. Yet, Lin Wanner could not be bothered to cast even a fleeting glance in his direction. Instead, she turned away, her gaze fixed toward the direction of Fengming Hall. Her husband must have concluded his affairs there. In Fengming Hall, a fierce battle had just reached its conclusion. Xiao Yanran lay languidly in Chen Xuan's embrace, her radiant face still flushed. The once fiery phoenix eyes that had burned with passion now reflected a tenderness that seemed capable of melting the iciest of hearts. She could distinctly feel the transformation of her fiery dragon bloodline, having undergone a profound metamorphosis under the man's domineering yet gentle guidance. She had touched a wholly new realm. Whenever she wished, she could summon the tribulation of the golden core and ascend in an instant. This man had truly accomplished it. He had not only bestowed upon her the power to command flames, but had also completely dominated her body and soul. My husband. She pressed her cheek against Chen Xuan's sturdy chest, her voice dripping with allure. Chen Xuan looked down at the thoroughly tamed little dragoness in his arms, feeling quite satisfied. At that moment, a timid yet uncontrollable voice echoed from outside the hall. Your Highness, Princess, I report to you. The Emperor has passed. It was the Emperor's personal maid. Hearing this, Xiao Yanran's delicate body trembled slightly. Her father had passed away. A complex surge of emotions engulfed her heart. There was a hint of sorrow, yet more so, a profound sense of liberation. She lifted her gaze to Chen Xuan, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with inquiry and reliance. From this day forth, this man would be her sky, the embodiment of her will and that of the entire Yan Empire. Chen Xuan smiled at her. Let us proceed. Your ascension ceremony is already prepared. Half an hour later, in the Golden Lawn Hall, Xiao Yanran donned the dragon and phoenix imperial robe, a garment reserved solely for the Empress, as she ascended the white jade steps, symbolizing supreme imperial authority, hand in hand with Chen Xuan. Finally, she seated herself slowly upon the cold dragon throne. Below her, led by the Empress, all surviving royal kin and civil and military officials knelt in unison, prostrating themselves on the ground. The sound of their reverent worship resounded throughout the frozen Yan capital. Long live the Emperor! Long live! Long live! However, just as the new Emperor ascended the throne and the world turned its heart toward him, Chen Xuan prepared to receive the final inheritance of this world. Unbeknownst to him, in a forbidden place on the Shantian continent, a young man clad in a blue robe, with eyes ablaze with endless demonic flames, slowly opened his eyes. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. Before my awakening, someone has already tidied the courtyard for me. It seems that I, the true protagonist, should make my entrance and reclaim all that belongs to me. Chapter 100. The new master of Ice City, the dragon maiden returns to heart in the Golden Lawn Hall. A profound silence fell. The dragon throne, a symbol of supreme authority, lay covered with a thin layer of frost, emanating an excruciating chill. The former sovereign of the Yan Empire now lay like a wretched mass at the foot of the steps, trembling uncontrollably, a foul liquid spreading beneath him, having long lost all courage. Surrounding him were hundreds of civil and military officials, royal kin, all kneeling. Each of them was frozen in fear, half their bodies immobilized, forever transformed into statues of terror within this icy hall. They were not dead. Lin Wanner had skillfully restrained their powers, imparting upon them an unforgettable lesson, compelling them to witness and experience the might of the divine. Xiao Yanran, clad in the dragon and phoenix imperial robe that was not rightfully hers, sat regally upon the cold dragon throne. Her delicate form still trembled slightly, not from the chill, but from the battle that had utterly captivated her heart and mind not long ago, as well as from the man beside her, casually resting one hand on the armrest of the throne, while the other wandered beneath her ample robe. Chen Xuan. He did not sit, but stood nonchalantly beside the throne. Yet, all eyes in the hall, filled with reverence and fear, were solely focused on him. He was the one true master of this imperial city, this dynasty, and indeed, of this world. My husband. Xiao Yanran's face flushed crimson, nearly spilling blood. She could distinctly feel an odd electric current coursing through her body wherever that wicked hand roamed, especially in the presence of her mother and the entire court. This extreme embarrassment, coupled with a secret thrill, almost caused her to faint. Not accustomed, Chen Xuan leaned down, whispering softly in her ear, his warm breath causing her earlobe to turn a delicate pink. No, Xiao Yanran's voice was barely a whisper, her head bowed lower. She dared not admit her discomfort, fearing that this devilish man might act even more outrageously before everyone. Then it is well. Chen Xuan smiled contentedly. He relished in witnessing this proud little dragoness exhibit such a delightful combination of embarrassment and fear, yet not daring to resist. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected the destined daughter, Xiao Yanran, with her heart completely surrendered. Loyalty locked at unwavering devotion. Reward calculation in progress. Reward 1. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the original power of the Yanlong bloodline. Your skill, Chunyang Tunshengong, has comprehended a new characteristic, Chunyang Wentian. Reward 2. Congratulations, host. You have gained 120,000 luck points. Reward 3. Due to the host's absolute strength and imperial means, the fierce destined daughter has been completely conquered, triggering a special reward. Bloodline Fusion Mode activated. Bloodline Fusion. When the host and Xiao Yanran engage in mutual cultivation, luck points can be consumed to actively fuse their bloodlines, with a high probability of resulting in offspring possessing the Chaos Yanlong Dao body, Divine Grade Supreme. Another divine offspring. A flicker of fervor flashed in Chen Xuan's eyes. His gaze toward Xiao Yanran transformed instantly, becoming more playful and aggressive, as if appraising an exquisite vessel about to yield the most perfect fruit. Xiao Yanran felt a tremor in her heart under his scrutiny, her face burning hotter, an inexplicable panic surging within her. At that moment, the thought of the true destined child flickered through Chen Xuan's mind. Interesting, he sneered inwardly. There are indeed other mice lurking about. But what of it? In this world, all luck, all destined daughters, must belong to me. If you keep to the shadows, then so be it. Should you dare extend your claws to seize my cake, I shall not hesitate to show you what a true predator is. Chen Xuan did not place too much concern on this new variable. A character who still needs to hide in the shadows to develop in a despicable manner is utterly unworthy of being his opponent. His current objective is crystal clear, to swiftly reap every last bit of chives from this world. Subsequently, he shall gather sufficient strength to venture towards the realm of the fallen gods, brimming with endless treasures. He retracted that wicked hand and, gazing down at the kneeling queen, spoke with an air of indifference. From this day forth, you shall serve as the regent empress of the Dian Empire, assisting the new monarch in governance. As for him, Chen Xuan, his gaze fell upon the feeble and prostrate former emperor. Drag him away, strip him of his cultivation, and imprison him in the celestial dungeon, never to take a single step beyond. His voice was calm, yet left no room for doubt. The fate of an emperor is determined as easily as crushing an ant beneath one's heel. Thank you for sparing my life, my lord, the queen exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve, fervently bowing to Chen Xuan. She understood that this was the best outcome she could hope for. Soon a few of the elite guards, regaining some strength, cautiously approached and dragged the once mighty emperor away like a dead dog. Thus, a dramatic transition of imperial power concluded with a mere whisper. Chen Xuan, surveying the vast expanse of his empire while embracing the exquisite dragon maiden, felt an immense sense of fulfillment swell within him. He turned to the now wholly his enchanting dragon maiden and smiled, inquiring, "My beloved, shall we rest tonight in your foaming palace, or celebrate aboard my Yunhai vessel?" Chapter 101. Yunhai Celestial Vessel. The initial gathering of the harem. Ultimately, Xiao Yanran, blushing, opted for the latter. Foaming Palace was her prison, a testament to all her struggles and resentments from her earlier life. In contrast, the man's Yunhai vessel represented the unknown, the myth, and an irresistible future. That night, on the very first night of the new emperor's reign, she vanished entirely with her imperial teacher deep within the palace, leaving behind a mysterious silhouette that would baffle the court for a century, yet remain forever inscrutable. Yunhai vessel, main control hall. The moment Xia Qingyue, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran stepped into this space, their breaths caught in their throats. This was not merely a flying vessel hall. It was an ethereal palace suspended at the center of the cosmos. The dome above was not adorned with intricate carvings, but rather a vast, slowly swirling galaxy, where stars flickered and shone brilliantly, so profound it seemed capable of consuming one's very soul. Underfoot lay a smooth expanse of white jade, beneath which a golden, divine liquid flowed gently. This was the essence of heaven and earth, liquefied to perfection by the spirit-gathering formation. Here, merely inhaling allowed the dense spiritual energy to surge into their limbs and bones, cleansing their meridians with results far exceeding months of arduous cultivation in the outside world. Astounding? No, that term hardly sufficed to encapsulate their emotions at that moment. They felt like three frogs emerging from a dry well, gazing upon the vast ocean and sky for the very first time. All past pride, whether as a saintess, a sect leader, or a princess seemed so trivial, so laughable in that instant. For, in the eyes of true power, the world they had once held dear was but a handful of insignificant dust at their feet. Do you enjoy this place? Chen Xuan's voice resonated in the vast hall, laced with a hint of amusement. He relished this sensation, using absolute strength and depth to pull down these once exalted women, allowing them to face the stark reality. Do we like it? The three women instinctively replied, their voices dry and quivering with an unacknowledged tremor. At that moment, from the opposite side of the hall, three stunning figures gracefully approached. It was Lin Wanner, Yao Ling, and Mu Rongxue, 6 extraordinary women of unparalleled beauty, each with distinct qualities, had finally gathered together for the first time. The atmosphere instantly shifted into something delicate. Xia Qingwei, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran regarded the three women, whose beauty, demeanor, and enigmatic aura were no less than their own, and their hearts swirled with mixed emotions. There was respect, curiosity, and a hint of rivalry they were reluctant to admit. Amongst such brilliance, who would willingly yield to another? As Chen Xuan's primary wife, Lin Wanner's gaze calmly swept across the three newcomers, her cool eyes radiating an unwavering authority befitting her status as the principal consort. She understood that certain rules must be established from the outset. Welcome, my three sisters, to the Chen family. Lin Wanner began slowly, her voice still icy, yet imbued with an innate presence that compelled all present to hold their breath. I am the primary wife of our husband, Lin Wanner. You may call me Sister Wanner from now on. The hearts of Xia Qingwei and the others quaked, and they promptly bowed in respect. Greetings, Sister Wanner. Lin Wanner nodded faintly in acknowledgement of their homage, then shifted the conversation. In our Chen family, we have none of the trivial formalities of secular families. Only one rule. Her gaze suddenly sharpened, like two invisible ice swords piercing the hearts of the three women. That is, our husband is the sole son of this household. His words are absolute edicts. His will is the only guiding principle for all our actions. No one, no matter the circumstance, may defy or oppose him. Can you adhere to this? Lin Wanner's words rang powerfully, each syllable striking like a hammer, shattering the last vestiges of hope and delusion in the hearts of the three women. They finally grasped that they had not joined an ordinary cultivation family. Rather, they had entered a stark, iron-fisted empire with that man at its absolute core, a place governed by strict hierarchy and supreme authority. Here, they were no longer saintesses, nor sect leaders, nor princesses. They were merely one among many of that man's women. Their only value lay in pleasing him, obeying him, and dedicating everything to him. Upon realizing this, the three women felt not humiliation or resentment, but rather an inexplicable sense of reassurance and stability. For they understood that as long as they clung tightly to the most formidable pillar in the world, they would possess an unprecedented, radiant future. We shall abide by your teachings, sister. The three women bowed once more, their postures even more reverent than before. Lin Wanner surveyed her three sisters, now firmly aligned in their roles, and a trace of satisfaction finally graced her features. The initial lesson had been remarkably successful. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan observed this harmonious yet tumultuous scene in his backyard with keen interest, refraining from intervening. He relished witnessing this healthy competition. Only through competition could they unlock greater potential and create more value for him. At that moment, a small figure, exquisitely carved and delicate, ambled out from the rear of the hall, its short legs wobbling as it approached. It was Chen Fan, cradling a spirit stone larger than his own head, eagerly gnawing on it, his mouth dusted with glimmering powder. Father, mother, he called out in a childlike voice, then curiously examined Xia Qingwei and the others, his heterochromatic eyes shining with innocent wonder. He extended his small hand, still dusted with lingshur, powder, pointing at the three women and innocently inquired, Daddy, are these three beautiful aunties also new Tangdo? The moment these words escaped his lips, the entire hall was enveloped in an eerie silence once more. Chapter 102. A Million Fortune, Shared Prosperity New? Tangdo? Chen Fan's childlike voice rang out, akin to a thunderous ice bolt that shattered the stillness of the grand hall. The smiles on the faces of Xia Qingwei, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran instantly froze. They gazed at the cherubic boy, blissfully gnawing on a supreme and then at the young man in green, whose expression was laced with amusement, their minds momentarily blank. Tang Dou, this seemingly innocuous, utterly adorable little creature, had the audacity to perceive them as food. Moreover, from his familiar tone, it appeared he had indulged in other Tang Dou before. A wave of absurd and chilling dread surged from the soles of the three women's feet, rushing up to their very souls. They finally grasped the unsettling truth. This family thrived by consuming humans to cultivate their powers. As they beheld the riot of emotions transforming their complexions from red to green and then pale white, Yao Ling and Murong Shui could no longer contain their laughter. Recalling the time in the northern wilderness demon domain when Chen Xuan had pointed at the Blood Emperor, exclaiming his desire for Tang Dou, their reactions were strikingly reminiscent of the bewilderment now displayed by the three new sisters. "Fanner, do not speak nonsense," Lin Wanner gently chided, stepping forward to affectionately ruffle her son's hair and lift him into her arms. "These three are your father's newly found little mothers, not Tang Dou." "Oh," Chen Fan nodded, somewhat understanding. He blinked his uniquely enchanting eyes, curiously surveying the three women whose expressions were in turmoil, and then cheerfully added, "Then when can they become Tang Dou?" Xia Qingwei and the others were rendered utterly speechless, unsure of how to respond to this audacious little demon king. "All right, fin," Chen Xuan said with a smile as he approached, taking his son from Lin Wanner and lifting him high. "I promise you, once we have exhausted our useless savings at home, I will take you to a place filled with countless larger and sweeter Tang Dou, where you can indulge to your heart's content." "Hooray!" Chen Fan cheered, planting a fervent kiss on Chen Xian's cheek. The women in the hall, upon hearing Chen Xian's words, felt a stirring in their hearts. Savings? They were all curious about the unfathomable depths of this man. Chen Xian, noticing the curious and expectant gazes of the women, smiled in satisfaction. This was the reaction he sought. Demonstrating strength was always the most effective way to win hearts. "System, open personal panel," he commanded in thought. Buzz. A colossal golden light screen, more splendid and profound than the celestial rivers above, materialized out of thin air. Countless profound runes flickered and dissipated upon the screen, emanating an overwhelming pressure that commanded the very heavens and all existence. Under this pressure, the women turned pale, instinctively taking a step back. They gazed in awe at the golden light screen, which seemed to contain the secrets of the universe, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. "What is this?" However, when they discerned the long string of sparkling numbers upon the screen, their breaths hitched. "Host, Chen Xuan, Cultivation, Golden Core, First Layer, Technique, Pure Yang Devouring Heaven Technique, Heaven Tier Middle Grade. Fortune Points, 1, 270, 000, 127,000. Xia Qingwei, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran comprehended this astronomical figure. They were utterly numbed. Fortune points? What could that be? Was it Ling Shi? Yet, even if it were supremely fair, over 100,000 was simply outrageous. They could not fathom it. But they had a strong instinct that this entity known as fortune points held a value far beyond their imagination. Over 100,000. Chen Xian regarded his wealth and nodded. "If we are prudent, it should suffice for a small-scale endeavor in shared prosperity." Shared prosperity? The women were taken aback, puzzled by the term. Chen Xian smiled without elaborating. With an air of unparalleled grandeur and authority, he issued a series of commands to the golden light screen, sending everyone into a frenzy. First step, consume 200,000 fortune points to purify the bloodlines and deduce techniques for Lin Wanner, Xia Qingwei, Su Yuning, and Xiao Yanran. Objective, merge Lin Wanner as Xian Yin's sacred body with the devouring laws to evolve into the Xian Yin devouring heaven body. Harmonize Xia Qingwei's ice phoenix divine body with my pure yang fire to evolve into the yin yang ice phoenix body. Resonate Su Yuning's 9 orifices Dan heart with Yao Ling's Dan Ling's sacred body laws, both enhancing to divine quality. Refine Xiao Yanran's flame dragon bloodline with my pure yang burning heaven fire to evolve into the burning heaven divine dragon bloodline. As his words fell, the 4 women began to tremble uncontrollably, their faces alight with ecstasy and shock. Divine quality. That was a legendary physique. Second step, consume 300,000 fortune points to forge a bespoke magical artifact from Murong Shui. Using the family's scripture repository as a template and employing 100 divine materials, such as stellar secret silver and void crystal, I will tailor a portable, ever-upgrading pseudo-immortal artifact, the 10,000 array map, just for her. Murong Shui suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes misty with excitement, speechless. A pseudo-immortal artifact. That was something she could scarcely dream of. Third step. Chen Xuan's voice took on a genuine tone of dominance and authority. Consume 500,000 fortune points to perform the ultimate bloodline infusion for myself and my son, Chen Xuan. Objective: directly evolve my pure yang devouring heaven technique to the peak of heaven tier. Nourish my son as chaos path body to the second stage, awakening his second innate divine ability ahead of time. Each of Chen Xuan's declarations struck the women like world-destroying thunderbolts, hammering against their already fragile spirits. They listened in a daze, their faces brimming with fervent admiration. It felt as though they were witnessing the most absurd and insane myth, with that man as the sole, true deity crafting this legend. Chapter 103: Evolution of Divine Bodies. Ascension of the women. As Chen Xuan's voice trailed off, the enormous golden light screen bubbled like molten gold, surging wildly. Ding. Command received. Initiating. Sequence 1. Bloodline purification and technique deduction. Consuming 200,000 fortune points. Buzz. The long string of staggering numbers on the screen instantly fluctuated, decreasing by a full 20,000. 20,000 fortune points transformed into a blazing golden torrent, surging forth from the void. It was not mere light, but a liquid embodiment of the laws of the great Tao, thick and resplendent, radiating the ancient aura of creation. The golden torrent split into 4 in midair, morphing into 4 distinctly different divine lights, precisely aiming at the 4 women. One was a dark, chilling light that darted toward Lin Wanner. Another, embodying the cycles of yin and yang, enveloped Xia Qingwei. A third, a fire of transformation, surged toward Su Yuning. The last, a domineering dragon flame, poured into Xiao Yanran. The 4 maidens' delicate forms trembled simultaneously, releasing an involuntary muffled groan from their throats. This was not merely pain, it was a profound terror, as if their very souls were being crushed within a millstone, along with the concept of existence itself. Their charming faces drained of color, and cold sweat soaked their garments. Yet none faltered, nor did anyone utter a plea for mercy. They merely bit their lips, allowing blood to seep from the corners of their mouths, while their eyes burned with an almost frenzied determination. This was a divine grace. It was the unparalleled transformation bestowed upon them by that man, a chance to be reborn and ascend to greatness. They could not afford to let it slip away. The first to undergo a transformation was Lin Wanner. As the dark divine light poured into her crown, she felt her Xian's sacred body being thoroughly emptied by an invisible force. Then, the devouring law, which had long since merged with her, surged back like a tidal wave, filling every inch of her flesh and soul. The ice-blue lunar phenomenon behind her reappeared, but the small black hole at its center expanded wildly, transforming into a chaotic vortex from which even light could not escape. Oha, 100 times colder and 1,000 times more domineering than before, erupted, seemingly capable of devouring all realms. The notification sounded. Ding. Lin Wanner's bloodline evolution successful. Xian's sacred body evolved into Xian's devouring heaven body, divine grade initial stage. Next was Xia Qingwei. Her body became a brutal battlefield. The extreme chill originating from deep within her bloodline collided and fused with the strand of pure yang fire that Chen Xuan had infused into her, ignited by the golden divine light, resulting in a primal clash. Behind her, the ice-blue phoenix phantom let out a sorrowful cry, filled with both agony and rebirth. Its left half grew increasingly frigid, as if it could freeze time and space, while its right half ignited with blazing scarlet golden flames, exuding the might of the sun that could incinerate all. Ice and fire, yin and yang, 2 extreme forces achieved a mysterious and perfect balance within her. The notification sounded. Ding. Xia Qingwei's bloodline evolution successful. Ice Phoenix sacred body evolved into Yin Yang Ice Phoenix body, divine grade initial stage. Then came Su Yuning. The moment the divine light of transformation surged into her body, her nine-apertured Dan heart ignited in an instant. A profound resonance of alchemy, centered around her, suddenly spread outwards. Nearby, Yao Ling, who had been anxiously observing, felt her face change dramatically. She sensed her Dan Ling sacred body being uncontrollably stirred, as if summoned by a long-lost companion. She had no time to cry out, as the force of resonance pulled her down into a cross-legged position, behind Su Yuning. The heart-fired true dragon roared forth. Behind Yao Ling, the Dan Fire Phoenix sang again. This time, the dragon and phoenix no longer fought. Instead, they intertwined like yin-yang fishes, spiraling and merging. One represented destruction, the other creation. The pinnacle of both paths of alchemy formed a perfect cycle within the two maidens. Their auras surged dramatically. The notifications sounded, ding. Su Yuning and Yao Ling's bloodline evolution successful. 9-aperture Dan Heart and Dan Ling Sacred Body both upgraded to divine grade initial stage. Finally, it was Xiao Yanran. Her metamorphosis was the most intense. The divine light containing the pure yang burning heaven fire essence of Chen Xuan transformed within her into the most domineering divine furnace, relentlessly scorching every inch of her meridians and every drop of her blood. Xiao Yanran could no longer suppress herself and let out a piercing, anguished scream. She could distinctly feel her impure Yanlong bloodline being burned, purified, crushed, and reformed again and again. The fire dragon phantom behind her shattered inch by inch in the golden flames, only to reassemble again. Each reformation intensified its terrifying aura. Finally, when the last trace of bloodline impurity was completely incinerated, a roar resonated from the primordial wilderness, shaking the heavens and earth. A divine dragon, burning with scarlet golden divine flames, appeared in all its majestic glory, like a sovereign of fire descending upon the world. No longer was it merely a Yanlong. It was the true burning heaven divine dragon. The notification sounded, ding. Xiao Yanran's bloodline evolution successful. Yanlong bloodline evolved into burning heaven divine dragon bloodline, divine grade initial stage. In an instant, 4 earth-shattering divine phenomena erupted within the control hall of the Yunhai ship. The air in the entire hall seemed to solidify, filled with 4 distinct yet equally terrifying auras. Murong Shui, watching from the side, felt her heart sway, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and boundless anticipation. Meanwhile, Chun Fan, cradled in Chun Xian's arms, clapped his little hands and cheerfully cheered, "Daddy, light the fireworks. The little mothers have turned into shiny candies." His innocent words caused the 5 maidens, who had just completed their transformations and were slowly opening their eyes,